for himself or his team, etc. So it can cloud someone's judgment when it comes to a suspension like this. My Twitter poll question is a fill in the blank. I blank Jose Alvarado. Your two options: I feel bad for Jose Alvarado, or I am furious at Jose Alvarado. Finishing this poll with 74% of the vote. I am furious with Jose Alvarado. I'm glad. I like Jose Alvarado a lot. What he did was stupid. Beyond foolish. This is what happens. Thank you to Alex Kyle for engineering the program and our Phillies insider. And also Jack Miller, one of our newest producers. We'll be working with Jack Solo on Friday. Guys, I'll catch you tomorrow. Later.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Find what you love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guys in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
With curbside pickup available, you'll always find what you love, only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
DeFino Law Associates at 2541 South Broad Street. It's a Philadelphia-based law firm with a long history of outstanding success, headed by super lawyer Michael DeFino and his brother Vincent. They have decades of legal experience and the results to prove it. DeFino Law is one of the most reputable firms in the city, focusing on trial work, personal injury, Uber car accidents, slip and fall, DUI, criminal defense, and wills and estate. Serving Philly for over 60 years, founded by the late Judge Anthony DeFino. 215-551-9099. Hi, it's Bob Pantano with my New Jersey dining picks. In Penns Grove, DePaulo's Restaurant Bar and Patio is the place, featuring incredible daily specials and the home of the Bob Pantano Wednesday night party. In Collingswood, discover Il Fury, the best fine Italian dining in the downtown, open daily for lunch and dinner. In Bordentown, Ristorante Luca is like no other, featuring award-winning authentic Italian cuisine coupled with nightly live entertainment. And they'll bring your own wine on Mondays and Tuesdays. Book your fine dining experience at ristoranteluca.com.
Kids 14 and under will be celebrating when they receive an IBEW Local 98 Fightin' Season t-shirt on Sunday, June 1st at 1:35 when the Brewers are in town. Order tickets now at phillies.com. Head on over to Citizens Bank Park on Thursday, May 29th at 6:45 when the Phillies take on the Braves and all fans take home a retro Phillies cap presented by SEI. Snag your seats today at phillies.com.
WIP hosts prepare for their shows in the Xfinity Mobile Lounge. The Wi-Fi is booming. Unlock faster, secure speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost only from Xfinity Mobile.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. One question I'm always asked is, how did you become the largest injury firm in the world with over 1,000 attorneys and $25 billion in verdicts and settlements? One way was our financial strength. Medical malpractice is the third leading cause of death in America. To prosecute a typical case costs up to $250,000 in case cost. We advance them all. Product liability cases can have similar costs with an army of lawyers on the other side. Automobile insurance companies have the resources to fight. Guess what? So do we. Many law firms simply may not have the financial firepower to work up your case the way you deserve. And we don't charge by the hour. No recovery, no fee. If you have a question about your case or wish to become a client, go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer. 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Were you uninvited to game night? Do you play board games with the ferocious intensity of an iron-fisted oligarch? Have friends left game night asking, how do you sleep at night? Then you should get a mattress from Mattress Firm. They can help anyone sleep. There's still time. Come to Mattress Firm's Memorial Day sale. Get here soon and save up to $500 on Tempur-Pedic and get a $300 instant gift. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Lowe's knows that no matter your paint or stain project, saving is at the top of your to-do list. Save now with buy one, get one half off select paints, stains, and primers from top brands like Valspar, HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams, and Cabot via Visa gift card rebate. Find more Memorial Day deals now at Lowe's. We help, you save. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details. Offer valid 5/15 through 5/28.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. You know, coaches calling in plays through the quarterback's headsets who must look them up on their wristbands is so 1990s, folks. This fall, Texas high school coaches will be able to send in plays to everyone in the huddle via wearables such as wristwatches. Oh, come on. Sign stealing will be a thing of the past and disruptive fan noise becomes irrelevant. This is football's future, I guess, and I don't like it. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
That's right. Good morning. It is the WIP Morning Show. I don't know how good it is. We'll have to debate that today. John Ritchie, James Seltzer in for Joe DeCamera. As we start the week with some news to react to, John Ritchie. We'll get into it all. How you doing this morning, my friend?
Hello, Jimmy.
Hey,
no one is sure who actually discovered Antarctica.
Really?
No one really knows. They're back in like 1820. There was a Russian explorer, Fabian Gottlieb von Bellinghausen, who reported having seen an ice shore of extreme height in 1820. And then that same year, some guy, Edward Bransfield of the Royal Navy, described high mountains covered with snow on January 30th of 1820. But then no one explored Antarctica until the early 1900s. And at that point, everyone knew it was there, but they just didn't know who first knew.
That's wild.
It was there.
I mean, because we can find out that Columbus was the first one, in the Americas in 1492. We can find out that Leif Erikson and all that, but yet Antarctica, which was more recent, I have no idea. Fascinating.
Yeah, Antarctica. 1911 was when Roald Amundsen and his team first reached the South Pole.
There you
December
go.
14th, 1911.
Well, how about that? What's not in doubt is that the Phillies will not have Jose Alvarado for the playoffs this season. We'll get into it. Look, there's so much to get into from this weekend. It had the chance to be just a dynamite Monday morning. The Phillies sweep the Pirates this weekend. We saw Mick Abel in his major league debut have not just one of the great, maybe the best pitching debut we remember in Phillies history.
You think so?
I mean, look, he
got
tied the record for strikeouts in a rookie debut.
On deck,
Kurt Simmons.
We got
back in the
Andrew
40s.
Painter, the finest pitching
Sure.
prospect in Phillies history. We got Painter on deck, and we just saw Mick Abel, who did what we all think is, in recent memory, the most impressive debut performance of a young arm that for Phillies, I don't know, as far back as
1947. Kurt Simmons, the last guy to strike out 9 guys in his first ever start as a Philly.
That's so fabulous.
It's unbelievable. And now, granted, the Pirates are not, the most
That's what I
star-studded
kept
team.
asking. That's what I kept asking
bad.
myself. It's awesome that Mick Abel is showing. Well, first of all, just his demeanor is awesome.
Well, especially
that
going up
feels
against
good.
Skeens too.
Yeah.
Like he's going in this spot against
Nothing
this,
was too big.
mythical young pitcher.
Right.
And at no point did it feel like he wasn't ready for and up to the task.
But I kept asking myself, how much of this is good Mick Abel? How much of this is bad Pittsburgh Pirates? We know Skeens is awesome. We know. Man, and he was awesome.
Yeah,
Holy
eye
cow.
test, he just passes.
I don't know that I've seen something like that impressive from a starting pitcher. Now, I wasn't watching baseball when Randy Johnson was pitching, but I've heard stories. I mean, I heard about him making a bird disappear and all that. But I mean, I can see how that would be intimidating. That guy Skeens is so intimidating.
He's unbelievable.
He looks like he weighs 300 pounds. He looks like he's 6'9", 300 pounds. I don't know how big he's probably 6'7", right?
I don't
He's
even think he's
huge.
that tall, but he's big. But the funny thing, he's a year younger than Mick Abel.
That's
Mick Abel
crazy,
looks like a
too.
baby out there,
I know,
and Skeens
I
looks
know.
like he could,
He's a
be chopping
monster.
down trees with a flannel on, like Paul Bunyan style.
But the thing that's crazy to me is that kid, that young little kid who to me looks like he's 6'9", 300 pounds and just throwing heat, blew it right by Bryce. And that's another story from the weekend that kind of gets lost. Bryce had multiple hits Friday,
the big one off
multiple
the
hits
top
Saturday.
of the wall that looked like it should have been, was this close to being a homer.
Yeah, Bryce is feeling good, guys. Bryce is, like we always hear, hey, when Bryce is going opposite, he's starting to heat up. Bryce is heating up.
And
that's
look,
a big deal.
They desperately need it. And look, we'll get into the Mick Abel of it all. It was an amazing start and a sweep. And the Phillies come into today with the fourth best record in baseball. They only in the National League, only the Dodgers and Mets have a better record, and they're a half game better. The Mets and Dodgers are 29-18. The Phillies are 28-18. So they've been really good. They're right there. But the news of the day yesterday, and it hangs over it all, and it really does, present a real issue for this team in their quest to ultimately, at the end of the day, all that really matters is winning the World Series. And we find out prior to the game yesterday, Jose Alvarado suspended for 80 games for a PED violation. Apparently, he was taking a diet supplement of some kind or whatever.
Right.
Ultimately, whatever. Who knows what or why? The end result is all that matters. 80 games, but more importantly than the 80 games, because of the suspension, and this is the hammer, and not Joe DeCamera the hammer. The fact that because of the suspension, anyone suspended for one of these violations is automatically ineligible for the postseason that season. John Ritchie, Jose Alvarado will not be able to pitch for the Phillies in the postseason. It's basically, and this is how we'll play audio throughout the show of Dombrowski and Tauber and those guys, but they're basically comparing it, and it's I guess the right way to look at it, but it's like a season-ending injury. That's basically what happened to Jose Alvarado.
This is devastating. Devastating. But for Jose Alvarado, I have no sympathy. And I want to give him the benefit of the doubt here, but
super likable guy.
I know the way
that,
it is.
Yeah.
I know the way it is in the NFL, and I know damn well what you put in your body. And if you don't, you've got, all sorts of resources to check anything. Like you can pick up the phone 24/7 and you got people jumping to action to just let you know what's okay, what's not. That's their role, their job. They want you to get this right. It's big business to get this right. They want you to play. They want you to be fair. They don't want you to cheat. That's why they tested you. You knew what you were doing, is the way I look at this. And again, I want to give him the benefit of the doubt, but I know in the sport that I played, man, they can find you and make you test wherever you are. That is what you signed up for. That there are rules, you've got the list, you have assemblies, you have meetings all the time that detail the things you can and can't take. And I heard Dave Dombrowski say, hey, I believe him. He told me he took a diet supplement. You know what? I want to give him the benefit of the doubt too. I'm just saying, I find it incredibly, it is next to impossible in the NFL for guys to not know what they can and can't put in their bodies. And if they don't, it's very easy to find out. So I don't know how it works, Jimmy. I am so unbelievably, like I said, devastated is the word that comes to mind. He was our best reliever. He is an intimidating presence. I hope that Dave Dombrowski can treat this like an injury and go out and replace what was an intimidator. The guy who you relished the idea of him getting out there on the mound because he was going to scare people. I hope we can find someone like that. It's not easy. We can find a reliever. Can we find a Jose Alvarado? Because where we stand now, I don't know. He's taking steroids essentially. What we heard, exogenous testosterone. It's testosterone. You're taking steroids. If he's taking steroids, how does he pitch without steroids? Next year, the Phillies have to pick up his option. They have to decide whether to pick up his option or not. I can't trust Jose Alvarado. And by the way, I don't know what he pitches like without steroids now, that's so sad. Because this is a guy
we
who
don't know any. Ultimately, calls into question who knows what he's taken, what he hasn't, this and that.
Absolutely. And this guy was the guy. Remember when we first started winning here, and Jose Alvarado is crying tears of joy in the locker room, and we're getting to know him for the first time, and it's just like, oh man, I love this guy. I love this guy.
Me too. Yeah.
But this guy just.
He really hurt the team, man.
He put himself ahead of the team, and he really did us in. He really hurt the Phillies.
215-592-9494. And I'm 100% with you. Look, and you can get in on Alvarado. And Mick Abel on the weekend, we're going to talk about it all. But look, first and foremost, to your point, your initial point, whether he knew or not, and again, I'm not going to say for sure that he knew what he was taking. I always assume these guys are lying when they say the excuses that come out. But regardless of whether it's a lie or not, it's still on him. It's still 100% his fault. To your point, they know what they can and can't take. This is a sport that had an era called the steroid era. This is a sport that takes this seriously now. Like, you're getting tested. And even more so, the rule that if you get caught, you are out for the playoffs. It's not just an 8-game suspension. It's not like, oh, you know what? Sucks to not have Alvarado for 80 games, but he'll be back in September and we'll make a run. He's done. He can't contribute to the playoffs this year. And to your point, he has been this team's best reliever without a doubt. Whether it's the 8th or 9th inning, when the meat of the order is coming up, the best hitters are coming up, that's the guy that Rob Thompson has relied on and trusted to come in and get those outs this season. And he's gotten them. He's been great. He looked awesome to start the year. And who knows, enhanced, not whatever, but it's both a shame for him and the team because he is a super likable guy. Whatever happened here, we've seen enough of Jose Alvarado to seem that he seems like a good guy who has fun out there and is competitive and into it and emotional, and we love that, and talented. But he really let the team down, and he really let the fan base down in this spot because it's on him. Now the moving forward part of it, to your point, is what can they do? Because we had already talked. I mean, look, Jose Alvarado is not the best player on the team, but he was the best player in the spot that the team was weakest. We all know that when you look at this team and say, and we know the bats and stuff, but the biggest thing that probably would cripple them in the playoffs prior to the weekend was, oh, you know what, the bullpen, I don't have 100% confidence in that. And we were like, you need to add to that bullpen. Now, not do you just need to add, you need to replace your best pitcher to get back to where you were, and then add.
And I still don't trust Romano. I don't.
I trust him more. I'm getting. I mean,
I do trust him more. I mean, it's been amazing since the.
But that's supposed to be added to Alvarado and Strom because Kerkering we can't trust right now to the same level. So it's supposed to be up those three dudes you can trust, and even then, Romano was starting to earn trust. So
Romano has been awesome lately, but I still can't get that look of his out of my head where he couldn't figure it out. Now, maybe now that whatever it was that he was tipping is gone, we're not going to have to deal with that at all. I hope so. That would be great because he's been wonderful.
He's been great.
Since. But man, we are thin now.
215-592-9494. I had a ton to get into today. The Alvarado thing. How does this team replace him? Can this team replace him? Is this basically, do you look at this and say, well, that's it. That's the blow that they can't recover from. I think it's too early for that, but this is a major loss for this team. And then on the flip side of it, we saw Mick Abel come up yesterday in one of the great young starts we've seen, and the excitement around that. This should be a day that we are purely excited about the Phillies. It's a shame we're not. 215-592-9494. We've got a great prize to tell you about coming up. We've got a lot of audio to play. Dave Dombrowski on this issue, Rob Thompson on this issue, and a whole lot more more to get in today. Elliot Shore-Parks will join us later in the show, and a whole lot more. Debate week starts. We'll get into it all. It's the morning show. John Ritchie, James Seltzer, and Joe DeCamera. We're coming right back.
Burst pipes, leaks, clogs, corrosions, even a loud, mysterious noise. Don't wait for one of these plumbing problems to strike. Just contact Horizon Services today, and you can stop worrying. No matter the time of year, you can always trust the experts at Horizon Services to solve any of your plumbing problems because, frankly, they have seen it all. And you won't be waiting around for days for a plumber to arrive. Horizon has same-day service, which I have used for an emergency at my house, so they'll be sure to make sure your problem is fixed fast. Oh, as always, with Horizon Services, job's going to be done right the first time. And if it's a bigger job, say a water heater installation, Horizon Services has money-saving warranties, rebates, and flexible payment options. So it doesn't matter what season it is, you shouldn't be worried about having enough hot water for everyone in your home. And shouldn't have to worry about your wallet when you need to take care of your home. Horizon Services, available 24/7, so do not wait. Schedule a visit at horizonservices.com. That's horizonservices.com. Book today, knowing with Horizon Services, help is on the way.
Last year, WIP unveiled Debate Day.
Winner! Right here.
Now, Sports Radio 94 WIP presents Debate Days. Listen as WIP hosts and special guests debate the most important Philly sports topics and each other.
Hated it.
Can the Birds repeat? Do the Phillies extend Schwarbs? Daryl Morey?
Hey, John. Hey, Mark. How you doing?
WIP goes head to head.
Oh, hell no.
Debate Days. All this week, only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Oh. Bankruptcy, foreclosure, bad divorce? Don't worry. Stars and Stripes Harley is now considering all credit applications. Couldn't get financed in the past? Don't worry. No perfect credit, no cash down, no problem. Get financed on a new Harley today. Visit starsandstripesharley.com.
On approved credit. Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers.
It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
Mike Reese here, and I'm ready for summer. Are you? Kick off the season with Memorial Day specials all month at Elite Acura. Lease the 2025 Acura RDX for just $459 a month or the MDX for only $559 a month. Visit Elite Acura in Maple Shade or shop online at eliteacura.com. And as always, tell them Ike Reese sent you.
36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year. Not all will qualify. See dealer for full details. Offers end 6/2/25.
I thought people like me didn't get addicted to drugs. That's like saying people like me don't get sick. Just like anyone can get sick. Anyone can struggle with addiction. And when you're struggling, there's no shame in getting help. I'm over the shame. I know who I am. And I'm in recovery for me.
Call 844-REACH-NJ. Talk to a counselor for confidential addiction help and see if you're eligible for no-cost treatment. 844-REACH-NJ. From the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check for your wallet first, before hitting the drive-thru.
$6.
Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Today, morning fog, then some scattered storms. I-82.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
It's the Robin from Robin Ford back on the air. Looking for something hot to drive this summer? I'm cooking up some spectacular offers. Marie from Middletown, what's flappening?
Hey, Robin. My car's on its last leg, and I need something that can fit my family comfortably, especially on our summer road trips.
Migrate to Robin Ford. The brand new Ford Explorer is perfect for your needs. Buy now and save big with Ford employee pricing. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now, 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Dan from Clifton Heights. You're on the air.
How exactly does the Ford employee pricing work?
Well, here at Robin, we're all part of the same flock. So you pay what we pay and save 5% under factory invoice on a brand new Ford, including the F-150. No matter where you are, you're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold cheap, cheap. Offers valid on select models, exclude taxes, title, license, and dealer fees. Offers end 6/2/25. See dealer for more details.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Groundworks.
Romano ready. He kicks the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. Romano seals the save, and Mick Abel, a winner in his major league debut. He ties a franchise record, striking out 9, and he's got a win as well as the Phillies complete the sweep with a 1-0 victory.
Scott Pransky, the call is Mick Abel with a great first impression as the Phillies swept out the Pirates. No walks for Abel, little margin for error as he was opposed by Paul Skeens. As advertised, lone run coming in the 5th when Brandon Marsh beat out a double play to score Nick Castellanos. However, Sunday got off to a brutal start for the Phillies with Jose Alvarado being suspended 80 games for PED use, not eligible for the postseason. Phillies say it was a weight loss drug Alvarado took. Don't let a weak foundation sack your home's value. Schedule a free inspection at groundworks.com. Mostly sunny, high 75, currently 61. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I like this. Francisco Rojas producing the show today, trying to suck up to John Ritchie. It's a good way to go about his business. Well played. Little Jimmy to start the week. You can't go wrong. 215-592-9494. It's the morning show. John Ritchie, James Seltzer in for Joe DeCamera. Coming up at 9 o'clock today, we're going to start debate week. We'll tell you more about that as the show moves along now, but obviously a lot to react to with the weekend. The Phillies sweep the Pirates Friday. Get some help from the Pirates with the bases loaded walks, the 3 in a row or whatever it was. Unbelievable. And then Saturday, Stott and Wheeler get it done. And then yesterday, Mick Abel was unbelievable. The bullpen backs him up. They get a small ball run by Marsh being out of double play, and they find a way to beat Skeens, but all of it kind of overshadowed by the Jose Alvarado news. Suspended 80 games, and more importantly, not eligible for the playoffs. Coming to the phones in a sec, but first, Rhea Hughes, your reaction upon seeing the news that Jose Alvarado, out more importantly than the 80 games, out for the playoffs, will not be able to play in the playoffs for the Phillies this year.
It was so bad. I was out, early yesterday, doing some shopping, and I'm listening to Al and TK. Everything's good. Oh, we're going to sweep the Pirates out. I go into the store for 5 minutes. I come back out. I get a car. I go, what happened? I'm like, oh my God. So here's what upsets me about it. Besides the fact that he's lost, you're not going to be able to use him. The domino effect this is going to have on, going to have to trade a prize prospect. You're going to have to trade a Ranger Suarez. I mean, they are now have to deal from not a position of strength. Teams know what they need.
Yeah, no, without a doubt, their leverage is
gone.
Yeah, it is. Now, there are theoretically other options. Obviously, I think the most clear one that I don't think they will do, certainly not right away, but Ranger to the bullpen, I know we've talked about it, but now it makes so much sense with the lefty arm going down to replace him in the bullpen with a lefty arm. You already have in the house. But again, I'm not expecting that. We'll get into the ramifications of that.
Are you
Dave
surprised
Dombrowski talked about that as well.
Yeah, he talked about it pretty vehemently that
I'm not
Ranger
surprised.
wasn't
I
going.
don't expect them to put Ranger to the bullpen. Again, I understand that it's like just throw him out there, but it's like Scott Boras is his agent. He is playing for a contract. Like you know how sports work. They want Scott Boras clients. They want other agents to bring their players here. Sometimes the mechanics of the way the game works take precedence over what's best for the team, right or wrong. Now the question is, as the playoffs get closer, can we get closer to something like that? And look, something like to the point Rhea made of trading a top prospect, a guy like we just saw yesterday, Mick Abel, I think a name that obviously comes up as a potential trade chip, only enhances value yesterday. But do you consider maybe trying Abel in the bullpen later in the year? I mean, that stuff will play. I mean, that fastball.
He touched 99.
Yeah,
Oof.
I mean, that'll play in the bullpen. Those two pitches alone will play. So, but I don't know if they want to stunt his development or if they want to stretch him out and put him back, unstretch him and all that. There's so many factors to it. 215-592-9494. It is a massive, massive blow to the Phillies. How do they recover? How do you think they can recover? What does Dombrowski need to do? Get in on it now. 215-592-9494. Coming up in a couple minutes, we're going to tell you how you can win an awesome prize that involves us. For once, not just giving you the question and the answers, but we are involved in the prize. That's coming up in a minute. 215-592-9494. Let's start out on the phones first with Neil in the Northeast. What up, Neil?
Yeah, first shout out to Eagles Autism. Jeffrey Lurie and Kylie Kelsey, they raised over $10 million with the runs, walk, bike ride, they do.
Yeah, and Ryan over there, they do an amazing job. And one of the amazing things about that charity, which is not true for every charity, 100% of the proceeds that they make go straight to the charity, all of it. Amazing thing what they did on Saturday with the run, the autism run, and I believe over 10 million raised, I think was the number, which is
not too shabby.
They keep breaking records for each thing. It's like, yep, that makes sense. It's unbelievable.
Not surprising after they won the Super Bowl.
and they do a great job with that charity too. So Ryan and Kylie and Jeffrey and all of them and all that. So I'm with you, Neil. What do you got in the Phils, my friend?
The good part is, they swept the Pirates. They're only a half game behind the Mets. They got the Braves coming up next weekend, but they first got the Rockies and the A's, so they should really take, I think, maybe even 5 out of 6 against them, if the pitching really comes through and the bats, and I think Schwarber's an MVP candidate, and I think Wheeler's a Cy Young candidate. Maybe that's overemphasized, like that. But I think they're right in the running for those positions.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, at least, through May. And it is actually 7 games. It's a 4-game series against the Rockies. So 4 versus the Rockies, 3 versus the A's.
Okay.
So 6 of 7, Neil. Let's adjust it to that.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, Neil, great call, man. We appreciate the call. And look, I do think, having the Rockies after this news is a nice landing spot, I suppose. 8-38, the Rockies. They're not a very good baseball team.
Are they going to be worse than the White Sox?
I can't believe it. Last year we saw the worst team ever. It's like, but hold our beer. It's crazy. But yeah, to Neil's point, it's a nice landing spot, but it's hard to get excited about a series against the Rockies when this overarching thing is hanging over the team. 215-592-9494 to get in on Alvarado. Mick Abel will, again, hear from Dave Dombrowski, Rob Thompson, all the guys yesterday speaking about the Alvarado thing. But in addition to your calls on the Phillies, we have an awesome prize to give away today and for the next few weeks as we're going to a game with the listeners again. As we love it. We do it a few times every year. We will go down to Citizens Bank Park, and you have the chance today to win a pair of tickets to join us, the WIP Morning Show. Joe, John, Rhea, me, Devin will be there. I'm sure Ruben Amaro will be there. I'm sure, our producers, Justin DeRazio and Lewis and all the people who've been helping the show. Fran, we'll have a party down there. It'll be awesome. Ben Davis, all those people. It's going to be an awesome time to see the Phillies take on the Cubs. So a great game on top of that. Wednesday, June 11th for a 105 first pitch at Citizens Bank Park. For tickets, visit Phillies.com, or even better, win them here today because you can come with us, hang out. We always have the best time. I'm sure if you're listening to the show, you've heard callers talk in and us talk about doing these games before. And it's the best time we have. We love it. So your chance to join us. Here's what you got to do for us today. A happy birthday to Andre the Giant. Passed away a little while back, obviously, but would have been
Not
his birthday
celebrating
today.
anymore.
No. But I bet you Andre was a birthday guy. I'll bet you he raged on his birthday. How many beers on the Giants' birthday? You think he takes down 100 or so? Somewhere in that range?
Yeah. I mean, I heard some crazy stories.
All-time stories. He's an all-time story guy.
All-time.
Yeah.
I knew a guy who actually met him, slapped his hand as it came in to stop an elevator door from closing.
Oh my God, I can only imagine. It must look like fake.
He said it looked like a giant inflatable, or like one of those big foam fingers that you put up at a game.
That's so cool.
He said it was like one of those.
That's awesome. All right, so Andre the Giant would have been his birthday today. Andre the Giant, of course, famous as the wrestler, but also unbelievably good in Princess Bride. A great role in that, a hilarious role. So we're going to ask today, give us the best performance by a non-actor in a movie. So it could be anyone who was an athlete in sports, someone who was a musician. We see a lot of that. Someone who ultimately, when you think of that person, you think of that person as something other than an actor first. John Ritchie, give me an answer.
All right, this is a little off the beaten path.
Love it.
And it's because it's her birthday today. Grace Jones. I'm not going to say how old she is, but she was born in 1948. She was, 80s model, fashionista, sort of a sensation in the 80s. Not an actress, but she was in Conan the Destroyer.
Yeah, buddy.
Conan the Destroyer, one of my all-time favorite movies. I had it on VHS. So saw a lot of. She was awesome with it was like an attack stick. It was like a giant, like a fighting stick.
Sure.
She was dangerous with that fighting stick.
Love it. Rhea Hughes, give me a best performance by a non-actor in a movie.
LeBron James in Trainwreck.
Yeah, he's very good in that.
He's really funny. I mean, he's making fun of himself,
but he's funny. I agree.
But when he's helping him trying to, do a text, his best friend who's like in love with
Bill
it.
Hader, yeah.
I loved it.
I think it's a really good answer. All right, Francisco Rojas producing the show today. Fran, give me an answer of the best non-actor in a movie performance.
Going Eminem, 8 Mile.
That's a great answer,
that's a
too. That's a great answer. Well done there. Look at that.
Man.
Everyone bringing haymakers. I'll go with a topical answer in that he is about to be on one of the final 4 teams in the NBA playoffs. I'll go with Anthony Edwards in Hustle. I thought he was awesome in that movie as like the kind of antagonist character. Really good in that.
Yeah, he was good. He was natural.
He was, it felt very comfortable. All right, 215-592-9494. Your chance to come to a Phillies game with us. June 11th versus the Cubs. Just give us the best answer for a non-actor performance in a movie. There are so many great answers, from cameos to performances, so many things to get in on. Again, Jose Alvarado will not pitch for the Phillies in the playoffs this season. Mick Abel throws a gem yesterday, overshadowed by the Alvarado news. Get in on it all. And how you feel about the Phillies? Again, they did sweep the Pirates this weekend, and they have a half game worse record than the best record in the National League. 215-592-9494. It's the morning show. We'll be right back.
Hey, baseball fans, go yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. So whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM, official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly.
BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. New Jersey and Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Hit the links and grab a drink with Weapon X.
Yeah, baby!
Join Brian Dawkins and Birds Legends for the Hawaiian-themed Islands Field Party. Then listen as Sports Radio 94 WIP broadcast live from the Brian Dawkins Impact Foundation Celebrity Golf Tournament. Monday, June 2nd. Get your Brian Dawkins Island Field Party tickets now at 94WIP.com.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, those chocolate-coated cakes with the creamy layer of peanut butter inside. There's Crimpets, the light sponge cakes topped with rich icing for people who like the classics. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and you can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. There's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from, but that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
When you think of hot, you might think about the tragic time you ate too much wasabi. Or about getting into your car on a summer day when it feels more like stepping into a sauna. But heat can work in your favor, like during Verizon Red Hot Deal Days. Get hundreds of hot deals on all your favorites, like iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence, Apple Watch Series 10, and iPad, on any plan. Only until May 28th for new and existing customers. Offer available on My Plan. Only at Verizon.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Join us on Friday, May 23rd for one of the great shore traditions, Free Toll Friday. We'll kick off summer with the South Jersey Transportation Authority. Chicky and Pete's pays your Egg Harbor toll on your way to the shore from 4 to 5 p.m. Plus, stop at the Frank S. Farley Plaza for free world-famous crab fries and lots of family fun. Free Toll Friday, May 23rd from the SJTA, the AC Expressway, and Chickies and Pete's.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup here in Philadelphia. And our more than 70 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Hey Phillies fans, Bryson Stott here. Making double plays on the diamond takes a lot of dedication and trust in your teammates. So when it comes to turning two off the field, I trust the team at Barlow. From sales to service, they're dedicated in handling all of your automotive needs. The team at Barlow is A-OK. Visit them today in Delran or at barlowchevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
This month at Barlow Chevy, we have lease offers that will save you money and put a smile on your face. Visit us today in Delran and go Phillies.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Hey, baseball fans, go yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or somebody knows a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. 94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Glad Hair. Mick Abel tied a Phillies record from 1947 with 9 strikeouts in his major league debut as the Phillies swept out the Pirates 1-0. Abel allowing only 5 hits, no walks on 84 pitches. Pretty impressive as the guy on the other team, Paul Skeens. Pretty good. Just on a bad team, Phil scratching out a single run on Skeens in the 5th. But the big story is the shocking 80-game suspension of Jose Alvarado for PED use, not eligible for the postseason, a huge blow to the Phillies bullpen.
I know what he was doing. He was trying to take a weight loss reduction. That's what he's always been self-conscious of his weight and working hard on it. And something he took gave a positive result. But ultimately, it's a situation where if that happens, you're still responsible for it.
Dave Dombrowski, who now probably has to swing a trade for reliever help, not from a position of strength. The area's foremost authority on hair restoration, now part of Morgenstern Medical. Visit the area's #1 team for hair restoration at gladhairctr.com. Mostly sunny today, high 75. It's currently 62. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Former Eagle John Ritchie. Future President Joe DeCamara. This is the morning show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
For Joe DeCamara today, Rhea Hughes, Francisco Rojas hanging out, reacting to incredibly disappointing news. Jose Alvarado, 80-game suspension, out for the playoffs this year. He will not be able to play in the playoffs for the Phillies. How do they recover? What does Dombrowski do? And again, on a day that otherwise was a magical Phillies day, with Mick Abel, 6 shutout, 9 strikeouts, no walks, by the way. We didn't mention that in the open, but 9 strikeouts, no walks. And the whole thing with him was the control.
Man.
And he was confident and attacked the strike zone.
Oh, my gosh.
Going up against Paul Skeens, this guy who's like almost mythical right now. And, same age,
and
essentially.
He was mythical.
He's
He
awesome.
played that way.
He's awesome.
And
He's one of those guys you just watch him and you're
loss.
like, yep, I get it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He lost his complete game. He couldn't pitch in an 8-inning complete game for Skeens, but can't do much more to win a game
Lost
for
all
your
4
team.
of his last starts.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like you feel
a shame.
bad for him.
I do. Well, Bob
won't be there
Nuttig, the
long.
owner there, is a travesty.
Disgrace.
It's a disgrace. That is the word. He is a disgrace. That guy makes money hand over fist owning a baseball team and puts none of it back.
Maybe we could go buy him.
In a second, you kidding me? Now,
Yeah.
now here's we're talking about. Oh, we don't want to trade
How much
Miller.
is
We
he
don't want
gonna-
all of it. Painter, Miller,
Let's
Crawford,
send 'em all.
three. I don't know if you get Skeens. Like I'm not kidding. You know, it's insane. All right, 215-592-9494. So call in on the Alvarado thing, the Phillies weekend. Twitter poll question today, in addition, is sponsored by Armin Chevrolet. Proud to again be PA's #1 Chevrolet EV dealer. Now in stock, the Equinox, Blazer, and Silverado's EVs. Together, let's drive. ArminChevy.com. 2 Twitter poll questions today for you today. The first, who wins the NBA Finals? The 4 teams still alive. The Knicks, the Pacers, the Thunder, and the Timberwolves. Justin Durazio, if you're listening, you might need to fix that poll. It says Knicks, Packer, Thunder, Timberwolves. So let's redo that one with the Pacers on there, but that is what it's supposed to be. And then because I believe I know Joe, and I believe you too, John Ritchie, answered this in the opposing way of what I would say. But who are you rooting for? Knicks, Pacers. I'm obviously the Pacers. You're rooting for the Knicks in this series, right? You don't hate the Knicks.
I don't hate them the way that you do.
Well, I don't. It's not that I hate. I don't hate them. I can't root for them to succeed.
I like the way they play basketball.
Yeah, I get it. And look, it's good for the sport and all that, and it's fun to watch MSG with all the Spike Lee and Chalamet and this. Like it's fun. Like, it is an entertaining watch, but.
I also like to point out their fans are terrible as well.
I
don't
try.
know if
Yeah.
you saw what they did.
Yeah. Yep. Philly fans doing it again.
Poor
Yep.
kid. Well, he's not smart walking around MSG with a was it Halliburton jersey
Yeah,
on?
I believe so.
They threw a bag of trash at his head.
It's crazy.
I mean, that
It's
was
crazy.
nuts.
So get voting now on the Twitter polls. We'll check the results later in the show. All right, 215-592-9490 for a reaction to the Alvarado news, the Phillies weekend. And again, your chance to come to a Phillies game with us. Hang out with us. It's an awesome time. They're playing the Cubs June 11th. We'll be there with you if you give us the best answer to the question, what is the best performance by a non-actor in a movie? All right, 215-592-9490. Let's go to the phones and talk to our buddy JP. Hey, JP.
Hey, guys. It's been a while. How you been?
Great, JP.
Man, what a weekend to be a Phillies fan in 48 hours. Oh, my God.
Bit of a
roller coaster, yeah.
Man, I'm telling you, my brain, my anxiety couldn't take it this weekend.
Hey, and we
Nola
haven't
going
talked
on
about the
IR.
fact Bryce is swinging it pretty well. Like it looks like Bryce is going to be back here, so that feels good. This team could take off if we could get an intimidating closer.
And you guys said it earlier, and I thought about it this morning. I'm like, what does this mean for the rest of the team? Could this be a trickle down effect? What are we going to do for pitching now? This is crazy. It's a roller coaster, but that's why we're sports fans.
No, and you're right. And it is. And look, I think the Phillies, and we'll play some of the audio as the show goes on of Dombrowski and Thompson and stuff, but they are clearly messaging this as, hey, just like an injury out for the year.
It's not like an injury.
Well, no, the effect is, right?
I know.
The ultimate end result is the same thing as if he just, tore his
Sometimes
elbow or
they're
something.
way too calm
But
for me.
but that's not what happened. Alvarado deserves to be ripped for this. I mean, he has let this team down, let the fan base down. He was a massively important member of this team, and they're not going to have him.
And here's my thing, with all the steroids in baseball that we went through, how stupid can you be? There's people. I mean, there's people on your team that can say, "Hey, I'm taking this. Can you take a look at it and see?"
Of course, you can go to the management. You can go to Major League Baseball directly. They have approved things, lists, all this stuff. He had a million different ways that he could have avoided
all the
this.
resources in the world to know what he can and can't take.
I feel bad for the fans, for us fans. I feel bad for the rest of the team. I mean, this stinks. This does. This really stinks.
Yeah.
And I don't feel bad for him. I feel sorry for the Phillies and the fans.
Yep, same,
Yes.
100% the same. JP, you got an answer for us for best performance by a non-actor in a movie?
I do, and I was gonna go. One answer. I was going back and forth, but I'm gonna go with Lady Gaga in A Star Is Born.
Dude, that's a great whatever. I don't know what you were choosing between, but that's a pretty
Awesome.
she was
Awesome.
That's one of those where I watch it and I was like, I had no idea she could do that. Wow.
It made me an even bigger Gaga fan, and I was a big fan of
she's
her
fantastic,
music.
yeah.
I didn't know anything about everything else. I'd only heard.
Me too.
Man, so talented.
Yeah, that could win. All right, 215-592-9494. Let's get to the window of the weekend.
Sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Receive 20% off all windows and doors with no money down and up to 3 years to pay off interest-free. Call Guided Door and Window today at 1-877-GO-GUIDED or visit GoGuida.com.
All right, we mentioned the Phillies. Obviously, the basketball, which we just referred to in the poll this weekend. The Thunder yesterday just walloped the Nuggets in Game 7.
What was it? The Nuggets were up big in the beginning.
Yeah, they were early. They were up 10-11 early to start, and then it just
then a
turned.
5-minute span.
By
went to
halftime, it was over.
23.
Yeah, by halftime, it was over. They were up 14, I think, at the half, and it never looked back. And look, they were the better team, and they showed it. The Knicks also advanced by similar type of game, just whooping on the Celtics team that just looked like they had nothing left without Tatum. So we have a Final Four, as we mentioned, of the Timberwolves and the Thunder and the Knicks and the Pacers. Also in hockey, we got our Final Four this weekend. The Panthers and the Stars close out their series, both beating Canadian teams. Shame. So the Houston or the Edmonton Oilers. Yep. So it's the Panthers and the Hurricanes in the East, and the Stars and the Oilers in the West. The Oilers now carry the mantle. John, do you realize that it has been since 1993? 32 years since a Canadian team has hoisted the Stanley Cup.
I did not realize
the Montreal
that.
Canadiens in 1993 are the last Canadian team to win the Stanley Cup.
That's stunning.
Isn't that stunning? It's like, it really is shocking. It is hard to believe, and it's a shame because, they care more about hockey than we do.
They really do.
About it,
Not right.
So hopefully Edmonton can get it done, but that's what's going on. Then some big football news, John. Your thoughts on Brock Purdy getting paid? For those who didn't see it, Brock Purdy gets a 5-year, $265 million contract, $181 million of it guaranteed, a real deal contract for Brock Purdy. What were your thoughts when you saw that news?
That's sort of the way of
it's just what it is,
the
right?
league. Yeah, it really is. Proof for anyone who was wondering, like Brock Purdy really is that good. I think some people in Philadelphia were unwilling to give him much credit.
Mm-hmm.
He really is legit, and they didn't seem like they were initially as anxious to go here as I expected, because it really was like pulling teeth, it seemed. Which was surprising with John Lynch being their GM. I felt like there was more acrimony attached to these negotiations than I was expecting, but they're done, and it's a lot of money, man. That's a lot of money for a guy that I know is
good,
I know he's
but
gonna
how
study.
good, right? Yeah.
I know he's going to study. I know he's going to be incredibly prepared. I know. I mean, and he's got a good arm.
Look,
a
he
good,
almost won the
strong
Super Bowl.
arm.
He's got enough. Like, he came this close to winning the Super Bowl. But
I just still hold a lot against him, I guess, because he wasn't a big
he's Mr. Irrelevant
prospect. Yeah, and no matter how well he plays, there's something in the back of my mind trying to rationalize. Okay, he's not. There are
What did they
reasons
miss?
why he was
Yeah.
drafted where he was. He's really good, though.
Yeah.
I mean, he has surpassed every expectation, very clearly, very obviously. But the calm demeanor, like he really has that Joe Montana thing working for him, which they of course love in the Bay Area. The Joe Cool idea, out there, people talk all the time about the huddle story in the Super
the John
Bowl,
Candy thing,
the
yep.
John Candy thing. It does feel like Brock Purdy is nonplussed like that. Like he's out there and it's just like, hey guys, let's just go have fun. Let's just go do this thing. And it feels like a leader. And the guys in that locker room, that's what they say. They follow him. So more power to him. It is shocking to consider when I think about the way I felt about Brock Purdy 2 years ago. But the last 2 years have been good. Brock Purdy has been outstanding with the way he's played. And I guess they're paying.
Yeah, look, but to your point, I think he
Next
earned
guy's
it.
up.
He earned it, and look, like him or hate him, for the Mr. Irrelevant to make $265 million in a contract. I mean, prior to him, Ryan Suckup, the kicker, if you all remember Ryan Suckup, was the best Mr. Irrelevant ever.
Really?
Of all the draft picks ever, the most
I didn't
successful
know that.
NFL career was Ryan Suckup. And this guy just got a $265 million contract. Like, just as a sports fan, that's a pretty neat
Well,
thing.
it's amazing. It's amazing how much the mindset, how much the just the I don't
Above
know.
the shoulders matters.
Yeah,
yeah.
Calm nature. Like there's something to that. He has that special something where he just doesn't get ruffled up about about anything. Which is bizarre in most circumstances, but for an NFL quarterback, it's exactly what you want. Like Tom Brady, part of why I think he's not as good talking about stuff is because he doesn't get as ruffled as he needs to.
It's possible. 215-592-9494. All right, back to the phones again, chiming in on the Alvarado thing. Jose Alvarado, in case you're just waking up to it, and if you are, I'm sorry to have to tell you it, but Jose Alvarado is suspended 80 games for a PD violation and will not be able to pitch in the playoffs for the Phillies this year. Otherwise, a great weekend for the Phils. Mick Abel yesterday, the sweep, but the Alvarado news hanging over it. Chime in on now, 215-592-9494. That's what Sean in South Philly's doing. What up, Sean?
Hey, good morning. Good morning. So first I want to talk about the Alvarado. I'm very disappointed, because the potential this year for the Phillies is obviously to be in contention for the World Series. But I have to assume that when you're taking any kind of drug, you let the organization know, or you check the list. Is this going to be on the list? There's got to be some self-responsibility on the Phillies' part and the manager's part. If he's saying he knew, someone's got to know about it.
Well, they didn't know necessarily that he was taking the diet supplement. Like, we don't know that he communicated to them.
He spoke remember he spoke in spring training about, they
losing
came in,
weight.
Losing weight.
Yeah.
He said he changed his diet. He was eating more protein.
Yep.
He wasn't eating what he called a typical Latin. He cut out rice and beans.
Yeah, I remember you talking about that. Yeah.
So, that wasn't true.
Yeah. So Sean, I get your point, and I definitely think Alvarado full culpability.
Correct.
We don't know what the Phillies might know more. They might have, but my guess is if the Phillies found out he was taking this, they would have had him stop. So I don't know that we can pass the blame on to the Phillies.
No, there's no blame on them, although they might have side-eyed the increase in velocity.
Sure.
It was.
Yeah,
Usually
you're right. It was
happen.
big. No, that's a fair point. Go ahead, Sean.
And then also I want to say, I'm not a Knicks fan. I am a Brunson fan. I don't, at this point, obviously, our team is worse than it could possibly be with putting it on the court. But, I really would like John said, I like the grunt. I like the hard work, the blue collar work of Brunson and the Knicks right now. I think he's very underrated. I think, I would like to see what he's going to do, but,
Me too.
And I'm just, it's great to see a Philly person do great. Unfortunately, he plays for one of the teams that I wish would fall into the ocean sometimes, but
I feel the same way, man. Sean, you got
because
it.
they're going to win and run their mouth.
Yeah, Sean, you got an answer for us for
I do.
What do you got?
I'm going to go back. I'm going to go back to the 80s. John Matuzak, who played Sloth in the Goonies.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Good answer. Yeah.
Wow, that is going back.
And a more iconic, I guess a good performance, all things considered, if it wasn't,
Everyone loved Sloth.
Yeah, Chunk loved him. Chunk loved Sloth.
Yeah.
Sloth loved Chunk.
And that was the only Matusa. Was that? No, I guess he was in some other stuff.
Yeah, but either way, you don't think of him as an actor first, and that's the key. Like for example, someone like The Rock, I think has become an actor now. Where if before it would have been he's a wrestler, entertainer, whatever. Now he's an actor, so he wouldn't count anymore. It's someone who you still think of as that. Not to take an answer off the board, but for example, Hulk Hogan as Thunder Lips. Like I think of Hulk Hogan as a wrestler first, that would count as an answer because. As Thunder Lips, you think of him as Hulk Hogan.
Not anymore.
I thought he did an incredible job. I thought
it was great.
I thought
I'm with
Hulk
you.
Hogan in Rocky
It was
3
great.
was really good.
I agree with you.
And it was just, he wasn't doing anything
couple
special. I mean, he was
scenes,
doing, when he just played calm, not crazy Thunder Lips. I remember as a little kid, I was blown away.
Yeah, I'm with
now,
you.
that doesn't take much to impress like the 9-year-old, I guess.
True.
But he was showing like, I don't know, real aptitude at way back then, 1983, whatever that was.
215-592-9494. All right, we'll continue to take your calls. Again, your chance to come to a Phillies game with us. Give us the best answer for a best performance by a non-actor in a movie. Plus, coming up next, a wild thing with this year's NBA Final Four. We'll tell you about that next coming up as well. And again, your calls on the Phillies, the Alvarado thing, 215-592-9494.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently? Or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double? Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And then once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. Go to FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, and you can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP as well. That's FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, to get started and win today.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Don't miss this year's 50th anniversary sales event at Dell Chevrolet. You can buy with no money down and 0% financing every day.
Jack, sell them for less. Metallica in the round. The M72 World Tour continues live from the 50-yard line at Lincoln Financial Field. Metallica, 2 nights, 2 different sets on No Repeat Weekend. This Friday night, Rollin' with Limp Bizkit and Ice 9 Kills. Sunday night, those Cowboys from Hell, Pantera, and Suicidal Tendencies. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. The M72 World Tour continues, presented by In Kind.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
The CJ's Tire and Auto semi-annual sale is here. The very best prices of the season from now until May 31st. Enjoy instant savings on thousands of tires. CJ's Tire and Auto.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in experience and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on.
Philadelphia, Radnor, Allentown, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Michelle Ferreri, licensed in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Here at Robin, we're all part of the same flock. So you pay what we pay and save 5% under factory invoice on a brand new Ford. Online at robinford.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with xFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know, to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone! Come back! It's got my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Bummer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler for the ride of life. What a day at the Indy 500 qualifying. 2 of Team Penske's entries failed inspections due to an illegal modification, and a third crashed. Israeli Robert Schwartzman became the first rookie to win the pole since 1983. I'm Bummer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
It is the WIP Morning Show. John Ritchie, James Seltzer in for Joe DeCamera, Maria Hughes, Fran Rojas hanging out. Reacting to a incredibly disappointing weekend despite the Phillies sweeping. I feel like that is not something you're going to say very often. And a thrilling win yesterday. A true baseball, fan win yesterday with the 1-0, the run scored on a, Marsh beating out the should have been double play, and then just brilliant pitching and, small ball and baseball, and felt like a playoff game type win, minus the Pirates not being
Marsh
good.
has some wheels.
He's fast. Yeah,
My
if
favorite,
only he had anything else.
Yeah, exactly. My favorite thing of the weekend was him almost overtaking Bohm.
So
second time this year.
It's so funny you said that. Emily and I were watching, and I said it to Emily where I just love that as a sports thing in general. It feels like a movie thing when you see the one guy round third and then the other guy come right behind him going a little further out on the outside. Like, it feels like I'm watching Major League or something
Rookie
like
of
that.
the Year.
Yeah, Rookie of the Year, whatever. It's a movie thing.
The first guy is always Bohm.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's usually a Bohm or whatever. But yeah, I love that as just an image. I think that's always a neat thing to see.
How do they measure speed for the standard for baseball? Is it the base to base?
Yeah, so it's base to base, and then they'll also measure, times to each spot, like time to second, time all the way around the bases, all that from first to home.
But
first
it's
to third.
not really standardized the same way the 40-yard dash
no,
is
it's not.
for football.
It's not even. It's just done in the moment when they're, it's like those.
When they're
it's like those
coming out
real
of,
speed get things, like in football, where it's like he ran this fast on a ball that he caught and ran. They don't set up and be like run the bases to be timed.
Really?
I mean, maybe they do it in practice and stuff, but it's not like a.
Is there? See, I don't even know.
40 times.
Do they do combine, like an MLB combine situation at any point?
No.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
To me.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, they don't need. I mean, they don't like it. Well, I mean, there's a lot of different factors, but when they're drafting from high schools, from colleges, from a lot of, it's not as uniform as, all right, these colleges put these guys into this league and you're drafting this group, and then they go in, these guys are going from high school, college, then to the minors, and then could be them, so it's just a different system.
Wow.
But
it is very convoluted and circuitous.
It can
the
be,
path
yeah.
in most cases, except if you're a guy like Skeens.
Yeah, exactly. 215-592-9494. All right, a lot on the Phillies to react to. And again, you can come to a Phillies game with us, hang out with us, spend the game with us. We always have the best time at these things. All you have to do is tell us the best performance by a non-actor in a movie. Let's go back to the phones and talk to Alex in Villanova. What's up, Alex?
Alex.
Yo. All right, we will put Alex back on hold. Let's go to Dennis in East Falls. What's up, Dennis?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hello, Dennis.
So I'm going to ask a couple of rhetorical questions. I think it's relevant. Was Dennis Eckersley too good to become a closer? Was John Smoltz too good to become a closer? Was Brett Myers too good to become a closer? The answer obviously is no. And two of those guys are Hall of Famers. So we have an abundance of riches in terms of rotational pitching. This is where we say, okay, who's the best stuff to go out there and give us 1 inning or 2 innings of solid pitching, right? You just assess the situation. And look, Walker has shown that he can give you 2 and 3 innings. He has shown that even when he was starting, his first 2-3 innings were decent, and then you get to 4 and 5, and it's a problem.
So
if you look at just generally what they've done, and then the rookies coming up, they don't need to make any trades. Somebody just needs to be willing to bite the bullet and go to that role and say, okay. And Mick Abel showed he can touch 100 yesterday.
So Dennis,
So you know what?
I think you're philosophically on the right path here. And we talked about before, and we'll get to some Dombrowski audio next segment on the Ranger situation. And, because it is a complex situation. It's not just as easy as say, hey, go to the bullpen. He is a free agent at the end of this year. Scott Boras is agent. These are factors. But to your point, I do think they should be trying the Mick Abel thing eventually in the bullpen, all that. But don't just assume that just because Mick Abel has awesome stuff, that he can go from being a starter his entire life to someone who can just hop in the bullpen and give you 2 innings when you need it. It is a different role, different things being asked of him, different way about approaching each outing, pitching multiple days in a row or 2 out of every 3 days. This is a guy who pitches once every 5th day, So I agree with you philosophically, but it's not as simple as being like, Mick, go pitch out of the pen. You know what I mean?
No, I agree with you there. And here's the thing. With Ranger, we're not keeping him. Everybody needs to face the facts. Ranger Suarez is gone after this year, because we replaced him with Jose Luzardo. He has come in and shown that he is arguably the best left-handed pitcher that we have, and arguably in the National League, because the guy has the #1 WAR in all of baseball.
He's been awesome. He's been awesome. And look, I get your point, and Ranger is probably not going to be here at the end of the year, but it's not just about not making Ranger upset. There are dynamics to the way the sport works. And Scott Boras, like it or not, is literally one of the most powerful people in baseball. Maybe the most powerful. I don't know. He's in the discussion for most powerful person in the sport. And you can't just be like, screw you, Scott.
Wow.
I'm gonna put your guy in the bullpen and you
Scott
have nothing
Boras.
to say about it. You could try and convince Scott to convince his client. There are
That's
ways
so
to go about it, but
Think
it
about
is a
that.
little more it's murky.
Who's got more power, Scott Boras or the commissioner of baseball?
Probably Boras, I would guess. Yeah, honestly. So
no, I agree with you guys. Look, I know it's complicated. I'm aware it's complicated. All I'm saying is that, if they really, everybody's value goes up if they win a World Series. Everyone's.
Yeah.
And that includes.
No, you're right. Dennis, you're right. It's a great call. Dennis, you got an answer for best performance by a non-actor?
I do, and I don't agree with the person who said Lady Gaga, because she's done multiple movies since.
Yeah, but if she's a singer first. The whole point is I don't care if they've done 3 or 4 at this point, but what do you think of them as first?
Here's my answer, and it's only because of the monologue that he gives in the movie, and that is Lawrence Taylor in Any Given Sunday.
Oh, you know what? It's a good
Especially
answer.
because that scene that he does in the sauna and the speech that he makes, the scene was so powerful that Lawrence Taylor openly says on multiple podcasts now that he couldn't even watch it afterward because of how hard it hit home for him to go and do that speech.
Dennis, great call and a really good answer. All right, 215-592-9494. 9494. Let's get to the Twitter poll question of the day. It's sponsored by Armin Chevrolet. Do more and get more in a 2025 Armin Chevy Trailblazer, starting at only $23,995. Together, let's drive. See Armin's inventory at arminchevy.com. Our questions for today are, who are you rooting for, Knicks or Pacers, and who wins the NBA Finals? The four teams, the Knicks, the Pacers, the Thunder, and the Timberwolves. I said I'd give you a wild fact about these four teams, John, and I didn't think about it. It's obvious when you do, but we're going to get a champion that has not won since at least 1973 or never. The Knicks have won 2 championships last 1973. The other 3 teams, the Thunder, if we count the Supersonics one, that's a title, but sadly we don't. But the Thunder, Minnesota, and Indiana, none of them have ever won. 3 of the 4 teams left have. It's so weird for our lifetime with the NBA. All we do is see the same team win over and over and over and over again, or another same team, then they win over and it's a pretty neat, wide open type of thing now, franchise-wise and in the moment.
I like the Thunder.
I love the Thunder.
Fun to watch.
They were a great team this year too, and showed up here in the Nuggets series.
Play
being
defense
down
a little bit.
Yeah, no, they're super talented. All right, 215-592-9494. Obviously, if you want to chime in on the NBA playoffs, we'll take those calls as well. But get in now on the Phillies, on the Alvarado thing. He is out for the playoffs. What does the team do? Coming up next segment, we've got some audio from Dave Dombrowski on the Alvarado news, how they're going to go about replacing Alvarado. Rob Thompson, the same stuff. Fascinating stuff. Get in now, and again, you have a chance to win Phillies tickets to come to a game with us. Just give us the best performance by a non-actor in a movie. It's The Morning Show. We're coming right back.
I'm going to talk about my good friends at Lexus of Cherry Hill, where I've been leasing cars for over a decade, and there are a lot of good reasons why. One, they are an elite of Lexus dealer for 2024. The great people, the service you receive when you enter the dealership, you'll just love it. They've got the 2025 Lexus models in. They are moving fast, and Lexus Cherry Hill, they are now a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence winner for the customer sales experience. You will notice that when you head into Lexus at Cherry Hill. When you stop in, visit with Tony Labello and his team. They'll help guide you to the Lexus of your dreams with over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles in stock. Another thing to really love is Lexus of Cherry Hill is a veteran-owned and operated business. Face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. So start your journey today at Lexus of Cherry Hill in Mount Laurel or online at lexusofcherryhill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family-owned and operated.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
The Phillies fly west for 4 games against the Rockies. Tonight, leading off starts at 7:40. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 8:40. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
I don't care what you say. I am not wearing makeup later.
You don't have to. It's radio.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
When you're ready to propose, shopping for the diamond can be intimidating. Trust me, but the Benari Jewelers team puts you at ease, showing you everything you need to know for that important purchase. You'll feel like an expert browsing through the largest selection of hand-picked diamonds. At Benari, the value shines through. You'll walk away with a superior diamond that she will love. Benari Jewelers, when ordinary won't do. Everything at Benari is extraordinary. Hexton and Newtown Square, online at BenariJewelers.com.
Others came and went, but Jack Dellas stayed in it. And he and the team at Del Toyota have the stamina to keep going another 50 years. From cassette players to CarPlay, window cranks to climate control, stick shift to adaptive cruise control, a lot may have changed. But one thing has remained the same. Jack Dell and the team at Dell Toyota continue to sell them for less. It's the 50th anniversary sales event at Dell Toyota. We're rolling back to 1970s pricing all month long. Drive home a new 2025 Toyota Camry LE for only $149 per month, only at Dell Toyota. Plus at Dell Toyota, you can buy with no money down and 0% financing every day at Dell Toyota. Dell Toyota is close. Only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale. Online at DellToyota.com. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
Navy Federal Credit Union celebrates Military Appreciation Month in May. Whether you're active duty, a veteran, or a military family, we are all united this month to celebrate those who go above and beyond. Since 1999, May has been designated as National Military Appreciation Month with its 5 military observances. It's a time to show appreciation for our troops and everything they do. Navy Federal has proudly served the military community for more than 90 years, and our employees are part of the community we serve. Many are military family members, reservists, or veterans themselves. Navy Federal takes special care to ensure that our members feel celebrated and honored every day and every May. So from all of us at Navy Federal, happy Military Appreciation Month. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Nothing's worse than stepping into a hot shower and hot it's not. Over time, sediment builds up in your water heater, making it work harder, driving up energy costs, even affecting your water quality. For just $49, Christian Home Services will flush your water heater, inspect your plumbing, and test your water quality. That means cleaner water, proper flow, and reliable hot showers, all helping to prevent expensive breakdowns. Call Christian Home Services today at 267-957-1989 or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
College holds a mythic place in American culture, but there are stories you won't hear on the campus tours.
The higher-ups are concerned about one thing, and that is avoiding scandal.
I'm Margot Gray. On the new podcast, Campus Files, we cover everything from rigged admissions to the drama of Greek life and student protests. Listen to and follow Campus Files, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, baseball fans, go yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. 94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Up and down day for the Phillies. They got a tremendous start out of Mick Abel, who tied a team record set 78 years ago for a Phillies pitcher in his major league debut with 9 strikeouts, no walks, 84 pitches, over 6 as the Phils swept the Pirates 1-0. However, Phillies dealing with a massive blow any World Series hopes they might have with the 80-game suspension of Jose Alvarado. Also ineligible for the postseason, Rob Thompson on how to replace Alvarado.
Joe Ross has pitched okay. Now we have Ruiz back, who's got really good stuff. We'll see where Taiwan's at after this start on Wednesday. So, we've had big injuries in the past. Harper and Schwarber and JT, and guys pick it up. That's what they do around here.
Jordan Romano got the save against Pittsburgh. He has delivered 8 straight scoreless innings. Visit BorgataSports.com for boosted odds specials, daily promotions, in-game betting, and much more. Must be 21 or older, must be in New Jersey. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Mostly sunny, high 75, currently 62. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. The best part of waking up is Richie in your cup.
I will crush your face.
Back to the morning show with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Those will be at 9 o'clock as Elliot and I will be debating something. You'll have to find out what it is.
Something.
At 9 o'clock. Something. It's a classic. I go into this debate knowing I am 100% correct, in my opinion. So...
Aren't you
really
always?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, well, arguing against Elliot makes it easier.
Yes.
All right. Elliot will join us at 9. I'll hang out for the full hour. Oh, I'm going to crush
with
it.
your
I'm gonna
words.
Crush it. Don't worry. I didn't even prep, and I don't need to. I'm just going to just dive right in and dominate.
Didn't Joe not prep?
Yes, but that's the difference between me and Joe.
Mm-hmm. Joe, once upon a time, didn't prep for a debate. I think it was against Elliot.
Yeah, Elliot
actually.
smoked him. Buried him.
It was ugly.
It was honestly.
I didn't
one of Joe's
even
more
agree with
embarrassing
Elliot,
moments.
and I had to vote for him.
Same. I was like, I hate Elliot's point, but he buried you. That was
Joe
you
was
should be
just
embarrassed.
outclassed.
Yeah, exactly.
in every way.
That won't happen today. So 9 o'clock. Check it out. Elliot will hang out for an hour as well. We'll have a little bit of fun with that. So tune in for that. 215-592-9494. We are reacting to a bittersweet Phillies day yesterday. Mick Abel, who, probably is getting a little shortchanged this morning. It does suck. Like, we should theoretically be coming in here and just talking about one of the great Phillies debut performances we've ever seen. But the Alvarado news overshines it. John, your thoughts. Take me through your day yesterday. You find out the Alvarado news. It's crushing, but then you watch Abel go out and do this magical thing against Skeens. What was the day like for you, Phillies-wise, yesterday?
Sure. The news about Alvarado is crushing. I mean, he is our best reliever. He is lost for the postseason. Everything is geared toward getting to the postseason, and now we don't have our best reliever. I know that they're going to treat it like an injury, and Dave Dombrowski is going to go out and try to replace him, and his salary is off the books and all that. So it's not easy to replace that level of intimidation and that level of domination and really that level of contribution, I guess, from a team perspective. Like, he was loved in that clubhouse.
That's a good point too, John.
That hurts in so many ways, so many ways that we haven't even talked about. So this is a disaster. And I blame Jose Alvarado entirely. It is his fault. He must know what he's putting in his body. And I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt, of course, but I know in the sport that I played, there's no way you can not know what it is you're putting in your body. They remind you every day in every way possible with videos and movies and assemblies and meetings. You are constantly reminded that you are responsible for what you put in your body. And if you have any questions, you call this number or you talk to this person. You have a whole list of resources for this sort of thing. Jose Alvarado, I know Dave Dombrowski said he believes him. He said he was taking something to lose weight and that sort of thing. Okay. Look at it however you want. I know the bottom line is Jose Alvarado hurt this team in a massive way. And next year, they have to re-up him. They have to choose to re-up him or not. I don't know what Jose Alvarado looks like without the juice.
And sitting out half a year, essentially, too. You know?
Yeah. I don't feel good re-upping a guy that I can't trust, first of all, and that I don't even know what he looks like if he's not using steroids. So, yeah, I'm mad, and I blame Jose, and I wish I didn't feel the way I feel because he has been an amazing Philly. And man, there's part of me that feels some like the start of sympathy.
Mm-hmm.
and
Gotta stop yourself.
And then I can't go there because he has just he did this, and he has hurt us as a fan base. He has hurt his teammates. And if I'm a guy in that clubhouse, it's really hard for me to forgive him right
John,
now.
does he have to stand up and talk to his teammates?
I think so. I would assume that's the kind of thing.
Sounds like he left town.
I heard.
Well, yeah,
that
I don't know what the
also.
rules are too with once you're suspended, being around like in facilities.
It
on
sounded like they jettisoned him off almost.
So,
which is
and to your point,
bizarre.
It is bizarre. To your point, look, I feel bad for him if it did play out the way they say, but at the same time, like.
That's the thing.
It's all on him. Like it doesn't.
Right.
It might be an explanation. It's not an excuse.
Ignorance is not an excuse.
It's not an excuse.
Right.
Like he's
such a nice guy. He is such a good guy. Like seemingly such a good guy. And the smile and the affability, like everything is so like I feel so differently about him than the way I feel right now. Like I'm so mad. I'm so conflicted. I got so many negative emotions. This is the first time I've been, mad at Jose
for
like
sure.
this.
He's so likable,
He's such a good guy and
Yeah.
such a good teammate. And this is just such a departure from what I would expect from a great teammate.
And again, like we talked about before, I mean, the one aspect of the team, you take the starting pitching, the hitting, the bullpen that we were least sure about to begin with. We already thought they needed another guy. Now you don't just need another guy. You have to replace your best guy and maybe add another guy. The whole thing, you could tell, by the way, and coming to the phones right after this, 215-592-9494 to get in. You could tell the Phillies weren't happy. This was the Phillies statement that they put out yesterday upon the news of the Alvarado suspension. This is the statement. The Phillies issued the following statement regarding Jose Alvarado. The Phillies fully support Major League Baseball's joint prevention and treatment program and are disappointed to hear today's news of Jose's violation. That's it. That's the statement.
They should have just put out, "We mad."
We mad. Yeah, exactly. That's the full statement. MLB is right. We're disappointed. Yeah, you could say that again. So a big loss for the Phils. How do they replace him? Are you how concerned are you about this team moving forward? Their chances. We'll get to Dave Dombrowski and Rob Thompson's reactions to this news coming up in a bit. Interesting stuff from Dombrowski on what they might have to do to replace Jose Alvarado. We'll get to that. But your calls first, 215-592-9494. Let's go to the phones. Go back to Alex in Villanova. Alex.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Hi, Alex.
Oh, good. Sorry about the phone.
No worries, man.
Yeah, just touching on Alvarado. Basically 2 words: disappointing, as you just said, and selfish, I guess.
Yeah.
You know,
well, and it's selfish.
Here's
Here's the thing, Alex. It's like, even if he didn't know that it was illegal what he was taking, it's still selfish of him for him not to have checked more, for him not to have talked to people, and that's if we believe that he didn't know what was in it. So, yeah, I'm with you.
I mean, 20, 30 years ago, maybe. Not now.
Agree 100%. In a sport where they had an era called the steroid era, like they don't mess around with this anymore. Come on.
Exactly. Anything that might or be close, you don't go near.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, wanted to touch about the Phils overall coming up here in the next week or so. Colorado and the A's. Hopefully, we can salvage 6 games out of this thing from Colorado and both Colorado and Oakland. So,
yeah, you would hope so. It's West Coast and all that. We know how they can be hit or miss.
I mean, it's a tough run, but hopefully by the end of it, because the Mets are playing, I think, L.A., aren't they?
The Red Sox next, I believe.
Sox, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, the Red Sox. And then, so they have a couple tough series coming up this week, and maybe we can, basically come around and get a little breathing room and overtake the Mets.
Hopefully, Alex, hopefully. And, the Alvarado thing is going to be an issue, though, in terms of both, we're talking about the playoffs, which is the most important thing. But even the here and now, just winning games on a night-to-night basis, we know it's not a deep bullpen. Alex, you got an answer for us, a non-actor performance in a movie?
I'm going to go with, because I still laugh about it, is Mike Tyson in The Hangover.
Yeah, that's a great answer. He
Rehabbed his
hilarious.
image.
Yeah, it did. It really did turn
Jimmy,
around for him.
How hard is it going to be to get someone who is an approximation of Jose Alvarado? And what are
Incredibly
we talking
hard.
in terms of cost? Like, is it even realistic to hope for 3/4 of Jose Alvarado? Like, affordability wise, likeliness, I don't know, likelihood that there would even be someone, whatever, tradable for. How likely is it we can actually do something here?
I don't think it's likely they're going to do anything now. I think that other teams just aren't looking to move those guys yet. As you get closer to the deadline, demand comes out more. Like, I don't think a team will have their best leverage to, let's take the Athletics, for example, the Mason Miller thing, who I don't think the Phillies will trade for. He is someone who would cost Aiden Miller or Andrew Painter as the face of a package plus more. Like, Mason Miller is 5 or 6 years of control, all that type of stuff. But if they were going for someone like that, if you're the A's, why would you trade Mason Miller on May 19th when you know that as the trade deadline approaches, teams are in it, teams are more desperate, teams are more sure their team's good, teams are more willing to spend, all that type of stuff. It's just there's no reason to move him now. So the Phillies are going to have to find a way to, make their way through this. And look, Mick Abel to the bullpen is an interesting thought. But again, how do you take the kid who just did, 6 shutout, 9 strikeouts and throw him in the pen? But long term, if you don't want to trade, like, I do think that the potential outcome for Mick Abel this season is go to the bullpen or get traded, potentially. You know what I mean? Because you're not going to get a Jose Alvarado for Mick Abel, but you could get a piece potentially the way Abel's looked and he's pitching. If they want to get someone who is as good as Jose Alvarado, they're going to have to give up, Aiden Miller or something like that. Most likely the way it plays out. Now, again, half-season rentals. There could be a guy who's as talented as Alvarado or close to it you could get for half a season and maybe give up slightly less type of thing. But it's all circumstantial. And to your overall point, I don't think there will be many, if any, relievers traded who are as good as Alvarado. You know what I mean? Like, it is really hard to replace, especially for this team.
Sure. That's the spot we're in. I mean, he is that good, that great, that intimidating, that he's a monster on the mound. Like, he strikes fear into a batter's heart.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, you can't just find that like on the refuse pile somewhere.
Well, another part of it too is the way Thompson uses him. Like, he's not just their closer. Thompson uses him in, it's the 8th inning at the top of the order, come up, let's go, Jose. Like, he is versatile as a reliever. Not all guys, like, there are guys who are closers. Bring me to the 9th, coach. Like, Alvarado would come in at any time in any situation to face any guys and could give you
think
like a
that's
comeback for another inning too. Like, he's a versatile guy, hard to replace that way too.
Topper said he knew this was coming. How long did he know it was coming?
Only about a week and a half
the
or so.
card series, I think they said.
So Dombrowski said, and we'll hear some audio, but the Rays series was when Dombrowski said they heard rumblings of it.
Because I was wondering if it had some...
Not long enough where they could have done something like prior to the season.
Made a deal and not before anybody knew.
Yeah, exactly. So
Right. Like, why is it that it doesn't feel like we were better insulated against it if he knew?
Yeah, I don't think they knew that long. Yeah, that's
Well, they didn't know if he was going to appeal it.
Well, that's another thing too.
How long
and
does
then
that take when you appeal?
Yeah, and
A
I think
week?
the fact that he didn't appeal, he definitely knows he did it and he got caught, whether or not he meant to do it or not. All right, 215-592-9494. Let's get some more calls in here reacting to the Alvarado news. Let's talk to everybody.
That's another thing. Sorry.
No problem. No, we'll get back to you, Ken. Go ahead.
Doesn't it seem like it would be, I don't know, the fact that he didn't appeal? I mean, that is...
Well, it means he knows that he has a losing case. If nothing else, on a base level, he knows that...
No leg to stand on.
Yeah, he knows he's not winning the case. Yeah.
So, I mean, if you didn't know what you were taking... Seriously, if I didn't know what I was taking and accidentally tested positive for testosterone, I would be incensed, first of all. And I would say, test me, keep testing me. And they said he had those positive tests. Like, I would be fighting this.
He might have looked into what his appeal. Like again, he might have talked to their lawyer, Player Association lawyers, whatever, and they said
it's not.
You're going to lose. Like I know that you didn't mean to do it, but guess what? You're going to lose. Like it doesn't matter.
That's true.
Who knows? We don't know.
Yeah, you're right.
So, but it is certainly the fact that he didn't appeal shows that. Wasn't some false test or anything like that, like for that. All right, let's go back to the phones. Let's talk to our buddy Ken in Cinnamon. What's up, Ken?
Good morning, friends. How are you today?
I am mad.
So, yeah.
It's okay.
Sort of fearful about what
Not
things
as
are going to
happy
look
as
like
I should be
without-
after a sweep, Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what a shame, like you said, James. What a shame for Mick Abel. He comes up and he probably puts himself back on the radar. I don't know where he fits in the Phillies' plans because you can only have so many starting pitchers, but he clearly demonstrated he's got value in the majors yesterday, and all we're talking about is, and look, when a guy's 30 years old and his velocity all of a sudden goes up like 2 miles an hour, and he's getting slim and trim and svelte, like this was probably should have been obvious to everybody. So when it comes out yesterday, the first thing I'm thinking to myself is, wait a minute, how did we not know this?
Well, he wasn't slim and trim and
he
svelte.
dropped 15 pounds.
He was still.
Ken, honestly, let me tell you why I really think it is. I think it's just a thing with baseball where we think of it with hitters. When we see hitters look bigger and hitting more home runs, it's like, up. I know what's going on here. We don't apply it to pitchers the same way we should in that, where if I see a guy throwing harder, my mind doesn't immediately go to he's juicing.
It doesn't, yeah.
Right?
Well,
But with hitters, it does. If I see like Brady Anderson, we all remember that year, we're like, oh, wow,
my God,
what's going on with this guy? So I think that's part of it, at least, Ken.
That's true. When you look back at the steroid era, though, and how many of those guys were pitchers, right?
No, that's the point. They both. You're not
forget.
wrong. It's just I don't think we think about it the way we should in that
strange.
way.
It's unfortunate for Mick Abel, and look, I still think the biggest problem for the Phillies is not the bullpen. It's the fact that they can't hit quality pitching, and they demonstrated that again yesterday. So we'll see how big of an impact it has to lose him. On the Knicks, listen, I don't care if they run the Villanova Pope out there. I am never rooting for the New York Knicks.
So that's where I'm at. That's where I'm
I look at that uniform and I see Anthony Mason and I see Charles Oakley and I see Spike Lee and I
Pat
see
Riley and all of it.
I just want to puke all over myself. So absolutely, positively not. And I don't know how anybody can be a fan of Jalen Brunson's game. Dribble, draw contact, get a foul, give me a break.
Yeah, he plays a lot like Harden.
I was about to say, that's Harden's game.
He does. He's way more likable than Harden.
Oh, yeah.
And I will say it does, the opposite of Harden, where it does feel like Brunson shows up. It feels like he's playing hard always. He's always giving minutes and effort. But I agree with you, Ken. It is.
Well,
it's frustrating to watch.
Here's another thing on Brunson, which you should appreciate, and Maria should really appreciate because of when she was at Temple. But, when you consider the fact that John Chaney gave his father the chance that he gave him after he, was Prop 48 and wasn't eligible to play, I believe.
I hated Prop 48.
Me too.
He chooses Villanova over Temple, and I hated Prop 48 too, so that's not the point. But he chooses Villanova over Temple after his dad.
I was mad that Jalen didn't go to Temple.
He was supposed to go to Temple, right? And then all that stuff went down. I think there were
extenuating
circumstances. I didn't blame Jalen for it.
Yeah, but I feel you, Ken. Ken, you got an answer for us for a non-actor in a movie? Best performance.
Well, by the time he died, he was an actor, but it started out, he was hired as a technical advisor to demonstrate and show how what realism would look like in a Vietnam-era Marine boot camp. And when Family Quick saw him giving a demonstration of it, he said, he's the guy entirely unscripted or ad-libbed. He had no script. That was all out of the mind of the brilliant R. Lee Ermey, Gunnery Sergeant Harper.
Yeah, good call. So we need to judge this. So R. Lee Ermey did become an actor, was in many movies after that. But when he was in Full Metal Jacket, he was, to his point, he was a actual Army guy who took this role.
Yeah, he was not an actor when he did that role.
Yeah, so
I think that counts, right?
I feel like it should count, don't you?
Was the Lady Gaga role, was that her first role?
Yeah, that was her first. So
yeah, I think the first should count.
I think the first should count. Do we agree with that?
Sure.
But but it has to be someone who is famous doing something else first. It can't be like any first role.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. 215-592-9494. Let's keep it rolling with Steve in Willow Grove. Stevie.
Hey, good morning, everybody.
What's up, Steve?
I don't know if it's a happy Monday, but we're jamming with Jimmy on a Monday, so I guess that's
Jamming with Jimmy. I like that.
So it's all good. But what did they say about Abel? I know they said it's one and done, but after listening to Mike Schmidt and John Kruk and everybody talking about the guy threw 40 pitches and 39 of them are strikes, how can you not keep the guy?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do. They came in with a very strong, prior to the game, hey, you're here for one start. This is it. You're going back down.
By the time he got to the sixth inning, I'm like, are we revisiting this?
Yeah, I don't know what they'll do, Steve, but I don't think that what they said before the game is automatically what they'll do.
But what they were saying, leading up to this start on Sunday, they didn't know they're going to lose their closer. And the other thing, Corcoran, what's up with him, Jimmy? Every time he goes out there now, it looks like he's throwing more balls than strikes.
Corcoran, yeah, he is of all those guys. He's the one who's
as good as expected for some reason.
You're right, and you can see the stuff. And
this is his third year as a Philly.
Yeah.
And it seems like every year I've been disappointed. Every year there's been this promise or an expectation. The first year, it was just the fact that he was out there. It was like, holy cow, this young kid.
Because they moved him through so fast.
This young kid is up here. He must be amazing. And then he wasn't really that amazing. But then it was like, okay, well, next year he'll go get him. And then next year he really kind of didn't.
Mm-hmm.
What is this?
I don't know. The fastball doesn't play the way it should. It's 99, but it's flat and it's hittable. And he doesn't throw it with confidence enough. And then, people can pick up on the slider. But I think there's more there than we're seeing. But I think he might end up being we thought he could be a closer someday or something. He might be more of a 6th, 7th inning guy than but regardless, that's the point. When you lose Alvarado, Kirkering, who was someone as the 4th option, we were unsure about, all of a sudden now he's your 3rd option. It creates a whole issue, Steve.
Yeah, not walking 2 people back to back starting off. That geez, I'm like, this kid comes out, pitches a gem, and this guy's going to blow it for him.
Yeah, thank God they didn't. Steve, you got an answer for us for a non-actor performance?
Bob Uecker. Did anybody say that?
Oh, Major League. That is a great, great answer. I love that answer, Steve. As always, a great call.
And it would have been bad with Kirkering because I really didn't want Abel to come out. I know you and I disputed that, but I was like, nah, he's unhittable. Right now.
See, yeah, I get it, but after 5, I was like, I might even take him out now just to give him the 5 shutout, the confidence, the whole thing. Then went out and dominated the 6, but 84 pitches, I was fine with it. He hasn't gone too much more than that in the minors.
I thought they said 94.
94. So that's what's that. I mean, you can't guarantee he's going to get through an inning in 10 pitches. So I
wanted him to get the record. Let him get the record, and then I would have been fine with that.
Yeah.
I just it kind of bummed me out.
I get it. I had 0 issue with them pulling him, but I
always have issues.
Yeah, well, hey, that's what makes you, Rhea. We love that about you. All right, 215-592-9494. We'll continue to take your calls. Again, get on the line now. You can win a chance to come see the Phillies with us on June 11th. Hang out with all of us at a game. Plus, coming up in 1 minute, we're going to let you hear from Dave Dombrowski and Rob Thompson, what they had to say about the Jose Alvarado suspension, how Dave is thinking about potentially replacing Alvarado, what they might do. That's all coming up in 1 minute.
Kick off summer this Memorial Day with Wild Fork Foods. Whether you're hosting a massive barbecue or just planning your weekday dinners, Wild Fork is your #1 spot to shop premium meats and seafood at unmatched prices, like Black Angus New York strip steak, only $13.48 a pound, or ahi tuna steaks, only $15.98 for a 1.5 pound pack. And you got to try their USDA Choice Brisket, only $3.98 a pound. And don't forget to pick up their 100% beef hamburger 10-pack, only $1 per patty. You can't beat that deal. And Wild Fork honors our military with military discounts every day. All active reserves and retired military. Just show your military ID at checkout in their retail stores. So visit one of their Greater Philadelphia retail locations today. And if you're headed to the shore, skip the trip to the grocery store and shop Wild Fork online for same-day delivery to your door at the shore. Visit wildforkfoods.com.
215-592-9494. 94. We're going to come back to the phones in a minute. Get online now to talk about the Alvarado. I almost said injury because that's what we're about to hear. The way they bill it is absolutely not an injury. They say it's not an injury.
I was trying.
Yeah, it was solid. I like that. So the Alvarado suspension, he will miss the playoffs. He is not allowed to pitch in the playoffs for the Phillies. A massive, massive
make
deal.
the playoffs.
If they make the playoffs. Either way, he can't pitch in the playoffs.
Yeah.
So your reaction to that, 215-592-9494 in the midst of what otherwise was a really great weekend for the Phils, obviously capped by the brilliant Mick Abel performance yesterday. But let's hear from Dave Dombrowski, a couple pieces of audio from Dombrowski. And this first piece, talking about the Alvarado suspension, maybe a little excuses making for Alvarado, but does own it and does, take the brunt of it. Here's what Dombrowski said when first hearing about the suspension, or first speaking
It's not
about
something he did knowingly. I believe that, the way he talked to me. We had our support. It's basically the system is a very stringent system. Because in the sense that you're responsible for what goes into your body. That's what it really comes down to. And so I know what he was doing. He was trying to take a weight loss reduction. That's what he's always been self-conscious of his weight and working hard on it. And something he took gave a positive result. So, but ultimately, it's a situation where if that happens, you're still responsible for it.
Look, I was fine with that reaction from Dombrowski. At first, it felt like he was going to make excuses with him, saying he believes him and all that. But I think at the end of the day, Dombrowski laid it out like it was. At the end of the day, you have to know what you put in your body, and it's on Alvarado.
Yeah, you're responsible for what you put in there. We give you the resources to know what's right and what's not. And you failed. But he's understanding, and he says he believes him, which is, I guess the only thing you can say.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, the point is I believe him, but it doesn't matter.
You can believe him. That doesn't mean you re-up him next year.
Well, and that's a whole nother thing. But I think the more, obviously for now, the more interesting thing is how do they replace him? What are they going to do? I mean, people trade now. Oh, what's Dombrowski going to do? I thought this was an interesting response Dave Dombrowski gives to the the situation that not being ideal, obviously, but kind of gives you a clue into the potential avenues. Not that we don't know them, but what's in his head. Here's Dombrowski talking about kind of moving forward.
I mean, I've had plenty of players be injured and miss postseasons and clubs that won world championships and all that. It's not ideal by any means. It's not something you want to see happen, but you just have to deal with it. I mean, it really comes down to, it's like an injury. And when you go into the postseason, it's probably actually easier to deal with during the postseason because you have starters that can become relievers during that time period. And we also have the trading deadline in the meantime. So, it's not good. It's not the news you by any means you want to hear, but I want to keep it in perspective. Is that, hey, we've dealt with other injuries, other situations that you end up still having a really good club and you end up overcoming them and winning. And usually clubs that win world championships overcome something.
He's right about that. We know that's true. And I do appreciate that mentality. And, they're saying it's like an injury and it is the same type of thing, but I don't, it's not an injury to the point we keep making, but
self-inflicted injury.
Yeah, you're damn right. Yeah. But it is the way they look at it. I get that he's just done. All right, he's out. We don't worry about him anymore. But I did think it was interesting, John. I mean, it's not like we don't know the potential for and haven't talked about the potential for starters to the pen, trades, but Dombrowski did lay it out. He's like, and he's right. Come it's playoff time, we'll have more options there. But I thought it was interesting to say, hey, we're going to move starters to the pen in the playoffs. We still have trades to come. Like, there's stuff we could do.
There's lots of stuff. Think about the fact that, you go to a 4-man rotation in the postseason.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, we have the potential starter-wise, and he said, we are in a unique starting pitching situation right now. Geez, we're looking at like 8, which is crazy. 8-man needs to be pared down.
Yeah,
4.
And look, Taiwan being, I don't think anyone wants Taiwan starting a game in the playoffs as good as he's been. But yeah,
we know that he
and Painter's the wild card.
Do a nice job out of the bullpen.
And Painter's a wild card. We still don't even know about. We saw what Abel did yesterday, and Painter's a better prospect. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. Abel, what he did yesterday, striking out all those guys, not walking anybody. I mean, he was precision personified. And I've been told all along that Andrew Painter is the best pitching prospect in the Phillies organization of all time. Now, I hadn't heard that about Mick Abel.
Well,
I'd heard that
Abel
he was,
wasn't, yeah.
nice. I didn't expect him to be as nice as we saw yesterday.
Yeah.
And I did find myself asking how much of this is truly nice Mick Abel and how much of this is the Pirates are just not.
Yeah, and the Pirates are not. And that's definitely part of it. But to the point we made before, I mean, he pitched with such confidence, matching up against Skeens. I don't think there's any negatives to take away with Mick Abel from yesterday, the way he pounded the strike zone and all that. One more piece of audio from Dombrowski, because we've already had a caller mention it. And I think as the next weeks go on here, especially with it being a lefty in Alvarado who you lose, and especially with kind of Mick Abel pitching the way he is, with Painter kind of on the horizon in a real way, we can all like talk about, oh, he's pitching the minors, he could pitch soon. The Ranger to the bullpen thing is going to be something that just continues to come up because of the feeling that he's the clear best option on the team to fill that role as of right now. He's done it before with a high level of success. He's done it in the playoffs. He's done all these different things. But there is the conundrum of the Scott Boras situation and Ranger in a contract year. I mean, there's a guy who's going for a contract,
And it's probably, does anyone expect that he'll be a Philly at next year?
Not necessarily, but also weird. Baseball's weird. Who knows the way things play out? Whatever. But
yeah, I don't know.
I think you're not counting on Ranger being.
It doesn't seem like we are as tied. I don't know. It just didn't. It didn't seem like it would
it doesn't seem like that's how the Phillies will spend their money. He will probably make more than they want to give.
Yes,
that type. Yeah, exactly.
He's going to price himself out of
But part of how he does that is by starting games and pitching well this year. And he's been good. At the first start was bad. He's been good his last two starts. The one was a gem. So here, Dave Dombrowski obviously getting out in front of it. It was asked about it. Here's Dombrowski on the Ranger to the pen potential.
I'm not going to speculate on that type of stuff. It just all happened, so I don't know what I doubt that we're going to touch our start pitching at this time. Our 5 starters. I doubt that, but I don't want to make any definitive because it just happened.
I think it's fascinating that he didn't definitively say no. He did say, I don't think we're going to do that.
But is there any case to keeping him as a starter as a potential trade option? Because doesn't he count? Wouldn't he bring more as a starter than if they throw him into the bullpen right now and try to trade him at the trade deadline?
As a trade? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, for sure he would.
So,
it's an interesting question. I hadn't really thought about the potential to trade Ranger. I thought more about trading prospects at the Mick Abel, for example.
But if he's not in their future plans.
And if it is an issue with the bullpen versus not and all that stuff, it's an interesting thought. I think that ultimately they're going to keep him in the rotation for now anyway. But I do think certainly playoffs, if he's not traded, I think the potential to move him to the pen playoff time wise could be a real thing. But it's going to be an interesting thing to follow, especially if they're struggling. If this pen can't kind of pick up the slack for a little while, you're going to hear a big chorus of it. Speaking on the pen picking up the slack, back to the phones after this piece of audio. But one more, I thought this was interesting from Rob Thompson. When talking about the guys who are here, Ranger not in the bullpen yet, the group that they have as of now minus Alvarado, confidence level by Topper in the pen. But I thought this was an interesting answer in that a little snippy from Topper here. Here's what Topper said.
Did you talk to him today? I haven't talked to him about the situation at all. He didn't come in today, and I just talked to the club at 11:30, and guys were kind of shocked, but then again, they realize that we got business to take care of, and it's out of our control. It's out of their control. We just gotta keep moving forward.
So that was the wrong cut, different cut. It should be a cut about the bullpen confidence. All right, well, we're looking for that. We'll get that back. That is the incorrect cut, but we'll get to Topper in a minute. But you'll see Topper a little snippy when talking about confidence in the bullpen. All right, 215-592-9494. So much to talk about with this Phillies team right now, where you're at after this big bombshell news over the weekend, yesterday morning. Jose Alvarado out for 80 games, suspended. He will not be able to pitch in the playoffs. A big hole for the Phillies to fix. Like Dombrowski talked about, how do you see the Phillies filling this hole? And are you concerned that they might not be able to? 215-592-9494. Let's go back to the phones and talk to our buddy Ed in Phoenixville. What up, Ed?
morning team, not the good because of Mr. Alvarado. So I'll just say morning.
Morning, Ed.
So, and this may seem like this is definitely grasping at straws, but bear with me for a second. One of the things that we've always noticed about Topper is how, there's his approach doesn't really have like defined roles for his bullpen. Like he could bring in Alvarado in the 5th inning if it's a high leverage situation. Now, just out of sheer numbers, they don't have enough bodies. You think it may force like, hey, Romano's our closer now, and Strom's our 8th inning guy, and that could potentially be a good thing in terms of get people into a routine. I mean, I'm just trying to find the positive in this whole thing.
It's a good attempt at a positive spin. I think the issue is like having a guy who you can put in any spot seems better than having guys who can only pitch in one spot. But I get your point I do think bullpen pitchers like to know where they're going to pitch and to have roles and all that. But I just don't think losing a guy who could pitch in any spot, big spot, all the big spots, I should say, for you is a positive anyway. But I get your point.
Yeah, and I'm reminded of a line from Breaking Bad where Walter White's talking to Lydia and is like, "Are you familiar with the concept of leverage? You have none of it. Like we don't have any leverage right now because, to your point, like teams don't yet have the incentive to sell. So if we need a reliever, they could fleece us if they want. So we're really kind of in a tough spot. So I think we just kind of have to make it work at least until there's more sellers out there."
I totally agree with you. I think at least for the next month or so, it's going to be putting people in, giving guys shots and spots. Jose Ruiz is going to get more high leverage spots. Tanner Banks against lefties is probably going to get some high leverage spots. Like these guys who we don't have a ton of confidence in are going to get a chance to maybe instill confidence in us or to justify our lack of confidence. But for the next month or so, I totally agree with you, Ed. I don't. And again, Mick Abel to the bullpen, that's, I think, a possibility down the road. There are internal things they can do, Ranger down the road. But I think for right now, in the here and now, the immediate, I'm with you. I think it's just going to be hope that the guys who haven't had those high leverage spots much can perform in those spots.
Yeah, and Emmanuel Clase is a non-starter at this point. He would require too much, or Cleveland's not even trying to move him.
I think Cleveland's not trying to move him as far as I know. He's had a bit of a down year so far too, but I certainly don't think either way. I don't think anyone of that stature, any real deal like Jose Alvarado level relievers, and he's even better, obviously. I don't think any of those guys are going to get traded before the deadline gets at least a month plus closer. And even then, maybe 2 months.
Are we going to get a guy like that? Like, do you expect that Dave Dombrowski can actually pull this off and get a guy?
I think it's all going to depend on the market and how many guys are available and how many teams are looking for them. Like, it just is what it is. Yeah. So
it's an awful feeling. I mean, saying, hey, we don't know
helpless.
What the market's going to look like way off in the future. So we just have to sit on our hands in the here and now. It feels disgusting.
Well,
it feels so uncertain and flimsy. Not a good plan. But then I think about the fact that we have so many starters. We've got so many starters. And we just watched one, Taijuan Walker, go and look really good out of the bullpen, and he's the worst of all.
Yeah.
So, maybe Dave Dombrowski does have some respite, a path that we haven't considered quite the same way that he has. I hope.
Ed, you got an answer for us for a non-actor?
How about Eminem and 8 Mile?
Already said. It's a great answer, though.
Courtney Love, People versus Larry Flint.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. That's a good answer. She's very good in that. I haven't seen that in a long time.
I don't think I've seen it since the theater.
Since 95, 96, whenever it was, something like that. Yeah.
She was she was ready to be a really big star.
I think she got nominated for an Oscar for it, if I'm not mistaken.
She had Hole, her band that was, they were making gold records.
They were huge, yeah.
And she was, what happened? Well, her husband died.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That happened.
But she was huge, and she was really good in that movie. All right, back to that Rob Thompson audio. We've got the right audio now. I thought it was interesting. Topper gets a little snippy when talking about the bullpen here. Here's what Topper had to say.
You feel like the bullpen as is has enough high leverage arms to kind of make up for this right now?
Yes, I do.
What gives you that confidence?
because I think we have enough high leverage arm.
Wow.
You don't really, and I know
Canadian getting a little
yeah, and he
snippy.
didn't say it in a meme. It wasn't like he sounded super upset, but still, I thought that's a really fair. I think the question you have enough high leverage arms is a question, not only a fair question, a question that must be asked of the manager in that situation. But I thought the follow up of what makes you think that is Rhea, I mean, that's a fair question to
100%.
ask. And to go just because I said so, essentially, it's
it's like he was acting like the guy's dad.
Yeah, like a little
we've all used that with our kids.
I already told you, didn't I?
Because I said so.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like. And it's like, but why? Like, what gives you that confidence when you haven't seen these guys in those spots? And look, I don't blame Rob Thompson because if, we gave him truth serum, I guarantee you he doesn't have
He has
full
to
confidence.
defend the guys that are there, but he could have said it in a different way.
Yeah, I agree. Or given a little more context, made it a little more believable. Whereas
Although
when that happens, I'm just like, all right, so you don't really believe that Jose Ruiz can pitch in big spots.
You know I'm not the biggest Rob Thompson fan. I will defend him on one thing. He's probably so ticked off.
Oh, my God.
I mean,
yeah, I'll bet you they all are.
They all
bet
are.
you Dombrowski, Thompson, whatever they say. And again, I do think they've been critical of Alvarado. They said that it was a mistake, but that he deserves the blame. But I guarantee you in private, it's 10 times more angry than him.
I'd love to see Middleton.
I would too. I mean, I'd be furious if I'm Middleton. I mean, again, this is such an avoidable thing. What are we doing here? I mean, you know the rules. You know the testing. There are probably a million things you could have taken that would have given you similar results. And that's why, and you said
Ozempic,
Ozempic. I mean, it's a miracle drug.
I mean,
all this
but I'm
stuff,
just saying, is that banned from MLB?
I don't know. I don't know. But regardless, and that's why and John, you mentioned the open where we don't know, but it's I could absolutely believe that it was on purpose. When you know it, if I had to bet my life one way or the other, do I think he knew what he was doing or not? I would probably bet I knew that he knew what he was doing, but I don't know for sure.
Do you think that Jose Alvarado didn't notice that his velocity was 2 miles per hour faster this year than it was last year?
And also, he's been a major leaguer for long enough that the testing thing, goes into, I mean,
You're well aware. And
John,
you are reminded on a nearly daily basis in the NFL.
Dude, when you were a player, was there ever anything you put in your body without thinking about what's in it? You couldn't, right? There was not one thing you put in your body without thinking, where did this come from and what's in it?
I had a situation where I took something that was given to me by the team, and it was whatever. I tested positive for a banned substance.
Oh my God.
And it was given to me by the team.
Wow.
So did you get out of it?
No, I was in the whatever you'd call it,
transitional, probationary
system,
or whatever.
Or in the
you were on probation,
program,
kind of, where you were getting in trouble if it happened again,
right.
kind of.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I was on top secret probation, which meant that whenever they wanted to test me, they could.
Wow.
So that meant in the off season, if they want to show up at my house at 7 a.m. on a Saturday. They can, and if I'm not there, and they let me know in advance, hey, this is when if I don't show up or if I'm not there, then that's another positive test. So that became.
Were you mad?
I was incensed.
I'm sure.
I
Yeah.
mean,
Absolutely. I was
sure.
You were given it.
Yeah, I was given it. I was told it was
that's
okay.
extra.
But it was right when ephedrine had just become banned, and it was this stuff called Backquell that was for low back tightness, and it was training camp. And everyone's got a tight low back, so they're passing this stuff out.
Wow.
And it was like aspirin with, I guess, some pseudoephedrine in there or something. I guess I should have looked it up on top of.
But that's tough when the team gives it to you. That makes it that's an extra level. That's not happening here. No one's saying that. That.
The point is, I was still guilty. And I was still
you had to take your
put in
punishment.
the program, and I still had to show up and be tested whenever they asked me to. They said jump. I said how high. You don't mess around with this stuff, and you do not. You do not. If there's any room for error, if you're not sure, oh man, that supplement, I'm not quite certain. What you're messing with here is tens of millions of dollars for yourself and your own salary, but your teammates' belief in you and your teammates, your coaches depend, this fan base depends on you to do your job. And you have to think of them before everyone else. And it's just, this is so backwards. And it's so devastating to this team.
Yeah, it's a different level of responsibility. You have, people's hopes and dreams relying on you, like that. That's why, Phillies fans spend money and time and effort and emotional, equity and all that stuff.
Oh, man, I'll say.
So much into this that, like, yes, it is you and you're playing it and stuff, but you're also playing it for a lot of people that when stuff like this happens, it's, you do have to take all that on you. You're listening to 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, broadcasting from the Tasty Cake Studios. Let's go back to the phones and talk to Jordan and Princeton. What up, Jordan?
Good morning, James. We spoke on Saturday, and it was such a glorious Saturday, and now we have to turn to a Monday, which is not such great news to deal with.
I know. We were talking about the Super Bowl champion Eagles on Saturday. What a thrill. And now we have to talk about, suspensions. It's a shame.
I guess it wasn't just the 12 cups of coffee a day for Alvarado. Huh?
Yeah.
I know. Yeah, right. Exactly.
That hits a little differently now, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's like as a parent, you're not mad, but you're disappointed. And I'm really disappointed because this guy is a critical piece of how the Phillies, I think, are going to be successful this year. And now he's just gone. And I do like thinking about it as a season-ending injury because it makes me a lot less angry that the guy did this to himself.
Yeah, I know.
So that's how I'm going to reconcile it to myself as well. But I had to go and look down the list of Phillies who have been in a similar position. Because one thing I'm very proud of with the city of Philadelphia and its athletes is we're a pretty clean-cut group. This doesn't happen very often in Philadelphia.
Yeah, it's Lane, I think, the last big one in Philly, right?
Yeah.
Lane, I would think so.
I mean, it led to the famous, Kelsey line in his speech. Like, Lane can't stay off the juice.
Yeah, exactly. So, I think you're right. I mean, think about Lane got...
Was he 10 games?
It was 10 games, yeah. So we had the 2 suspensions, but I think the last one was 2016, was the Carson's rookie year maybe or something. But either way, so it's been a while, to your point, Jordan, it's been a while since we had something like this in Philly.
Antonio Bastardo, Freddie Galvis, J.C. Romero. I mean, these are not guys that I wanted to put in the same category as Alvarado as now labeled steroid users. And I think it really points to the fact that we have to consider seriously how to go all in now on this season. You can see just how tenuous a grip on the window of winning a championship can be. And given all of the talent in the minors and how we've developed it, I think this is the time to go all in. And I'd like to see it now. And you don't know if Schwarber's under contract next year. There's just a lot of unanswered questions. So with Nola fading, this unbelievable start by Mick Abel, who had the greatest line. Schmidt comes on the post-game interview, and Abel said, "Hey, I'm going to have to meet you at some point and get your autograph." It was just a beautiful baseball moment of a legend and a rookie in his first start. But I really think we got to bring guys up and go all in this year. Now that you're missing this piece, let's figure it out, and let's win now before this window closes.
Yeah, it's a real interesting philosophical question, especially because we know that the Phillies did go all in on that, 08 or 07 to 11 group. And we were happy at the time, and I don't regret going all in, but they paid the price for it. And we spent a decade in obscurity because of it. And now they have real prospects again and a real development staff and have been bringing these guys along to young guys we could be excited about. And I understand the concept of maybe not wanting to trade those guys and build with those, especially with guys getting older and long-term contracts that you have where you might not get the value, probably won't get the value in years. Trey Turner, year 7 through 11, probably not going to be as good. So the young players at cheaper contract, that stuff is super valuable. But also to your point, Jordan, you've got a group that's been trying to win a title for a few years, has come really close, has a real chance to do it if you go all in on them. It's going to be a fascinating thing to discuss throughout the, up till the trade deadline. Like, how much are you willing to give up to go all in on this group?
I hope they do, because I do see that window closing, and I'd really like to see this group of guys win a championship. Yeah. It's a great group of players after the 2008-2009 squad, and their favorite group of Phillies in my lifetime. Much more likable to me than the 93 team. No offense to you, Crook.
Yeah, no, I love this group too, and it would be really disappointing if we don't get to see them actually win one after how close they've come, all the talk, all that. Jordan, you got an answer for us for a non-actor performance?
Bob Barker and Happy Gilmore.
Great answer. We're waiting for that one. Obviously, arguably the best cameo.
I love
of all
that
time.
line.
He's so funny too.
He really
also,
is.
it's like a real fighter. Like all that stuff. Bob Barker was like was he like I think like a Golden
boxer?
Gloves
Oh, was
or
he?
whatever. Was younger, that kind of thing. But he was like a real fighter. So it's good stuff right
It's
there.
when you see it for the first time.
Oh,
you're
it's
just
so
blown
shocking.
away.
Happy Gilmore 2 coming out this summer,
I
too.
know. Very excited about it.
Cannot wait for that. All right. 215-592-9494. Remember, coming up at 9 o'clock today, we're going to start debate week on WIP. Elliot Short Parks is going to come in studio and debate me. What are we going to debate about? You'll find that out coming up in a little bit. Again, 9 o'clock. That's going to be right here, Elliot, in studio. Until then, your calls on the Alvarado issue, Mick Abel's debut, the bittersweet weekend for the Phils. And again, the Phils sit here with the fourth best record in baseball. They are only a half game behind the Mets and the Dodgers for the best record in the National League. But then Alvarado. React, 215-592-9494. It's the morning show.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently? Or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double? Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. Go to FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, and you can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP. That's FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR to get started and win today.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Last year, WIP unveiled Debate Day.
Winner! Right here.
Now, Sports Radio 94 WIP presents Debate Days. Listen as WIP hosts and special guests debate the most important Philly sports topics and each other.
Hated it.
Can the Birds repeat? Do the Phillies extend Schwarbs, Daryl Morey?
Hey, John. Hey, Mark. How you doing?
WIP goes head to head.
Oh, hell no.
Debate Days. All this week, only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Cool.
Others came and went. But Jack Dellis stayed in it, and he and the team at Dell Chevrolet had the stamina to keep going for another 50 years. From cassette players to CarPlay, crank windows to climate control, stick shift to adaptive cruise control. A lot may have changed, but one thing has remained the same. Jack Dell and the team at Dell Chevrolet continue to sell them for less. It's the 50th anniversary sales event at Dell Chevrolet. We're rolling back to 70s pricing all month long. Drive home a new 2025 Chevrolet Silverado for only $289 per month. Plus, at Dell Chevrolet, you can buy with no money down and 0% financing every day. Get to Dell Chevy located on Route 30 in Paoli. If you're worried you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Online at DellChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive. Se habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
When there's a crack in your basement wall, your house is trying to tell you something. Will it get worse? That's when you call the friendly, local experts at 58 Foundations and Waterproofing. Since 1958, they've seen it all in foundation issues. They offer free estimates and back their work up with the industry's only money-back guarantee. That guarantee gives you the confidence that they know how to fix foundation issues, waterproofing, and even that nasty crawl space. Give 58 a call at 888-698-1958 or visit 58foundations.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
The wait is over. The CJ's Tire and Auto semi-annual sale is here. From now until May 31st, enjoy instant savings on thousands of tires, including Falcon tires. The very best prices of the season during the CJ's Tire and Auto semi-annual sale. At CJ's, we're driven to keep you and your car moving. Only at CJ's Tire. Save up to $80 off a set of tires, including Falcon tires. And at CJ's, we're more than just tires. We've got your car covered, from routine maintenance to major repairs under the hood. Now through May 31st, save big on any service needed, including a $49.99 state inspection, and make sure your car is ready for summer. With 18 locations and over 100,000 tires, including Falcon tires at CJTire.com, CJ's makes tire shopping easy and your ride smoother than ever. Instant savings during the CJ's Tire and Auto semi-annual sale. Roll into your local CJ's Tire and Auto today and save. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
Offers end May 31st and cannot be combined. Savings section not valid for national, commercial, or government accounts. Emission service required and sticker fee additional pass fail. See store for details. When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
For Phi, winning the fight against vision loss means seeing new ways to push himself. The Foundation Fighting Blindness is committed to funding research to end blinding retinal diseases. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Learn more at fightingblindness.org.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Kentucky Derby runner-up journalism put on a spectacular rough-and-tumble stretch run for the ages to capture Saturday's Preakness. But without Derby winner sovereignty in the field, and thus no Triple Crown buzz, casual fans really didn't care. What a shame that such a beleaguered sport cannot get its act together to better space out the calendar dates of its 3 most marquee races. And what a race it was. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated. Visit lexusofcherryhill.com. What a weekend for the Phillies. Brilliant debut by Mick Abel as the Phillies swept out the Pirates 1-0, tempered by the stunning 80-game suspension of Jose Alvarado, which also means he's not eligible for the postseason. There will be a domino effect in terms of potential trades. Dave Dombrowski says doesn't envision messing with the Phillies' current rotation. When asked about Ranger Suarez going to the bullpen, Bryce Harper knows it's put the Phillies in a difficult situation.
I mean, absolutely tough situation. Don't know too much about it. Obviously, he took something he wasn't supposed to, and got suspended. And we kind of turned the page as quick as possible so that we can kind of move on. Without him right now, obviously, it's a big. It's a big.
Phillies open a 4-game series at Colorado tonight. The Rockies are 8-38. Mostly sunny today, a high of 75. Currently 63. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP Morning Show. John Ritchie, James Seltzer in for Joe DeCamara, Rhea Hughes, Fran Rojas hanging out.
We got yo-yos.
We did get yo-yos.
Thank you, Ronnie.
Shout out to Ronnie. Let me tell
you. And me got yo-yos.
John Ritchie.
Joe did not get yo-yo.
Like, good. I mean, don't give Joe yo-yo. Yeah. John Ritchie's very good at yo-yos. You just busted the yo-yo out, and you're doing trick after trick, and you're actually very good at yo-yos.
I've done a lot of yo-yoing.
I could tell. You were like a professional, be like, all right, here we go. This is what we do.
I can do some tricks. But we did lots of yo-yoing. Mm-hmm. You can do the sleep, and then you do I can do the different cat in the cradle and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Lots of wasted time. These are nice. These are Eagles yo-yos at, lots of time as a child. And then doing the around the world.
The best.
When you scare your friends by it
right
seems like the yo-yo's going to hit them, but it's going to stop. That's a really cool trick as a child.
I'm with you. That is a very cool one. Speaking of cool, I don't know if this is cool, but it's interesting. Rhea pointing this out to me. Scott Lauber found this it's in the Inquirer in an article, but a reference point that the Phillies and someone else were involved in that's a similar type situation. In 2005, this is straight from Lauber's article. In 2005, after what then general manager Ed Wade called an unforeseen development of reliever Tim Worrell leaving the team for personal reasons, which we've both forgotten about.
Totally forgot
And
about
Tim Worrell, good pitcher before he came here, had a nice career.
He from the Mets?
Dodgers, right? Closer, and he might have been with the Mets too, but leaves for personal reasons. The Phillies in June swapped infielder Placido Polanco to the Tigers for reliever Oogie, and utility infielder Ramon Martinez in the first week of June. So very similar time. Ugueth Urbina, yep.
Oogie.
Yeah, they called him.
He had some more unfortunate things happen later, John.
Yeah.
We'll tell you about it later.
Yeah, controversial,
very
life lived by Oogie. But trade for that infielder Ramon Martinez in the first week of June. Guess who Detroit's general manager was at that time? Dave Dombrowski. Now, this is a little different in that Dave is now in the position that Ed Wade was in, being the one who was in need. Like, if I'm Dave Dombrowski and I get a call saying I'll give you Placido Polanco for a reliever, I'd be like, sweet. Thanks, man. That's a cool trade. Let's do that. So Dave's in this case the one without the leverage as opposed to having the leverage in the last case. But it is interesting in that you in an exact type of situation, similar type of thing. That trade has happened, with the Phillies involved and Dombrowski involved. So at least he's seen it happen and whatever, I doubt they'll make a trade this quickly, but it is interesting that is a very similar scenario. Very similar.
He was gone, I think they said for 5 weeks, Worrell. So,
wow. I mean, just crazy.
Would that be about, how many games would that be about?
Well, not 80.
Not 80,
like
40?
Something like that. Yeah, 35, 30. Yeah. It depends on how many off days. But yeah,
my math isn't that good. I was trying to do it really fast.
I get it. Yeah, but a fascinating, kind of parallel there. So, all right, 215-592-9494. Let's get to the phones. Reaction on the Jose Alvarado situation. What can the team do to move forward? Do you want them to go make a trade like immediately? Give something up, overpay if you have to. Or do you want to kind of see them play it out a little bit and see where this thing goes? 215-592-9494. Let's get back to the phones and talk to Nick in Bucks County. Hey, Nick.
Hey, how's it going, guys? How's everybody feeling this morning?
Well,
so-so.
Half and half.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I know everyone's down on Alvarado, but we need to go through some things. The Philly sports do better when we have to overcome obstacles. This is certainly an obstacle to overcome, but we're ready to go.
Look, sure.
What obstacle did the Eagles
Foles,
really have to come
Nick
over?
Foles
No,
did,
the first one,
this
yeah.
pass, and they didn't. And Dombrowski said that in the audio order earlier, where no World Series champ, doesn't have to go through some, obstacles along the way. And I do think he's right about that. But Nick, you can't just positively spit it and say, well, obstacle got overcome. It's a massive loss,
It is a massive loss, but I mean, Carson Wentz was a massive loss.
It was. Look, yeah, I appreciate the positivity, Nick. Nick, you got an answer for us for a non-actor performance?
I do. One of the best of all time. This guy made me believe his character so well. It was his first acting debut, and unfortunately, he left us too soon. Tupac and Juice.
That's a good answer. Yeah, Tupac. That's a good movie. Tupac was a good actor. That, other things that would take him off the board, but that's a really good answer. Let's keep it rolling with Jeff in Levittown. What up, Jeff?
Hey, what's going on?
Hi, Jeff.
Hey, I don't know if I'm the only one, if I'm wrong here in thinking it, but I'm kind of like at this point with the NHL playoffs rooting for Florida to get another one because I kind of want the Flyers. I guess they had to get rid of Dombrowski
To feel the pain is what you're saying?
Oh, I really want them to feel it because he's about to win his second cup and we're still looking for a goalie. I know Carter Hart set him back, but I really want them to feel this.
Yeah, look, I get it. I can't rip you for that.
I kind of felt it the first time around.
Yeah, I'm rooting for Edmonton so Canada can get a title because, I'm magnanimous like that, but
Edmonton,
Very good.
yeah, I'm just a good guy like that, I care about others. I care about, people and
care about others.
No big deal.
Like Edmonton.
Yes,
Dombrowski,
yeah.
man.
I mean,
He's
imagine
a-
living in
he's
Edmonton,
such a
all
good
right?
team.
Give him something. Sorry, Edmonton might be very nice. I have no idea. It just sounds remote.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, Jeff, I am with you. And look, actually, we're going to have Keith Jones in studio tomorrow. I believe 8 o'clock
Yes.
he'll be in.
Yes.
So tune in for that. Keith's going to be in with us for 2 hours
Can
tomorrow.
we please ask him about that, please?
Yeah, please. Everyone tune in 8 o'clock. We'll have him for 2 hours. We will, trust me, Jeff, we will ask him everything like that about the Flyers,
Hey, is
about,
Joe, Is Joe out today because he lost Beat the Hammer on Friday?
Oh, I love that. Let's just say yes.
We suspended him for his behavior.
I like
following Beat the Hammer, sore loserness.
I like this.
good.
I have another thought on Joe in a sec. Jeff, give me a answer for a non-actor.
How about can I go with if I don't know if anybody's ever seen it, but Dwight Yoakam in Seven Psychopaths.
Yeah, that's actually a really good answer. Seven Psychopaths is a good movie, and Dwight Yoakam he acted a little bit here.
Yeah,
and
he
there.
did.
Psychopaths?
Yeah, it's called Seven Psychopaths. Yeah.
I mean, I've seen Dwight Yoakam in some other things.
Yeah, he had some.
think.
Yeah, well, he's in
He was like a husband, a deranged husband.
What's the
in
Jodie
something.
Foster, David Fincher Panic Room? He's in that. He's in Panic Room. He's in a
Okay.
few things. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that was it, or there was another
Well,
one.
in that one,
I don't
he's
know.
like he's one of the criminals breaking into the house.
I remember thinking at some point, okay, he's going to be the next big, like, weird role guy, almost like who was the guy from Back to the Future, the dad.
Crispin Glover.
Crispin Glover had that
Yes,
weird
totally.
role cornered.
Totally.
Had the monopoly on the weird, just off the beaten path role guy. I thought maybe Dwight Yoakam could fill that off the beaten path role
I
for
agree
us
with you.
for a moment,
Yeah.
and then he kind of just vanished.
Yeah, it's too bad. He was pretty good.
Yeah.
Speaking of Joe DeCamera, though, I'm going to repurpose something Joe does. John, you don't know this. You don't know this, but whenever you're away, Joe will multiple times a show ask people to call in and rip you. Be like, John's not here. And it never works. Obviously, I think we've actually gotten zero.
Yeah, I don't think
calls.
we've ever gotten calls.
Zero.
Yeah.
I don't think
At
anyone's
least on
ever
the
called.
morning show.
But
Wow,
but
that's nice
let's
of
return
everyone.
the favor. Justin Durazio doing a great job helping to produce the show today with Long Frame Ross. Just let me know we have no times yours calls today. So how about this? Let's give Joe a little dose of his own medicine. Call times yours and rip Joe DeCamera. Whatever you want to say, whatever you want, you rip him for his embarrassing both performance and decorum, the way he acted on Friday.
How bad his hair was, too.
How bad his hair was. Please rip his hair. Oh my God, it'd be amazing.
You know what somebody
not
pointed
showing
out?
up on a Monday, no big deal. Like Alvarado suspension. See you guys, no big deal. Everything. Rhea?
Somebody pointed out in one of the comments underneath the Beat the Hammer, which was very funny, by the way. I normally don't check it out, but after
A
that
loss, yeah,
performance,
may as well.
I said, he apparently wore the same outfit on Friday
Oh
that
my
he had
God.
on Thursday.
Oh my God.
And I went, I think he did.
Yeah, he does that far too often. Joe feels it's appropriate to wear the same outfit multiple days in a row far more often than
He
than
does
you would
realize
think.
we're on YouTube.
Yeah, and honestly, even if we weren't, Well,
yeah.
but you're right. It does add to it.
So
Yes.
bad.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. So call in, Rip Joe, 215-238-4500.
The problem arises when he informs us that when he wears the same thing, he doesn't change certain aspects
know, like
of
the
the
socks.
outfit. He doesn't change the socks.
I mean, that's
gross.
It's disgusting. Honestly, I get when you sometimes you hear something gross, you'll just get like a little chill through your body. That's what I get when I think of that.
Yeah, I know. I agree with you. It does. It
like a
sends
shiver.
a shudder
Yeah,
down
shudder.
your spine.
It does.
Yeah, the disgusting nature of our coworker. Really, it's so troubling. It does. It bothers me. Like outside of work, I'll think about it, and it'll be momentarily troubling.
Can I tell you when it comes up? Same thing. It bothers me, but it comes up.
Like in his mouth, he puts his foot.
Ew.
So
in his mouth, like that'll.
It comes up
Holy
for
cow.
me with this type of stuff. Same with my daughter, where it's like Zoe will do things that are Joe to camera things, and I'm like, you're 6 years old. You're too old to do that. You know what I mean? But then I'll think, oh, I work with someone who does that.
How many
Okay, cool.
times I can't? When I say to my kids, "You're acting like Joe to camera,"
Is that like they're? Oh, that's great.
they know.
That's great.
They know not to go there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they know. They must stop. Like stop in your tracks
Good
because
parenting right
you're
there.
heading down a dark path. Yeah, let's reverse out, and we're gonna be normal again.
I love that.
Was this everything you hoped for, James?
Oh yeah,
The ripping of
yeah. Well,
Joe.
yeah, but do it on times yours too. 215-238-4500. We want more of it. We need it. And again, I do think, and we're here for it.
But we
John's
love
not.
Joe.
We do. We love
We
Joe.
do.
But,
We love
But
him.
he does every time you're out. Always take the
He
opportunity
does.
to ask people to rip you. So you know what?
didn't
What's
know
good?
that.
What's good for the goose is good for the gander,
Yeah.
right? Rip Joe on times yours. 215-238-4500. I think it's only fair.
Maybe everyone's just very, I don't know, like open-minded and friendly and unripping
Oh, sure.
of the, no, really, like of everyone who speaks about the sports here.
Oh yeah, we never get ripped here.
No.
Yeah. Sure.
God, no.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
Not much.
All right, 215-592-9494. Get those times yours calls in. Remember, coming up at 9 o'clock, speaking of people who get ripped, Elliot Shore Parks will be in
It's
studio
good
with
to
us.
get ripped.
I agree. Better to
Seriously, sometimes you need a taste of medicine, and sometimes ripping is necessary.
Totally. We're doing it because we love. We're trying to help. I
You're
wish
right.
someone had ripped Jose Alvarado and said, "Don't take those diapers,
Absolutely.
buddy. What are you doing
He
here?
was wrong.
You don't know what's
Sometimes
in him. What's
people
going on?"
are just wrong.
That's right.
Jose was wrong. Usually, Joe, just wrong. I mean, like 95%
Yeah.
wrong. But we love him anyway, and that's why we try to set him straight.
That's right. So set him
Unfortunately,
straight.
no one set Jose straight before he dabbled in testosterone usage.
Mistakes were made.
Yeah.
Yeah, mistakes were made. All right, let's go back to the phones. Let's talk to John in Allentown. What up, Johnny?
What's up, good people?
What's up, John?
Guys,
Yes,
Alvarado,
it's crushing.
I'm a truck driver, and I get randomly tested,
Wow.
and I get tested every year. And there's nothing, I don't know what's going into my
Totally.
body. I'm just a truck driver, man.
Totally.
Right.
You're not.
I'm not gonna-
yeah.
Right,
You're
you
not
don't
going to
risk
tell
it.
me that he accidentally took,
Yeah.
a weight loss drug. I mean, because most of the weight loss drugs that have testosterone in them, it's spelled out right on the label, man.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah. I mean,
Oh,
like, yeah, you have to say what's on
I
stuff.
researched it this morning when
I just can't believe they put testosterone in weight loss drugs that you could
And
get over
here's
the
the
counter.
thing.
I
don't
think
you
it's
can.
from what I looked at, John, it's a steroid that some of the benefits are that if you are a little bit overweight, you will lose weight.
Yeah, and
So
again,
I don't think it's marketed as a weight loss drug.
regardless, whatever it's marketed on,
Yeah,
and
that's
even
true.
if it isn't on the bottle, and I'm with you, John, I'm sure it is. Even if it isn't on the bottle, his job is to know what's going in his body. So if it's not on the bottle, guess what? You can't take that thing because it doesn't tell you what's in it. Like, this isn't that hard. Don't put something in your body and you don't know what it is. Like, or if you do know, don't put something in that has illegal substances in it. It's not that hard.
All right, guys. So here's the deal. We're finally going to have to see if this offense that was built to mash for the last 3 years that didn't mash anything can now produce runs enough runs to support the bullpen.
Yeah,
So,
they're
to
going to
me,
have to hit.
here's where the rubber is going to meet the road for this cast of players. Like, it's time to put up or shut up. And that's the way I see it, man. I mean, you're going to have to get another arm, and you're going to have to trade somebody worth value to do that. But this team was supposed to score enough runs that this bullpen should not be an issue.
Yeah, John, I don't disagree with the heart of what you're saying, especially in that, look, the starting pitching is great. We all know it's great. We're not worried about it. But the two things that could sink this team, or most likely to sink this team if they get sunk, is the lineup and the bullpen. To your point, the bullpen, now that this Alvarado thing has happened, like, it is only so good that they can make it. Even if Dombrowski trades a big prospect and goes out and gets someone, like, the bullpen will be, it's got a ceiling that we could see. It can't get that great. The lineup can be way better than we've seen. Like, these are guys who have done it in the majors before. And look, the lineup hasn't been horrible. It's been a small ball kind of lab. I mean, other than Schwarber, no one's hitting the ball out of the park with consistency.
Turner's a singles hitter now.
Yeah, he is. And look, I'll take a 315 hitting Trey Turner singles hitter compared to what we had, especially if he's running. But it's certainly not. It's not the easiest way to win.
Is there any thought that they would, and I know that they're being a lot more careful with their starters. The starters are the best part of the team, obviously. I don't think anyone has gone over 7. I'm not sure. I don't know if anybody's thrown a complete
That's a really
game.
interesting
Maybe
point.
Christopher Sanchez has thrown, but I'm just curious, like, do you try to maybe extend them a little bit when they can, when their pitch count isn't high?
Yeah, it's
when
a possibility with
you know,
deeper starting pitching. You could go to a 6-man theoretically at
just
a
a
certain
thought
point. It's a thought. Look, I think that they are looking at and discussing all these type of things and trying to figure out what the best path forward is. John, you got an answer for us for a non-actor performance?
I'll give you an answer, but let me tell you this.
Sure.
It also shines a light on the poor job that Dombrowski did at building the bullpen during the offseason. Just want to throw that out there.
Yeah, well, I think, it is. Yeah, agree for the most part.
The greatest radio man in history, the greatest morning man in history, Howard Stern.
Oh,
played
Private
himself.
Parts. Yeah, it's a good answer.
I mean,
John, good
Wow.
answer.
Really big
Yeah,
answer.
that's a really funny movie.
It really
too.
is.
Yeah, it's very good, Private Parts.
Yes, it is. And Hugh Douglas, thank you. Dwight Yoakam was in Sling Blade.
Yes.
Yes.
French fried taters.
Yeah, he was really hateable in Sling
Yeah,
Blade.
he was. He's great.
He plays
That's
a good hateable character.
Yeah, it's a good call by Hugh.
Yes.
He is great in that. That's a really good call. 215-592-9494. Let's keep it rolling. Let's talk to Edwin in Pennsauken. What up, Ed? Edwin.
Yes.
Hey, buddy. What you got today?
Hey, good morning. I was just calling in to talk about the Knicks.
Sure. What you got? You rooting for him?
Your turn.
Dynamite call so far, Edwin.
Yeah. Hello?
Yeah. It's
What
your
do you
turn.
think of the Knicks, Edwin?
Yeah, you're up, bud.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know if I was on out there. I was talking to the person.
Oh, no, you're on the radio.
Yeah,
Edwin, you're on
bud.
WIP. What up, pal?
I apologize. I was just trying to talk about the Knicks. Like,
No,
I
it's
don't
all
know
good. What
about,
you got?
I don't know about y'all, but I don't want to see the Knicks go to the next round. Like, I
Me either.
despise them. I'm not a big fan. I dislike them as much as I dislike Boston.
So I'm with you. I probably dislike Boston more, but
Yeah.
they're right. I agree with you. They're right up there, and I dislike them. I wouldn't want to take the risk. I'm rooting for the Pacers, but I wouldn't hate the Knicks losing in the finals because they would still lose, and I do think it would be fun to watch them lose in the finals and MSG in the finals and just the pageantry of it as a sports fan. I think it could make the finals more entertaining, but I wouldn't want to take the risk that they get there and could win. So I'm with you. In general, like Knicks can't win.
You think the finals would be more interesting with the minute, but you're not going to root for them. I got it.
Yes, of course it would. It'd be more fun to
Sure,
watch.
of course it would.
Yeah, but I'm with you. Ultimately, Edwin, I can't have the Knicks win.
Yeah, I mean, I hope somebody in the West does win it all.
Yeah,
but I
probably
just wanna give
will.
y'all a shout-
Yeah.
I just want to give y'all a shout out, man. First and foremost, good morning to you guys. I forgot to say that because I thought I was still talking to them.
Good morning.
But I just want to give you guys a shout out, man. Like I was like a big Angelo Cadena, a long time listener, and I used to call every once in a while with Angelo, so I had to get used to y'all being on the morning show. And I say, man, y'all keep my day going on when I'm on the road and everything. So y'all do a great job, man.
Thanks, man.
Thanks,
Edwin,
Edwin.
that really means a lot, man. We
Give y'all a
appreciate it.
shout out. I had
Thank
one
you.
more thing.
Yeah,
with,
what you got?
when
You
y'all
got
had
an answer for us?
you had the YouTube thing channels going on. I never knew what none of you guys look like. I just say, John Ritchie. I was looking at him. I was like, this guy, he didn't look like he played fullback for the Eagles. Like, that was like my first time really seeing a face.
I'm with you, man.
And
yeah.
well, who had me in awe was Rhea Hughes.
Oh,
yeah.
Thank you, Edwin.
I was like, her voice is kind of different. Like she embodies the definition of a beautiful woman.
Oh,
and that's
jeez.
just a compliment.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Try glasses.
So Richie looks good and not like a fullback. Rhea looks beautiful.
Okay.
What
about
me?
James?
I get nothing here.
James, your voice don't sound like yourself.
So that's the number one thing people say when they meet me. They're like, I didn't think you looked like that.
You look interesting, man.
You
look interesting.
I'll take that. That is
wow.
the most
You look
backhanded,
interesting.
most
That-
backhanded compliment I've ever gotten.
That's a compliment,
That
man.
is
That's a
not.
compliment.
Yeah, I don't know if it is. If my wife told me I look interesting, I would change everything about myself. All right, and you got an answer for us for a non-actor?
I don't know if nobody took this answer yet, but I like a bunch of comedy movies that people have on, but I like Mike Tyson.
Mike Tyson, The Hangover
Yeah.
was already said.
Oh,
yeah.
Bacon.
You got another answer?
Mike Dicker.
Oh,
Kicking
yeah.
and Screaming.
Yeah, Kicking and Screaming. Yeah, the underrated movie. Will Ferrell and Mike
Oh,
Ditka.
is that the soccer one?
That's the soccer
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
Yeah, where they're coaching the
I
team
worked
together.
with Coach Ditka.
Did
for
you
a
really? You
while.
got any Coach Ditka stories?
I thought it was the most amazing thing in the world to watch the games on Sundays with Coach Ditka.
Was he like commenting during? Was he like pointing stuff out? How did he watch, or was he like silent and just intense?
He was ornery.
What a shock!
It
On
was
brand then.
So this is up in Bristol, and there's the big room with all the TVs at the front of it.
sure.
And so all the people are in the room and watching, and he's sort of, as I recall, like in the back, sort of off by himself, and there were like Chris Berman would be up at the very front, and people would just be sort of around that, and then Mike Ditka was just doing his thing,
That's
watching quietly on his own, just more serious than I would have. Well, I guess he was a pretty serious player.
Yeah.
He had a lot of personality as a coach that came through, and I always, I really enjoyed talking to him about, his playing days and stuff. I was told growing up about what an awesome player he was.
Sure, as a tight end, Hall of Famer.
Yeah. And that was, they didn't like him, but they thought they respected him. These are, my folks and people, older people told me how good he was. And then I saw some clips, and I liked the way he ran people over. I appreciated the toughness, the mindset, he was mean. He was a mean dude. And I was amazed that the meanness was no longer there when I was talking to him about football.
Yeah, sure.
He was just sort of good, like a good guy to talk to about the game, and real upbeat and positive, not mean to me, which I found incredible.
Yeah.
It was like a dream come true.
That's so cool.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
getting to do stuff like that. How in the world did this happen?
Oh,
to me?
dude, I know. I think I know. Rhea, me, we all have those moments throughout this business, and you actually, that just saying it, Chris Berman's here, and then Tom Jackson was over there, and Steve Young was sitting right there, and I know, that's crazy, that's
It is
ridiculous.
crazy.
What a ridiculous thing.
It is a ridiculous
really
thing.
cool.
And I got to sit there with them. And, Chris Mortensen.
Of course, yeah.
Asking
Oh, he was the
about
best.
my son.
Yeah.
Chris Mortensen asking about my new daughter who was just born. Like that. He was just such a legend, too. Anyway, Mort was the greatest.
Yeah.
But that green room on Sundays, I felt very fortunate. Even though I was away from my family, I felt like it was worth it to be there watching those games with some of those personalities. And by the way, Keyshawn was really interesting
That's
to watch
cool.
football with.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, that must, what an experience. People think about how much money a person would pay to spend a day watching football in that room.
my
Honestly,
gosh.
thousands and thousands of dollars. I don't know what the number would get to, but there are a lot of people who have a lot of money. That would cost
A lot of money for charity.
That's what I mean. To go watch with all those people this day of football and hear them talk and what they're talking about and how they're planning their stuff and all. It must be just an all-time cool thing.
It's one of those things when I watch a center practicing football or playing football, I'm always amazed at how in the world did he see 21 other guys.
Yeah, you always talk about with Kelsey. When you're talking to Kelsey, you're always blown.
Right.
You're like, how did you? Yeah,
right.
Totally.
These guys in that room, those are guys that when they're watching a game on TV, they're seeing things that no one else can see. Like that wasn't even on. Like, how did you see that? I didn't catch it. But these are guys who can explain everything, and they understand things that I just can't even fathom.
Yeah, that's
but
awesome.
Amazing. And there's so much more you can learn. I learn that every day with this football.
That's so cool, man.
Yeah.
You, somebody who had played in the league for 7-8 years,
The
whatever it was, your
offenses have
whole life is
changed
football, and you're like,
entirely.
I'm learning there. It's
Well,
so
think
cool.
about Andy Reid, the way he's adapted his offenses. We can see the new plays and the new ideas and everything, how he's doing the melding of the West Coast with the, more college type stuff, the RPOs and everything else. But he's at the front end of it. So are we. We are.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
We're cutting edge. We should feel great
What
about
a thrill. It is. No, I agree, especially organizationally top to bottom in a lot of ways.
Exactly.
215-592-9494. Let's get to the Twitter poll question of the day, sponsored by Armin Chevrolet. Proud to again be PA's #1 Chevrolet EV dealer, now in stock, the Equinox, Blazer, and Silverado EVs. Together, let's drive ArminChevy.com. Who wins the NBA Finals? Knicks, Pacers, Thunder, and Timberwolves are the options. And then who are you rooting for, the Knicks or the Pacers in that series? Coming up in about 15 minutes, Elliot Shortparks will be in studio. Debate week will begin today at 9 o'clock. Elliot and I will be debating a topic, which you will find out in a little bit. Plus, Rhea Hughes getting involved in the debating today as well. It looks like who is the current face of Philadelphia sports? Rhea versus Joe Giglio coming up later today on the Midday Show.
I'm not sure we're doing that.
Okay.
I talked to Joe, and so we'll have to.
Well, maybe they will be. That's what was given to me as the thing that you guys will be talking about. Maybe there's another one. There will be debates coming later today on the station, as well as we are beginning debate week. Elliot Shortparks will be coming in. We'll be debating a classic Philly sports topic coming up in a few. Let's go back to the phones and talk to Tim in Swedesboro. Hey, Tim.
Good morning, everybody.
What's up, Tim?
I don't know. I really didn't mean to say good morning. It's not really a good one after what
I
with
get
the
it, pal.
Alvarado thing.
I get it.
I mean, I was really happy for that pitcher that made
Mick Abel. Yeah.
It was a shame, to hear that. Like, I was thinking to myself, really, guys? Like, you guys got to rain on a parade with that? Come on. But I was thinking, I think that, I think I can see Dombrowski doing something, but honestly, I really don't want to see Painter go. I don't want to see Ranger go, because I heard Painter has been phenomenal out there.
I don't think Painter's going anywhere.
Yeah,
Ranger is likely gone.
It's possible. Gone at the end of the year.
At the end of the year.
But I think they
now,
could trade Ranger.
Things change. The fact that he's likely gone at the end of the year, it does change the way they're addressing the here and now.
It's exactly right, John.
I mean, I will admit seeing that 101 mile an hour fastball. I'll say that, because that man,
he's an intimidator.
Yes,
that counts for a lot.
And I agree with what you said earlier, John, when you said he strikes fear in batters.
Yeah,
he strikes fear
for sure.
Because I mean, he has that heater, and it's he either catches them looking, or they try to swing, and it's like, what did you just throw at me?
Yeah, it's a massive loss. And again, he's someone who is willing to come in any time in a game, in any situation, come in and do a dirty inning. He doesn't need a clean inning to start. Like a lot of closers, start the inning off. Alvarado can come in second and third, one out, against the best hitter in the lineup. They don't have a Swiss Army knife piece for the most important matchups in every game, which is what this guy was doing. They have nothing like that. It's a massive loss, just obviously the player himself, but also his role and what he did for this Phillies bullpen is harder to replace than just a normal reliever,
Yeah, I mean, there are some shoes to fill. Yeah,
no doubt.
And his shoes will not be easy to fill.
Tim, you got an
especially
answer?
Alvarado.
Yeah, you got an answer for us for a non-actor performance?
Actually, I do. I had one, but somebody took it, so I'm going to try this one. Michael Jordan in Space Jam.
Yeah, sure. That's a solid answer. Not a.
He was okay.
He was okay. That's where I was about to say.
He was okay.
It's not the best performance ever. Come with Bugs Bunny blowing him off the screen.
Yeah.
But no, it was a decent answer. 215-592-90.
It wasn't much of a stretch
Yeah.
character-wise.
Yeah, it was just Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
Kind of easy.
Yeah.
To be Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
But
he did an
that's
admirable job at acting like Michael Jordan.
At being himself. Let's go to Dave in Wilmington. What up, Dave?
Good morning. To piggyback off that truck driver, you guys know I drive a school bus.
Yes.
So we cannot do anything without, being tested, and we lose our job. Like, I can't use cannabis or my skin to rub in, because if it shows up in my urine, I lose my job.
Yeah.
I can't be around people that smoke marijuana, because if I catch a contact and it shows up in my urine, then all of a sudden I lose my job.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. And that's on
and
you, Dave. And that's
Right.
on you to make sure that you don't put yourself in situations, aka take things you don't know what's in them.
Well, that's the thing.
It's
That's
like, what are we
the
doing
thing.
here?
It's very unlikely.
That's why it makes it hard to believe,
that
yes.
this was accidental.
Yeah. Let's be honest.
We know
Like
Jose Alvarado was throwing as hard as he's thrown.
Period, yeah.
And how old is he? He's 30.
30?
It's
Yeah.
her 30 in like a day.
Okay.
So it kind of
happy
feels...
birthday, huh?
Not going to be a great birthday.
Yeah. But yeah, to your point, I do think, John, and even if it wasn't, they were just throwing hard or whatever, like, I'd find it hard to believe that a professional athlete, for as long as he is in the sport that he is in, just took something.
You are so
just
in
just took
tune
something without, really
what-
investigating it or whatever,
Whether you struggle with your weight or not, you are so in tune with everything you put in your body. You're so in tune with every rep that you press a weight,
sure.
with every step you take in conditioning. They measure all of this stuff. There's no way. It is impossible that you don't know every ounce of everything you're ingesting. And if that's not the case, then shame on you.
Yeah.
What a dumb move.
What a moron.
Because
Yeah,
you are
it's a great point.
you're risking the greatest opportunity in the world. To be a Philadelphia Philly.
And you're hurting your teammates, like you said about, you're hurting a fan base. And oh, by the way, you lost yourself millions of dollars you would have made this year. You're losing the rest of your salary for the 80 games you're not getting paid for. And to your point, Johnny, had a $7.5 million or whatever is for next year club option. Nine club option. Like all of a sudden that was a no-brainer for the club. And
how do you pay that now?
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't bring Jose Alvarado back without knowing that he can throw like he's throwing now. And I know without the juice, it's not going to look like it looks now. So not only can I not trust him, but I know I'm going to get a diminished version of Jose Alvarado.
Or at least we likely get a diminished version. And again,
yes.
this is also a guy who, with as great as he's been, it's not like he's never had these issues where he's kind of had these downturns again, getting sent to the minors in 2022. So
yeah.
Dave, you got an answer for us? A non-actor performance?
I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick butt, and I'm all out of bubblegum. Roddy Piper and They Live.
Yeah, it's a good answer.
I love that.
Yeah, it's a great, the longest fight scene in movie history, all that.
Really?
John Carpenter directed They Live.
I loved They
He was in
Live.
town this weekend, too.
John Carpenter was?
He was at the, I believe he was at
Oh,
the same fan fest that
that's cool.
Christopher Lloyd
John
was at,
Carpenter's the man. That's awesome. That's very cool. The Thing? You've been a fan of The Thing?
Yes, of course. What was V? Do you remember V? Was V somehow related to They Live?
V, the movie V?
V. It might have been a TV show.
I remember the TV show V being a
It was like an alien
but
thing,
I thought,
right?
yes.
Was it connected
I
in
don't
some
think so.
way?
They Live was way earlier than that. Like that was in the.
Are you sure?
I don't know.
I don't know either. For some reason, I think they were connected. V.
Hey, Fran Rojas, do some work here. All right, look into something for us. Instead of
Does
just
anyone else
hanging
remember?
out back there. Supervisor
calls.
Fran just likes to supervise and actually get his hands dirty. Fran, figure this out. No, I'm just kidding.
This feels
but
like
seriously, look it up.
V seemed. Again, I was very young, and this is 80s stuff. But V was really cool and scary, and
Maybe there is a
I think
connection.
I probably felt like I shouldn't be allowed to watch it. Maybe that's why I liked it so much.
Mm-hmm.
But it was good.
Nice. All right.
I think.
You're not
It
sure?
doesn't seem like
was
anyone really
I
watched
thought it was good. No, I watched it.
Really?
Yeah, I liked it. I remember liking it. I don't remember like in depth about it, but I remember enjoying it.
Yeah.
And for some reason, Rowdy Roddy Piper and I don't know why there's a connection there. Now, Rowdy Piper was on wrestling every Saturday morning. You could see him on WWF.
Mm-hmm.
And that was really cool that you could also see him in a movie. That was great.
Yeah.
And he was good. He was tough.
good. No, yeah, I agree. And that's a good answer. It's a classic line, a very famous line, too.
Yeah.
215-592-9494. Coming up next, Elliott Shore-Parks in studio. We'll do a little debate action to start debate week off. Plus, Elliott's just going to hang for the hour. So if you want to call in and yell at Elliott, he'll be here. 215-592-9494. We'll continue to take your calls on Alvarado, the Phillies, and more. It's the morning show. We'll be right back.
Whether you are a weekend warrior or competing at a high level, you are an athlete with goals, and NovaCare Rehabilitation is here for you. NovaCare's Select Sports Center of Excellence are specialty locations, and they are focused on the needs of athletes. So if you're injured, NovaCare will help you get you back to playing your sport. They'll also help you prevent injuries from happening, and they'll help you to prepare to compete at your highest level of performance. At all Select Sports Center of Excellence, athletes are treated for their specific injury, training needs, and goals. Most importantly, and this is key, care is provided by sports-specific physical therapists using advanced training and technology. For more than 30 years, NovaCare has long been the trusted Delaware Valley and South Jersey leader in physical therapy, hand therapy, and sports medicine. Select Sports Center of Excellence, just one more way NovaCare is meeting your needs. To learn more about Select Sports Center of Excellence, go to novacare.com today. Excellence is earned. NovaCare, the power of physical therapy.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Fly with fans of Philly to watch the Birds buck Tampa. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Navy Federal Credit Union celebrates Military Appreciation Month in May. Whether you're active duty, a veteran, or a military family, we are all united this month to celebrate those who go above and beyond. As a credit union created for the military community, Navy Federal takes special care to ensure that our members feel celebrated and honored every day and every May. So from all of us at Navy Federal, happy Military Appreciation Month. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Caesars Palace Online Casino is now live, and your palace has everything. Hundreds of your favorite slots and table games like blackjack and roulette, plus exclusive titles you'll only find here. And every play earns toward exclusive benefits you can redeem at any Caesars Rewards destination. Your palace awaits. Download and register today using promo code Radio Launch to redeem your exclusive welcome offer.
Must be 21 and physically present in New Jersey or Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harrah's Philadelphia. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The power of Dell AI with Intel Inside is transforming the world of pro sports. Teams can see curveballs coming with predictive analytics. Coaches can use AI insights to help players improve their shots in real time. And fans can get more out of every winning moment with AI-enhanced replays. See how Dell Technologies with Intel Inside can power your wins at Dell.com/win.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings. Because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up, Oscar!
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Forget the pool, forget the beach, forget the barbecue. Get to Colonial Hyundai this Memorial Day weekend to save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. Hi, it's John Asher, the Cars Are from Colonial Hyundai. This Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Memorial Day Monday, take advantage of not one, but 2 of our most popular offers. Save up to 20% off a brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000. Or I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition, only at Colonial Hyundai. Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of additional vehicles, and for a limited time, you can save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Memorial Day Monday, save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. Or I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition, only at Colonial Hyundai. Plus, we want to make your new vehicle even more affordable. Don't miss out on the best financing in the business with rates as low as 0%. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires May 31st, 2025.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Today's birthday shout-out goes to my former colleague, London Fletcher at CBS. The 50-year-old Pro Bowl linebacker for the Rams, Bills, and then Redskins is now a Washington radio announcer. The question he faces most often is, why aren't you in the Hall of Fame? Fletcher claims he, too, is flummoxed, especially since the likes of Tom Brady, Curtis Martin, Tony Gonzalez all have written letters of support. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Telesystem. Phillies open a series in Colorado against an 8-38 Rockies team. Amidst the shocking news, Jose Alvarado suspended 80 games for PED use, also ineligible for the postseason.
I know what he was doing. He was trying to take a weight loss reduction. That's what he's always been self-conscious of, his weight and working hard on it. And something he took gave a positive result. But ultimately, it's a situation where if that happens, you're still responsible for it.
Dave Dombrowski pretty likely needs to acquire some help for the bullpen. The Athletic's Diana Rossini just posting as the fate of the tush push set to be voted on in the next 2 days in Minneapolis. Eagles looks like they're not going down without a fight. She posted members of the Eagles continue to call around the league discussing why the play in its current form should not be banned. Hackers suck. That's why Telesystem's mission is to make sure Philly's businesses, technology, solutions stay connected and protected. Visit hackersuck.com to learn more. Mostly sunny, high 75s, currently 65. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Debate Days.
That's right, it is the beginning of WIP Debate Week. All kinds of debates on the shows this week. Midday show will be having a debate later today. Obviously, throughout the week, all kinds of debates playing classic Philly sports topics. Paul Jolovich going to be included at some point. We're really diving in. It's going to be awesome. So throughout the week, you'll be hearing debates on all kinds of Philly sports topics on all the different shows throughout the week. And Elliot Short Parks, welcome.
What up? How you guys doing?
I haven't seen you since we did a show together on Saturday.
I feel like this music, coming off
fired up, right?
Yeah, thrashing Joe last year, winning Insider of the Year. There's just so many different champion type songs you could play. Exactly.
For you.
Yeah. For me specifically.
That's what you meant.
Right.
I just wanted to make sure that's what we're talking about.
You don't get a cupcake like Joe DeCamera today to debate against.
No. Well, we'll see.
We'll see.
Yeah.
So Elliot Short Parks and I will be beginning Debate Week with a special debate today. We will have Rhea Hughes, John Ritchie, and Fran Rojas judge our debate. And of course, you can call in 215-592-9494. But the debate we're going to have today, and this is not a classic one because it couldn't even really happen until the last few months.
What a great debate to have.
What is the more memorable season, Super Bowl title, the whole thing, 2017 or 2024? Should we just dive right in here?
If you're ready.
Okay, so we're going to each make an opening statement. We're going to each get a rebuttal.
Do we need
and then
time?
Yeah, do we need time for this?
Should I time stuff?
I think it's almost like an Oscar speech where if people are going too long.
Yeah, you can cut us off. Like, all right, enough.
Okay.
But I do not. Honestly, I don't really plan on needing that long. I'm going to bury Elliot.
I was going to say the way he's got the water, like he's getting ready for some type of.
So, I'll start off. So, opening statement. Here we go. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining me. Really appreciate everyone giving me their time today. I honestly don't think we need to be here. This is a nonsensical discussion, but I will do it anyway. What is more memorable than the first Super Bowl your team wins? We spent our entire lives waiting for something to happen. People died. My father died before he got to see the Eagles win a championship. It was so meaningful to get to actually watch the Eagles win a Super Bowl. But then on top of that, like the most magical ride you could ever have to actually win the championship, a Disney movie with the backup quarterback coming in and out-dueling the greatest of all time to ever do it. You're going up against the evil empire, 6-time champions at the time, or 5-time champions at the time, rematch from 2004. Like, there is no more magical storybook way. And by the way, a team full of guys who we all love and who loved each other, and just we all we need. Like, 2024 was amazing. It was dominant. I'm sure you're going to tell me why it was more memorable, but in my mind, like, it's not even in the same hemisphere in terms of what was more memorable than the first and only first Super Bowl we will ever win. Elliot Short Parks, the floor is yours.
Okay, well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for having me back. Disappointing to hear my opponent from last year, Joe DeCamera, didn't show up, but as we found out, he runs away from competition, so not surprised not to see him. James, excited to do this with you. Look, I can't debate that this 2017 was the first one. There's no question about that. I can't prove that. It is absolutely the first. But I would challenge any of you to go home and tell your significant other that the first time is the more meaningful one, because that's not always the case, right? So once we accept that the first one doesn't have to be the most meaningful, let's look at these two teams. And I would present that the 2024 team is the true symbol of an underdog in the way the 2017 team is not. The 2017 team might have been underdogs in the games. The 2024 team was never supposed to happen. Once you lose a Super Bowl, you are not supposed to go back with that same team and win again. There's a reason Jalen is one of only, 3 or 4 quarterbacks, I think even less than that actually, that have lost a Super Bowl and gone on to win another Super Bowl.
I believe he's the fourth.
The fourth, okay. In Nick Sirianni should have been fired, right? Like when you come, or at least in week 5, people wanted him fired. This team was not supposed to be the case. So was the first time in 2017 the first time? Yes, but outside of the first team, it's not the better team. It's not the more impressive team. It's not the more skilled team. And when you want to talk about meaningful and memorable, I'll always remember Saquon. I'll always remember the dagger. I'll always remember the pick six. And I'll always remember the best team we've seen in Eagles history. So it's not the first, but it is the most memorable.
All right, my rebuttal. I mean, I'll just respond to what you just said. The dagger? Did you mention that? I love the dagger. Don't get me wrong. You want to talk about memorable? How about the Philly special, which is one of the 10 to 15 most memorable plays in the history of the sport in perpetuity? How many named plays are there? Not many, right? The Philly special, a named play. On top of that, Brandon Graham, strip sack. Those two plays alone are more memorable, more famous, whatever you would say, than the entire Super Bowl that just happened. And yes, it was more dominant. No disputing that. More impressive. No disputing that. 2024, definitely a better team and all that. But we're talking about memorable. And there's no way that, again, just factually, I think that nothing could ever be as memorable as the first Super Bowl we ever won after how long we waited. But even if that weren't the case, how it happened is so much more memorable. Like, yes, 2022 was a great, started slow 2-2, everyone's mad, and then they just go on a run. And they're great, and they become dominant, and it's a great team. 2017 was literally a Disney movie. They had the MVP of the league out of nowhere. Carson Wentz, he goes down, and this guy who's been around the franchise forever, had moments, left, comes back, the most likable guy you've ever met in your life, goes on this run. First of all, stinks at first, then puts it together where we're in the two most important games in the history of the franchise. He has the two best games we've ever seen a quarterback play. And then you add in the whole group of guys. I mean, again, all these guys are Philly legends because of who they are, too, whether it's Brandon Graham or Jason Kelce or Malcolm Jenkins or Chris Long or Torrey Smith, or there's just a whole list. There's not a single, they all are amazing people that are part of this amazing thing that happened for us. And again, just the storybook of it being over and them rising from that and winning to beat Brady in the type of game, a way more fun game to watch. I just think it's not close.
So I know my opponent fancies himself a movie man. Likes to think he knows about the theater and movies. But I think he would agree that there's a reason box office hits and the more memorable, meaningful movies have big stars in them. 2024 has more stars in it than 2017. Jalen's the best quarterback in franchise history. Nick's the best head coach in franchise history. They had the best running back, arguably, in franchise history. Certainly the best
Nick's
season.
the best coach
Nick's
in
the best. Excuse me,
history?
sir. This is between me and my opponent right now.
Oh my God. I can't believe
A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith are the best receiving duo in the Eagles history. So I will remember those stars more. But here's the other key part of why 2024 is more memorable and better, and I think is more enjoyable to remember. It has no villains. 2017 is marred a little bit by the fact that the backup quarterback on that day, Carson Wentz, ended up stabbing the franchise in the back and can't look at his Super Bowl ring without feeling some type of anger. Everyone on the 2024 team can look at that ring and say, I feel good about that. Carson can't do that. When you talk about the when you talk, yeah, I'm sure, look, he more than anyone for what he got paid should feel good. But 2017, we cannot talk about the 2017 team without talking about Carson Wentz. And ultimately, Carson ended up being an ugly chapter in this franchise's history. With 2024, every single person I'll remember, when that reunion happens in 10 years, there will not be any question of, will this guy come? Will this guy come? They'll all be there because they all got along and they all loved each other. 2017 is the first time. The first time is not your best time. That I can tell you that for sure, right? So when you go on to more meaningful ones in 2024, then it's just better. So I think I understand Eagles fans, they're both memorable, and the fact me and you get to sit here and talk about two, that's certainly unbelievable. But if I could only pick one Super Bowl to have, I am picking the 2024 team. I would rather remember that dominance and those stars than, let's be honest, like the flash in the pan that the 2017 team was.
So, all right, closing statement time. And I mean, I don't feel like I have to do that much work. I feel like I've already really done the heavy lifting. I mean, you just, said it there, what you want to remember more. This isn't what you want to remember more. This is what is more memorable. What is more memorable? And I think I know I've won when he has to resort to Carson Wentz bashing as his reason.
It's part of the story.
Is it? Does anyone think about Carson Wentz ruining that Super Bowl? I don't. He didn't play in it. He wasn't on the field for the Super Bowl. What I remember is big, Nick coming through in the biggest of spots, walking out. We mentioned the John Candy, Joe Montana thing before. We have our own. We have Nick Foles walking into the huddle before the biggest drive in the history of the franchise and saying, first of all, I love you guys. Like, chills every time. Like, I don't really think I have to do much more. I appreciate your points, and obviously, these are both memorable things that are both are memorable. We're not shirking that. I just think that there's no way that based on the way it happened, and again, up against Brady and Belichick, and I know it's Reed Mahomes, but they're not Brady and Belichick yet. Brady and Belichick still have the most. They're still the GOATs as of the moment. Again, and they're more hateable too. That's the other thing. You talked about a villain. Carson Wentz isn't a villain. The villain was Brady and Belichick in that game. It was the most villain you could have. So I think you've done an admirable job arguing a losing point. But at the end of the day, I think we all know it was a losing point.
Well, first, unlike my opponent, I'd like to start by saying thank you guys for being here today. I appreciate you listening, being here. It's an honor to be back. I respect that. I can't guess I say my opponent
that's
does.
correct, yes.
But I guess I would just say memorable should be something that is earned, and memorable should be something that is memorable because of what that team and what they did. The first one was always going to be memorable. They could have won that game 3-0. They could have gone 9-8. They could have flipped their way through the playoffs by luck, and we'd always remember it. The 2024 team earned a spot in our memory. They earned it with the best defense we'll maybe ever see in franchise. And again, with the best, one of the best offenses, one of the best individual seasons, they earned the right to be etched in Eagles history. The first team was always going to be the first team. They were a fantastic team. They got along, great stories, Philly special, the statue out in front of the stadium. That was always going to happen for some team that whatever was first. What wasn't guaranteed is that we would see a team come along like this and etch the way and demand that we remember them because of how great they were. So when it comes to me, I will remember greatness over my first time. That's just me. And I really think Eagles fans are smart enough to know that if you had to remember one, you want to remember the better one, not the first one.
You're smart enough to know. That's the whole point. You're not memorable means you don't even choose. It is what it is. What's most memorable?
I think this team is more memorable. Yeah. We will talk about this team for more than we will talk about 2017.
It's a great debate. Thank you for that.
I love the SVU right
law
there.
And order, yeah. All right, so let's go to the judges, the judging panel. I do not see any Russian judges here, so we're in good shape. Let's start it off with producer Fran Rojas, the first judge on the table, sitting at the table there looking at us meanly. Fran, what did you think of...
By the way, Fran, I love when you tweet out the songs during the show. Yeah.
Just
good to get to work with you.
Can anyone pander more than Elliot?
Just happy to be here with Fran.
Yes, me too. Okay, go ahead, Fran.
Elliot, appreciate the kind words, but I'm going to go with your opponent.
Thank you. All right, that is 1-0.
Laid out a good thing there.
All right, Rhea Hughes, your results from the debate.
Well, so the two of you went long on your openers. I will say that. A little bit wordy on that.
We didn't interrupt each other too much.
I
thought that was good. Unlike Joe last time.
I was very proud of that. Yeah. And, although John interrupted, that was I did enjoy that.
Well, I felt real like Elliot during Beat the Hammer there, where he did the and Joe lost his mind. I was like, that felt like a real Rich being like, "Hey, Richie, shut up." Okay.
Here's the thing is, I think you hurt yourself with the Carson Wentz comment.
Mm-hmm. Carson hurt himself.
It was unnecessary. It was unnecessary.
It was, but I'm with Elliot. He sold me. Elliot sold me on the. It was just, this was so dominant.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
I wish I didn't have to bring up Carson, but unfortunately, he's part of that story.
That's fine. Rhea, you're dead to me, but that's fine. All right, John Ritchie, the tiebreaker. It all comes down to you.
Yeah. No, Elliot, you did an admirable job.
Oh, that's what I like to see here.
It's like what my teacher used to say, like, you tried, man.
The question here was, which is more memorable?
Which is what it is.
I love that you did what you could. You tried to redirect, and you tried to make more dominant equal more memorable. It was more dominant.
No doubt.
You sold me on that. And I think that the Carson Wentz point was interesting.
Unfortunately, it is.
I love the outside the boxedness.
I love how serious you are, too.
I mean, really, admirable. But, Jimmy, your point was made by the point itself.
Before we even started. He was arguing a losing point. I feel bad for him, but it is what it is.
Too.
Well, it's disappointing that the judges' minds were made up before we started.
I thought you kicked butt.
Yeah.
And there were moments where I was teetering. Which I think that says a lot because your argument was horrendous. And the horrendous the argument you were given was horrendous. It was very difficult.
Yeah.
You somehow crafted it and made it doable, reasonable, realistic, but just not quite realistic enough.
Yeah. Here's what I'll say. You would have beaten Joe.
Well,
yeah, for sure.
That's obvious. Joe would have not showed up, as we can see.
Elliot, I think a misstep
artful.
you made was ripping John in the middle of it. You lost his
that was a
vote.
mistake.
I know, yeah. Well,
Yeah.
unfortunately, I like the rules, so I
I
wanted
do
to.
like how, I don't know if
bad.
anyone else noticed, but as soon as we started debating, Elliot's voice changed. He was like, first of all, you
Well,
got like
hey,
very serious.
I have respect for the. Well, I
For the-
used to,
yeah.
I guess I should say. And Fran, by the way, I hate when you tweet out
I
your
don't
songs.
understand. Why is it that you end up kissing the butt of everyone?
Yeah, you did.
When
It made it a little
debating?
obvious, too. Yeah,
it
You
was
were
a
too
little
pandery.
too
I
self-evident.
mean,
You gotta be authentic.
I think I was authentic. And again, like, I will choose greatness over the first time. But that's just me. You guys can pick the
that's
first
fine.
time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah. Well, you know it can't happen a second time if you don't have a first time.
I'll choose the first time if the question was which is
Agree. Yeah.
memorable, like it's the first time. You know, like it really did. It was a little tilted.
Yeah.
It was a tough
His way.
argument.
Yeah.
But always happy to debate, James.
That was really fun. And again,
Put up more of a fight than Joe.
Yeah. Well, what an embarrassment.
Well, the
Let's be
funniest thing
honest.
about last year with Joe is the argument was, should we believe in the Sixers for next season? And I was like, well, of course we
And
should.
we were
they ended
all
up having,
against you,
yeah,
too.
exactly. And they ended up having like the most horrendous season
Like
ever.
you came in at that debate with all the judges being
Against
like,
you.
Right.
we couldn't disagree with you more, and you won us all over easily. So,
Yeah. Well, I think going up against a better opponent this time hurt my,
hurt you a bit, and you had a tough spot. So, all right, we'll get Elliot's thoughts. He's going to stick with us for the rest of the show. We'll get his thoughts on Alvarado and all that coming up in a minute. First, let's go back to the phones and let's talk to our buddy Mark in Delaware. Hey, Mark.
Yo, happy No Joe Day.
Better than a snow day.
And hey, John, I'm not sure why he rips you all the time on days where you're not there.
I don't.
know,
yeah, I
outrageous.
wasn't aware.
Oh yeah, he
so
does it
much, but
every
I
time.
guess it,
He
it's
gets
on
you all the
brand.
time. And then Elliot, I'm not sure why you're so on the mood with the hammer on Fridays all the time, considering he runs from competition.
Well, again, much like I like the 2024 team, I appreciate greatness, and the Hammer wins all the time, so I like to see him win.
He didn't win on
Yeah.
Friday.
I know that was disappointing.
Actually, he
And the way he
lost
handled it
twice
was
this
even more
summer
disappointing. I mean,
already. No, it's not even
well,
summer
he
yet.
is a big
Twice this
fan of
spring.
trying to cheat his way out of a
Yes,
loss.
and it's like, look, like, you know, you can spout off about your record all you want, and yes, to your point, impressive record, whatever. We can put in the qualifications that we know are there, like the opponents and the fact that he talks on the radio for a living and has played this game
Right.
300 times as opposed to people who've never
But
played it
outside
before.
of that, James is really impressed. Yeah.
You know, whatever. But I think the thing that hurts his record and his hammer standing the most is how bad a loser he is.
Yeah.
He is the sorest, worst loser that I maybe have ever encountered in my life. I mean, he's up there. Like for a dumb radio bit, he takes it so seriously and is so lame when he loses.
slams his hand on the table, I'm always afraid he's going to break
Yeah.
it.
It scares me every
too.
single time.
Yeah.
Good
it's
news.
like-
I don't think he's strong
Hey,
enough.
you
to-
know what, buddy? Guess what?
that would take
It's a good point.
power.
Sometimes
He
you
needs
can
power.
lose. Sometimes you lose.
Yeah.
It happens, man. You know?
Kind of sounds like you're describing Michael Jordan, though. Just putting that out there.
Don't
Just
you
putting
dare.
that out there.
Don't you dare.
James, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
So I know you and Elliot are friends, and you guys
Yes.
probably hang out together. Does Emily and Kristen ever get to say a word when you guys are talking? Because you guys talk so fast.
Dude,
No.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
not
no.
really. Yeah, honestly, just Emily doesn't say a word in our house. It's
Well, I
just
was
me
gonna say
talking her ear off all
the
the
funny
time.
thing is, I just feel like we're both so talkative, and we both married people that I would say are more on the quiet side.
Yeah. Oh, dude,
occasionally.
Emily is fine with me
Yeah.
talking. You know. Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. It's a good question, though, Mark. You definitely got
That
to
is
the
an
heart of it.
interesting question.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Mark,
So,
you got.
So what? Okay, I'll ask. I have a lot of questions.
I love
for
it.
that
Yeah,
question.
that's what we're here. We're open books. Yeah, Mark, what do you got in Alvarado, real quick?
I was just going to say, John, how
Yes.
would you feel walking into the locker room yesterday morning and addressing the team?
How would I feel?
Embarrassed, disappointed. You mean if he were Alvarado, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't.
Well, I would feel like it's a necessity. Like
You have to own it.
yeah. I'm a little bit surprised he was sort of just like ferried off, jettisoned off. I would have wanted to talk to him. I think maybe it would have been the right move to address the team before leaving, because he really did let everyone in that clubhouse down. And I think I'm already resentful as a teammate, and it didn't help that he sort of like was in the middle of the night, just like taken away.
Am I wrong that the team has known about this for a little while?
For
right?
like a week and a half
Yeah.
or 2 weeks.
Okay, so I mean, it is possible the locker room was aware.
I don't know. I don't know if they were there. They Dombrowski said he was aware because the agent and player came and spoke to him.
Okay, so we don't know if Alvarado told anybody else.
It sounds like
I get the impression
aware.
where they were not.
Okay.
Players were not aware.
Yeah, so not great, Mark. Mark, you got an answer for us for a non-actor performance?
Yeah, I'm going to go with a movie from old time that I think we've all seen and maybe we showed our kids. I'm going to go Olivia Newton-John in Grease.
Now, isn't she an actress, or am I wrong about that?
I guess she was a singer.
She was a singer,
first,
yeah.
and then she didn't really act that much other than that. Really, now that I think about it,
Great answer if you consider her not. Yeah,
iconic role for sure.
Hopelessly Devoted to You, great song.
Sandy,
another great song.
Yeah, well, Summer Love.
You actually know that movie?
I was in Greece when I was younger. I know all
played
of
Danny
those.
Zuko when he was younger.
No, I wasn't Danny, unfortunately. No. I was just one of the T-Birds.
Of course you did.
I played Danny Zuko.
Of course you did, yeah.
You want to give us a little Summer Lovin' or anything like that?
It's a tough one to sing.
It is.
Summer
I mean,
Lovin'.
my voice was different then.
Yeah,
That's for
a
sure.
little higher pitched.
Yeah, I think it was.
Did you have black hair then?
No, but it was slick.
Did you dye it for the play?
I got a leather jacket at the mall.
Oh, very nice.
It was like, I was able to pull that off. But it was like a Christmas present.
So it's like a dual thing.
Yeah,
Christmas present.
Yeah.
And,
but I felt like I was taking advantage of the situation because I really wanted a leather jacket, and lo and behold, I needed one to be Danny Zuko.
Worked out for you there. Yeah.
When I was in Greece, I took my character took the character my sister played to the prom.
That's awkward.
Yeah, so speaking of Joe DeCamera.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, here's all I'll say. I will consider it a disastrous day for Fran Ross if he does not come back with something from Greece. We'll find out what it is next.
It's already on it.
Check Twitter.
My man. All right, coming up next, we're going to get
You know that Greece was Rydell High.
Rydell High, baby.
Radner.
Yeah.
Like Radner
really? I didn't know that.
was the model for Rydell High.
Wow, how about that?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Amazing.
Yeah, that is
cool.
amazing.
No, it is neat. All right, more about Greece coming up, as well as we're going to get Elliot's thoughts on the Alvarado thing. Obviously, he's covered the Eagles for a long time. He's been around this situation. He was covering the team when Lane was suspended, all that. We'll get his thoughts on the Alvarado suspension and what that can mean for a team in the hunt, trying to win a World Series. Plus, again, your calls as well, 215-592-9494. It's the morning show. We're coming back.
Here's what's happening at Borgata. Don't miss out on the action at Borgata's Poker Room, where great cards, lucky seats, and high hands bring excitement to every player. Open 7 days a week. Excitement is waiting, and you are only miles away from your happy place. Experience award-winning restaurants, exciting bars, live music, big name entertainment, and a spacious casino filled with your favorite slots and table games. The action at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa doesn't stop. Start planning your getaway today. Visit theborgata.com for more details.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. The Phillies fly west for 4 games against the Rockies. Tonight, leading off starts at 7:40. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 8:40. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
I don't care what you say. I am not wearing makeup later.
You don't have to. It's radio.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm Rob Brown here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The New England Patriots had a hell of an offseason this year. The Patriots got their guy in Mike Vrabel as head coach and added all-pro wide receiver Stephon Diggs to help out Drake May, who was an icon his rookie year with one of the easiest schedules in the NFL. The public is loving a bounce-back year for the New England Patriots. Patriots over 8.5 wins is the third most bet total at BetMGM. I'm Rob Brown. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/score. That's ethos.com/score.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with xFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
For all station contest rules, go to 94WIP.com/rules.
Don't miss this year's 50th anniversary sales event at Dell Toyota. You can buy with no money down and 0% financing every day.
Sell them for less.
Don't miss your chance to witness history as the iconic Wanamaker Trophy makes its way to the city of brotherly love for the 2026 PGA Championship at Arana Mink Golf Club. Ticket registration is happening now. Be there for every moment as the best golfers in the world go head-to-head. To register for tickets, go to PGAchampionship.com/register. That's PGAchampionship.com/register. The earlier you register, the better chance you have at securing the most popular tickets.
I thought people like me didn't get addicted to drugs. That's like saying people like me don't get sick. Just like anyone can get sick, anyone can struggle with addiction. And when you're struggling, there's no shame in getting help. I'm over the shame. I know who I am, and I'm in recovery for me.
Call 844-REACH-NJ. Talk to a counselor for confidential addiction help and see if you're eligible for no-cost treatment. 844-REACH-NJ from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40, period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
But do you know what our most important ingredient is?
Sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't. Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
The peace lily is so last year. Hey, has anyone worked with fiddlenecks?
Shelby's popular flower shop is in full bloom.
We just got a request for an arrangement that evokes air. Who's up for that challenge? No?
She needs to hire a floral designer to nip foliage faux pas in the bud.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The wait is over. The CJ's Tire and Auto semi-annual sale is here. From now until May 31st, enjoy instant savings on thousands of tires, including Falcon tires. The very best prices of the season during the CJ's Tire and Auto semi-annual sale. At CJ's, we're driven to keep you and your car moving. Only at CJ's Tire. Save up to $80 off a set of tires, including Falcon tires. And at CJ's, we're more than just tires. We've got your car covered, from routine maintenance to major repairs under the hood. Now through May 31st, save big on any service needed, including a $49.99 state inspection, and make sure your car is ready for summer. With 18 locations and over 100,000 tires, including Falcon tires at cjtire.com, CJ's makes tire shopping easy and your ride smoother than ever. Instant savings during the CJ's Tire and Auto semi-annual sale. Roll into your local CJ's Tire and Auto today and save. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
Offers end May 31st and cannot be combined. State inspection not valid for national, commercial, or government accounts. Emission service required and sticker fee additional pass sale. See store for details.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Helen's Sausage House. Phillies kick off a road trip out west. Got a 4-game series in Colorado against a pretty dreadful Rockies team, sporting an 8-38 record. Bills are coming off a sweep of the Pirates in a remarkable debut by Mick Abel, who tied the Phillies record for a pitcher in his MLB debut with 9 strikeouts. Unfortunately, that was overshadowed by the 80-game suspension levied by the league against Jose Alvarado for PEDs. The Athletics' Diana Rossini posted, members of the Eagles continue to call around the league to lobby to keep the tush push, which is expected to be voted on over the next 2 days in Minneapolis. Helen's Sausage House, with locations in Smyrna and Newark, Delaware, for over 40 years. Breakfast, lunch, and catering online. HelensSausage.com. Mostly sunny, high 75. It's currently 65. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. You are waking up with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Oh, yeah. You gonna sing for us, Elliot? Nope.
Maybe.
Summer lovin'. There it is. Had me a blast.
Go ahead, John. This is your part.
This might be the best of them. Song's so good. Yeah. For me, met a boy, cute as can be. Great. Great job, Fran.
Is this the best musical?
No.
Really?
Oh, no.
What do you think's the best?
Yeah,
I haven't seen
mean,
Hamilton.
I think Hamilton is my
I
personal
don't know if
favorite.
Hamilton would count, though. That's like a Broadway play.
Yeah, what do you think
Well,
musicals
I'm saying,
are?
no, I know, but Grease is like a movie.
So is Hamilton, but also...
Well, Hamilton was a play first.
So was Grease. No, definitely.
But I'm saying one is known as a movie.
Grease was on Broadway before the movie.
No,
the
I
movie
know.
happened because it was on Broadway.
But I'm saying Grease is known
you're
as a movie.
just losing every debate this
I
morning.
just think this is a silly angle.
How about Rent?
Regardless, to your initial question, I love Rent. Rent's one of my favorites, but I think My Fair Lady, would be pretty
Cats, if we want to do
Guys and Dolls, Cats is a disaster.
I don't know if it's a great play. I'm just saying in terms of like
Guys and Dolls, My Fair Lady
I
has
haven't
been
seen that. Guys and Dolls either.
But I was in
Guys and Dolls as
you've
well.
heard of it. You've heard of it before. Yeah, those
Annie.
Rent blew my mind away when I
Rent
saw
was
it.
amazing.
I
I've
was
seen
like,
Rent.
this is the
Rent a
most
few
amazing
times.
thing I've ever seen.
I could sing almost every word of Rent. Probably still.
Immediately bought
I
the
haven't heard it
cassette
in like
tape
15
in
years.
the
I could
lobby.
probably sing every word still.
What a flex.
Yeah, that's what I do.
That is
Yeah,
quite a
I
flex.
can sing
at the bar,
I
like,
can
hey,
sing
guess
show
what?
tunes,
Bump it.
guys.
Yeah. Bump it in the mini.
Ready. All right, Twitter Bowl question today. Nice non sequitur there. Twitter Bowl question today, sponsored by Armin Chevrolet. Do more and get more in a 2025 Armin Chevy Trailblazer, starting at only $23,995. Together, let's drive. See Armin's inventory at ArminChevy.com. All right, 2 questions, John. The first one: who you rooting for? Knicks, Pacers. How do you think the audience voted on that one?
Oh man, no idea. I'm going to guess animosity toward the Knicks outweighs open-mindedness about Villanova, so 40% choose the Knicks.
Even more, it is 74% choose the Indiana Pacers as they are rooting for. So only 26% of people saying they're rooting for the Knicks. The other one: who do you think will win the NBA Finals? The 4 teams left: the Knicks, the Pacers, the Thunder, the Timberwolves. How do you think the voting went out on that?
I think OKC wins this thing
handily. 57% of the poll go to OKC. Pretty close after that. The Knicks do get the second most votes at 17%, 16% for the Timberwolves, and then the Pacers at 10%. All right, back to the phones in a minute. Time Zero's coming up. Elliot, while we have you here, you haven't had a chance to comment on the story of the day.
Yes.
And sadly, it's not Mick Abel. I wish that Mick Abel were the story of the day, but you can comment on that too if you want to. But the Jose Alvarado news. Obviously, the 80-game suspension is a big deal, but the biggest deal of it all, the fact that he is ineligible to play in the postseason for the Phillies, just a massive loss for the team and their World Series chances.
Yeah, so for me, look, obviously it's disappointing he did it. It's a massive blow to the bullpen. I get all that. This is about Dombrowski to me. Dombrowski has mostly sat out the trade deadline since he's been here.
Well, and made bad moves.
And made bad moves.
He's made, yeah.
Right? So I think that the Alvarado thing basically speeds up decision time. Does Dombrowski want to reinvest in this team, or is it time to move on? Because let's be honest, if this team doesn't do anything in the postseason, there will be major changes. They're not going to run it back with this team, whether that's letting JT walk, whether that's letting Schwarber walk, maybe that's trading Trey Turner at a loss. It is going to be a very different team if they don't do anything in the playoffs. And they can't do anything in the playoffs if they don't replace Jose Alvarado with an actual, big-time acquisition. So if Dombrowski is not going to invest in the bullpen, then they might as well sell at the deadline. That is what a smart organization would do. You don't just hold out on, a small chance you make a run. You get assets for players you know you're going to lose. So if they're not going to make a trade, then sell. But I think they absolutely have to make a trade and reinvest in the bullpen.
I think they will make a trade. I don't know if it'll be
a big-time trade.
I know. I think selling it's too far because baseball is weird like that. And baseball, if the bats get out in October, they could win, and I think if you have a chance to make the playoffs, it's hard to sell in baseball in that way. But I get the
I just think with the impending free agents. I agree with you. Look, we've seen the Phillies enter the postseason as a team not supposed to make a run, and they did.
And that was the longest run they've made.
Right. Now, the bullpen was better then, though, if I'm not mistaken, right?
2022, yeah, but it wasn't that much better. I mean, they was really Alvarado and Sir Anthony is the only guys we felt good about. Robertson was there, but it was not...
Right.
Eflin coming out of the pen, remember that? So,
wow, Eflin, I forgot about that.
Can we still get Robertson?
Yeah, he's a free agent. Zach Roberts out. I mean, David Roberts is out there now. He's 40 or whatever.
And
look, he's on the market
year,
for a while. He was good last year. He's pitched well.
He's outstanding
He's pitched well everywhere except when he's a Philly. He signed for any other team.
He's out there. He's a free agent. I don't know why we don't just go lock him up right now.
So he might be waiting. He might want to wait until more teams need. He might want to wait and say, "I only want to pitch half a season. I only want to come in for a playoff round." Who knows? He's 40, but it is a thought.
Now, what would you guys prefer more? Trading one of their top 5 prospects or whatever for a legit bullpen piece, or would you rather get creative in putting Painter in the bullpen, or just telling Scott Boras bad news? I know you're gonna be mad about this, but Rangers going in there. Which path would you prefer?
So Painter, I don't think is an option.
You don't think it's an option?
TJ, okay. I'm not messing with Painter's arm like that. I think he's too important. I'm not stretching him out and then putting him back. Maybe for the playoffs, if I feel like he's started and whatever, and I can put him in for an inning or two here or there. But I'm not relying on Painter as a bullpen arm throughout the season. Abel, absolutely, I think could be an interesting guy for that. Obviously Ranger, but they're extenuating things with that, with Boras and all that. But I do lean towards hoping that they can internally fix problems more than giving up top prospects to fix those problems, because I don't know that it'll be enough, to give up a top prospect, get a high quality reliever, and is that worth it if you don't win the World Series? So it's a tough question, and it's what they're going to be dealing with.
But I think they have to make the decision soon.
Yeah,
is more my point.
But the other part of it is that you need two to tango. If I'm a team with a good reliever that I want to trade, there's no way I'm trading him now.
Right.
I'm just not going to get the same value.
The Phillies could overpay.
But even then, the leverage will increase. You're only likely going to get, when you take the risk of getting hurt or whatever, but you're only likely going to get more the closer to the deadline you get. More teams involved, more leverage. So. But yeah, it's a tough situation. All right, coming up in a minute, we'll get Elliot's thoughts on a pretty important Eagles-related thing that's happening this week that we have not talked much about in the last week or two. First, let's go back to the phones and talk to Andrew in Reading. What up, Andrew?
Hey, man. Good to hear you, and thanks for stepping up and improving on the Joe performance. So am I talking to Danny Zuko right now? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, multiple.
A few Danny Zuko's.
Danny's all around. Although, to be fair,
Danny's Zuko. Can we say it that way?
I actually feel like my character's name was Duty in the play.
Yeah,
no.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
No.
Appropriate.
No, it was Danny Zuko.
No, I know, but
I didn't play Danny Zuko.
I didn't play Danny Zuko. Yeah,
he was one of the crew.
No, wasn't a real character.
The play that I was in though was called A Bite of the Big Apple, so it was a sampler.
So you weren't in Greece at all.
It was
just to be clear.
We did songs from Greece.
That's hilarious.
And I was
It was like a best
Danny
of.
Zuko
Yeah,
in
it was
that
like
song
a compilation type
from
thing.
Greece.
Yes.
Yeah, a
Gotcha.
compilation.
Sure,
There you
sure. Yeah.
All right, so it was a mix.
Yeah.
So I'm a physician, and when I first heard about Jose Alvarado, of course, being a lifelong Philly sports fan, I was pissed. But then when they said it was from a diet drug, I was very confused because I don't need to educate you guys or the audience that a new class of medicines came out about 6 or 7 years ago that are all the rage.
Yep.
And I just assumed he was on one of those because half the friggin' world is on those
everyone.
these
Yeah,
days.
totally.
Yeah, I just don't really think it matters what he was on. Like, you have to be more responsible what you're putting in your body.
I agree.
Like, it could
No
be
doubt.
for anything. Yeah.
So now it's come out that he tested positive for testosterone. So it's a little confusing to me that, there's no testosterone in these meds. So, are we being lied to? It's very
Probably.
confusing.
I mean,
Yes,
probably. Yeah.
we're being lied to.
In most of these cases, when someone gets popped for PEDs, they'll always have some sort of, I didn't know it was in this
fertility.
And in the vast majority of those cases,
Must have been
they knew
labeled wrong.
exactly what they were putting in their
also,
body,
we don't know what he took. Like, we can assume it's a popular weight loss drug, but we don't actually, unless it's been reported the name of the drug.
We were told it was a weight loss drug.
Right, but I'm saying we don't know which one. So,
Of
for us to
course,
say what is in that drug, we just don't
Andrew,
know.
to the heart of what you're saying, yes, he probably we don't know for sure, but he probably knowingly took steroids. If I had to bet on it, that's what we don't know, but that's my guess,
Yeah, but I mean, as a truck driver called in like 45 minutes ago, I mean, if you know you're going to be tested, and I'm sure Richie can speak to this, like if you know the deal, I mean, everybody my golden retriever knows the deal.
Yeah.
like you're not going to get away with it.
Yeah, I think he just
don't know why
made a
you would risk
mistake.
it.
I think he was reckless and made a
Andrew,
mistake.
I'm with you, and to your point, like, how could they? And yet, people still get popped every year.
Yeah.
Look, Jerks and Profar for the Braves got popped earlier this year. Like, I'm with you. It's crazy and it defies logic, but these guys think they can beat it. And there are guys who are beating it. Let's be honest. There are definitely people who are getting past tests.
Yeah.
Like, we've seen it forever in baseball. So
Right.
it's like maybe
that's the
that's how
problem.
how
But
dumb
the
can
other
it be?
thing
That,
too is like, I would just say I think there is a shot he did this on accident. Just to be clear,
Of course, it's
Like,
possible.
We think these
I do
athletes
not.
are all on
I
top
do
of it.
not
there is
think there's a shot
I think
that
there
he
is a
did this
much.
by accident.
Look, maybe there's a small percent, but it is a much smaller
Yeah,
percent.
it's a minority.
I agree.
Smaller.
Andrew, you got an answer for us for a non-action performance?
Let me just say one last quick thing, and then yes, I do.
Sure.
I think that the right move is to tell Scott Boras to stick it and put Ranger as the closer. We saw him a
That
couple
could have
years ago.
long-term ramifications, Andrew. I get it, but that could hurt your team long-term. Like,
What,
Scott
Boras will
Boras,
boycott us in the
he's
future?
the most powerful person in the
I still think if
sport.
you pay the most money, though.
He is the most powerful person
No, I
in
agree,
the sport.
but he's not going to turn down the most money.
Maybe. It
He didn't
depends how
become
much
Scott
more
Boras
it is.
by-
You might have to overpay. Like,
Yeah.
who knows? Anyway, Andrew, you got an answer for
All
us?
right. I have the winner. I narrowed it down to two, but I'm going to say Andre the Giant in
So
Princess Bride.
it's his birthday. That's why we
it's a
did.
great one,
That's
though.
why we
All
did the
right, well, I missed
question.
that. Well,
Yeah.
no, I can
So
pivot.
what's your pivot?
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Great
in,
answer.
Airplane.
Okay, that could win.
Wow.
That's a really
Wow,
good
I'm
answer.
surprised no one said that
Yeah.
yet.
All right. Time's yours in a second, but quickly, Elliot, Rhea mentioned in her update earlier the Diana Rossini report on the tush push. We talked about so much when the first vote was happening and all that, but kind of quietly, it's tomorrow. The
Yeah.
next day is when they're deciding this. All of a sudden, it's
Tush
like,
push
whoa.
week. Yeah.
Yes, Elliot. Where is this whole thing at right now?
So I still think that there is going to be there will be a change to the tush push. I'd be very surprised if at the end of this week the tush push is allowed to be run the exact same way. And I also think you have seen the Eagles start to prepare for the fact that the tush push is gone. Lurie brought up to you they're bringing back the fullback. They signed a fullback last year. They drafted a defensive tackle that has been in goal line situations at fullback. They signed A.J. Dillon, one of the better short yardage running backs. So I do think there'll be a change to the tush push, but I really don't think it's a huge deal like others do. I think they're still going to convert at an extremely high rate in these short yardage situations.
Yeah, I agree, but it's still, it's annoying.
Yeah,
to see it the
but
way
also
it
it's a
turns out.
feather in the cap. Like, they designed a play the NFL had to ban.
Sure.
I mean, it is.
It's a way
like,
to look at it. Yeah,
it
positive
is.
spin.
Can you think of another play that's been banned? I'm sure there are some. But
Yeah, but I don't know if it's been a specific
Well, there's
team play like that.
tackles
Yeah, but I don't. To
But
your
that's
point,
different than a
I don't
team
think
designed
team
to play.
created- yeah. No, it's
That's,
fascinating.
good
All right,
for the Hall of Fame resume.
There you go. All right, let's do what we do every day at this time.
The time is yours.
Can't wait.
Unlike everyone else, we actually check our voicemail. Tell us what you want to say. The time is yours.
Time's yours.
Time's Yours is brought to you by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. The Wi-Fi is booming. Unlock faster, secure speeds at home and on the go. Only from Xfinity Mobile. Let's see what we got today.
Joe, if somebody is in the Eagles Hall of Fame, then they are an Eagles great. It's an objective point, and your point about Hugh Douglas is ridiculous. Time's back to yours.
Yeah, of all the dumb things that Joe said on Friday after losing, and there were many dumb things, him saying he was not an Eagles great was just by so far.
What is this? This is
so because my question when Joe lost on Friday, one of my questions was what Eagles great had 2 sacks in the pickle juice game.
Oh, this definitely counts.
Yeah.
He's definitely great.
And so he said that Hugh Douglas shouldn't count as an Eagles great.
Mm-hmm.
It's also you said the game.
Question.
I mean,
regardless, he's the guy who had 2 sacks in the game, but also like Eagles great. Like he's in the Eagles
he's
Hall of Fame.
definitely
How
an
much
Eagles
more
great.
great do you need to
100%.
be?
Yeah.
The camera. The only thing weaker than your horrendous performance on Beat the Hammer on Friday is your inability to pick a date to play Jack in this sporting event.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Hey, it's the Hammer here. I have been preying on the weak my whole life. I went to the prep where we play against public high schools with our nationally recruited players, so we started winning then. And now on Friday morning, I pick up tomato cans to do sports trivia again.
I lost.
It's just fantastic. I got to get back to my bidet.
Great work. Honestly, we should get more people impersonating
Yes.
Joe. That's an
Nice job.
angle we have not tapped into enough. All right, with that, we shut it down.
The Time's Yours line. Leave Joe and John a message of your thoughts, compliments, and complaints. Call 215-238-4500.
All right, let's try and get some final answers in here. We got to pick a winner in a minute of the best performance by a non-actor. Let's get a few people in. Let's turn to here. Steve in Williamstown. What you got, Steve?
What's going on, guys? I'm going to have to say Prince in Purple Rain.
Ooh, that's a very interesting
It's a
answer
great
to
movie,
a
too.
great movie. Obviously, Joe, makes you like it more when you know how much Joe does not like Prince.
Really good answer.
David in Wilmington. David, you got an answer for us?
How about OJ and Naked Gun?
Yeah. No, he's very good in it.
Be hard to vote for him.
That's what I was about to say.
Yeah.
It's like at the end of the day when we're deciding, it's like, I'm probably not going to pick the murderer if I had to choose. But he is good in those movies, for what it's worth. Let's go to Paul. Paul, you got an answer for us?
Yeah, I think it needs to be your initial time in the movies. Like, you got Roddy Piper and Olivia Newton-John. They already were actors and actresses in the earlier ones. But the first one, and I don't know if it was said, but Hulk Hogan has spun their lips in Rocky III.
So I said it, which is, in passing. So my fault. You got another answer for that?
Jim Brown, The Dirty Dozen.
Yeah, that's a good answer. That's a solid one. All right, let's get a couple more quick ones in here. Matthew, you got an answer for us?
Cher, Moonstruck.
What was that?
Sharon Moonstruck.
Oh,
One of my all-time favorite
yeah,
movies.
she's great in that. Wasn't she an actor? I knew she was a singer too.
No, I think she's more of a singer.
I know
She was known as a singer. I think that might have been. I don't know if that was her first movie because she starred in The Mask and a bunch of other things.
She was in The Mask,
a different Mask.
Okay, all right,
I take a look and see how early that was while I'm getting this because I feel like she was an actress by then. But if not, that's a very, very good answer. All right, last one. Tim, you got an answer for us?
Yeah, Reggie Jackson in The Benchwarmers.
Oh, I thought he was going to go Naked Gun there too,
I did
right?
not expect Benchwarmers.
Naked. I was like, especially we just heard Naked Gun.
Yeah.
It was
Killing the
not her
Queen.
first
I
movie
didn't
role.
think it
She was in
was.
Silkwood.
She was in a few
Mask
movies
was
before that,
1985, Witches of Eastwick.
I thought
Moonstruck.
she was in a few movies
Yeah, it
before
wasn't
that.
until 87.
Yeah.
Suspect.
That's what I thought.
Moonstruck, if you've never seen it.
Yeah, it's a great movie.
Have you ever seen it, Elliot?
Moonstruck? No.
Elliot?
No.
Phenomenal movie.
Yeah.
It's a very
Phenomenal.
entertaining movie.
Highly entertaining.
Did anyone say Little Bow Wow and like Mike?
No.
No, shocking.
Shock.
Could have been a
Yeah,
winner.
it could-
That's
Could have been
winner.
a winner.
Probably wouldn't have been a winner.
Winner for a
but-
different show.
It's a great, yeah.
All right, so we got 6 votes here. So 5 votes, bad math. 5 votes here. So we have to make a decision. Here are what I think going through the list. The best answers, in my opinion, that we got today. I think Lady Gaga in A Star Is Born is a great answer.
That's really good.
Mike Tyson, The Hangover is great. I think Bob Uecker in Major League is a great answer. I think Bob Barker in Happy Gilmore is a great answer.
I think it's too small.
It probably is. Going through.
He's also kind of an
Roddy
actor.
Piper was good. Yeah, kind of an actor too. And then I think Prince there was a really good answer at the end there. Those are really the ones that stick out as the best today.
Is Prince or Gaga?
Oh, and also we had Arlie Ermy as one too, which I think is great because that was his first performance. That's a great answer as well.
So I haven't seen Purple Rain, but if the movie's all about Prince for Prince, I feel like that counts a little different than an actor like doing a cameo or something.
It's an interesting point. Yeah. Now there
Really
is
good
a story
point.
that's
I like
told
Lady
and
Gaga.
stuff.
So Lady Gaga would be my vote.
Yeah.
Okay.
mine too.
Oh, that's two quick ones. I'm not saying I'm against it because Lady
I am
Gaga is
not opposed.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great answer.
Yeah, she was unbelievable.
Amazing. Fran, I see Fran kind of giving me the nod.
Yeah,
back.
I like Euchre in Major League.
So I love that.
Yeah.
I mean, dynamite drop in, Monty. So
The problem with Gaga is she's doing other acting roles.
But that was
She
the
has become-
first kind of thing that she did.
I
So
know.
here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go Euchre with you because I love that. So it's down to you, John Ritchie.
Again,
Bob Euchre or Lady Gaga, you make the call.
I got to go Gaga.
Yeah, that's fair. Congratulations to JP. JP, who's a great caller. We've never met before. That'll be fun to have JP down at the game with us. Again, the next 3 weeks, you can win tickets to come to a Phillies game with us. So keep it locked here. We will have many more fun ways for you to win those prizes. And again, keep it locked. Debate day coming up. More debates on the midday show and all week long. Thank you to Elliot for coming in and helping out. You did an amazing job today, buddy.
Well, that's kind of what the winners say to the loser. So
Thank you for allowing me to win today.
Yes.
Fran Rojas doing a great job producing the show. Justin DeRazio, awesome job helping out today. And thank you to everyone who called in. Literally could not do the show without you. We'll be back tomorrow. Hugh and Joe coming up next.
Forget the pool, forget the beach, forget the barbecue. Get to Colonial Hyundai this Memorial Day weekend to save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. Hi, it's John Asher, the Cars Are from Colonial Hyundai. This Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Memorial Day Monday, take advantage of not one, but two of our most popular offers. Save up to 20% off a brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000. Or I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition, only at Colonial Hyundai. Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of additional vehicles, and for a limited time, you can save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Memorial Day Monday, save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. Or I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition, only at Colonial Hyundai. Plus, we want to make your new vehicle even more affordable. Don't miss out on the best financing in the business with rates as low as 0%. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires May 31st, 2025.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
This Military Appreciation Month, Verizon thought of a lot of different ways we could show our appreciation, like rolling out the red carpet or giving you your own personal marching band. But we decided on special military offers instead. This month only, we're giving military and veteran families a $200 Verizon gift card on us when you purchase a new smartphone on My Plan, because we're proud to serve you. Visit your local Verizon store to learn more. $200 Verizon gift card requires smartphone purchase $799.99 or more with new line on eligible plan. Gift card sent within 8 weeks after receipt of claim. Additional terms apply.
Who's the man in a white plumbing bag?
Roto-Rooter Man.
Who's the dude who clears your drain of food?
Roto-Rooter Man.
Who's the guy to keep your basement dry?
He's the Roto-Rooter Man.
Who's your friend for a pipe on the man?
Roto-Rooter Man.
If plumbing, drains, or water cleanup are the plan, better call your Roto-Rooter man. Roto-Rooter, we put water where it should be.
Call Roto-Rooter, that's the name, and away go troubles down the drain. Roto-Rooter.
Hey, Navigation, take me to the amazing deals and super low lease payments at KiaofCherryHill.com.
It's Memorial Day savings all month long at KiaofCherryHill.com. Choose from over 400 new Kias available, including over 40 Tellurides, over 100 Sportages, over 35 Carnivals, over 75 Celtos, and over 80 Souls. Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or available online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
You could think you found your dream home online, but here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Miami right-hander Cal Quantrill yesterday threw the first immaculate inning of the season, retiring Tampa Bay's Jonathan Aranda, Christopher Morrell, and Cameron Meisner on 9 pitches, all strikes of course, in the 4th inning. Although it was the 116th immaculate inning in history, statistically speaking, it is a more rare pitching feat than a perfect game, believe it or not. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome on in. It's the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. That is how you hop aboard on a Monday. Boy, do we have a lot to talk about. Kyle Quinn is behind the glass. You guys on the phones with us. Good morning, Hugh.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Philadelphia. Hey, man, everybody don't need to know everything about you. Because sometimes that, when you find out everything about somebody, it kind of changes things.
Yeah, you don't want to know. You don't want to know sometimes. You don't want to know.
Sometimes ignorance is bliss.
I agree with that. It is. That could work for real life. It could work for sports. All right, we got a lot to get into today. We have a great prize to give away. Rhea's going to join us 1 hour from now in studio. We'll get to a pretty wild rumor with the Sixers, the number 3 pick. We got big NFL stuff going down this week, including a potential change to the seeding in the NFL postseason. But, Hugh, we start with the Phillies, which... this is one of those, it depends on how you want to look at it. Because from one perspective, they had a great weekend, right? I mean, they swept the Pirates. They took care of business against a bad baseball team. And they're only a half game out of first place. The Phillies are playing good baseball. Another winning homestand. They get to go play a tomato can this week with That's right, with the Rockies. Mick Abel came up yesterday. And what a debut for that kid as he replaces Aaron Nola in the rotation with the ankle injury for Nola. But here, obviously, the other side of the coin is Jose Alvarado, who goes on the suspended list here. Yeah. Suspended 80 games for taking a banned substance. Hugh, I saw I actually saw a little bit of people talking about this Saturday night before the news finally broke. I guess it was leaking out a little bit. Mm-hmm. And then Sunday I saw, it broke everywhere, and the Phillies announced it. So Alvarado suspended 80 games, and on top of that, he is not eligible for the postseason. So it's a double whammy. He's going to miss most of the rest of the season. He could come back in late August, but he's not eligible for the postseason. It is a crusher for this bullpen. Hugh, what was your reaction when you saw the Alvarado news come down yesterday morning?
Now, you know how my mind works, man. And when you hear it, initially I just try to process what I'm hearing.
Yep.
And then when I read the story, it was real specific in what it said he took, testosterone. I forgot which type of testosterone it was, but it was testosterone. So if you know anything about that, it boosts your natural testosterone, and it allows you, it makes you, in some cases, it could be a weight loss thing. It could be for virility, kind of like a Blue Chew or whatever. It has some benefits to it. Recovery is one of them. When you have more testosterone, you recover. And I was just like, my first thought was, that's real specific. Because normally when you test positive for PEDs, it's one of those things where it's vague. It just says performance-enhancing drugs or whatever. But this one was more specific. So my thoughts were, man, he has been, initially I thought this is something he's probably been taking for a while. Because and he forgot to mask it. I used to work out in the gym where, worked out with a lot of bodybuilders and stuff. And they would talk about, masking agents and things of that nature. So that's what I thought. I don't know this for sure. I'm just speculating. That's just, my mind was all over the place, and I was just reckless speculating like I normally do, and that was what I thought.
All right, so I had a lot of thoughts when it first happened. We're going to hear in a second here from Topper and from Dombrowski and from Bryce Harper, and of course you, 215-592-9494. We're going to get to what the Phillies could do now because they have a huge hole in their bullpen. My first thought, Hugh, though, and you call me cynical. You can say that if you want. I'm very frustrated at Jose Alvarado. I don't believe it for a second. The Phillies and Alvarado are spinning this as he took a weight loss drug and he did not realize what was in it. Hugh, I don't buy it. Every steroid suspension or PED suspension for 20 years in baseball, the player says the same thing every time. Aha! How did that get in my body? I didn't know. So I'm just cynical on this. I don't buy it. I believe, if I had to guess, he either knew what he was putting in his body and tried to mask it, and it didn't work, or he didn't take. To me, Hugh, if you're taking a weight loss medication, and that's what they're saying he did, then you got to go to the trainers and show them the medication and say, "Can I take this?" And they'll tell him, I'm sure, very quickly, "Yeah, you're good to go here," or "No, if you take this, this could come back and we could be in trouble here." And if he didn't do that, that's on him too. I don't feel bad for the guy. I feel bad for the team. Because he hurt them here. This is a crushing loss for the team. There's no other way to put this. This bullpen has started to pitch better, Hugh, but with that, as he's been the anchor of that bullpen, and now they don't have him for 80 games. They don't have him for the postseason. It changes the whole course of the season. Now, and we'll discuss what they're going to do, they've got to replace him both immediately and for the long term, because even if they get through the next 80 games, he's not eligible for the postseason. So the problem,
that's the one that hurts.
It doesn't go away. They need to make a move both in the moment, in the future. It's just so frustrating. 215-592-9494 for your reaction to the Alvarado suspension, where you come down on him, and now what they do. All right, let's hear yesterday how it went down. First, Rob Thompson telling the media what happened in the dugout before the game.
Did you talk to him today?
I haven't talked to him about the situation at all. He didn't come in today, and I just talked to the club at 11:30. 30, and guys were kind of shocked. But then again, they realized that we got business to take care of, and it's out of our control. It's out of their control. We just got to keep moving forward.
Well, I expect him to say things like that, Hugh. It is out of everyone's control. They got business to take care of. They're a team. There's more than one. That's fine. But you heard him say it there. The players were kind of shocked. I mean, he's the biggest part of their bullpen, and now he is gone for 80 games. 215-592-9494. Let's hear Dave Dombrowski talking about Alvarado and kind of always battling his weight here as part of the issue.
It's not something he did knowingly. I believe that, the way he talked to me. We had our support. It's basically the system is a very stringent system. Because in the sense that you're responsible for what goes into your body. That's what it really comes down to. And so I know what he was doing. He was trying to take a weight loss reduction. That's what he's always been self-conscious of his weight and working hard on it. And something he took gave a positive result. So, but ultimately, it's a situation where if that happens, you're still responsible for it.
Hugh, I found it interesting the way Dombrowski said it, because while he did say he believed him when Alvarado said he didn't do it on purpose, he twice said there, you're responsible for what you put in your own body.
Yeah. There's a lot that, for me, is with this story, Joe. I mean, I'm just going to be honest. And I know that how I feel about performance-enhancing drugs and stuff like that, a lot of people probably don't feel the same way.
Yep.
Because I feel like, to be honest, anything that you take to enhance your abilities from creatine to protein powders, and I feel like all of that is performance enhancing. So I feel like everybody's trying to get an edge when you're doing things like that. And I also know that when you start taking these certain things like testosterone or whatever it is it was taking, it takes a while for it to build up in your body. Anybody that's taking a supplement, you take supplements, Joe, they tell you right away, you're not going to see the effects of the supplement on day one. It takes a while. Like, it takes a while for it to build up in your body and for it to start taking effect and you to start having these, the side effects, if you will. Yep. The side effects in this case being weight loss. So he's been on this for a while, in my opinion.
I agree with you. So, Hugh, if you go back to the last 2 years, his velocity started to diminish a little bit. He still threw hard, but where he was 3 years ago, he was no longer there. And then he came to spring training this year, and he was popping 100, 101 again.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Anybody that has taken anything, I don't care what it is, if you take testosterone, male replacement hormone, or whatever it is, you know that initially it don't kick in for a while. Like if you on the Ozempic, if you taking the shot or whatever, you don't lose weight if you take it on Monday, you ain't losing weight by Friday. It takes a while for it to get in your system. So to me, again, it was real interesting to hear when they pinpointed exactly what it was he was taking, that I was like, oh, okay. So knowing what I know, my limited knowledge of, taking supplements and things of that nature, it's like, yeah, he's probably been on that for a while.
I agree with you. And that's why I don't have sympathy for the guy or empathy for the guy. Look, I'm sure he wanted to help the team win, but he knew what he was doing. It's his responsibility what he puts in his body. I do think it's selfish that he took this stuff because he got hit on a test with it. And I feel like I just feel so, after 20 years of baseball having testing in, they all say the same thing. Every time one of these guys gets caught, it's, I had no idea. I'm shocked. I'm not. It's the same thing every time.
But honestly, what are you supposed to say?
Well, but
hey. I did
it.
What do you say? Y'all
you caught me red-handed.
Y'all caught that? I thought I was masking it better than that.
Yeah.
That's what you're supposed to say.
Well, I don't know what but they all can't use the same excuse.
Ignorance is bliss. Didn't we just talk about this? Sometimes it's better if you don't know. Ignorance is bliss.
It's amazing. These guys know exactly what they eat, know exactly how they train, but they magically have these drugs in their system.
That's why I said, man,
it's baloney.
There's too much money involved for anybody. And I this is where, for me, and I'm talking to the fans now, don't think for a minute that, like, there's certain levels that people will go to cheat, but everybody's trying to get an edge.
Well,
Everybody's cheating.
I know that.
You know what I mean? Everybody's doing whatever your comfort level in cheating is. His comfort level was just a little bit higher than somebody else.
But he went over the line.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
There's a collectively bargained line with rules.
Everybody like does something to get that little bit of an edge, and they like to push the envelope. Because I knew some guys that would do like the vitamin B shots and stuff like that. They would the hyperbaric chambers. To me, it's all cheating in a sense. That's how I look at it. It's all kind of cheating when you take the creatine and stuff like that. The dudes back in the day, they used to smoke a 6-pack of Newports.
Yep.
They weren't doing all that stuff.
No, well,
you know what I mean. Big and stronger. So
those days are different.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying. So everybody's trying to push the envelope to be better because there's too much money that's involved for you to not. Just like Jose Alvarado, you were talking about how his velo was going down.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, wasn't nobody complaining about it when it was up. Like, oh my God, he done lost weight because that's all everybody said. Oh my God, he looks great. And we sat here, Joe, and I said, dude, it's hard. It's hard to change your body composition. When you hear guys say, hey, he came back in the 3 months, he was put on like 15, 20 pounds of muscle.
So are you frustrated him or not?
No, am I frustrated?
I'm super frustrated with him.
Well,
he hurt the team.
I look at it like this. You've been on this for a while. You should have did a better job of cheating. I mean, because you've been like, this is not in a vacuum. You should have did a better job of cheating.
Well, yeah, you got to get
Who
caught.
used to say, who was it? Kyle? I think it was Kyle Petty had the famous quote, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
But you can't get caught.
You can't get caught.
You can't get caught. I mean, that's the bottom. And he did. 215-592-9494. Let's hear from Bryce Harper yesterday about the Jose Alvarado situation.
I mean, absolutely tough situation. Don't know too much about it. Obviously, he took something he wasn't supposed to, and got suspended. And we kind of turn the page as quick as possible so that we can kind of move on. Without him right now, obviously, that's a big loss for us in our bullpen. He's one of our top arms down there, and just gotta go forward and not really worry about it.
Well, he's right. It's a huge loss for them. And now what do? 215-592-9494. Hugh, look, they have different options right now. They have a lot of starting pitchers. That it is clear, including yesterday. Mick Abel comes up at his major league debut. It's one of the great debuts ever in Phillies history. He looks like he could pitch a little bit
against the Skeens. Yeah, you saw that, Kyle. Don't say that. Against the Skeens, dude.
Yeah,
we're back on YouTube today, by the way.
Hey, guys, we missed you. We missed you on Friday when we were...
Oh, then you think they saw me trying to talk with my mic off?
Oh, they saw you. They know what's going on.
They didn't see that.
Yeah, they
until
know.
you said something.
So, yes, Mick Abel outdueled Paul Skeens yesterday. Here's my option. Option number one for right now. I'm putting Ranger Suarez in the bullpen. I know he's off a back-to-back good starts to the rotation.
Back-to-back?
That's wonderful.
You know how we feel about them back-to-backs.
Not easy. Get yourself down to the bullpen. I need a lefty in there right now. I need someone that has done it before. Hugh, I know you've been, Boris Corp over here is probably put the phone call again. Here
we go.
I would move Ranger to the bullpen right now. Walker's back in the rotation as of this week. I'd keep Mick Abel in the major leagues, and I would put Ranger in the bullpen. Hugh, how about you?
I know it's probably going to surprise both of you.
You going to say yes on this?
With one caveat.
What?
Pay me.
No.
This is why I'm here. And I try to tell y'all this every time that we start these conversations about professional athletes and the mindset of their agents and everything like that. Yes, I think that is the right move to make. It is. But.
No buts.
No, but pay me.
No, I'm not paying him a dime. He has a salary on the team this year.
I can't do it because I am. See, and here's the thing. This is a win-win for both because
I'm not paying him.
Because the trade that we got still like 2 months before the trade deadline.
I know.
Right?
It's not yet.
We got a long time to go.
Know.
And listen to what I'm saying now before you start cutting me off, you and Kyle, because y'all like to do that. I'm about to drop this gem.
We're gonna take our Alvarado frustration out on you, buddy.
I'm about to drop this gem on you. I'm about to drop this gem on you. Right now, I'm gonna ask you to agree or disagree. Right now,
disagree.
We are not operating from a position of power, right?
We got a bullpen deficit and months to go before the deadline.
Yes.
Okay.
So we are operating. We're not in a position of power. So knowing and when you look at Major League Baseball right now, it's a whole lot of teams out there that are still in the hunt or think that they're still in the hunt.
I would say about 85% of the league is still in it.
So we're on the same page. We're still on the same page.
So far.
So if you try to go out right now and get another arm, it's going to cost you a lot.
Yes.
Probably some of your prospects, probably going to have to trade with somebody and sign him, right? Maybe.
Yeah, it would be hard to do right now.
Okay. So here's the fix. You ready for this? You have Ranger on the roster.
Yes.
Ranger's in a contract year, correct?
Yes. Everything you've said so far is facts. So far.
So, how about this? How about I re-sign Ranger? Maybe a 5-year deal. I don't know what kind of money that they're looking for, but let's sweeten the pot for him. Say, hey, we still want you as a starting pitcher, but right now, it's cheaper for us to pay you, say, whatever X amount of dollars, 5 years, X amount of dollars, to go into the bullpen for us. You're still going to be a starter, but go into the bullpen for us and help us out that way. But I'm not about to do it. If I'm Ranger, I'm not about to do it just because, I like you, we boys, and you in a tough spot. Pay me. Pay that man.
This is where you lost me. Everything you set up to pay that man is where you lost me.
Pay that man. What's wrong with that?
Here's what you do. You simply write his name in the bullpen. You don't put his name on the card to start a game anymore. He pitches when he gets the baseball.
Okay. Is it okay right now?
Yeah.
As is presently in the situation that we're in right now, is it cheaper to throw Ranger some shekels right now and tell him that we're going to put you back in the rotation? But right now, we're going to throw you these shekels so we can put you in the bullpen.
You could, but I don't want to. I don't even know if I want him past this year.
I didn't want Jose Alvarado to test positive for whatever he tested positive for.
But he's selfish.
But we're here.
Yeah, we are here.
But we're here.
And Ranger Suarez will pitch out of the bullpen until further notice.
You pay me.
No way. 215-592-9494.
Better pay that man.
Yeah, Hugh's got his Boris Corp hat on today. Here we go again. I'd put Ranger in the bullpen right now. Kyle, your reaction to Alvarado, and what do we do now?
Yeah, well, first of all, total loser stuff from Jose Alvarado.
Complete.
It's a selfish move. I mean, it almost kind of makes sense now when you see him coming into spring training saying he's in the best shape of his life and all this stuff.
Popping 102 in spring training.
Yeah, it's, so, I mean, puts the Phillies in an absolute brutal spot. And, now, we have to kind of be desperate. Not only, we had a bullpen that was already kind of shaky, and now one of their best arms, or one of their more high leverage arms, are done for, let's be real, the vast majority of the season, and now the most important part of the season, the postseason. We're not going to be able to use him in the playoffs when it matters. So, and it totally crushed all the leverage now that the Phillies ever had when it comes to making a trade and getting an external option in here to help fix this bullpen. So, the Phillies kind of have to operate with a sense of desperation, but internally. So, I think, I was on this last week with you about moving Ranger Suarez to the bullpen, and I'm even more so on it now. The Phillies have to. And I don't care what Scott Boras says. Don't care what Ranger says. They need him to go to the bullpen. It's what's best for the team, and I think Ranger needs to man up and make the move.
I feel like neither one of you guys
don't care.
Well, it's obvious you don't care.
It's as simple as that.
But you didn't hear a word that I said.
No, we heard it. We didn't care.
I did not listen.
On what planet do y'all think y'all hold any of the cards? None.
He works for the Phillies.
He is under contract with the Phillies, still on that planet.
See, that's the card you're trying to play.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And that dog is not going to hunt.
Well,
we've been down this road before.
It has to hunt.
I'm sorry,
It's
Ranger.
not.
Well,
no, you can talk. Listen, if I'm Ranger, you know what? I'll even make it easy for you. If I'm Ranger, I'll come and say, hey, I'll go to the bullpen if you pay me.
No way. It's a no way.
I am see, this is what I don't think y'all understand.
We're not Jason Peters.
We understand.
To go from
we don't give a
tackle.
crap.
No.
All right, let's take a deep breath. Let's grab Chris in Middletown. We'll get back to this. Chris in Middletown, what's up?
Boy, is this radio heaven or what? What controversy? Good morning, man.
Good morning, Chris. What's up?
Listen, this type of controversy is a PED for sports talk radio, and this is going to be a highlight.
And this one is not banned. This is not frowned upon. This is normal.
Oh boy! All right, Hugh.
Yes.
Allow me some permission to long talk a little.
You got it. The floor is yours.
So, here's what I have to say: the Jose Alvarado situation, the attempted cover up for his poor judgment by Dave Dombrowski is just a total joke. Dave, you made yourself look like a giant rear end of a donkey. All right. Trying to act like he took it to lose weight is a flat lie. If you want to just simply lose weight, you take Ozempic or something else that just helps you lose weight and it's not a banned substance. guys, you already touched on this. We know he also picked the one that helps lose weight, but it also enhances your athletic ability and performance. And that's exactly what happened. Now, that was a poor choice on his part. Here's what I got to say to Joe and Kyle, to all those people out there that want to judge this man, get real. Your fandom is not his top priority. And to say he let the team down is total nonsense in the world of this man has got declining abilities. He started taking something so he can perform to stay at that ability.
But he got suspended for 80 games.
That's selfish.
He got suspended for 80 games.
He was doing it and he was getting away with it. We would say like what's his name from the Oakland Raiders used to say all the time, if you're not cheating, you're not trying. You wouldn't care. The problem is he got caught. Now we care. So
yes, that's exactly it.
This is a
you get caught, I care. He's suspended for 80 games.
No. So listen. He felt like he was in a tough spot. He made a bad decision. It came back to bite him. All right. So if you've never made that a bad decision that you got jammed up on later in life, then congratulations. Okay. You're perfect. All right. Now the situation with the bullpen is real easy. You either send Ranger or the other guy that can no longer be a starting pitcher, Nola. One of those two goes to the pen. And as much as I would love to send Nola there, they're probably not going to because they have a longer contract.
Well, and he's hurt, Craig. Plus he's on the IL.
Here's the message, Ranger. You're going to the pen. You call Hugh Douglas's boss, Scott Boras, and you tell him Ranger is going to the Bullpen bullpen.
All right, Chris, we appreciate it. As we
For a minute, I was lost.
Yeah. Well, also, Aaron Nola's on the IL. And yes, I could call him selfish. He got suspended 80 games. He's selfish. He took a banned substance and then pretended he didn't know how it happened. 215-592.
I ain't got no problem with PEDs, though.
Well, that's fine, but if they're banned, you can't take them.
Well, I'm just saying, because let's put this in perspective,
all right,
shall we?
When we get back, we'll do it on the other side. We'll perspective. I got perspective from the guy that wants to pay Rangers.
Silencing Hugh Douglas.
No, I'm just saying, you don't want to hear what I got to say.
I do want to hear it. We got to hit this. We'll come back. I'll hear everything you got to say, except the Ranger money thing. I'm not paying Ranger Suarez to go to the bullpen. This is ridiculous.
Ain't nothing wrong with PEDs, man.
That's but they're against the rules.
I'm just saying. Ain't nothing wrong with PEDs.
Then we should get all
something very wrong with PEDs.
You said we was going to the other side.
215-592-9494. We're here from Topper and Dombrowski on what the Phillies might do. Huge clues for a great price, plus some breaking Eagles news. A name we've heard a lot around here is returning to the front office. That's next. All your phone calls. Ranger to the pen. Your reaction, Alvarado. Midday show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hit the links and grab a drink with Weapon X. Yeah, baby! Join Brian Dawkins and Birds Legends for the Hawaiian-themed Islands Field Party. Then listen as Sports Radio 94 WIP broadcasts live from the Brian Dawkins Impact Foundation Celebrity Golf Tournament. Monday, June 2nd. Get your Brian Dawkins Island Field Party tickets now at 94WIP.com. Hey, baseball fans, go yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or somebody knows a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
It's wine, women, whiskey, and more women in hot skimpy outfits. It's the annual Daisy Dukes and cowboy boots at Creekside Cabaret.
Thursday, May 22nd.
It includes a 2-hour top shelf open bar from 7 to 9 p.m.
And a complimentary Western-style buffet.
There'll be plenty of women in very short Daisy Dukes outfits.
Creekside Cabaret, open Monday through Saturday, 4 p.m. to 2 a.m.
If you're a cowboy or just a regular city slicker, this night is for you.
Thursday, May 22nd.
Daisy Dukes and cowboy boots at Creekside Cabaret.
3225 Advance Lane, Hatfield.
CreeksideCabaret.com.
When you're tackling life at full speed, like our favorite Philadelphia football players, you need a team that's got you covered. From sports injuries and joint replacements to expert hand and wrist surgery, Phoenixville Hospital Orthopedics Program delivers championship care to get you back to what you love with the same dedication and precision you'd expect on game day. Score big with our award-winning experts at Tower Health Medical Group Orthopedics. To learn more, call 610-525-1000 for an appointment.
Kick off summer at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike and Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Record numbers of residents are getting quality, affordable health insurance through Get Covered New Jersey. If you recently had a major life event such as marriage, pregnancy, or insurance loss, you may be eligible to enroll now. All health plans include preventive care, prescriptions, emergency services, and more. 9 in 10 enrolling get financial help, and many pay $10 a month or less. Find out if you qualify at getcovered.nj.gov. That's getcovered.nj.gov.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Join us on Friday, May 23rd for one of the great shore traditions, Free Toll Friday. We'll kick off summer with the South Jersey Transportation Authority. Chicky and Pete's pays your Egg Harbor toll on your way to the shore from 4 to 5 p.m. Plus, stop at the Frank S. Farley Plaza for free world-famous crab fries and lots of family fun. Free Toll Friday, May 23rd from the SJTA, the AC Expressway, and Chickies and Pete's.
Kick off summer with Memorial Day savings at Lowe's. Right now, get 5 Scott's Naturescapes 1.5 cubic foot mulch bags for just $10. Plus, get up to 40% off select major appliances and save an extra $50 on every $500 you spend on select major appliances $396 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 5/28. Mulch offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Do you think astronauts fight over elbow room? Probably. Because advanced tech doesn't always mean more space, until now. Introducing the Hyundai Ioniq 9, a 3-row electric SUV with over 300 miles of range, ultra-fast charging capability, and lots of space. The all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9, space in an EV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Ioniq 9 is available in extremely limited quantities at select dealers in select states only. EPA estimated range based on fully charged battery. For comparison purposes only. Actual range will vary based on several factors.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Pour down in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed. Not available in all states. Rates vary.
Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across our multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
Some people follow the rules, but where's the fun in that? I'm Soraya, and this is Rule Breakers, the podcast where we celebrate the rebels, the risk takers, and the ones who make their own way. Every week, I sit down with the boldest voices in sports, entertainment, and beyond to talk about breaking barriers, defying expectations, and rewriting the rules. No limits, no apologies, just real talk. Follow and listen to Rule Breakers with Soraya, an Odyssey podcast available now for free on the Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Sometimes I call to my people in the clubhouse. Bro, I feel like a fat boy. I'm fat.
Yeah, the fat boy's gone, but unfortunately so is Jose Alvarado. 80-game suspension for the Phillies. Out for the next 80, and even when he comes back, can't participate in the postseason. Welcome back to the Midday Show, 215-592-9494. Oh, we got some Eagles news we'll get to in a minute here, but where were you? You were trying to long talk?
No, I was just saying, I ain't got a problem with PEDs because, Blue Chews is basically a PED. Performance enhancing drug.
All right, so the full disclosure.
Matter of fact, speaking of Blue Chews, Spike, Fritz, y'all ain't gave your boy no Blue Chews yet.
You've been asking for what?
For weeks.
My favorite era of baseball.
Trying to go back to back.
My favorite era of baseball is the steroid era. So I can't sit here and
you say, the way you said it though, my favorite era was the steroid
era. It was. I love the steroid era. But the rules are the rules, Hugh. You can't just take it.
See, I'm about to say something that's going to hurt a lot of people's feelings.
Oh boy.
But it's the truth to a certain extent.
Okay.
Everybody's cheating in their own way.
Right, but there are certain things that are in the rules and certain things that are against the rules.
I just find it ironic when I hear people say, well, he let the team down.
He did.
Everybody's looking for that edge, though.
Right, but
he absolutely let the team down.
But
it's not even a debate.
Everybody on the team is looking for an edge to be better. Nobody, this is the thing. And I'm not condoning what he did. I'm not doing that. But no, I'm not. But this is where you have to understand where I'm coming from. It's that you know how when you say, hey man, do what you got to do to get ready to go for the season.
In the rules.
No, nobody says that, Joe. That's what you say.
No, it's implied.
When your teammates say, hey man, do what you got to do to get ready. He did in a sense. He kind of did what he thought he felt he could do.
From an overarching standpoint, I agree with you. Like I loved the steroid era. I thought it was the most fun baseball was in my lifetime. But they have a very clear set of rules now. You can't take certain substances. So while I understand your point that the guy taking creatine, the guy taking what Alvarado did, the guy taking your regular protein powder, they're all trying to get better.
Yeah.
But everyone knows the rules. They didn't sneak up on Jose here. He knew what he was doing.
No, but see, here's the thing. To me, this is how I feel about the whole Jose thing, and nobody has to agree with me, but I just find all of this ironic. He didn't just start taking this last week.
Oh, I know. Well, in fact,
this has been going on for a while.
In fact, the positive test came back when they were in Tampa to play the Rays a few weeks ago, and then he took some more tests to see if it was
wrong.
negative.
Yeah, because that's normally what happens.
Yeah, I agree with you. He came into spring training throwing 4 miles an hour faster than last year. He took this in the offseason.
And the one thing that I do know, because like I said, I used to be in a gym with bodybuilders, and I'm not gonna lie. At one point, I thought about it, but when they start hitting me with the price tag, I'm like, no, we good.
That's no surprise.
I'm gonna go ahead and just suck it up.
That's not a surprise. All right, 215-592-9494. Your reaction to the Alvarado suspension. One, do you think he let the team down? I mean, obviously, I think he did. I mean, to me, he totally did. He was a little more lenient on the PED situation here, but bigger picture. Now, what do they do?
Didn't do it.
I want Ranger in the bullpen, and Hugh will do it, but they got to pay Ranger first.
You got to pay that man.
Paying him a dime to go out there and pitch to the bullpen. All right, before we get back to everyone's phone calls on the Phils, Hugh, we do have some Eagles news here, some front office breaking news for the Philadelphia Eagles.
94 WIP breaking news.
All right, according to Jeff McClain of the Philadelphia Inquirer, we have an old friend rejoining the Eagles front office. Former Jets general manager Joe Douglas, of course, he was here when the Eagles won their first Super Bowl in 2017.
Yeah.
Was part of helping to build that team with Howie Roseman. Joe Douglas returns to the Eagles in what is being called I'm trying to find the exact wording here. It's going to be like a senior scouting role for Joe Douglas.
So he looks for talent.
Yeah, I love this. I mean, he helped when he was here. But of course I do. Why not?
I'm just saying because when he was a GM, who did they get when he was at the helm at GM? Not hating on Joe. I'm just curious. I'm just thinking.
Well,
thinking out
they
loud.
got Sauce Gardner. They got
Okay,
Bryce Hall.
Yeah. Brees Hall, I like Brees. Brees is a good
Actually, they got Garrett Wilson. I actually think he's pretty good at this stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, the one thing he whiffed on with the Jets more than anything was the quarterback.
Yeah, that's what I was. You knew exactly where I was going. I was thinking about the quarterback.
But there are plenty of people that are not really good enough to be a GM, but they're certainly good enough to help the front office.
No, yeah, I totally agree.
I like him. I mean, I thought he helped
feel
when
like
he was
being
here.
Controversial on this.
I know. I mean, you're pro PEDs, pay Ranger Suarez.
Chew it and do it.
Hate Joe Douglas.
Free advertisement right there.
Hugh is on a roll here to start
trying
this
to get
Monday.
me some blue chews.
Your afternoon show won't give it to you?
They are the stingiest show on the planet. You would think that when Jack got two kids in, he should go ahead and give up the blue chews.
It's going to be quite a day here with you today. I mean, we are off to a wild start.
You know what? It's just, and I'm not condoning what he did. I don't want anybody to get me wrong, but I look at it like this. Okay, Kyle. If somebody told you, hey, Kyle, I can make you better if you just and you can make a ton of money if you just say something that's going to enhance you just a little bit.
Is it within the rules?
You're not asking that question.
Why wouldn't I?
If you're making millions of dollars,
hold on. Well, but okay, hang on, because there's some things that maybe say I think would be funny or interesting to talk about on the show, but might be towing the line of inappropriate, and that's when I go ask Rod if this is okay to talk about.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair.
Can I give you an example that when you said that to Kyle, I thought about? Hugh, if you had said to me there was a magic pill to make you a better radio host, and you'll be better, would you take it?
Me?
No, just if you asked me.
Okay, yeah, would you?
Well, my first thought is when I was working at night and I was working solo, I would have been more likely to take it.
Mm-hmm.
Because if I got caught or I got suspended, I'm really just only hurting myself. But if I do it now and I get suspended, I'm hurting our show.
Yeah, but you're better now.
But I'm hurting our show if I get suspended.
I mean, because I just think about like this, man.
It's a team game.
It's and again, I don't want anybody to think that I'm condoning this, but I think about seriously, I think about Barry Bonds. Barry Bonds was a Hall of Famer in Pittsburgh before PEDs and any of that. But Barry Bonds became more of a star. That's kind of what I look at when I look at him. I'm like, he sacrificed all that, but he is like a mega star in baseball.
I got you right, but I would say 80% of his career they didn't test. If they don't test, take whatever you want. I mean, then you can't get in trouble for it. We just hurt his reputation, got hurt, right? Because we know what he did, but they weren't testing.
And you know what's funny? And I also think about back in the day when they talk about the steroid era. They said the reason why they started taking steroids because the pitchers were taking steroids.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the whole base of the whole league was.
Then it just got crazy. Yep. And then I'm just thinking, I understand the moral high ground that most people are standing on. I get that, but when I just feel like it becomes a little gray when you start talking about the millions of dollars that can potentially be made and all that other stuff. That's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah, look, I get why he did it. He was in decline and he was trying to save his career and
man,
but he hurt the team
and
now.
Not only that, Joe, I look at it like this too, I guess cynically, but there are always, to me, telltale signs when somebody is doing something different. I'm not going to say they're cheating because I don't want to paint anybody with that broad brush.
Well, I mean, he did cheat.
But when you you talk about, but no, I'm just saying when you talk about changing body composition, and we hear about athletes doing this, and we only get 3 months off from a season for the most part.
Well, I believe Jose in spring training said he cut out as much rice and beans as he used to have, which we now know.
But there are always there
was on that last year.
There are always telltale signs, man. There's always telltale signs when you have that. And you have that going on.
Yeah.
Especially when you talk about those sports that the timing to play is a lot shorter. So yeah, it takes a long time to build muscle, man. It really does.
Yeah, look, Jose Alvarado's gone 80 games. That's the bottom line. Whether or not you want to be lenient on him or you want to understand or be frustrated, he's gone 80 games. I'd move Ranger to the bullpen right now. Hughes on board as long as they pay
You gotta
Rangers for it,
pay.
and you're not doing anything. Let's go to Jeff in Wilmington. What's up, Jeff?
Remember when Orlando got busted in the wire and Maurice Levy came to him and said, you wanted to be in the game? Now you're in the game. That's exactly what all these players, they know exactly the risk. I don't think it's letting the team down. It's letting us down maybe, but it's not letting the team down specifically because they already know what the risks are.
Jeff has been listening to me.
But he is letting the team down. He's not available for the next 80 games.
But everybody takes penitentiary chances to do what they have to do.
Exactly.
Yes, but if you get caught, you let people down.
You know,
Joe, your argument was lost when you said my favorite era was.
It was. I loved it.
He said it with a straight face.
Wait a second. They didn't test back then. Hold on. They didn't test.
They did. Yeah, they looked the other way because they knew coming off the '94.
Strike, right? They got to bring people back.
fans back.
But now we test. There's different rules. Like if you tell me I could do what I want, and then you say you can't anymore, I got to adjust.
All right. Well, I'm I'm not joking here. I mean, it is what it is. Like I don't really care what they do. Here's the thing: when talking about how we're going to fix it, there shouldn't be. The Phillies don't have any leverage right now because you can't go looking for a trade because the price is going to be really high. So I don't think putting Ranger in the bullpen. I'm with you on this. If you're going to do that, hey, you should put Trey Turner in the outfield, but he refuses to go. So what's the difference? If he's not going to go to the outfield, then I'm not going to pitch in the bullpen. So there's that.
Unless you pay me.
Yeah, exactly. I would put Taijuan Walker in the bullpen because Nola is not. I don't think he's going to work there, and I'm not really even sure he's actually hurt. I think it's more of a mental thing. But
I did wonder that too on Friday when they put him on the IL.
I just think
it was bizarre.
I just think Walker might be the best option right now. You don't have to do anything yet. There's no rush to do this. So that guy, what's his name? The guy that closed the game out yesterday.
Romano.
Really,
he's looked
coming on really good.
He's been much better the last, 10, 12 outings.
Because he's confident.
Yeah, he has. And Jeff, good phone call. We appreciate it. Look, there isn't a rush to make a trade, but there is a rush to put someone in the bullpen.
Yeah, you got to do something.
I mean, they're down their best guy. So this week, someone has to go to the bullpen. I don't know who that is. And now Walker was in the bullpen, but now he's come back to the rotation to replace Aaron Nola, who went to the IL on Friday. Again, yesterday, and we'll get more into it as the show goes on, Mick Abel was awesome. I mean, there's a thought process now. They could just keep him here and leave him in the rotation, and it gives you another option for what they do with the bullpen. 215-592-9494. Before we go any further, this hour on 94 WIP, fueled by Sunoco 94 Octane. If you demand peak performance for your vehicle, nothing less than Sunoco 94 Octane will do. True Card 94 only at Sunoco. Speaking of Sunoco, Hugh, we've got a $100 gift card to Sunoco to give away. Let's play a little game called Hugh's Clues.
Have you seen my dog Hugh? He's got a brand new clue. It begins with the tramp stamp. Everybody's looking for Hugh's Clues. Come on in, Hugh's Clues. It's Hugh's Clues and you.
Oh, wait a minute, what are you doing?
Just echoing the audience when they know the clues are coming.
So see, when you do stuff like that, you just make me petty.
Okay.
Good. All right, then. You okay? Well, this is the first clue. Y'all ready for Hugh's Clues?
Mm-hmm.
This person wears shoes.
Oh, boy.
No, don't do that.
What?
Don't do it.
He wears shoes.
You all right?
You already have everyone upset today.
Okay. I don't care about defending
Jose Alvarado.
I'm not defending him.
And you want to give money to Ranger Suarez to get his butt to the bullpen.
I'm not defending him.
Mm-hmm.
I understand it to a certain extent. Okay, you ready for the first clue?
Oh, a real clue? Yeah. Because that first one was not actually a clue.
This is a TV personality. That's it? That's the real clue.
Does he wear shoes, though?
He does wear shoes.
Okay. That eliminates
Gandhi. You gave another clue. It's a he.
Oh, okay. It's a television personality. That's who gives 2 clues in the first one.
I know people in the car right now calling me mean.
The thing is, nobody would have picked up on that from me.
No.
You just, you know.
Well, I'm just saying.
Here's the bottom line. It doesn't really
hurtful.
narrow anything down. Television's been in people's homes for 70-plus years.
It's been that long?
Yeah.
Don't feel like it.
Been a lot of TV personalities.
People in the car right now calling me hateful names.
Yeah, well, for who knows for what? They have like 50
He's such
things
a
they
Richard.
could. 215-592-9494. Pat is up on WIP. Hey, Pat.
Pat.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey,
What's
Pat.
going on, Pat?
Hey, Hugh, you're going to love me and hate me because I think I'm going to agree with you first, and I'm going to say you're totally wrong. I think he did let the team down by not realizing what's in his body and doing that. But I think we're giving him too much of a hard time. Case in point, Lee Johnson. Like no one, like he got suspended twice for PEDs, and
yes,
no one,
he did.
And no, I mean, did everyone say in 2016 that he let the team down?
Yeah.
I did.
A lot of people.
Now, Pat, to be fair on that, we also have like 7 or 8 years post suspensions with Lane Johnson that we've watched him dominate and win Super Bowls. So we're cool with him now. But in the moment, I thought he was letting the team down.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. But I don't think. Yeah.
He folded like a cheese.
I don't think you need to give him I don't think you need to give Ranger an extension because is he even going to be here next year? Because you have Luzardo under team control, and then you have 2 studs potentially coming up. So where is he going to fit in next year?
I agree. I don't think he fits in the future here, which is why I'm not interested in paying him right now. Maybe after the season things change and maybe we want to keep him, but I don't want to just give him like years in money just to go out to the bullpen. I mean, Hugh Douglas is spending other people's money over here, just paying Ranger Suarez for no reason.
Because you want him to go to the bullpen.
I want him to pitch. He's a pitcher.
Yeah, and you're hurting my value.
I don't care.
So if
about
you want
his
me to
value.
go to the bullpen, give me some money.
No.
Make it worth my while.
How about you go earn your money in the bullpen?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna earn it in the bullpen once you pay me.
No, nope. All right, Pat, what do you got for us? What's your guess for Hughes Clues?
Cedric the Entertainer.
That's a fun
That's
guess.
a good guess.
Yeah, TV personality. Not it. We appreciate it.
And it kind of fits. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's a really good guess.
I like that guess. You're not going to get many people today that are going to agree with you. They should pay Ranger to go to the bullpen.
No, they're probably not. But I'm trying to give you the insight on how professional athletes think because Ranger, here's the reality of it. And I know neither one, you or Kyle, wants to hear this. But if Ranger goes to the bullpen, he's hurting his value on the open market. So you can kill 2 birds with 1 stone by, say, if you give Ranger, I'm just throwing a number out, 5 years, for 3 years, $100 million. To go put, I'm just throwing a number out, Joe. I'm not, math ain't my thing.
Okay, just go ahead.
And okay, 3 years, $50 million, $70 million, something like that, whatever.
Okay.
And you ask him in this moment to go to the bullpen. How much is the Ranger making this year?
I don't know, $6-8 million maybe.
So if you sweeten the pot for him, and he could be your versatile guy, but you put some money in his pocket. I mean, I don't think that's a bad thing to do because at the end of the day, you're coming out cheaper. You know what? Perfect example this weekend. I know I posted a picture of my truck breaking down. And everybody's like, everybody had an opinion about it. Nobody knew what was going on with the truck. This is what happened. I called a friend of mine from Barbera Dodge. I called Gino and I said, G, my check engine light is coming on. No, it was the coolant light that's coming on in my truck. And he said, Hugh, if I were you, I would not take a chance by driving that truck anymore. He said, just put it on a flatbed because it's cheaper to just have it shipped home than to have something go wrong with it and you have to pay $20,000 for a new engine. This is the same situation with the Ranger Suarez situation. It's cheaper to just pay Ranger a decent wage to go to the bullpen and you still have him on the squad. And you could put him, he's your swing guy. He can go to the rotation, the starting rotation, or you can put him in the bullpen. You put some money in his pocket. He has no issue doing that. Make it worth his while.
I agree with the point that he had no issue if they paid him. I just don't want to pay him, and I don't think
Why not, Joe?
Because I don't even know if I want him here next year.
Okay, but Joe, here's the issue, and I understand that because I think Kyle brought this up when we were talking about how in the next couple of years, we might have to blow this thing up if it doesn't work out the way that we want it to. But you are not in a position of power right now at all.
But I don't think he is either. He's
in more of a position of power than you are.
But he's an employee.
I hear what you're saying. He's an employee that you're asking him to handicap his ability to make more money by asking him to do something that he clearly doesn't want to do.
I get you. And you're right on that. The way you framed it is fair. I don't care. I need him in the bullpen.
But see, we're not.
I need him in the bullpen.
But see, this is where you can't play hardball all the time. You can't play hardball and expect to get the results that you want.
All right, let's hear from Dave Dombrowski. He's actually in charge of making this decision. He's not just like us, Yahoo just yelling about it on the radio. He's in power here. Here's Dombrowski on, well, they have all these starters. Will they do something with that?
I get asked about Ranger a lot in the bullpen. It's like a few weeks ago we haven't even really talked about that. Is that something you'll start talking about now?
I'm not going to speculate on that type of stuff. I don't know. It just all happened, so I don't know. I doubt that we're going to touch our start pitching at this time. Our 5 starters. I doubt that, but I don't want to make any definitive because it's just happened.
I understand why Dave's putting on a brave face here. At some point, does he realize he has a surplus of one thing and a deficit somewhere else? Like, I'm great having 8 starting pitchers. Who needs a bullpen? No, you need both. At some point, they're going to have to make a decision on somebody here and move someone down. They did it with Walker, but now he's coming back because of the Noel injury. All right, 215-592-9494. We're going to be joined next segment in studio by Rhea Hughes. Her thoughts on this whole Phillies mess. Alvarado, we'll see if she's as lenient on Jose as some people around here are, like Hugh Douglas.
I'm just saying, man, I just see it different.
The Ranger-Suarez situation, should they move to the bullpen right now? I would today. Hugh says they have to pay him first, which most people are going to say no. And, of course, now what for the Phillies? We'll get more into the Mick Abel thing, trade ideas as well. 215-592-9494. And your guesses for Hugh's Clues for a $100 gift card to Sunoco. All on the line coming up. 215-592-9494 for Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if the guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Last year, WIP unveiled Debate Day.
Winner! Right here.
Now, Sports Radio 94 WIP presents Debate Days. Listen as WIP hosts and special guests debate the most important Philly sports topics and each other.
Hated it. Why?
Can the Birds repeat? Do the Phillies extend Schwarbs? Daryl Morey?
Hey, John. Hey, Mark. How you doing?
WIP goes head to head to head.
Oh, hell no.
Debate Days. All this week, only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Cool.
Some days, it's the little things that get us through. An early start, a quick stop, a familiar face. There's enough on your mind. Let Wawa be the simple part. Get any size hot coffee for $1, any size iced coffee for $2, and all 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for $1. Every day, just for being a Wawa Rewards member. Gotta have your back. Gotta have a Wawa.
Hey, navigation. Take me to the amazing deals and super low lease payments at KiaofCherryHill.com.
It's Memorial Day savings all month long at KiaofCherryHill.com. Choose from over 400 new Kias available, including over 40 Tellurides, over 100 Sportages, over 35 Carnivals, over 75 Celtos, and over 80 Souls. Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or available online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Metallica in the round. The M72 World Tour continues live from the 50-yard line at Lincoln Financial Field. Metallica. 2 nights, 2 different sets on No Repeat Weekend. This Friday night, roll it with Limp Bizkit and Ice 9 Kills.
Sunday night, those Cowboys from hell, Pantera, and suicidal tendencies. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. The M72 World Tour continues, presented by In Kind.
So, you get in your car and head to work, and the check engine light comes on. What do you do? One thing you shouldn't do is wait to get it checked out. What you should do is head to your locally owned and operated Meineke, where their trained technicians will diagnose your problem, fix it, and get you safely back on the road. Meineke works on any make, model, or year vehicle, and has been doing it right for over 50 years. And Meineke offers same-day service and fix-it-now and pay-over-time payment solutions. Meineke, doing car care right.
Sweeter, bolder flavors are hitting the menu at Wawa. Get ready for a burst of tropical and tangy goodness with new pineapple and watermelon recipes, plus sour cherry popping bubbles. Whether you're in the mood for something fruity, fizzy, or fun, Wawa has your cravings covered. Enjoy these new varieties in smoothies, refreshers, and more. We're ready for you when you're ready for something new. Cravings made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/2025. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Do you disregard people's personal space? Sitting next to people in public, even if there are tons of open seats? Do people ask, how do you sleep at night? Then you should get a mattress from Mattress Firm. They can help anyone sleep. Mattress Firm's 72-hour sale is happening now. Save up to 72% off on top brands, with queens starting at $149.99. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or mattressfirm.com for details.
Hi, I'm Kelsey Grammer. Wounded Warrior Project supports injured veterans by connecting them with fellow warriors, by serving them through mental health and wellness programs, and by empowering them to live on their own terms. No one should face a battle alone. Join us at woundedwarriorproject.org.
Find what you love and love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, find what you love only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly, B21.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Brock Purdy just signed a 5-year, $265 million extension with the Niners, over $53 million a year. And with that, the Cinderella story is over. No more Mr. Irrelevant, no more house money. Purdy's now paid to carry, to bail the team out when things break down. The question isn't, can he manage the offense? It's, can he own it? Because this kind of check doesn't come with excuses. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Phillies baseball on the radio. It's just better. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Yo, man. Open up, man.
It wasn't me.
No, it was. It was Jose. It was absolutely him. Welcome back. It's the midday show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gillia. You guys with us. 215-592-9494. And joining us in studio is Rhea Hughes.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. And Rhea Sit-In is brought to you by the Mattress Warehouse with exclusive bed match technology to find your perfect mattress.
Rhea, how are you?
I'm not sleeping on the job.
Well, no, you're not. No, you're not sleeping
I'm
on
not
the job.
juicing on the job either.
I didn't think you were, and if you were, you'd be letting us down if you were suspended. Rhea, yesterday and the whole weekend, it was kind of like some great, some not, right?
Yeah.
They sweep the Pirates, which is awesome. They have to take care of business against a bad team. Mick Abel was so good in his debut.
I was mad when they took him out.
Yeah.
Just to that's how much I loved watching that kid because he was great, and then Skeens was great. I love the pitching matchup. I was thrilled when they scratched. I go, this one run might be enough.
That was a scratched out run too. That was big.
Brandon.
Yeah, it was. But that was a great day. But unfortunately, before the game, and I think you and I heard the news similarly, listening to TK and Al yesterday morning. Alvarado suspended 80 games, and it's not just the 80 games because he'll be. That's the season. There's still more than that left. He can't participate in the playoffs. It's a crushing suspension.
Oh, it's massive. It's massive, just on a number of levels. But the domino effect is what it's massive for. Are they going to have to trade some top prospects? Are they going to have to trade Ranger Suarez? I mean, he's probably not going to be here next year unless, they do a deal with him.
Yep. That's what I was trying to tell Joe. You're the unfortunate thing about all of this right now, Rhea. Trade deadline 2 months away.
Yeah, it's too far.
And you are not operating from a position of power. So.
Oh no, he put them in a screwed position.
So to me, the easiest fix is to. If you want to keep Ranger, and you're right about the team being the same and all, but if you want him to go to the bullpen, you got to throw him a bone.
But here's the thing about him going to the bullpen. What's been his biggest problem? Staying healthy, right?
Yes.
The back. You get him up, you get him down. I mean, how soon before we're hearing, Ranger's got some back. He's got some tightness in his back.
Yeah.
So, it's, and here's the other thing I was looking at. And I went and I double checked all the stats. There's not been a single Phillies starter this year, and that includes Taiwan and Ranger and Aaronola, who's gone past 7 innings. And I think maybe they're managing that. Maybe last year they thought maybe they got tired because look how much they ran Sanchez out there a lot and Suarez. So are you now going to have to maybe see if you could squeeze one now get him to 8 innings
out of
and this
out of who though?
Well, all of them. That's what I'm saying.
To try to mitigate how much using the bullpen.
Yeah, and to get you to the trade deadline, and what is he going to get at it, and how much is he going to have? I mean, the dominoes. So there's that. There's also like a human element part to this that I don't like because Jose Alvarado, from all accounts that we've heard of, people in that clubhouse love him.
Yep.
He snuck out in the middle of the night.
I know.
He
didn't address the team.
Didn't address the team. Rob Thompson said he didn't speak to him. I got a real problem with that. You've done what you've done. Regardless
be a man about it.
What the rules are, you got to. I mean, listen, and this isn't on the same level, but when BG stepped in it, with the whole AJ
and he stood it like a man, and
he went and spoke to AJ, he went and spoke to Jalen, and I think he got up in front of the team and apologized.
Yeah, he did say that.
And that wound up turning out to be a pretty good thing after all that. But you can't do that. How do you ever come back with this team?
Well, that brings you to another thing. When he comes back, how is he received and how do they use him?
Because, not going to receive well in the stadium.
Well, I agree with you on that. And it's awkward because let's say he's eligible to come back. I think it's late August. That's when the 80 games are up. But do they just throw him back in knowing if they get to the playoffs,
they can't use him?
They can't use him. It's awkward. Like if this happened in the NFL, I know the NFL rules are different. But imagine the Eagles having a player come back in December. They're in a race, and they know they can't use them in the playoffs.
So when Lane got suspended, were those rules in there now? If you get suspended, is that the NFL? I don't think it is.
I don't think the NFL has a playoff rule on suspension.
Because Lane missed, 10 games that year?
Yeah, and he missed 4 another year when he was younger. I think when you're back in the NFL.
Yeah.
Baseball, the playoff thing is actually the biggest killer. They could get through 80 games, but how do you get through October without his arm?
Because didn't that happen to a Brave? Wasn't there a Braves guy last year?
I think there was.
Profar this year.
Oh,
80 games.
Profar. Okay, that's because once I was actually like, cool, he's out for the playoffs. And then it happens to the Phillies. Not so cool.
You bring up a good point. Him not addressing the team is bad. I mean, it really is. And that makes me even more steadfast that I don't believe the story. Like,
oh no, the story's not believable at all.
Because if it was an accident, I think I think it'd be more likely he addresses.
Accidentally take testosterone.
No, that's kind of hard to do. This is BS.
I mean, I love the look on Hugh's face because Hugh, I don't disagree with you. About he got caught.
He did. He got caught. And here's another thing that
don't be a dumbass.
Yeah, but
what's the Jim Schwartz line? If you keep doing dumbass things, we're gonna call you a dumbass.
Yes, exactly.
But here's the thing too. His teammates, I know it's a bad look to leave in the middle of the night. They're not tripping on that. because, like I said, it's the dynamic in the locker room is totally different than the way the world perceives it.
You would side eye a guy who snuck out in the middle of the night.
Well,
If that's what happened.
No, this would
But
you
you
would
would
side eye
respect
it. It would just be like, damn, dog, you couldn't, you know what I mean? I would say something because that's just my nature.
Yes.
But if he comes back and he's throwing 90-something, 100 miles an hour like he
for
was.
what, like a month?
Real.
Get him back for a month.
and he can't be there.
This is the thing. This is the thing that I think that I'm trying to get Joe and Kyle to realize.
Nope.
All right, well,
Excuse me.
see if you can turn me.
Okay, real.
I haven't come out strongly one way or another. Let me
I know
say.
because you've been listening. But when you do come strong, you definitely come strong. He was pitching lights out for months, right? And,
an uptick in the velocity.
Yes.
Shall we say? Yes.
And they enjoy it. Like
You think
everybody
you think
benefited.
everybody knew it?
Real.
100%. Yeah.
I look at it like this. There's always telltale signs that whether we want to believe it or not, that you see when you see certain things. Now, I'm not trying to paint everybody with a broad brush, but when you don't get older and get faster.
No.
Like hell, I'm not fast anymore. I used to be fast.
Yeah.
I'm not fast. But when you hear certain things say, normally when guys say, hey, he gained 15, 20 pounds in off season. It's a lot of damn
But
muscle.
the thing with him is that he lost the weight.
Yeah, he lost the weight.
15 pounds.
And normally when you but here's the thing, Rhea. When you normally lose weight, you in some of those instances you lose muscle mass.
Yeah.
So it's safe to say that if you lose muscle mass, you lose strength.
Yeah. That wasn't happening.
Because when you started to cut weight and all that was not a fart, y'all. That was the thing. I saw everybody looking. That was not a fart. See,
I don't know.
That was not a fart.
Cut the audio.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a
Grab
minute.
the audio.
Hold it. Keep it together, Rick. Keep it together.
I wasn't going to do anything, and then I saw Joe go like, what?
No, I saw your face. I forgot my point. No.
You have a history. I
do
much
not.
like Jose Alvarado,
First
we'll
of
never
all-
believe you again. I'll never believe him again.
You made me lose my train of thought. But anyway, you normally when you lose that weight, it takes a while to build back up that strength. Didn't have that. You still can't even look at me with a straight face now.
Because you farted again.
I did not fart. See, I can't even make you do it again. That was not me. That was not a fart.
We'll see. We'll revisit in a minute.
Okay. All right.
This is like when Lane got busted a second time. From now on, it's like we know
You
the
know
truth
what? And
here.
I was just thinking, like, he got busted twice.
He got busted twice.
Lane,
yeah.
Ain't nobody. No,
That's why Kelsey said in the speech, Lane's on the juice.
Lane,
No,
Lane can't
I
stay
do.
off the juice.
No, I do. That was funny. That was funny. But I didn't know it was twice.
Before we hear that last fart again, can we hear from John Kruk yesterday during the broadcast? Because Kruk, a former player, had an interesting take on the whole thing.
To me, if I was a teammate of Jose Alvarado, I would consider it a very selfish move on his part, putting the team at risk by knowing that if you got caught, you would get 80 games. I don't. If I'm a player on this team right now, I don't think I'd be real happy with him.
Well, I wouldn't either. I mean, Hugh, you like Kruk played, and you probably had a teammate that got in trouble for something, suspended for something along the line.
And Kruk was in the era where anything went,
Yep.
you know?
Well, but to me, it's different. Back then, there was no rules.
There were no rules.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
right.
yeah,
So then
yeah.
you did whatever you wanted. The bottom line is he's gone for 80 games. It's a huge blow to the team. 215-592-9494. All right, let's go back to the phone lines here. Chris in Ben Salem says Hugh is right. So I guess we got to put him on the air. What's up, Chris?
That's right. Hugh, I got your back, baby.
What's going on, man? Appreciate you. I didn't fart, by the way. Just want to put that out there.
No one believes
I got
that.
you on that. I know that. I know that. I got you. The number one, I mean, everybody's on stuff. Just like you said. Like, I'm a baseball lifer. I've lived in it. I didn't play as high as you did, in the NFL or Major League Baseball, but everybody took stuff, right? Back then it was Deca for position players and it was Winstrol for pitchers. So, it just is what it is. Like, guys take stuff. It's hard to get through a college season with 56 games, and these guys are playing 162.
So Chris, I agree with you.
everybody's
I agree with you and Hugh on this, but it's a very clear line of demarcation. They know what they're allowed to take and what they're not. I mean, it's not like it's vague. And also, Chris, if he was unsure, bring let's go on the story. It is a weight loss pill. Let's play along.
Should have brought it in.
If that's
Yeah,
Okay.
bring it to the trainers and say, "Can I
it's
take
garbage.
this?"
It's garbage.
Right. But even if it's true, bring it to the trainer and say, "Can I take this?" And they'll give them an answer. I don't know how we're okay with this because other guys take stuff.
It's not being okay. It's not being okay. It's just the reality of professional sports.
All right, so if the reality, if you and who is it, Chris? If you guys are both right, and I believe you that Chris that you played, Hugh, you played, then he was remiss in not masking it.
Right.
I mean,
we're in the break. That's what I said.
He's still a dumbass.
He's definitely a dumbass.
Okay, all right. As long as we agree
we're
on
the
that.
same page. Because I said in the break, I was like, he messed up. He messed up the cycle.
That's where he
whatever.
messed up.
Yeah.
That's where he messed up. And Hugh, I'm going to double down, and I'm going to say Alec Boehm should be on Deca, and he should be getting caught. We need more out of him.
Actually, I'm with you on this.
And I need
let's
on Winstrol, so he's throwing 97 and not 91.
Let's get them all on steroids. The whole team. No, Chris, I
right.
Yeah, look, I want them all.
I need more commitment from the rest of this team.
I like this take, actually.
It's actually amusing.
Yeah, this is pretty good. Chris, what's your guess for Hughes Clues? Who's he talking about?
Oh man, a TV personality with shoes, Dick Clark. I don't know.
That's a good guess.
Dick Clark, who they propped up on New Year's for like 7 years.
Yeah, that
was Weekend at Bernie stuff. I don't even think he was
not
with
good.
us anymore.
Can I tell you my favorite point of the weekend was, and besides Mick Abel, who was tremendous, Brandon Marsh almost catching Alec Boehm. Like, this has now happened twice. Like, how slow are you, dude?
Slow.
I mean, really slow. Because I forget who else almost caught him. That was a couple weeks ago.
Rojas, I think it was.
Oh, well, yeah, Rojas. But I didn't realize. I'm like, is Brandon Marsh that fat? Hey, legged out beat out a double play yesterday.
You see that in Little League when the kids catch each
you
other.
Do.
You don't see it in the major leagues.
No, and it just makes me laugh every time I see it.
It's wild. That was a good. Look, it was a lot of good this weekend. I mean, they swept the Pirates, and I think we've almost missed this because we've been so with the little stuff every day. They're almost in first place again. The Mets
half
had
a game, and the Mets are at the. I think they're at the Red Sox. I know they play the Red Sox, and then the Dodgers.
Yes,
come there.
I'll just say it this way: they should be in first place when they come home to play the Braves next week.
Especially playing a Rockies team that is 8-38, which is just brutal. The other thing that I really wanted to talk about, the shenanigans around Aaron Nola. That kind of got swept away in all of this.
Joe was just talking about that in the break.
I mean,
the Phantom IL stint?
Well, it's either Phantom or you let him out there pitching with an ankle injury.
And on Wednesday, when he pitched Wednesday,
that was the way when he blew up.
He wasn't good the first three innings and top percent back out for the fourth inning. It's bad either way.
No, I mean, and all of a sudden, he's hurt. Okay, so you let him continue to pitch while he was hurt.
And I think they said that he originally hurt it doing an agility drill in Tampa 2 weeks ago. So he's pitched twice since then, Cleveland and the game this past Wednesday.
And he was compensating.
Yeah.
And it was and I'm going, well, that's bad. If you knew he was injured, you let him go back out. That was a 6-5 game at that point.
I know he had not pitched well.
It was, so.
And they had the day off the next day.
Correct.
And Taiwan in the bullpen.
And Taiwan had not pitched in several days.
It is so weird that he's on the IL. It's been 8 years.
Yeah, 8 years.
2017.
Been, very consistent.
Yeah. I wonder if this is just a 2-week reset or it's more than that. I mean, they didn't really give a gauge on how long he's going to miss.
No.
We'll see. We'll see what's going on with Noah. Will in the Northeast. What's up, Will?
Hugh team, how y'all doing this morning?
What's going on, man?
We're just trying to get Hugh right in here. It's not easy. What's up, Will?
Oh, man, the only thing I could say about our boy is from Florida Evans. Damn! Why do you get caught doing that stupid thing, man? Like, come on, man. Like, this is what a lot of these players, right? They don't want to put the work in no more. That's the problem. All that, enhancement drug to make you stronger, to make you faster. You know what I'm saying? You just work at it, man. I know it sound crazy to say, but I mean, what happened to doing that anymore? Nobody don't want to work for anything they get. They want everything to come just like that. They want everything to be given to them. Nah, man, and you see what it's costing us now. But the whole thing is, I think we can overcome this, man. I think we still got good pitchers in the bullpen that can, probably weather us through the storm right now, man. But like I said, we got and if you go to the Yankees team, all them guys juicing, if you ask me. I'm telling you.
Now we recklessly
Now we're
speculating
just-
on everybody.
exactly.
We just
Throwing
throwing everybody
everybody
in the bus.
You know what? I think the Mets. Should test the Mets.
I think Soto is juicing and Lindor is juicing. Acuna.
we can't do
I don't
that.
think Aaron Judge has to. He's
Yeah,
just a
he's
large
just-
man with a lot of
He's a big
power.
ass
It's like
dude.
6'8". Yeah.
Jesus.
Well, I don't know who's juicing or not. Here's what I do know. Alvarado got caught, and
Yes.
that's the problem.
Yeah, but you know what, man? Whether he knew or not, I mean, because I think, you know, if you said if he's sticking with he was trying to lose the weight, I mean, come on, man. It's you got narcotics and all that in bagels. You'll get tested.
And what?
You know,
He's
in
talking about
bagels.
poppy seed bagels.
Oh, poppy
Look it up.
seeds.
Look it up. Look it up.
Yeah, but
You heard it.
this didn't happen from a bagel. I mean, this.
I know what you're saying. Hey, man, I'm trying to plead the case for the brother, man.
Yeah, I know. I get it.
Didn't happen from a bagel.
Booked.
So, Will, what are you doing with Ranger?
Listen, you know what, Hugh? I don't think that's a bad idea because, listen, he's going to get his payday regardless if we want to keep him. So if he's a team player and we offer him the right money, why not do that, man? To save our,
How
is
about
the-
just tell him to get to the bullpen?
Well, see that you can't. You're not operating a position
Doesn't
of power.
work. Have they been able to tell Rafael
That's what I'm saying.
Devers? I was Devers, right?
Devers.
Yeah, they haven't. They could use him in several spots. People keep going down there. He's like, nah, I'm good.
Well, he's wild. I mean,
He
could you
is-
imagine if he was here?
Oh, yeah,
That
but
press
he's-
conference last week was something else.
But he's also really good.
Right.
hitter.
I know he is. Oh, he's a really good hitter.
Yeah.
No,
No,
Will,
I'm
what's
not
your
doing
guess for Hughes Clues?
all right, I'm gonna say he's one of the hardest workers in the business right now. How about Ryan Seacrest?
Ryan Seacrest is a
Man,
good
why did I
guess.
see Ryan Seacrest? What
Not
was he
it.
on this morning? Family Feud or some game show?
He needs to let other people have
to
some
have a
jobs.
job. How many jobs do
takes
you
them all.
need, bro?
All of them. It's not right.
It is
and he,
wild.
And he ain't aged not nan bit. He looks
He's
the
juicing
same.
too.
He's doing something.
It's called Hollywood juice
He's
over there.
doing something.
He looks the same as he did 20 years ago.
Yeah, he does.
I saw crazy thing. I was watching something on my phone on Netflix, and a commercial popped up, which was really weird because I don't have the commercials on my regular Netflix. Eric Estrada. Do you remember him from Chips?
Yes.
Which was what, 30, 40 years ago?
Yes.
Looks amazing. Amazing. I couldn't believe it.
Is he on that Ozempic?
I don't know. No, I'm just saying, like, his,
No, I know. I
like
know what you're saying, man.
he looks like he's got a little bit of gray hair. Otherwise,
That's it. He looks the same.
He has not aged much. I agree with you.
no, it was unbelievable. It looks great.
By the way, Ryan Seacrest, who's now been on television for 25 years, he is 50.
Is he really?
Ryan Seacrest is 50.
He's one of those eternally young-looking
And
guys.
he looks like, I don't know.
He's a petite man.
He's in his 30s.
Is he?
Seacrest?
He's a little petite, about what, 5'7", 5'5",
He's
5'8"?
Listed at 5'8". I don't know why we list the height
But
of
he's
TV
skinny.
people.
He's super skinny.
I'm like 5'7". Does that make me petite?
Yes. You look well. You're not. Petite is more like the short, but you got a petite.
Yeah,
frame.
but you were short for a football player.
I was like, well,
For
I was
defensive
more.
end,
It was
you
more
were
like
short.
T-Rex. I had
T-Rex.
T-Rex on.
Yeah, but you're also short for defensive end.
Hey.
If he was coming out in the draft these days, like, well, he's got tiny arms. Old T-Rex Douglas over here.
We got a new name. Is that a new one?
Yeah, that's a new one.
Before we get back to the phones, can we hear what happened here about 10 minutes ago? Hugh claims this is not what it sounds like, but let's just listen in.
You lose strength.
Yeah. He wasn't.
So
that wasn't
he
happening.
wasn't like because when you start to cut weight and all that, it's the chair. Look, wait a minute, be quiet. Let me see before I do it.
Not the chair.
Wait a minute. You hear that?
No.
It's the chair.
But if you can't do it again, that's
Yeah.
probably
Wait a
speaks
minute, here
to
you go. You can't.
No,
oh,
you're
now I don't
not
wanna
really
do it.
making a good
Okay, you're
case for
making
yourself here.
faces, which is not helping
No,
your
it
case.
doesn't. It doesn't help, does it? He because when
Why don't we do this? Why don't you? I'm going to give you a chance, unlike Alvarado, to admit to you're wrong.
I didn't
just
fart.
Admit to this right now. We'll
no,
move on.
listen.
Guilty.
I didn't fart. You know what? I would have let it go, but when Rhea cut her eye, I was like, I gotta address this
I
immediately.
saw Joe's head whip around, and I go, "Did I just hear what I just heard?"
I noticed it too.
I didn't fart.
You were the one that addressed it.
I know,
Neither of
no,
us did.
because I knew where it was
I
going.
wasn't going to say anything, but you.
Immediately,
I
he's
knew,
like, that
I
wasn't a
knew,
fart.
I knew where it was going. I didn't like when Rhea cut her head. I was like, oh, dog.
Let's hear it just one more time.
You lose strength.
Yeah, he wasn't. That wasn't happening.
Because when you start to cut weight and all that, dude,
That's so obvious.
it's not a fart.
Jose, just admit to it. Don't lie.
Listen.
We're going to call you Alvy.
Yeah.
like they call him Alvy.
Wait a minute, I know what it sounds like.
Yeah, but you know what that
wasn't the
was.
case.
I mean, that's.
And then
I've never heard a chair squeak like that.
Because when you, I keep making the face though. I'm trying to get the chair.
That's not helping.
All right, well, we'll have to throw this in. Did Hugh fart as well? Your take on that?
That's got to be a WIP midday show poll.
For the second time in as many years, did Hugh Douglas fart on air? Aaron in San Diego. What's up, Aaron?
Good morning, Philadelphia.
What's up,
Aaron? What's up?
It was a fired up Friday, and I carried that through the weekend, and it's a fired up Monday.
Aaron, what are you feeling?
Hughes is there today because I want to get one thing off my chest. Joseph was right, Hugh. You are not a Philadelphia Eagle great.
Ah,
you are a freaking Philadelphia Eagle legend, my friend. Are you kidding me? You can't talk about the Philadelphia Eagles of the 2000s without bringing up Hugh Douglas.
Appreciate you, Aaron.
I mean, come on.
It was totally disrespectful by Joe.
I couldn't believe it.
Oh no,
I was
you talking
stunned.
about? But it was a lot
Lowercase
going on
G.
for Joe.
No,
he took an L. He
But
took
I
an
have
L
to tell
Friday.
you, in the middle of that, Joseph A. Wechter Jr. texted me on Friday, and I didn't get a chance to use it. But since you just referenced, you said the lower G. Here's direct from Wechter. There is a lower G in Hugh, the name Hugh, but a capital D in Decameron.
That works. Joe's still writing lines.
Still
Shout out to
writing
Joe
lines
right
for me.
there.
Still writing lines.
It's a good one.
Yeah.
I just found it comical that the disrespect came from one Joseph Aloysius DeCamera, who on a daily basis, after a hard day's work of sitting on his ass, talking on the radio, decides that he's got to go home and take a bubble bath with whatever rubber ducky is the flavor of the month. You know, a physical specimen that I don't even know how it's possible, but goes to the Phillies fantasy camp and doesn't tear or strain one groin, but pulls both groins on his first day of fantasy camp against the Phillies AARP All-Star teams. I mean, come on, Joseph. You got to be better
Aaron's
than
getting
that.
everybody.
You
I
got to
know.
learn to lose.
No, I think most of that when he did most of that because he lost and beat the Hammer.
He was he was lashing out.
Yeah, he was lashing out.
He does.
And then I did say
he
looked pregnant.
when he beats a Momo Michael from Delco. You know, he's got to learn to lose gracefully.
You know, I agree. He was upset because he missed the Hugh Douglas question. So then he questioned if Hugh was a great. The answer was obvious. He overthought it.
Yeah.
Like if you're going to say who had 2 sacks in a game, it's probably Hugh at that point.
Yeah. Especially if you're going that era.
Yes, of course.
Now, as far as you, Dudley Do-Right, I know that in your fanboy mentality, you want to think that these professional athletes are out there for the good of the team, and they're doing it for the fan
he talking
base.
about you, Joe. He talking about me.
These guys,
Dudley Do-Right, he cheated. Broke the rules.
These guys are just like you and I. They're out there for one purpose and one purpose only, and that's to feed their family.
He gets
When
paid
you've got
$8 million
hundreds
a
of
season.
Millions of dollars at stake, right?
Yeah.
Hundreds of millions of dollars. You're not making a decision, you know, a spur of the moment decision. You've got doctors involved. You've got agents involved. You're looking at the consequences and the rewards.
Well, then he did it wrong, and he didn't get good advice.
He did it wrong. Aaron, we
didn't do it
appreciate
right.
Also, he's not going to get paid for the next 80 games, so that's not going to help feed his family.
Not going to get paid, and he's not going to get the $9 million next year.
Nope.
I mean, let's stop with the feed your family when you're making $17 million. I mean, enough with that.
He cheated.
Yeah, I mean, no. The point is, if all of those people are involved, then everybody's screwed up.
A lot of dummies out there. If that's the case.
I'll never forget. Back in the day, I used to date. Well, we got to go to break, so this is a long kind of story. We got to.
Is this a long story?
Oh, this is a long.
Wait, what is it? Long Hugh?
Long talking.
Oh, long talking. I do
Yeah.
enjoy long talking.
Yeah,
Hugh.
long talking. Hugh, I got.
He usually prefaces he's going to long talk, so we could all.
But
just
then I
brace
looked at the
ourselves.
time and like, no, we ain't got time.
Not
for
this
long
time. All right,
talking right now.
215-592-9494. Your phone calls coming up here. We'll give you a second, including more of your calls. The Alvarado situation. What should the Phillies do? We'll also get to the good from this weekend, including Mick Abel and what some of his teammates are saying. And that's next. Rhea, thank you for hopping in.
Thank you, guys.
All right, we'll talk to Rhea next week. Your call's next on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Phillies fly west for 4 games against the Rockies tonight. Leading off starts at 7:40. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 8:40. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
I don't care what you say. I am not wearing makeup later.
You don't have to. It's radio.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
When your AC loses its cool or your water heater loses its heat, it throws your whole day off. You can't think straight. You're like, what grade are my kids in? I'm not left-handed. There's only one cure. Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating will show up same day and get your AC or hot water back in shape with 100% satisfaction and no emergency service fees ever. Hutchinson will get you thinking straight until you forget your internet password again. Schedule now at hutchcomfort.com.
Hey, navigation, take me to the amazing deals and super low lease payments at KiaofCherryHill.com.
It's Memorial Day savings all month long at KiaofCherryHill.com. Choose from over 400 new Kias available, including over 40 Tellurides, over 100 Sportages, over 35 Carnivals, over 75 Celtos, and over 80 Souls. Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or available online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Well, spring is here, and it's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you got to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and let you start your project with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including a more comfortable home and lowered monthly energy bills, while you'll have the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
Here's what's happening at Borgata. Don't miss out on the action at Borgata's Poker Room, where great cards, lucky seats, and high hands bring excitement to every player. Open 7 days a week. Excitement is waiting. You're only miles away from your happy place. Experience award-winning restaurants, exciting bars and live music, big-name entertainment, and a spacious casino filled with your favorite slots and table games. The action at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa doesn't stop. Start planning your getaway today.
Visit theborgata.com for more details. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Kick off summer at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike and Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get a Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI. Plus, your plan price is guaranteed for 5 years. Save today, guaranteed for tomorrow. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Guarantees monthly price of talk, tax, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com. Receive Netflix and with ads on us with qualifying plans.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Pleasant with sunshine through the rest of today. High 76.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Former Eagle Hugh Douglas, current minivan driver Joe Giglio, on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
0-2 on the way, swing and a miss. He struck him out, and he strikes out the side. 1, 2, 3. Pirates go down in order. 2. Strike called on the inside corner. Got him looking. And there's number 9 for Mick Abel, who matches the franchise record for strikeouts in a major league debut.
How about Mick Abel? Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gill, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. We got a second clue coming your way for Hugh's Clues, but on a day that started out with some bad news with Jose Alvarado, ended pretty darn well. How about Mick Abel yesterday? Comes up, makes his major league debut. 6 innings, 5 hits, no walks, 9 strikeouts, obviously no runs. He shut down the Pirates. I know that lineup is bad, but
yeah, but it's still a good day.
Oh, it's an incredible debut.
Parents were there.
It's one of the great debuts in Phillies history, and if you go back, MLB history, your last 125 seasons, dating back to 1900, there have only been, let me count these up, 1, 2, 3, 4, about 9 times a pitcher has had at least 9 strikeouts and no walks in their debut. Some of the names on that list, Steven Strasburg, Johnny Cueto, Shota Imanaga. I mean, guys that have had good careers or having good careers, and obviously Strasburg was a great pitcher. And now Mick Abel joins that list. Hugh, I was so impressed with him yesterday. He's throwing 99. He's got good movement on his breaking stuff, and he did not look overwhelmed by the moment at all. He looked like he belonged.
That's the biggest thing, though, the 99, the velo.
Yep.
You know, and you talking about throwing like gas. And that's hard to see. And the fact that he had his parents out there, that's an option. It's definitely an option, but it's also one of those things. Who was the guy that threw the no-no when we were in training camp with the Eagles? And he threw the no-no?
You're talking about Michael Lorenzen.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of the same thing. It's in a small sample size, did a really, really good job. But now you're in a position, the Phillies that is, that you might have to see. You might have to figure out what you have to do.
So before the game, they made it pretty clear he was up to make one start, just this one, and he's going back to the minor leagues. I mean, how do you just not think about keeping him? I understand they had a plan, but he went out there and had one of the great debuts in Phillies history, and now they have an issue with where they may need to move someone from the rotation back to the bullpen. They have to be having a conversation today about keeping him up here.
Well, again, you're not in a position of power, so you're trying to figure out what is your best course of action at this point. Do you put him back out there, knowing that in that small sampling size that, you know, teams are going to be, you know, they're going to have some film on him and have him out there. But again, like I said, that velocity, you can't coach that.
No, you can't. I would keep him up here. I mean, he's not young. I mean, he was drafted in 2020. He's not like he's just got to the minor leagues and they rushed him up here. He's been pitching full seasons in the minors for years now. I mean, if he's corrected some of the issues he used to have, which used to walk too many people, obviously yesterday didn't walk anybody, I would keep him up here and keep him in the rotation. That gives you the option then to move Ranger to the bullpen. 215-592-9495. Let's hear from Mick Abel after the game yesterday with a tremendous performance.
Any moments early in the game or even coming to the park or anything that where it really gets you that you're here in the major league?
Yeah, I think driving in, it was pretty surreal. You know, every time I drive by or every time I
come by all the stadiums. It's like, wow, this is pretty cool. Like all the stadiums here. And then as soon as I pulled up to the left with CBP, and I was like, today's the day. Like we get to do this today. So.
Check your phone.
A little bit.
Text messages you have.
I got quite a few, but I texted my mom, made sure she knew I'd be out there in 15, 20 minutes. So.
That's pretty cool. I mean, I'm sure his phone was blowing up yesterday because he was excellent in his debut. Let's hear Bryce Harper after the game talking about Mick Abel and what he saw out there.
What did you make of Mick's outing today?
Yeah, man, long time coming for him. I was super excited for him, happy for him. It's a great moment. Family, friends, everybody's here for him, and he goes out there and does his job against another really good pitcher over there. So that Skeens threw the ball really well today. It's definitely real. It's pretty cool to face.
So Harper brought up the Skeens thing. Here, that made it even more fun. It wasn't just like the Pirates are obviously a terrible team, but Abel went pitch for pitch with one of the best pitchers in baseball. Skeens is like the one guy on the Pirates that is a special player, and they went inning for inning. I mean, it was a true pitcher's duel.
Yeah, it was great to see, man. And I know he had to be juiced. There was a lot going on in that game. You're talking about going against Skeens, his family coming in. And you always got to show off for Mama. When Mama come to town, you got to make sure it's worth Mama's while. So, yeah, he had a lot going on in that game.
He did. Let's hear Matt Strom after the game, Phillies reliever. And he didn't mince words, but how good he thinks Mick Abel could be.
It was unbelievable. Can't imagine a better way for your debut to go. So very happy for him, and he's going to be something special.
Do you envision him being back here sometime soon? It's kind of tough. He makes a debut like that, and
Yeah.
he goes right back up.
Yeah. No, I mean, obviously he made a statement, and that statement was heard. So, yeah, I'm sure we'll be seeing him.
Well, I'm sure they will, too, at some point. And whether it's the next weekend or sometime after that, he's going to pitch again here. I mean, he's obviously capable of pitching in the major leagues. Here's what came to mind, though, Hugh, as I watched him. Is he here to stay, or is Mick Abel now going to be a trade chip because of the issues they have in the bullpen? I mean, everyone else saw what we saw yesterday. This kid could pitch in the major leagues. If I'm another team and the Phillies call me this week and say, hey, what's going on? Or is this guy available in your bullpen? One of the first names I'm going to ask about is, can I have Mick Abel?
Yeah, but I think that at this point, that might be – you don't want to do anything hasty because of everything that just happened. You want to kind of sit for a moment and take an asset of all your resources and then try to figure out what you want to do, because the reality is this. Like we said earlier when the show started, trade deadline a ways away.
2 months.
Ways away.
2 months and, 11, 12 days? Yeah.
And other teams are looking, to your point, to see how you're going to handle this. Are you going to try to solve the problem internally, or are you going to go out and try to, solve it quickly?
Mm-hmm.
Right now, if you do it the latter way, Joe, you're not operating from a position of power, and you're probably not going to get in return what you had to give up.
So I agree with you, but if you waste too much time, you could lose games.
You could lose. I mean, Abel could go out and have a couple stinkers.
Yep.
Well,
and then
here's the thing, though. You got coming in this week? The Colorado Rock. Well, you're going to Colorado, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you got a little bit of time. I'm saying, and when I say being hasty, I'm not saying wait 2 weeks. I'm not saying that. I'm saying give yourself a couple days. Give yourself a couple days to figure out what's the best route you could take to fix this problem. Like I said, to me, the easiest thing to do, say, Ranger, we want to put you in the bullpen. We're gonna throw you some shekels. We're gonna throw you a couple shekels. 30, like $50 million.
$50 million?
I'm just saying, you have to make
shekels. $50 million.
Okay, what is $50 million for a pitcher, though? Seriously.
No, but it's a lot for the Phillies.
That's
It
not-
is.
Wait a minute, Joe.
Who'd they sign this offseason?
Joe.
Max Kepler for $10 million?
Joe, I'm just, first of all, I know you and Kyle are getting up in arms a little. I'm just throwing a number out.
I know. I'm
But what is $50 million for a pitcher, though?
Well, I don't. It's a lot for him.
You think so?
I think Ranger Suarez is going to get about $50 million in free agency. If that's where you're going.
So okay, if he gets that, what if I throw him 35?
Well, I don't want to throw him a dime. I want to just put him in the bullpen now.
See, but you're not operating from a position. I think the thing that you're stuck on, because it makes you feel like you're being forced to do something, and you're an employee. You should just do it.
Yes.
It don't work like that.
Yes, it does.
It does not
It
work
does.
like that. It does not
Hold on.
work like that.
If they don't write Ranger Suarez's name as the starting pitcher, he doesn't get to
And
participate
guess what?
until they put him on the mound.
You want him, if you put him in the bullpen, don't you want him to be happy?
I don't care about his happiness.
Y'all.
I'm trying to win a baseball game.
I don't care about the fans. And if you want to win the baseball game,
Major League Buddies over here.
if
This
you
is
want-
unreal.
If you want to win a baseball game, what's probably the better way to win one is if Ranger's happy in his position.
It's him putting him in the It's putting him in the bullpen.
They're giving him some money.
No. I mean,
You
no.
gotta stop.
Did they give Kyle Schwarber a contract extension to move out of the leadoff spot?
He about to get paid though.
Yeah, because he's earning
No,
it with
but
his
He's going to
play.
hit free agency and get paid.
Here's the thing.
It's like Ranger.
Kyle Schwarber is in a totally different position than the one Rangers.
I agree with you. He's in a position where he's helped the team more.
He's in a position. No, first of all, he's a selfless individual, and he's been rewarded. He's the type of guy that if you ask me, hey man, we need you to do this. All right, then cool, because he can do that. He can do that. Ranger knows the position that he's in. And he's trying to maximize his dollars as much as he can.
I get that. Listen, his agent could ask, and the answer is just no, you're going to the bullpen. All right, 215-592-9494. That's how you hop aboard. All right, Ranger Suarez, the Phillies moving to the bullpen after the Alvarado news. It's our Twitter question. Boy, we got a split here. Twitter question sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet you. Learn about and schedule your evaluation at PIDentalCenter.com. Yes, 51%. No at 49. All right, before we give you another clue for Hughes Clues, because we have a great prize giveaway, $100 gift card to Sunoco, we have another poll up here. This is a runaway so far. Did Hugh Douglas fart on the air again? 86% saying yes.
But here's the thing. If we know farts or whatnot, and I'm pretty sure the people on the YouTube.
We're familiar with them here.
But that kind of fart, let's be honest. If you farted, that's a leg lifting fart. Like that.
You're
I
the
have
one
to
making faces
you
over
know what
there.
I mean? But no, I'm saying that's like you got to go ahead. You got to lift the cheek up to let one of them fly. I didn't do that.
Let's hear it again, just in case anyone missed it out there. Here's what happened last segment.
You lose strength.
Yeah. He wasn't. That wasn't happening.
Because when you started to cut, it was not a fart though.
It so obviously was.
That was the chair.
It was how quickly you reacted and tried to cover it up.
I know.
Wait a minute, here you go. Wait, Mr. Big Guy.
No,
You hear that?
No.
That's the chair.
No,
you heard it.
not-
I know
no,
you heard
I
it.
didn't.
Let me
Sorry.
see. Here you go.
Nobody heard it.
Nah, I won't.
Yeah, it's a mess. All right, let's go back to the phone. Actually, can you give everyone a second clue? Because today all you're doing is upsetting everyone and farting. So at least you can help people out with a clue here, all right?
All right, then I'm gonna give you a little perspective on this.
Pissing off the listeners and farting. The bad combo.
This show lasted from the President George Bush Sr. to Donald Trump's first term in office.
Okay, so this TV personality had a show, and it was on for a long time,
It
obviously.
was.
The first Bush to the first Trump.
The first Bush to the first
All right,
Trump.
that's how long it was on TV. Okay, all right.
Will you grow up?
No.
215-592-9494. Let's go to Diane
asking for too much.
in Pemberton. Hey, Diane.
Hi, how are you?
Diane, I'm good. Are you okay?
I'm good. I'm sorry. I was outside
Oh,
waiting
that's
to be called upon.
Oh, that's
All right,
okay.
so a couple things. First, Alvarado. Shame on him. He needs to apologize to the public and to his team in public. I can't believe that hasn't happened. There's no way that he didn't know what he was doing. So enough with that. But to bolster the bullpen, why don't we, and I know Rhea said this, took some of my thunder. Yesterday I was saying, why don't we pull pitchers so early now in these games? Yesterday, Abel, what an incredible debut. He only had 84 pitchers when he left. He could have gone out for the 7th, maybe even the 8th, maybe broke the record. Anyway, we have a lot of pitchers that can go long. What's the difference between now and 40 years ago when these pitchers all pitched complete games? The arms are the same. So that's my take. I think we should extend the starting lineup to deeper into games so we don't have to go into our bullpen as much. And as far as who should be there, I think Taijuan Walker has proven that he can do long stints out of the bullpen, and I think he's better there than Ranger Suarez. I think with the back issues, someone brought that up, down, up, down. It might have been Rhea again. We think so much alike. I think it's better to have Ranger as a starter. He seems to have gotten back into his stride now after that first bad outing back from the IL. Or
yeah, he's been good twice in a row now, Diane. You're right about that.
Okay. Yeah, so I think Taiwan should stay in the bullpen, and that solves everything. And then let's not panic. It's May. Let's look around the league and see if there's somebody on a crappy team that's good, that wants out, and maybe they won't ask for a lot. So I'm throwing that out. Now, one last thing, because I know I have a lot of callers.
Mm-hmm.
Trey Turner and why he can't catch balls. Are you ready?
Well, someone needs to tell me because I've been wondering for a couple years now.
Okay, so I want you to go back to Phillies postgame live on September 23rd, I believe, 2024, when we clinched the NL East.
Okay.
I watched that video because I know I saw it live, and I'm like, where is he? Where is he? I was trying to find Trey Turner. Couldn't find him anywhere until about the 8-minute mark when he shows up with a red UNLV helmet on. And I'm talking a football helmet. And he's not getting in the middle of the scrum where everybody's jumping up and down and squirting champagne. And he's trying to stay on the outside. And I stopped at the 10-minute mark. I'm like, there it is. There's my proof. This guy, I'm telling you right now, is scared of the ball. And that's why he keeps coming at his ground balls from the side. Watch the tape. He always makes his errors when the ball's right at him. Think about it.
Well, he does. It's an interesting perspective. I mean, he may be afraid of contact. Maybe he doesn't want to get hurt. Diane, I don't know. Diane, what's your guess for Hughes Clues?
Oh, God. I don't watch mainstream TV, so I was thinking of Jeopardy, but it's still on, so because he said it went off during 2016 or whenever it was. So what was that main guy in Shark Tank? No. I can't remember his name.
Mark Cuban?
Mark Cuban?
Yeah,
Mark Cuban's no, well, that's a good answer. He's on TV a long time. I think he just had his not the right answer. We appreciate your phone call. I think he just had his last episode of Shark
Mark
Tank
Cuban?
this past weekend.
What are you doing now?
I don't know.
No,
Rich
because I know.
things?
Well, yeah, I mean, he sold the squad. He left the Shark Tank. So I'm just saying,
that's a good question.
Yeah, no, I was just curious about what was his next move.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll find. One quick thing. Rhea said it. Diane just chimed in with it. I understand the point that, hey, we have these starters that are really good, right? Maybe we use them a little bit longer in games so we don't have to use the bullpen as much. I get it. And we have probably the best starting rotation in baseball. But if we pitched them all 7-8 innings every time, they might be cooked by the time we get to October, too.
Yeah, you got to be careful with that.
So the other thing is, I think we have a perception, but sometimes the perception, like, you look around the league like, oh, really? You know, Phillies starters have thrown the second most innings in baseball. Although we feel like Topper could leave them out there longer, compared to everybody else, they do leave them out there a lot. If you watch most teams, they get their starters out in like 5 innings. We go into the 6th almost every night when the guy's, halfway decent. So we already are getting a lot out of the starters. It's about, I understand the point. We're probably going to have a couple games this week here where like, man, he took him out in the 6th and he was pitching well. But you have to be careful there too. Like, Luzardo has been great, but he's had injury issues in the past. I don't want to burn him out in May, and then he's cooked by September.
Yeah, and everything that you're doing right now is chess moves because you're trying to spare your team and make sure that they're ready to go in the postseason.
Yes.
Because that's where we've had our troubles. Hasn't been the regular season, really. It's been the postseason.
But the challenging part now for Dombrowski and for the rest of the summer is they got to get there first.
Yeah, they got to navigate this.
Yeah, they're playing well, and I think they should make the playoffs, and I think they will, but they're not a lock. I mean, there's a lot of good NL teams, so they have to play well without Alvarado here just to get to the postseason. Joe in Norristown's up. Hey, Joe.
Hey, what's happening? How you doing?
What's going on, Joe?
Hey. All right, so I agree with you on this one. I think you got to do what you got to do if you're a professional ball player.
But he got suspended.
Yeah, I understand that, but these are the things you got to go through to – if you want to get better, you understand the consequences if you get caught.
Right, but he doesn't. He didn't have to do the illegal thing, right? But like, there's certain things they're allowed to take, and certain things they're not allowed to take. He chose to take the thing he's not allowed to take.
Yeah, well, I think it makes you a little better too. He may have had easier access to it. Who knows?
Yeah, but he could be. But he's not going to be good enough for the next 80 games because he can't participate.
That's the unfortunate thing about all of this.
Well, those are the consequences you got to weigh into, and then. with Ranger Suarez, I think throw that guy in the bullpen and throw some bread at him too.
So you just want to pay him to go to the bullpen like you? How much? 50 million,
Yeah.
30 million? Just pay him to go to the bullpen?
Hey, you right now it's a long season.
Yeah,
it's early to for the trade deadline. So you got to do what you got to do to get as far as you can. And if you put him in there, then again, Abel had a great outing. Try to see if you can put him back into the starting rotation.
He was excellent. He really was. I mean, it was eye-opening yesterday, Joe, how good he was.
Oh, it's phenomenal.
He was awesome.
It was phenomenal. Yeah, it was great. So now you have some arms, as of right now. But again, this is a long season. Take it one game at a time and see what happens. The chips fall, the chips fall. But again, Alvarado, it stinks of what he did. But again, as a professional ball player, you got to do what you got to do to, get some more money and stuff like that. But again, he got caught, and these are the consequences you got to take.
Well,
and for him to dip out, that ain't right.
It's not. No, it is. It's wrong. He's got. I mean, I don't really care that he didn't address us, the fans, but you got to address your teammates. I mean, that's a bad look. That's a bad look in that clubhouse.
Absolutely.
All right, Joe, what do you got for us? What's your guess for Hughes Clues?
I'm going to say Jerry Springer.
Well, Joe, you just won the gift card to Sunoco. You nailed it, Joe. Yes, Jerry Springer was Hughes Clues today. Was it the last clue, or did you have it in the beginning?
No, the second clue when you said about the between the presidents. I think it's got to be Jerry Springer. That's the only guy I can think of.
Yeah, you nailed it,
Good
Joe.
job,
Good
man.
job, Joe. You
right.
you won that gift card. Appreciate it, Joe. $100 gift card to Sunoco. Get the highest level of performance out of your car with 94 octane. Now available exclusively at Sunoco gas stations in Philadelphia. Let's make it $100 to Joe there. Kyle, I'm not sure how Ranger Suarez's contract reads when they gave him, his arbitration deal for this year. You think it says starting pitcher Ranger Suarez on there, or it says?
I don't think so.
I think it says probably just Phillies player, or he plays for the
Pitcher.
Phillies pitcher, not starting pitcher.
No, Hugh.
But
Do you think his contract Ranger Suarez says starting pitcher, or it just says pitcher?
well, if the bread is right, then we do what we got to do.
No, the bread has nothing to do with it. He's
Well,
on the
it's
team.
kind of do. Well, you kind of it kind of does.
No,
Okay, when you signed him when he got here, what was he?
he's a pitcher.
Starting pitcher.
He's a pitcher.
Starting.
He's a pitcher.
That has the ability.
He did both.
He has the ability to go in the bullpen.
Exactly.
Right. He's versatile.
Yes.
So there's a monetary value that's tagged onto that,
And
isn't it?
In the free agent market, he can get what he's worth.
But in the free, like right now, he's trying to get starter money because he can do that, right?
I understand that, and I don't care.
Who you think is more valuable? A starting pitcher or a versatile pitcher that can do both?
Starting pitcher. A high-level starting pitcher gets to make
So you don't think
hundreds of millions of dollars.
Okay, let me be more clear. In this situation, who's worth more? In this situation that the Phillies find themselves in right now.
Well, they could use the versatility.
Rangers
right
worth
now.
more to the Phillies, which is kind of what
Yeah,
matters
and
here.
so pay.
But they have him. He's not
Okay,
a free agent.
that's what I'm saying. But he's in a free agent year.
They are paying him.
His
but
check's
pay
clear
him,
every 2 weeks.
But if you want him to do that, and this is the thing that I think y'all are not seeing. I think y'all seeing it. Y'all just don't care. Y'all just like to strong arm people.
No, I don't care. I mean, you hit it on the nail on the head.
Is that
I don't.
He is compromising his value by helping the team out. That's the bottom line. He's compromising his value.
But he's on the team.
But he's compromising his worth.
I get it. But guess what? Team over player. Name on the front, not the
money
name.
over everything.
No. All right, 215-592-9494. What should the Phillies do? Alvarado suspended for 80 games here. I just think a totally selfish move by Alvarado to take it and then obviously get caught making, bad to worse here for the Phillies. Where do you come down in Alvarado, the Rangers situation? Should they put him in the bullpen right now? Plus, when we come back, loan me your calls. Big week for the NFL ahead and the Eagles in particular. We'll get to what's coming up with a couple votes, one on the tush push and one we haven't spent much time on, but it could certainly affect the Eagles now and a lot into the future. That's next. Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey, baseball fans, go yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets. Fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or somebody knows a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Hey, Navigation, take me to the amazing deals and super low lease payments at KiaofCherryHill.com.
It's Memorial Day savings all month long at KiaofCherryHill.com. Choose from over 400 new Kias available, including over 40 Tellurides, over 100 Sportages, over 35 Carnivals, over 75 Celtos, and over 80 Souls. Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or available online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
This spring, Christian Home Services is standing with our nation's heroes. Now, schedule a $29 cooling system tune-up, and we'll donate every dollar to the Wounded Warrior Project, up to $5,000. With Christian Home Services, it's more than a tune-up. It's a way to honor those who've sacrificed for our freedom. Stay cool, save energy, and give back to the brave men and women who served our country. Call 267-957-1989 and ask about our no breakdown guarantee, or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
It's wine, women, whiskey, and more women in hot skimpy outfits. It's the annual Daisy Dukes and Cowboy Boots at Creekside Cabaret. Thursday, May 22nd. It includes a 2-hour top shelf open bar from 7 to 9 p.m. and a complimentary Western-style buffet. There'll be plenty of women in very short Daisy Dukes outfits. Creekside Cabaret open Monday through Saturday, 4 p.m. to 2 a.m. If you're a cowboy or just a regular city slicker, this night is for you. Thursday, May 22nd, Daisy Dukes and Cowboy Boots at Creekside Cabaret. 3225 Advance Lane, Hatfield. CreeksideCabaret.com.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with the potential triple-double? Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, you can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here's comedian Howie Mandel for hands-free Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins. Yeah, I'm holding a new Cozy Fit Skechers slip-in sneaker, and first of all, I barely know I'm holding it. It's that light. You see, Cozy Fit is a cool new sneaker where the upper is made of a soft quilted material. It's kind of like a little puffer jacket for your feet, except it looks like a super stylish sneaker. Introducing new Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins, the latest comfort creation from Skechers. You can find Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Did you know there are more ways than ever to save with Allstate? Like adding more cars to your policy means you could save more. Same with bundling home and auto. More savings. Oh, and staying safe on the road? Ding, ding, ding. You guessed it. More savings. So check Allstate first, and you could save more today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Potential savings and prices vary, including based on how you buy. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Napa, the pros that know AC parts inside and out. We got another flashpoint in the Caitlin Clark-Angel Reese rivalry over the weekend. Clark had a hard foul on Reese, which she called just a basketball play. Reese didn't see it that way and went straight at Clark. This thing started with March Madness stakes. Now it's early season fireworks, but do we need bigger games to keep it real, or is the rivalry the show, no matter the score? I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Every Phillies game.
And it is gone.
Just listen to 94 WIP on the free Odyssey app.
What?
What's the push we talk about around here all the time?
Oh, the push.
The tush push. The tush push. Welcome back, Midday Show.
I didn't even think about that. I thought we were still talking about baseball.
Well, we are, but we got to talk about
Push Ranger to the bullpen.
That's right. Push you, Douglas.
See, that's
away
what
from his opinion.
I thought. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
There's also some that are probably saying that you pushed something out about 40 minutes ago. Live on
I
the
did,
air.
man. That, like, if I farted like that, that's a lift the leg fart. That's one of the ones where people on YouTube, you know what I'm talking about. You gotta lift the cheek up and let that one fly. Because when you start, I didn't do that.
I mean, well, you did. I mean, we all
No,
heard
I mean,
it.
I know what it sounds like. It's this chair, man. And it won't.
You
Every
notice-
time I do that,
Can't recreate. The more you try to recreate it and it doesn't happen, the worse you look.
This is the opposite of if the glove doesn't fit, you must have quit. I mean, you can't replicate the sound.
Man, I can. I need to fix this chair. Man.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm about to fall. I'm not as nimble as I used to be.
Listen, if you fall,
oh, you hear it? Did you hear it?
No. If you.
That's the
All right. I mean,
I guess that's a little bit. Yeah.
I'm dumping that though.
Yeah.
Seriously?
No one can hear that.
See? I mean, but you know, it's gonna always live. I'm already getting text messages talking about, yeah, you farted on there.
You
I
should.
did not fart.
Mm-hmm.
If I fart, Joe. If I fart, I'm gonna tell you like this. If I fart, you gonna know because it's gonna be a room clearer.
Don't you realize though you're beginning to gain a reputation?
I know as the farting radio
because,
host.
Like I sit in the same kind of chair as you. This doesn't happen to
No,
me.
I'm just saying.
It doesn't happen
I'm just
to
being-
Spike. It doesn't happen to Ike. It
Because
doesn't.
I think Spike's a stander. He likes to stand for the most
But
part.
the point is, the sounds aren't coming through the microphone.
No,
with
but
it.
it's not. It's definitely the chair.
Okay.
I'm a sitter.
Mhm.
I'm a sitter.
Most of us are. Most of us, though, aren't farters on the air. All right, back to the tush push thing. They're going to, this thing's coming back here. You ready for this? This week is tomorrow and Wednesday. The votes are going to come in. That whole tush push conversation, which they shelved for a month until they could convince everyone to vote their way, that's going on this week. So that's a big thing we're watching as the NFL owners meet this week, that we're going to get another vote on the tush push. Hugh, what's your expectation right now? Because mine is this thing is gone. I think we are hours, days away from the tush push being banned.
You know what's funny? Well, it's not funny. It's just that I know the Eagles have been calling around trying to figure out why there's so much vitriol for this play.
Jealousy.
To your point, yeah, I think they're gonna get rid of it.
Yeah, I think it's gone. I mean,
because it just doesn't. It feels like the reason why it was couched because it didn't go the way that they wanted it to go.
Exactly.
And you had some people out there talking about, well, I don't really understand the wording. The wording's not. I don't understand.
Yeah, Jim Harbaugh said that. Yeah.
And so then they say, okay, dog, we're going to couch it. We're going to fix the wording. So they went to the wordsmiths and they figured out a way to say it that was to Coach Harbaugh's liking because he's probably the one that's held it up. And they made sure they made it in a way where it made him feel good about his decision because he's like the one thing I know about Coach Harbaugh, he's a football guy, like straight up and out. Like he's like the purity of the game and all other stuff that he feels like he's that guy. So yeah, he just wanted to make sure that it was keeping the purity of the game. So yeah.
All right, the other thing they're going to vote on this week, along with the tush push again, and actually they might ban it this time, is a reseeding of the NFL postseason. And I hate this, and I think it's going to get passed, and I just think it's unnecessary. So they're going to vote this week to reseed the NFL playoffs based on winning percentage. So here's how it would work. They would still send 4 division winners and then 3 wild cards to the postseason, but the seeding, Hugh, would not be based on, the top division winner gets the number 1, the next best division winner gets the number 2, 3 is the third best division winner, 4 is the fourth, and then 5, 6, 7 are the top 3 wild cards. It would now be based on winning percentage. So let's just play this out. Let's say the Eagles win the division at 12-5, and they're the number 1 seed. And the Commanders also were 12-5, but in the old way, they would have been the 5th seed, right? They'd have to go on the road the whole time. Now the Commanders would be the 2 seed or the 3 seed, like winning
because of their record.
Because of their record.
So you're taking away, say, if the Minnesota Vikings won their division at 9 and whatever, 9 and what's that? 9 and 8.
9 and 8.
And so they would be the 4th seed or whatever seeding.
Well,
but basically the Commodores would be the higher seed.
Yes. In the past, if you were a division winner, the lowest you could be was a 4 seed, right? And you'd have a home game in the first round of the playoffs. Now that's out. So now if you're 9 and 8, you're probably going to end up as the 7 seed. You'll make the playoffs, but you'll be the 7th seed.
And irony of this conversation is the Minnesota was a team that was the odd man out in all of this last year. And people were – because was it Atlanta had a home game or whatever?
So Tampa did.
No, it was Tampa. I'm sorry.
And the Rams.
Atlanta, yeah, because they were fighting for that last spot.
But that last game of the season last year, right, where it was the Vikings and the Lions, and the winner was going to be the number 1 overall seed, and the loser was going to go all the way down to 5. That game won't have the same meaning anymore. Nah. I mean, if both those teams are going to be seeded 1 and 2 or 3 or whatever, it's way different than being the 5 seed.
So okay. That makes sense. And so if you got 3 teams, 12-5, it's the strength of the schedule and the weight of the wins and the like opponents and all that other good stuff, right?
Yeah,
all that still applies.
Yeah, it would be based on your record. So the seeding would be based solely on record. But doesn't this take away some of the fun of the divisions?
It does. And not only that, this is just strictly talk about the record. This is not talking about reseeding or anything like that, is it? That's not a part of the discussion.
Well, no, there was an element to this. I have to go back and look to see if it's currently what they're going to vote for this week. There was an element where they would reseed after the first round of the playoffs.
Because I knew that was when this was originally introduced.
Yep.
That was part of it. So I was just making sure that,
Here it is. As part of the Lions proposal, which is what they're going off of, the field would be reseeded after the wild card round with the highest remaining seed facing the lowest remaining seed in the divisional round. I don't love it. I mean, I like the way it was in the past. This takes away some of the importance of, like, if it's I'm just playing it out this year. Eagles Commanders, last game of the season. The winner gets the 1 seed, the loser gets the 5. That game is huge, right? Because the loser's got to go on the road the whole road to the playoffs.
And the fact that the Commodores were able to do what they were able to do is pretty impressive. But what if the way it was seeded? Because that would have changed things, right? Because we were the 2 seed, right? We were the 2 seed last year?
We were the 2 seed.
So, and the Commodores had to go on the road. So that means who would have been the odd man out if they would have did it like they did it last year?
So if you apply what they want to do now,
Tampa wouldn't have had a home game, correct?
Tampa and the Rams were the 3 and 4 seed last year. If they do it the way they're proposing now, Tampa and the Rams would have been the 6 and 7 seeds. They would have gone on the road in the first round.
So the first game would have been for the Commodores in their place.
Yes. And the Vikings would have been in their place instead of going on the road to the Rams. So the importance of winning the division isn't as much as it is. They're taking that away, and they're saying your record matters more than if you win your division.
I don't know how I feel about that. Because it was always, when Big Red was the coach, it was always his mantra to win the division first. And to your point, if the division wins don't matter and the record matters, but it does put more emphasis on having a better record.
Yes.
And so that puts more emphasis, I would say, on the last game of the season. Because, a lot of times when people got stuff locked up, Joe, they tend to rest people. So if you got a team, say if the Commodores and us at the end of the year, we have the same record, that last game matters for the seeding.
Well, but it would to some extent. But let's play it out. Let's say the Eagles and Commanders are both 12-4 heading into the last game of the season.
Mm-hmm.
They're both going to be high seeds no matter what happens in the game.
So it doesn't matter where you see. But
is it worth the seeding to risk injury in that game?
Because you're battling for the 1 or the 2, or the 1 or the 2 or the 3 versus the 5. If you're the 5, you have almost no chance to go all the way.
But I would say this, Kyle and Joe. If it's the way that it used to be, the number 1 seed gets a bye anyway, right? It's still the bye, right? You still get the bye.
Yes.
And it's only 1 bye, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that game does matter. If you're playing, you know what I mean?
But it doesn't matter as much as 1 versus 5. 1 versus 2 or 3. The 5 seed means you're on the road basically the whole way.
Okay. I see what you're saying. Because I'm looking at it from the number 1 seed standing. But you're looking at it from the other seeds.
Okay. How about let's play it this way. If you're fighting for the 2 seed or the 3 seed versus 2 seed or the 7 or the 6, that's a big difference.
That's a big difference. I see you. But because I'm thinking about the number 1 seed.
I think teams might sit their players. For, what's the difference? 2 or 4 seeds.
It's also one of those things that's just where if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yep.
It doesn't it's not an issue.
Well, people had a big old stink. They had a stink about last year.
Stinks every year. The Giants went 6-10 and threw a stink about the Eagles sitting their starters in week 17. Just be better. Go win games. And if you're a 9-8 team that wins the division, and you have to go face a 14-win team. That adds almost a little more. It's another element of competitiveness in that playoff game where the 9-8 team is at home and the team that's supposedly better has to go on the road and win a game. If you're that much better and you had that much better of a record, go beat the 9-8 team on the road.
Let me throw one more thing in with because you asked about reseeding. Let's apply this to last year and how it would have changed the NFC. If the NFL had reseeded the division round based on who had the best record, here's what last year would have looked like. 1 Lions, 2 Eagles, 3 Commanders, 4 Rams. You know what that means? In the second round of the playoffs, the Rams would have went to Detroit. The Commanders would have come here.
Yeah.
Now, you know what that probably means? That probably means we had to go to Detroit for the title game. Unless you think the Rams were going to go into Detroit and win, which maybe they would have. But if we played out the way they want to plan it now, the Eagles would have played the Commanders in the divisional round, Rams at Lions, which probably means we beat the Commanders here in the second round, and we have to go to Detroit. I don't like this. I just it feels reactionary towards last year. Why do I care the Vikings for the 5 seed?
It's definitely reactionary, but this is where we are. The fact that we're having these meetings, and the NFL moves pretty swiftly on all of these things. The fact that they couched the tush push until now, and the fact that they're actually thinking about this. I'll never forget something that Troy told me years ago when he first started working for the NFL. Is that normally when they say that they like to soft sell something or soft roll something out, they usually that means they're going to change it. So if this passes, this is definitely going to happen.
I think you're right. 215-592-9494. NFL considering reseeding the postseason. That vote's coming down this week, and of course the tush push as well. All right, let's get back to your phone calls on all this. And Ranger Suarez, should he go to the bullpen? I say yes. Hugh wants to pay him before he goes. And your reaction to Alvarado? I feel like there's some people out there who understand, a little more empathetic to him just trying to be better, and he got caught. I'm just frustrated with the guy. He cost the team. I mean, whether or not
selfish.
Totally selfish. I mean, he took something that was on a banned list. He got caught, and now the team's without him for 80 games. And then Rhea threw in the story that he basically booked out yesterday, and it didn't address the team.
I ain't got nothing to say to nobody.
Yeah.
I mean, you're gonna get. But see, I don't think people are gonna say stuff, but they're not gonna say nothing to the level that we think is going to be. I don't think. Who was it when Ron Burgundy when he cussed on there and everybody was mad and he was like, "That was poop, Ron Burgundy. That was poop." I don't think it's going to be like that. But I think guys.
We haven't had many Ron Burgundy references lately. I like.
No,
that.
You remember when he was like, "Poop was poop." It was poop, Ron Burgundy. Or something he said. But yeah, I don't think it's going to be like that. I really don't.
Well, I mean, they'll get over it, but it's not a good teammate look to just disappear.
Well, it's not, but you're embarrassed because it's like you thought you had it covered, but you didn't, and now you have to answer questions because that press conference, I would imagine, can't be easy. So, what were you taking? What was it in? those are questions you don't have the answers to.
But like his teammates, I think, like Strom yesterday said, like, I want to hear it from Alvarado himself. Like he said that.
Yeah, because he want to hear what he was he want to know what happened.
Yeah, so like maybe you should man up and talk to his teammates about what he did.
He'll probably call him. Be like, yo, dog.
Oh, you call him
Yeah.
after he skipped out.
Yeah, I'll probably call him.
It's cowardly.
Well, that makes me believe even more that he's lying about this.
Joe.
Yeah.
We've come to that conclusion already.
Well,
He's lying.
Well, but no, some people probably believe his story.
Who?
I'm telling you, there are people.
I don't believe it. Listen.
All right, put up a poll. Do you believe that Jose Alvarado unknowingly took what he took?
No.
I don't believe it either. Every steroid suspension for 20 years has the same statement. My client unknowingly took this. Baloney.
Normally, I will say this, because this happened to me before. When they say PEDs, it could be anything. It could be Sudafed. Like from the NFL standpoint.
It's a banned substance.
It's a banned stuff. I remember back in the day, I forgot what it used to be called, but they used to be in the locker room all the time. It was pills that you used to take. And I remember when they took them out.
Greenies?
No.
Not
they
amphetamines?
No, they were, it might have been Sudafed. It was something, I think it was something in Sudafed that made you test positive. So the NFL, when all of this happened, when they just went to straight PEDs, it was anything. It was Ritalin, because I remember I had, because I take ADD medicine, they had to know what I was taking in my prescription and everything, because that's considered a PED. You know, it's considered, Ritalin is considered a PED. So it was something that, you know, you had to you had to get an exemption for.
Right?
Yeah, exemption. So it was across the spectrum was wide. So that's why in the NFL, when you hear PEDs, it's like, oh, well, it could have been anything. But this was specific. This was really specific. It said something testosterone. I'm like, damn. They knew what they were looking for. They knew exactly what they were looking for, because a lot of times, even when who was the dude that Aaron Rodgers tried to protect?
94 WIP breaking news.
Our second breaking news of the day.
Wow.
Eagles news.
Okay.
From the Eagles themselves. We've agreed to a multi-year extension with head coach Nick Sirianni.
Oh, the Sirianni extension is here.
Coach Goofball got paid. Way to go, Coach.
All right. Well, he obviously...
Bubblehead. I'm sorry, Bubblehead.
That's your term, right? That's your term. Yeah. Well, congratulations, Nick Sirianni. We knew this was coming. I mean, Jeff Lurie said this at the owners' meetings. He without saying it exactly, they made it clear that this was going to happen. I believe it happened for Doug Peterson in the summer of the year after they won the Super Bowl.
So we'll be on lookout for details of the extension.
I find the terms to be very interesting, because by resume, he certainly has a case to be up there with the highest paid coaches.
Oh, definitely.
In the NFL.
I would venture to say he's in the cul-de-sac.
But from what I understand, before this, like his first contract here wasn't super high, right? So it's good. If he now ends up as one of the highest paid coaches, it's a huge pay raise from where he was.
He probably, Bubblehead about to get paid.
Highest paid coach?
He's going to be in the cul-de-sac.
I do wonder where he lands. I mean, I believe there were, last time I looked, Andy Reid is the highest paid coach at about $20 million per year.
And then who was the second?
I'm going to look it up. I know McVay's in that category.
Yeah, it was
Shanahan's
your boy Peyton. I think Peyton's in that neighborhood too.
Yes.
He'll be in the neighborhood. He might not be on the same street, but he's going to be on that first turn that you make to get on that street. He'll be in the cul-de-sac. He'll be in the area.
I'm looking up right now.
What cul-de-sac?
The cul-de-sac.
Your cul-de-sac.
He'll be in, well, you're not my personal cul-de-sac, but he'll be, like, say if Big Red, McVay, Sean Payton are they're the bigger houses in the cul-de-sac.
Yep.
He'll probably be one of the houses on one of the corners leading to the cul-de-sac.
Okay, so Reid, Sean Payton, Mike Tomlin are the four highest paid coaches.
Okay.
Reid makes $20 million per year. Payton makes $18. Tomlin and Harbaugh each get $16 million per season. Where do we think Sirianni slots in? Below those guys?
Should be number one.
Ooh.
Should not be number one.
No, you know what?
Should not be
like,
number
to
one.
be honest, if I'm being honest about this, he needs to be in the cul-de-sac with Big Red. He needs to be, because you talk about those, because with all due respect, Coach Tomlin has been on Pittsburgh Steelers. Like, they've been talking bad about him for years, because they've been relevant enough, but they haven't been the Pittsburgh Steelers of old. You talk about Coach Payton, who just they begged him to come back, so they threw a ton of bread at him. Coach McVay, hasn't been like they've been playoff worthy, but they haven't been. Yeah,
but he's been to 2 Super Bowls and won one.
Yeah, he has.
Just like
so
Sirianni.
it's Coach Sirianni.
Yeah,
Coach Sirianni.
Okay, so Reed is at $20 million, Peyton 18, Harbaugh 16, Tomlin 16, McVay 15, Shanahan 14. Here's the line: Ben Johnson, who's never coached a game yet, right? Just became the Bears head coach. He's got $13 million a year. That's the floor.
Oh,
right?
yeah, he's getting more than that.
Well, he's got to jump over him. The question is, where does he jump into the Shanahan, McVay, Tomlin, Jim Harbaugh group?
17.
17.
17 feels about right.
So that would make him the third highest paid coach behind Reed and
17.
Sean Payton.
Sean Payton the second highest?
Yes.
No, he got to get more than that. What has Sean Payton done? I said, okay, when?
More than 15 years ago.
But obviously he was a free agent. They had to lure him back. The Eagles don't have to.
No, that's what I'm saying.
What's the downside?
They lured him back.
Principle. I mean, you're right, there's not a downside.
They lured him back because out of necessity.
Right.
We don't know if then he got lured back off of the cachet that he had 15 years ago.
That's why Peyton and Jim Harbaugh make as much as they do. They had to get him to go to the NFL.
Yeah.
Right,
yeah.
To choose those teams.
So yeah, Nick Sirianni need to be about 17 and a half.
Above McVay? Above?
Yeah. Yes, why not?
I mean, it doesn't have to be.
You know what made Sean McVay hot? He was the hot name, the hot coordinator. Went to the Super Bowl twice, like you said.
He's a great coach.
I'm not taking that away from him. But when you look at as far as, because this is the NFL in a nutshell, it's who's relevant at the time that you need to get paid. Right now, Coach Sirianni is if not the hottest coach, one of the hottest coaches in the league right now.
No question. I just think it's going to be interesting to see where the number comes down because there's a perception that it's the Eagles' success. Certainly, Nick's a big part of it, but it's a more of a front office roster-driven thing than it is strictly the head coach.
Yeah, I mean
that's the perception. Now the Eagles
the
Eagles can change that.
I think the narrative has changed over the year. I think the narrative has changed over the year. Let me be specific.
It has. And
because of the way that it started and the way that it ended.
Did a really good job last season.
Yes, he did.
Look, I'm happy for the guy. He won the Super Bowl. I mean, he earned himself an extension here. We're going to find out what the terms are as they come down. 215-592-9494. All right, so money but really years I'm interested in too. How many extra years are they putting on Sirianni's deal? Nick Sirianni getting a new contract. Breaking news from the Eagles. We'll find out terms when we do, but we'll see where he lands. Who thinks he's going to be in the cul-de-sac of the highest paid coaches in the NFL? You can react to the Sirianni extension with us on the phones. More details coming. Plus, what should the Phillies do now that Jose Alvarado has been suspended? We'll get some other options here besides Ranger. One of them, I'll be debating with Jolly tomorrow. We got a Jolly debate coming up. It's debate week.
He teased it, by the way, on a show.
Oh, did he?
We'll play that for you next.
I can't wait. 215-592-9494. This hour on 94 WIP is fueled by Sunoco 94 Octane. If you demand peak performance from your vehicle, nothing less than Sunoco 94 Octane will do. Treat your car to 94 only at Sunoco, right here on the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Last year, WIP unveiled Debate Day.
Winner right here.
Now, Sports Radio 94 WIP presents Debate Days. Listen as WIP hosts and special guests debate the most important Philly sports topics and each other.
Hated it. Why?
Can the Birds repeat? Do the Phillies extend Schwarbs? Daryl Morey?
Hey, John. Hey, Mark. How you doing?
WIP goes head to head to head.
Oh, hell no.
Debate Days. All this week, only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Whoa.
Some days, it's the little things that get us through. An early start, a quick stop, a familiar face. There's enough on your mind. Let Wawa be the simple part. Get any size hot coffee for $1, any size iced coffee for $2, and all 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for $1. Every day just for being a Wawa Rewards member. Gotta have your back. Gotta have a Wawa.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently? Or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/Ike to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Kick off summer at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Mike Reese here, and I'm ready for summer. Are you? Kick off the season with Memorial Day specials all month at Elite Acura. Lease the 2025 Acura RDX for just $459 a month or the MDX for only $559 a month. Visit Elite Acura in Maple Shade or shop online at eliteacura.com. And as always, tell them Ike Reese sent you.
36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year. Not all will qualify. See dealer for full details. Offers in 6/2/25.
Going up.
Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up.
Going up.
But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button.
Going down.
We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Sweeter, bolder flavors are hitting the menu at Wawa. Get ready for a burst of tropical and tangy goodness with new pineapple and watermelon recipes, plus sour cherry popping bubbles. Whether you're in the mood for something fruity, fizzy, or fun, Wawa has your cravings covered. Enjoy these new varieties in smoothies, refreshers, and more. We're ready for you when you're ready for something new. Cravings made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
Have you tried hands-free Skechers slip-ins yet? Because if you haven't, you're missing out on technology that changes how you think about shoes. Let me explain what makes Skechers slip-ins so incredible. First, these are not just regular slip-on shoes. They're not just a pair of loafers without laces. Skechers slip-ins have laces, and once you tie them to fit your foot just right, you never have to tie them again. They also come in boots, dress shoes, sneakers, work shoes, sandals, and every other kind of shoe you wear every day. But what makes them different is the technology inside that lets you just step into them. There's a built-in hidden shoe horn that slides your foot in. Then a comfy heel pillow cushions your foot and keeps your shoe on securely. So they look, feel, and wear just like a pair of shoes you're used to. Except you don't have to bend down, struggle to put them on, or touch them. Just step in and go, completely hands-free. And everybody I know who tries them doesn't want to wear shoes that aren't Skechers slip-ins ever again. They're just that amazing. Try them at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Another checkup? Why are so many people getting new puppies?
Dr. Kim's veterinary office is littered with cuteness.
We are booked solid for weeks, but who can say no to a puppy, right? Oh, who's your good boy? Oh, who's what? Oh,
She needs to find extra vet techs to get those pups some extra love.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Hugh Douglas.
Shark meat is not good because they pee through their skin.
And Joe Giglio.
Well, you could have told me that before I ate the shark.
On Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Obviously, it's going to depend on the contest. That's a tough one, but I obviously want to be in the rotation all the time. I want to be starting pitching, like a starter all the time. But if it's for the team's sake, if it's to win something, if it's to get the World Series, then I'm willing to do anything.
Ranger Suarez threw his interpreter recently about the idea of going to the bullpen if the Phillies need. Well, they might need it right now. Jose Alvarado suspended 80 games by Major League Baseball. 215-592-9494. Boy, we got a lot of stuff going on today. We have the Ranger Suarez, the bullpen conversation. We know that Jose Alvarado's gone for 80 games. By the way, Hugh, I try to tell you that a lot of people believe Jose Alvarado. We put a poll up. Over 40% of people buy the story that he unknowingly took. I'm not kidding.
No, seriously.
Yes, I told you, people buy this stuff. There's no way in the world, in my mind, that he took this unknowingly.
Well, I guess I'm not surprised at the people.
At you people? Are you going to say it now?
I mean, I just said it. Mm-hmm. Like, I don't understand. Like, when you hear PEDs, like, no, like, just say when a person gets suspended, they always say PEDs. Like in football, they always say PED. So it leaves you to speculate what it was. Mm-hmm. And normally, most people think that it's steroids or something. But people that used to play, they'd be like, oh, man, that's probably took some aspirin or something, some wrong, because there's certain aspirins and stuff you can't take. The PED list for the NFL is extensive, and I'm pretty sure it's like that for baseball. But the reason why I find this one fascinating, because if you go back and look at most storylines about PEDs, it's vague. This one was very specific. And I keep saying that because when I heard this story, because every time you hear, especially sports stories, you process how the conversation might go between me and you. And, I'm assessing what might be spoken about. And, I try to go look and see if I can find out a little bit about something that, whatever. And the thing that struck me in this was it was really, really specific.
Yep.
Really, really specific. So I'm like, okay, they knew what they were looking for. To some extent, it was what they were looking for because it was too specific in the testosterone that he was taking.
Yeah, I don't buy it for a second.
Yeah.
I think he knew what he was taking. He got caught. Unfortunately, the Phillies got to deal with it now. What should they do? Well, they have some options here. They could keep Mick Abel in the major leagues. He was tremendous yesterday. They keep him in the rotation for now while Aaron Nola's on the injured list. We know Andrew Painter's on his way at some point. And they could keep, those guys here, certainly Abel, and move a starter to the bullpen. Now, we know Taijuan Walker was in the bullpen. He's coming back out to start this week against the Rockies. I don't think the Phillies anticipated Abel doing what he did yesterday, so that led them to believe they needed Walker back in the rotation. Maybe they don't now. Then there's also Ranger Suarez, who's done this in the past, who's been good at it, free agent to be. Hugh Douglas over here wants to pay him more money to do it. I say no, just go to the bullpen. Let's hear Eduardo Perez, Baseball Tonight podcast, former player Eduardo Perez, talking about how the Phillies could, use a starter in the bullpen.
He was their constant. He was actually their north when it comes to the bullpen and locking down games. And now they're going to have to look and see what's out there, and maybe have to make moves that they did not want to make. Maybe have to get some of the top prospects that it's in the minor leagues and convert them into relievers. It's going to be interesting to see what happens now with the Phillies, especially in this division where Ronald Acuna and Spencer Strider are also coming back for the Braves.
So he was referencing prospects. I mean, that are starters. I mean, there's only two that's jumped to my mind right now. One's Mick Abel, who just pitched yesterday. The other, of course, is Andrew Painter. And about a month ago or 3 weeks ago, whenever that was, I threw out the idea that hey, if he's on an innings limit, maybe his best use could be to help them out of the bullpen at some point this season. Now, this was before the Alvarado thing blew up on us, so now we have that specter. Tomorrow, our good friend Paul Jolovitz is going to hop on the show to debate that idea.
Yep, he teased it on his show.
Let's hear that.
By the way, I'm going to be on Debate Week with Andrew Painter, not with Andrew Painter, debating Andrew Painter going to the bullpen with Joe Giglio Tuesday at noon in studio.
That's must-listen radio. I will be locked in for that.
Who's on what side here?
What do you think?
Take a guess.
There's only one side, Luke. The other side's ridiculous.
Fair.
Guess he told you.
Jolly starting early. I like that. Getting the first shot on Jolly's show. All right, tomorrow at noon we'll bring Jolly on?
Yeah.
In studio?
Yep.
Have we had a Jolly debate in person?
No.
No, they've all been on the phone.
We have not.
That's going to add a little element to it. Is YouTube ready for Jolly? That's the question.
I don't think so.
I feel like in our past, at least one of them we did put on YouTube, but it was only me on the video, right? I don't think we had the Jolly's face, just Jolly's audio. All right. So
I get to sit here for that. That's going to be pretty awesome.
You get to experience that in person.
In person. Haven't seen Jolly in a while, so it's going to be pretty cool to see
All
Jolly.
right, we'll talk to Jolly tomorrow coming up. By the way, also the news today, the Eagles brought back Joe Douglas, which now feels like small potatoes compared to the big news for the Eagles. They have signed Nick Sirianni to a multi-year extension. Before we go back to the phones, let me read you the statement that Jeff Lurie put out with the Eagles today. Quote, as an organization, we have always strived to create a championship culture of sustained success. Nothing is more important to fostering such an environment than having tremendous leadership. Nick has embodied everything we're looking for in a head coach since we hired him 4 years ago. His authentic style of leadership, football intelligence, passion for the game, and growth mindset have helped to bring out the best in our team. I am excited for what the future holds for the Philadelphia Eagles. That was from Jeffrey Lurie after the Eagles.
That sounds about like $18 million.
That's pretty dope.
Oh, you could tell the money from the
that sound like about 18.
Use money senses.
I'm saying, man, what it look like. Is
that your
money.
official guess, 18?
I'm going to say, I was thinking 17.5, but I think if we got that other half a mil, I'm thinking 18.
We'll find out.
I can't wait to find. And I also want to see how many years. I mean, he earned an extension.
Because he was
won the
lame
Super
duckish,
Bowl.
though. He was a little lame duckish this year.
This would have been his last year.
Well, there was speculation,
Well, if last year went bad, I mean, we know 2 years ago it sounded like they thought about replacing him.
I don't know, man. But then I'm thinking, I don't know, Kyle, because then the apology money, that's probably worth another
They
million.
don't have to apologize to him.
Yeah, they do.
For what?
For apologizing to that fan that made him mad and
You
cut
should
his hair.
apologize for calling him a bubblehead.
I'm not gonna do that. And listen, by me calling him a bubblehead, that helped him get paid.
Oh, so you're taking credit.
He need to shoot me a little something while you playing.
You're not getting a dime from Sirianni.
I'm just saying. But when I look at him, be like, yo, I ain't gonna ask for it, but I'm gonna look at him like, yo.
Headline of the show today: Hugh Douglas wants a piece of Sirianni's
You ain't gotta give me a
contract.
big piece. You ain't gotta give me a big piece.
You're
but I'm
not
just saying.
getting a dime.
I'm
from
just
Nick.
saying. I'm just looking at him like, yo, cuz, Coach Bubblehead.
See,
He's definitely not going to give you one after that.
I mean, he knew he was being a bubblehead, man. But the team came together.
The first part of being smart is knowing what to do.
They thought this thing was about to fall apart. We all did during that Cleveland week. We all thought, but it didn't.
They barely beat the Browns. I know.
So yeah, I need to be compensated.
No, you're not going to get compensated for this.
I mean, it's a nice thought. I know I'm not, but I'm just putting it out there.
Nope. Congratulations to Nick Sirianni. Well earned.
That feel about like 19.
No,
I say 18.5.
If you are official guess.
Official guess.
Tomorrow, when the terms come out, he will be the highest paid coach. So Andy
Second
Reid,
highest paid coach in the NFL.
I say he's not quite that high.
Joe.
Top 5. Not top 2.
I think he's going to end up being number 1.
You think he's going to go over Andy Reid?
They gave Saquon a thank you contract. Isn't he the highest paid running back in the NFL now? But Sirianni's been to 2 Super Bowls.
I'm not
2 different sets of coordinators. And beat Andy Reid.
And you talk bad about him.
That's right. Joe did.
Well, they probably talk bad.
They should give him extra because Giglio talked bad about
Did you guys forget I became a born-again Sirianni guy? I'm in now.
That doesn't help the argument that we're having
It's almost
today.
as real as Hugh taking the pledge, though.
I took the pledge.
No, I became a Sirianni guy.
I took the pledge. I didn't fart either.
You lied about both of those things. Liar. You didn't take the pledge seriously.
I did take the pledge
And we know
seriously.
what happened on air about an hour and a half ago. We all heard it.
I did not fart. But I did take the pledge seriously, though.
Nope.
I did.
No one believes it.
He needs to apologize.
Yeah.
He wasn't. That wasn't happening.
Because when you start to cut, it's just amazing how it does. I'm not gonna lie, it sounds like a fart. But if you're being honest, and people, if you're being honest, you listen. That's a lift your leg fart. That's not one where you just sit there and just like act like you didn't do it. There was a lot going on with that one.
Well,
That's a lift a cheek fart.
If you had ignored it, maybe we would have. You
I
were
couldn't.
so embarrassed that you had to say something.
I had to say something because Rhea looked like, wow, this dude really farted in the studio, and I was like, no, I didn't.
I mean, if Joe really wanted to like play it up, he could act like it stunk.
I could have,
and he could.
Because
Rhea would have joined me.
I'm trying to tell you, man. When it happens, because I'm not gonna say it might not happen. You'll know. Because it's gonna stink.
It's happened twice in a year.
No, but it's gonna smell bad too. It's gonna be bad. It's all that protein, that diet food. Yeah, it's gonna stink. I mean, I say that with a straight face. When I fart in here for real, you're gonna change your tune.
Wow.
About me farting. You can be like, yeah, he's
How about we try to avoid all these?
I'm not gonna. That's what I'm saying. I haven't done it.
Well,
but I'm just saying, if it happens,
the audio says otherwise. The audio doesn't lie. Let's go back to the phone lines here on all these topics. As Sirianni gets paid, and of course the Phillies now have a big issue in their bullpen. David in Westchester. Hey, David.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Gas Man Hugh. How's it going?
What's up,
The
David?
Gas Man. What's up, David?
Hey, do you think Jolly's going to fart tomorrow doing your debate?
Is Jolly a farter? Is he a fart? I don't know. Is he a farter?
He's a snorer, as I know when I shared a hotel room with him once.
Did he fart sharing a hotel room?
We did share a hotel room. There was a blizzard in 2014, and
I think you told this story.
I think I've told it before, but I'll tell it again right now. In 2014, I was out working weekends, and we had a blizzard roll through, and they offered everyone that was going to be on that day, David, a hotel room, right? Because we probably wouldn't be able to get out of the city. So I was like, all right, I'll take a hotel room. And then I found out when I got to the city that I was rooming with Jolly. Like, we had 2 beds, but we had to share a hotel room, and Jolly snored so loud that it woke me up, and I couldn't get back to sleep, and I walked back to the studio in like a foot of snow and slept on a couch here. It was traumatizing.
Things you got to do for work.
That's right.
So about this Alvarado, he is just he's too stupid, too lazy to even be in Major League Baseball. If it's fine, he was cheating. But when you get caught, there's so much science out there nowadays, and there's so many doctors that stay ahead of the curve for all the testing. They know what they're testing for, and for him not to be able to avoid that is it's unforgivable. I don't ever want to see him in a Phillies uniform again, as long as he's alive. And
so you don't want him back when he's eligible to come back in late August?
No, because he's not smart enough. I mean, baseball is also mental. As you know, Joe, I play senior softball, so I know these things. And, if you can't figure that out, if you're just too lazy, so you're going to take testosterone and, knowing it's getting tested for, and then, I got caught, there's no excuse for that. Absolutely zero.
Well, I agree, but let's not be too hasty here, okay? Let's just play it out, and let's say we get to late August, and we're still leaking a little oil in the bullpen, and he's ready to go. I mean,
yeah, you got to do what you got to do. That.
I mean, we can forgive and forget.
Forgive and forget.
Come get some outs.
David, can I ask you this real quick?
No, we're not forgiving anything. We're never forgetting Hugh farting in the studio.
Well, no, we're not forgetting Hugh farting.
Can I ask you real quick? How did when Lane got tested positive for PEDs? How soon did you forgive him?
Oh, we wanted him back as soon as he was ready.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, I get what everybody said. It's different, man. It's different. It's just.
I've noticed this over the years. There is a much higher threshold and forgiveness for football players. We shrug it off like, well, they kind of need it. Baseball players were like, screw that guy. He cheated.
Hey, dude, didn't you sneak out in the middle of the night when you got cut by Jacksonville? Didn't talk to anybody?
Oh no, I snuck out during the day. It was different.
During the day. Right.
Yeah. And you know what? You know what the difference was? I didn't give it. I didn't care about those cats like that.
You getting too comfortable again?
Yeah, I was about to say. Joe, wow. I did it again. I'm Michael Jordan. My teammates.
You did.
Yes, I did, and I told them to this day. It's only a few guys.
Bleep those Jaguars.
Yes, it's only a few guys that I speak to, and I speak to them sparingly. I speak to Fred Taylor, had him on the show. Marcus Stroud. That's about it. And Marcus Stroud, my frat brother. So
not Jack Del Rio.
No.
I mean, what
you
are we
want to
paying for?
apologize to those guys for sneaking out on them
Man,
now? Take this
you know,
opportunity?
if they said anything to me, David, and this I'm telling you this because we've known each other for a while, I tell them to kiss my ass, like
Wow.
flat out. I don't owe you no apology. I left. Matter of fact, I mean, hell, when I was there, I fell asleep on the training table. So if you didn't see me then, you weren't about to see me.
Wow, that's harsh.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, what do you got? Ranger Suarez, bullpen, what are you doing?
Now, here's the problem with your entire concept here, Joe, is if you're putting Ranger into the bullpen, you're bringing Taijuan Walker out as starter. And Taijuan Walker, he's good for an inning, 2 innings before he gets, they score 10 runs on him.
Right.
So you need to keep Taijuan there because you can just pitch him 1, 2 innings. I mean, he showed what a great 3-inning closer he is. And I think Taijuan can handle that role in the bullpen and then just keep Ranger out there, keep Mick Abel up, and you're good to go.
He might. And look, he did it well in Tampa a couple weeks ago. So if it's certainly a possibility, but they've already, and David, we appreciate it, they've already moved Taijuan back to the rotation. Taijuan is pitching now. Like, what happened yesterday, unless the Phillies changed their plan right now is that Mick Abel's going back to the minor leagues, and they're going to have Taijuan and Ranger in the starting rotation. So who's in the bullpen?
Right now?
Right now. No Alvarado, we know that. So we're short because we don't have Taijuan out there right now. He's in the rotation again. We're short out there.
I think they're still trying to figure it out.
I know, but they got games to play.
Yeah, they do. Your bet, like, you would love. I think that if I'm just brainstorming this, you want Ranger to go, like, he's the easiest to go because of the arm, and I mean the arm was a lefty, and all of that.
Yep.
Yeah, you want that in the bullpen.
That's another fair point, that we're losing a lefty in the bullpen.
Yeah,
Ranger's a lefty.
Yeah, he's a lefty.
Now you're helping my case. I like this.
But that's what I'm saying, Joe. And the easiest fix is to do exactly what I said. Give him $30 million, man. $30 million and send him to the bullpen.
Nobody likes spending other people's money like you, Douglas. It's unbelievable.
Man, I don't even like spending money.
His own, he doesn't want to spend.
I don't want to spend it, but again, I gave the story out of necessity because you're looking at it in the long haul. Like when I said I could have probably drove my truck home, but I probably would have had to pay more to get it fixed if I would have did more damage. Shout out to Barbera, by the way, for opening up. I had to drop my truck off at like 2 o'clock in the morning.
How was that? Were you happy that night?
No, it was funny because
that's way past your bedtime.
I know.
Well, no,
stayed awake?
not only that.
You okay?
But not only that, but it's for a dealership to be open for you could drop your truck off. Like that, he did me a solid because that doesn't happen. So so shout out to the Barbera folks.
They took care of you.
They took big time. And but no, it was easier for me to pay that little bit of money then as opposed to paying more later. And to me, that's how I look at this whole Ranger thing. If it costs me $30 million right now to pay Ranger to go into the bullpen and still be a utility arm for me, that's a whole lot cheaper than giving up some prospects.
Well, it is. And
on top of that, to Kyle's point, because I get what you're talking about when you say this. We're worried about the future and how this team is going to perform this year. And we don't want to be tethered to too many contracts. I look at it like this, though, Kyle. We always need pitching. And we always need versatile arms. And if we got Andrew Painter here, Andrew Painter's coming up. He's going to be an arm. We don't know what's happening with Nola.
It looks like Mick Abel's got a shot now. Yeah, certainly.
So why not keep Ranger?
But what's the point of having versatile arms if you're not even going to move them to the bullpen when the time comes?
But it costs money to do that.
It
doesn't. It actually doesn't. You're suggesting that it should.
I don't.
It doesn't.
The big picture.
Because you two guys want to be bullies.
No.
Bullies.
No.
This is a Major League Baseball.
You're going to the bullpen and you're going to like it. In a contract year.
This is professional sports.
Who's in charge of the team?
In a contract year. Why do you think they haven't done it yet? Because they know it's going to be some backlash.
I think Dave Dombrowski just sitting on his hands. I think they're trying to buy time because they don't know what to do.
Well, I think that these moves can't be made willy-nilly. I guarantee you, they've asked the Ranger, what can we do to make you go to the bullpen? What can we do to make your transition to the bullpen a lot easier? And if I'm Ranger, you know what I'm saying? Money makes everything a little bit easier.
So I
he's
think,
getting paid.
Yeah, he's
a little bit
contract.
more. Okay, no. I'm sorry. I didn't phrase that right. A little bit more money would make it so so much easier to go to the bullpen.
I do think they're delaying this decision because if they get it wrong, it's a big deal.
Yes.
I mean, whatever they do, if they decide to put Ranger in the bullpen and then whoever they put in the rotation stinks or vice versa, obviously they don't want to touch Painter. But
they don't. He's not even. That is not even a thought. He's the starter. Joe, he's the starter.
Everyone could tell me that. That's fine.
He's the starter.
Yeah, but doesn't mean he has to be.
You have to figure out.
Someone has to be a reliever. Like, why am I the only? You know, it feels like we have no roof on our house and we keep buying these expensive cars. But put a roof on the house.
I'm trying to tell you what's the feasible thing to do. You just don't want to hear. You just want to go in there and be a bully.
Time out. Let's take your idea off the table. What do you do then?
You talk about paying Ranger?
No, paying Ranger's off the table. So you have the option of just putting Ranger down there, putting Taiwan, or putting one of the prospects, or they might have to trade one of their other top prospects to go get an arm. That's part of the problem now.
If Taiwan was a lefty, this would be a no-brainer.
Yeah, but you know what?
But he's not.
We needed another guy in the bullpen even when we had Alvarado.
No, you did.
Now we're down 2.
Painter's going to be the starter. I'm doing this quick fix, right?
Yeah,
quick fix. The only way that I fix this, and I feel like it's financially feasible, is to give Ranger some more money and put him in the bullpen. Because the reason why doesn't Ranger want to go to the bullpen, Joe? Because he's in a contract year.
Every pitcher would rather be a starter. You make more money.
So, okay, since the money's a stickler, for $20 million, give him $20 million for 3 years.
How about you go do it and we'll talk after the season? How's that sound?
Well, if that's the case, that's like we could talk after the season, but it almost has to be a guarantee that I'm gonna get paid. That you're gonna pay me. Yeah.
What if you get hurt?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I need some guarantee.
From my perspective, I'm not guaranteeing you anything. You get hurt, I don't want you anymore.
give me $20 million.
How about
for
you
3
get
years.
0 and you like it and you go?
What's that prorated over 3 years? What's that prorated?
Whatever it is.
How much am I making now? $6 million. Give me 10 a year.
No.
Give me 30. Give me 10 a year. Give me 10 a year. I'll do it for you. Hey, you know what? I won't even, I'll enjoy it. Just give me 10 a year. 30 million. Just give me 30 for 3 of them.
Screw that guy.
30 million. Give me 30.
No.
I'll do it. I'll go in the bullpen for you and be happy about it. 30 million.
I just love how
my wife just got here. I'm channeling my inner Ranger now.
She's been here for a year.
My wife just got here, dog. We need 30. We need 3 years, 30 mil. Give me 3 years, 30 mil. I'll go in the bullpen.
No.
Won't bat an eye. Go out there and be the best lefty you've seen. Back won't get tight. Well, I ain't going to tell that lie, but, back might get tight. But I'll go to, you go to the bullpen for 30.
We might need the Hugh Douglas lie tracker throughout a show because we're piling them up.
No.
We are piling them up.
30 million is an easy fix if you look at it like that. That's not a lot of money for a pitcher.
They didn't have any money to spend this offseason. They paid $10 million for Max Kepler, who stinks.
They refused.
Well, hold on. Because now this is about making a huge payday as a starting pitcher in the offseason. $4 million is going to sway him from getting that big.
Because he's making, what, 6 now, right?
8. It's 8.
It's 8?
8.8.
But
okay, with 2. 2, baby. But it's making more money.
I'm saying 4 is not enough. Like, why would 4 be enough to change his entire outlook on getting a massive payday in the offseason?
Thank you, Kyle. So that's what, 6 more. So 36 million.
Okay, I mean,
still 36 million.
Like, you're crazy.
The Phillies would be a laughing stock if they gave Suarez $36 million to go to the bullpen.
But okay, I'm gonna ask you this: 36 million. But no, I'm just saying to ask me to forego my senior year and help you out because that's what we're doing. This is contract year, right? You can't give me $36 million?
No.
Why not?
Because I don't want to pay you anything more than
See, that's the problem. You don't want to do it.
I don't want to.
But you need to.
I don't know. What I need to do is I need to fix the bullpen.
Do you need a left arm? Do you need a left-handed pitcher?
I need a good bullpen. I need a good bullpen arm, yes.
Okay, yeah. Well, I need to get paid. I'm really channeling my inner Ranger.
How many selfish people do we need on one team?
All of them. Everybody's selfish, man. To a certain, like you sit there and you talk that, like put it like this. Kyle Schwarber's selfish to a certain extent, but he's more flexible. He's doing it because he knows he's in a position right now. He's about to get paid regardless.
And Suarez could do the same thing. Go pitch lights out.
It's a little different. It's a little different Suarez because he didn't start the season. He didn't start the season healthy.
Whose fault is that?
Well, it's probably his wife's fault.
No, it's probably 215-592-9494.
Okay, Joe's done talking to me for a minute.
We'll get to all your phone calls in the final hour. All right, the Alvarado situation.
$36 million is not a lot of money, man.
It is.
Not for a pitcher.
Again, the Phillies offseason was pinching pennies this entire winter. Now you're just willy-nilly just throwing out $36 million to get a guy to go to the bullpen. We'll hear from you people later on. Your phone calls on the Ranger thing. Nick Sirianni, the Eagles agreed to a long-term deal with them. They've re-signed their head coach as we speculate on where he could land on the highest-paid head coaches in the NFL. All that, plus we got to get to a Sixers trade rumor involving the number 3 pick with a huge name coming back. I can't wait to get Hugh's thoughts on this. 215-592-9494. It's the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Hop aboard with fans of Philly to ruin the final season of Highmark Stadium in Buffalo. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Hey, baseball fans, go yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or somebody knows a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from, but that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Cheerleaders Gentlemen's Club is proud to bring you the best bargain in the city. $2 Tuesday. Gas prices, groceries, everywhere you turn, prices are up. However, the very popular $2 Tuesdays is still at Cheerleaders. $2 domestic beers, couch dances, 2 for $25, and select cocktails are only $2. Join us for $2 Tuesdays, where we give you a high-end experience for a fraction of the cost. We have the hottest entertainers and the best value in the city. $2 Tuesday specials from 7 p.m. to midnight. Every Tuesday night, only at Cheerleaders Philadelphia.
Hey, Navigation, take me to the amazing deals and super low lease payments at KiaofCherryHill.com.
It's Memorial Day savings all month long at KiaofCherryHill.com. Choose from over 400 new Kias available, including over 40 Tellurides, over 100 Sportages, over 35 Carnivals, over 75 Celtos, and over 80 Souls. Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or available online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Craving authentic Italian flavors? Sapore, the new Italian kitchen at Rivers Casino, is now open. Whether you're looking for a casual dinner or a special night out, we have you covered. Our menu showcases a perfect balance of classic comfort and modern twists, featuring hearty dishes like lasagna and rigatoni bolognese to something unique like our chicken parm pizza. Visit riverscasino.com for our full menu and stop in to discover a taste of Italy in every bite.
Lowe's knows that no matter your paint or stain project, saving is at the top of your to-do list.
Save now with buy one, get one half off select paints, stains, and primers from top brands like Valspar, HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams, and Cabot via Visa gift card rebate. Find more Memorial Day deals now at Lowe's. We help, you save. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details. Offer valid 5/15 through 5/28.
Many people seem to find certain words more pleasing when spoken with a British accent, like squirrel, schedule, and strawberry. But some phrases sound more pleasing in any accent. For example, switch to T-Mobile's new experience plans and the price of your rate plan won't change for 5 years, guaranteed. Here's another pleasing phrase. With T-Mobile, families of 3 can save 20% versus comparable plans plus streaming from AT&T and Verizon. Saving more with T-Mobile sounds very pleasing, don't you agree? Now let's hear it from the man who does the American voiceovers. Mr. T-Mobile voice.
T-Mobile's new experience plans. Families can save 20% today, and your price won't change tomorrow.
Nothing sounds more pleasing than T-Mobile's 5-year price guarantee. We hope you've enjoyed this advertisement. Advertisement.
Guarantees monthly price of on-network talk, text, and 5G data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Savings with 3 lines. 3rd line free via monthly bill credits. Plan features and taxes and fees vary. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com/switch.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Napa, we are the pros that know AC services inside and out. From professional-grade replacement parts to complete system solutions, Napa has what your business needs to keep your customers cool mile after mile. Need AC repair kits and refrigerant? How about compressors and condensers? Name the part, Napa has you covered coast to coast, behind a nationwide network built to keep your business ahead of the curve. Find your AC parts right now at Napa.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. With the Denver Nuggets out, the NBA will officially crown their 7th champion in 7 years. If you're a basketball purist, this is a good thing. But for television ratings, at some point we need another dynasty. That's one of the great ironies of sports. We get sick of teams like the Warriors and the Chiefs, but familiarity breeds interest from people who don't follow the NBA all season long. Both conference finals should be great. A little work for the casual fan, but 4 teams worth getting to know. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Where every moment of Phillies baseball happens.
And that is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the right song for today. Congratulations, Nick Sirianni. Contract extension from the Philadelphia Eagles. Well earned, well deserved. And as a born-again Sirianni guy, I could say that with conviction. He earned it, Super Bowl champ. We wait for the details. We know this. Nick Sirianni is going to be the Eagles coach for years to come. New contract today. And, of course, we also react to the Jose Alvarado suspension, 80 games, including ineligibility for the postseason. What should they do now? 215-592-9494. Here, we'll get back to the phones in a second, but we do have some NBA draft rumors. We're about a month and 5 days away from the NBA draft, and we have a mock draft
What you got?
over at ESPN, because the Combine was last week, right? So the Combine, and then the kids worked out and all that. So you get some rumors, you get some feel on what teams are thinking. So here, and this one's going to be easy because the Sixers are at number 3. I'll just go through the first couple picks into the Sixers. Number 1, Cooper Flagg, obviously to the Mavericks. Number 2, Dylan Harper to the San Antonio Spurs. All that's expected. Number 3. Now, I'm going to tell you who they pick, but really it's what is in the conversation that is more important than who they pick.
Mm-hmm.
So the pick at ESPN's latest mock draft is Ace Bailey, the small forward out of Rutgers, the guy that Elliott is comparing to Kevin Durant.
KD.
Yeah, I don't see it, but all right. So he's a freshman who's got some scoring ability. And it says this is where the draft gets interesting. And it says the Sixers are unsurprisingly signaling they're looking at a wide group of prospects, including Ace Bailey, VJ Edgecombe, Con Knippel, Trey Johnson. Now, that's who you're going with based on name. But this caught my attention, all right, beyond who they might pick. Quote, some teams expect the Sixers to be active in trade conversations with names such as Kevin Durant and Lauri Markkanen as potential targets in packages that could include Paul George and the number 3 pick. Hugh Douglas, your reaction if Daryl Morey trades the number 3 pick and Paul George to acquire Kevin Durant?
Seriously? Kevin Durant can still play. I mean, I give him that. But we just need to go ahead and we just need to reset this thing, man. I mean, no. What are we gonna do? We're gonna squint our eyes and hope to make it to the playoffs next year when we've seen the model. Indiana and the Knicks are getting ready to go to the championship. One I'm going with a bunch of young guys. You get where I'm going with this, right?
Oh, I do.
You know, who was it? Tyler was it Tyrese Halliburton? Tyrese Halliburton.
Mm-hmm.
And his dad out there acting a whole donkey because they put together a team, both of them.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, you know, they sprinkle some free agents in there, but for the most part, homegrown guys. They've done that. That's the new wave in the NBA. What do we hope to get by getting Kevin Durant here? Sell a few tickets. Going to definitely sell some tickets. He's going to put some butts in the seats. But what's the end game? Because the last time I checked, Daryl Morey talked about championships, if I'm not mistaken, right? When he talked about squinting really, really hard to see how this team is going to do, he was talking about we were formidable enough to be a problem if we got in the playoffs, correct?
Yep.
So what are we doing? Because we've seen we see the big 3 is cool, the big 2, whatever, to have stars.
It's over.
But that era is done.
It's about depth.
We're talking
and
about
youth, yeah.
we're talking about trying to squint to get to the playoffs with an older Kevin Durant, and you're talking about trading Paul George. What about Joel Embiid?
So this would make more sense if Embiid was the player he was 2 years ago, right? Then you have all right, that version of Embiid and Durant can still play. This makes no sense right now. You mentioned the youth, right? With the final 4 teams in the NBA, with the Knicks and the Pacers and the Thunder and the Timberwolves.
Yeah.
All right. So I just looked at the 4 starting 5s, right? So the 20 players that played the most minutes on those 4 teams, right? 20 players, 5 for each of the 4 teams left. Guess how many players of those 20 were 30 or over this season?
2.
3 total out of the 20 starters for the 4 teams. And the oldest guy that's a starting player on one of the final 4 teams was 32 this year. The oldest. There was a 32-year-old, two 30-year-olds, and everybody else that started on these 4 teams is in their 20s. Kevin Durant's going to be 37 years old in September.
The simple fact, like this is the problem. And I know, you know, I was hard on Daryl Morey last week. And, you know, basketball is not my thing. But
you were pretty hard on him.
And I'm going to make it even worse because this here's the thing. The fact that this is even a conversation, the fact that somebody in the front office is even thinking about that kind of, you know, solidifies how I felt about this organization and what they were going to do with the 3rd pick.
They haven't done it yet.
No, but the fact that you're thinking about doing it, the fact that this story is out there, the fact that before we even did this, what'd you say, Kyle? Milwaukee's working out players?
Yeah,
and they don't even have a pick.
Top 8 picks.
They don't even have a pick.
Well, it's because they're going to trade Giannis.
No, but what my point is this: who do you think they're going to try to trade him? They're going to try to get up in the top 5. You would think
They're trying to get the Sixers pick.
Okay,
or the Spurs.
So okay, if it's Giannis, that's something different, though.
Well, Giannis is still only around 30. He's got years to go. Kevin Durant's 37.
If it's KD, though, I mean, KD will be fun for Twitter beef.
Well, sure he will.
He would be fun for that, but no, that's not what I'm trying to do.
The Twitter beef would be good. He'd be coming after WIP all hours of the day. But from a basketball perspective, no. The Sixers have a chance to take an all-star player. The number 3 pick in the last 15 years has delivered star players. What are we doing trading it for 37-year-old Kevin Durant?
Yeah, that right there, man, tells you everything you need to know.
Oh, my God.
Let's say they take Ace Bailey.
Yeah, okay.
I feel like the timeline for him to become a good contributing everyday starting player.
It doesn't fit.
It's like 3 years. It doesn't fit with Maxey. It's probably not going to fit with McCain.
Well, it could fit with Maxey.
Maybe.
Maxey's only 25.
But then we're talking about another contract for some of these guys. Are we
Sure.
not? So it just feels like the Sixers are stuck right now in the Joel Embiid business.
I agree.
So I don't know if it's as crazy as as you guys are making it
for
out to be.
KD.
37.
So what are we doing? What okay?
Well,
what,
I mean, if you do it, you're just look. The Sixers are screwed. Okay, maybe they just have one little Hail Mary that Joel Embiid is back to his old self. That Kevin Durant can be a 27-point per game player, which he still is, even at this age. You get McCain back healthy. You have Maxey. You're out of the Paul George
You're
contract.
talking yourself right into this.
I'm in, baby.
You know what I think about now when I think of KD, and I've heard this, and this is not my personal, because I'm like everybody else. I ain't watch a whole lot of NBA this year, but I think Coach Killer. I'm thinking Coach Killer.
Oh, he is.
Like that's the first thing that comes to mind.
But I'm not like married to Nick Nurse, where like
God
forbid.
Hold on. When was the last time Kevin Durant even got past the second round? It's been like 6 years.
You say, okay, we get Kevin Durant, we can fire Nick Nurse. That's where you're at.
But at that point, it's like whatever. We're decimating this whole thing anyway.
But okay, I understand that. But in the process, we're giving away the number 3 pick. This pick could be the Sixers' tickets to figuring this thing out 5 years from now.
Like, see, this is the reality of the situation we're in, Kyle. And I understand where you're coming from because you want to try to salvage as much of the process as you possibly can. It's a wrap. It's a wrap, kid.
Look, I know it is.
It's a wrap.
I understand.
It's time to, what they say, rip the Band-Aid off. And let's just move on.
Look at the drop off from Cooper Flagg to these next guys.
It's big.
It's colossal.
Yeah, I know.
It is, but
so
what do we just have? You know what we need to do, and this is the only fix that we have. Get a coach that's in it for the long haul.
You firing Nurse?
No. I think Nurse is the right coach for
I
it.
like Nurse.
Let me say that. Let me say that. Get these young guys. Let Coach Nurse do his thing. Let him develop these young players, man, and just be as. This is why I need to be the PR guy.
No,
just to be honest and truthful as you possibly can. Get out there and say, hey, we're going to stink.
I think it's 50-50. The third pick in the draft turns into something good for them. 50-50.
Yeah, I give you that.
I think it's less than 50-50. Kevin Durant at age 37 arrives here and saves the day. Last 3 years, you mentioned the coach thing. Ready for this? 2023, Suns fire Monty Williams. 2024, Suns fire Frank Vogel. 2025, Suns fire Mike Budenholzer. 3 straight years.
Mike Buden, yeah.
Yeah, Budenholzer, and he's won a championship in Milwaukee. These guys aren't bums. Vogel won in L.A. These guys are not bums. I'm out on the Kevin Durant thing. No thanks for the third pick. I mean, I'd love to dump Paul George, but I'm not giving up the number 3 pick. 215-592-9494. Your chance to react to all this. Black Gritty is up on WIB.
So many things. Let me long talk for a second. So first of all, Joe, we had to coordinate our guy Nick Sirianni getting his contract because you have to stand out with me and hold the sign up. We had to get some money back signs. You did agree to that. If you say you're on Nick Sirianni's side still, we got to coordinate that.
Okay, let's do it. I'm in.
Secondly, Joe, don't you have a family?
Yes.
Don't you love your family?
Of course.
Then why were you risking your life in a flash flood with floaties on, doing the radio show with electrical wires running all through the water? You just sitting there in the midst of it. What are you thinking, bro? You got a family.
Well, all right, a couple things. One, the show must go on. But two, total transparency. I don't think I realized in the moment how bad the flood was getting because my back was to it. And I thought Hugh was just being scaredy cat. But instead,
Joe, he took pictures of his electrical wire. And I know how y'all do the wires over there. Shout out to the sisters. You're trying your best. But sometimes duct tape ain't waterproof. Bro.
Yeah.
You got lines running all through there.
I didn't realize the gravity of the situation. I really didn't.
Yeah, you put your family at risk, dog. Take care of yourself. And Hugh, you got out of the way and forgot to move your truck out the flood zone. That's what happened to you.
Is that what it? That's what it was.
Yeah, you know floaties on the truck. Now your truck out here flooded in the flood.
No. She okay. She just had she's okay. It was just a little minor mishap, man. I just gotta.
All right. Black Beauty still on ride.
Yeah,
right,
she's still riding. She's still
riding. Secondly, Hugh, my heart's with you, bro. I'm thinking about you.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
Let me get to all this stuff that's going on. Alvarado, why you do this to me? I got $1 billion on one of the World Series this year, and if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. How come the Patriots get to have their championship? How come Houston got to keep? Like, can I get him back for the postseason? They took my dog for the postseason. It hurts my heart. I'm so angry because I was on the same weight product that he's on. And I can tell you right now, it ain't helped me lose no weight. So I know how come he got caught. I ain't lost a single pound. So I know he out here lying. And the fact that he ran off like that is some punk stupid McDo stuff. And Dombrowski got to get to work. You know what I mean? You got this young kid coming up here throwing lightning at a bottle. we got to make a whole lot of moves to get where we need to be right now. And Hugh, I know that we are the tan persuasion, but you don't get paid for less days of work, brother. I don't care how you try to spin it. You're trying to get a raise for less work. Hey, you know what? I need you to come in on weekends, and I'm going to double your pay, and you only got to do 2 radio shows.
But see, Black Gritty.
That's a good point.
Like, see, I think you're missing the point. It's not like I'm getting paid to go to the bullpen. I'm still a starter, but I'm helping you out right now. So in order to help you out, I need to get paid like the starter that I'm going to be when I hit free agency. Well, but in this case, if you give me some more money,
I hear you.
Yeah.
But you don't get paid for your days off.
No, I'm just saying. You got to give me. If you want me to go to the bullpen, you got to give me some more
it's
bread.
a good point. You want to pay him more money for less innings. This is a real Hugh. This is Hugh Douglas.
No,
because
it's like because you asked me to do you a solid.
I should have pitched. You're a pitcher.
Yeah, that's a solid.
Somebody needs to talk to this man. This is not the time to fight for reparations. This is not the time
Hey,
to fight for
I'm gonna be fight. I'm
reparations.
gonna fight, man. Might not make sense to you, but it makes sense to me.
I still need to push, and I actually like the reseeding because it makes people fight more to the end of the season. I mean, you ain't gonna rest people. You're only gonna move to 18 games, and the higher up teams, they rest people in the last 2 weeks of the season, or they have these horrible games you play at the end of the season. Now these games are gonna matter more. And you have to play them out. You can't just hide at the end of the season. You got to play all the way through because you want that real top seed. So I like the reseeding. I mean, I wish they just did it in all sports, but they ain't going to, so it is what it is. But the tush push will live. Trust you me. I can't live without it. And our coach got this money. We live large on the hog, and, it is what it is. And, if you get Kevin Durant here, I will burn down the Xfinity Live Center myself. I will go to jail for it. I promise you, I will go to jail.
Why are you burning down Xfinity Live?
LeBron James is the king. LeBron, Steph, all the greats that you think of, they're over 35 years old, ain't even sniffed a conference championship in the last 3 years. And you want to bring that dude over here? You know what they need to do? Get Paul George to retire and take his money off the books. Like, bro, you're never getting another contract. Don't do your podcast but just go retire so at least I can take that money off the books. That's how we can springboard into doing something. But if you give this third pick, and you don't give me something, I'm burning everything down. I promise you that. I talk to y'all.
Black Gritty, we'll talk soon. It really would be the biggest slap in our face if Daryl Morey had to attach the number 3 pick to get off the Paul George contract. He just signed him a year ago.
Yeah, they're in a bad way. And the simple fact, this plays into all my fears when I said I don't trust this regime as far as what they want to do. And I know this is all speculation, but still, to throw that out there is ridiculous.
I think that would be, Daryl doing that would be admitting that he made a mistake with the Paul George thing, which is what we want him to do, kind of, don't we?
Well, sure, but to attach to, he's attaching his best asset to get off of a mistake from last summer.
But it's different than being stubborn and doubling down on it. Is it not?
This is a bad spot to be in. We want this team just to be relevant so bad. We're willing to do damn near anything just to make it happen.
I think the point that you were making about the youth in the NBA, they're not winning with whatever this is with Embiid and a 37-year-old. It's just
they're not going to happen, man.
But they're also probably not winning with or because of Ace Bailey.
Well, we're not. But put it like this, Kyle. We're not winning anytime soon, regardless. So we might as well try to build this thing the right way. Well, I wouldn't say the right way, but just try to build it with the youth movement.
I agree with you.
But they have Embiid. Like they're not really going to be able to move off of the Embiid.
Can we force him into retirement? I want to try that.
No, I was reading something where if he does this experimental thing and everything, they got to give him time to try to come back because he's trying to play. So he can't just up and retire. He got to at least try to play.
Their best chance might be Maxey, McCain, Grimes. You have youth there,
and this third pick,
Kevin Durant, Joel Embiid.
Kevin Durant. Man, listen.
All right. More conference finals games or Twitter beefs with WIP hosts. What do you think Durant would do here in Philadelphia?
Twitter beefs.
Yeah, Twitter beefs.
Yeah, Twitter beefs.
But that's, look.
Because he would be coming at our neck.
At this point, I've almost given up on the Sixers, so,
yeah.
I'd welcome that. That'd be fun.
Speaking of Twitter beef, did you see Matt Strom reply to Devin's tweet about Ryan Kirkering? You see this, Hugh?
No, I didn't. What did he say?
So yesterday during the game, Devin tweeted that we need to have an honest conversation about Ryan Kirkering. Which she's right. I mean, Kirkering has not pitched well this season. He's walked a ton of batters.
And she covers the team.
Yeah. And I think she's right. We should have an honest conversation. He hasn't been good. I mean, that's my honesty about him. I thought he'd be better this year. So Matt Strom replied, "Please enlighten me."
Could somebody do that, please?
Well,
Go enlighten him.
Go enlighten Matt Strom. I could do it right now. Kirkering hasn't been good enough.
Julia responds.
This is pretty simple.
Are you waiting for me to respond?
I'm just wondering what you think.
I have thoughts, but I'm gonna keep them to myself.
Hold on.
You're a talk show host.
I'm just saying because
talked about this.
I just feel like it's more to it than what's on the surface. How many other times has he responded to any one of Devin's quippy tweets?
I don't know. This is the first one I've seen.
It is that time of year.
What?
I'm just saying.
Okay.
I mean, read between the lines.
Well, so
read between the lines.
Who would be the first one to get in Twitter beef with Durant here?
Probably me.
Spike.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but yeah, Spike, because they tweet more. I don't really tweet a whole lot about basketball.
Though
but if they stink, though, I would be like,
maybe Elliot.
Well, yeah,
I
maybe
feel like Durant
Elliot
would respond to Elliot. Elliot might
So
not.
here's what I could see. Spike or Elliot tweets something, Durant responds. I could see a clip of on one of the shows here, like to camera and he responds to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think the direct tweet back and forth.
Man, come on, that would be fun.
It would be fun.
Yeah, he goes at it because he had beef with Acho a while ago.
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't like when someone talks about basketball didn't play the game.
Yeah, but guess
So he'll
what?
love WIP because we got a lot of NBA players.
We all got an opinion. He talks about football. He ain't played football to my knowledge.
He's a
He
baby.
play.
I mean, he's a sensitive baby.
He's a huge baby. He's also one of the least important superstars in NBA history.
Yep.
His whole
He's
career.
a Hall of Famer, though.
Sure he is. He's a great player. But like importance, his whole career is because he teamed up with Steph Curry.
You could go out there and end up in the Basketball Hall of Fame.
Nah.
It is the easiest one to get.
No. We about to tell that lie.
Well, maybe not
He
you.
about to tell that lie.
But, like, yeah,
I'm like 6'1".
Maybe not you.
What am I doing? Running the point?
Sure. Or distraction out there.
I thought they listed you at 6'2".
Yeah,
is that a lie
that's
too?
a lie.
Wow.
I'm about 6'1".
Hugh Douglas at 5'8", playing defensive end.
Black Gritty brought up the tush push.
Mm-hmm. Do we have some
What do you
news?
say that he thinks it'll stay?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I don't
First of
either.
all, just my read on it. And Ian Rappaport went on Pat McAfee show, says his educated guess is that the NFL will indeed act against the tush push. I expect there will be new language against any player pushing or pulling another. I'm not sure the league wants to specifically ban this play, just the mechanism used on this play, which is kind of a joke of a line there. But
There is no way they're letting this come into the season this year. I mean, they pushed this vote back a month to convince everyone to vote their way. Plus, the season opens with the Eagles. Like, imagine if they don't vote it out, Hugh. The first game of the season is going to be tush push after tush push.
it's almost a better selling point with the first game that, like, the Eagles are going to be out to avenge.
Yeah. I think it's gone, too. I do think we're about to lose it. Let's grab Ken and Cinnamon. Hey, Ken.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you doing?
Hey, Ken.
So, Hugh, I believe you are man enough that you would own it if you cut it in the studio there. So if you're saying that it wasn't you, then I believe
It wasn't me.
I think
It wasn't me.
I think you would own it. I think you would actually be proud of it. You would actually get.
Oh no, I would listen, Ken. If I ever do fart in this room, Joe's gonna know because he's gonna smell it, and I'm gonna laugh. I'm gonna laugh a hearty laugh. And the YouTube people are going to be, look at me like, what's wrong with him?
Well, how come you're the only one around here who keeps have these moments where there's a noise that you think
weird.
is that?
It's a weird thing, but I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
And on the rule change, listen, I don't like anything that diminishes the importance of divisions. And a good rule of thumb is anything the NBA does, do the exact opposite if you want to stay relevant and good. So I hate this rule change, actually. It just feels NBA-ish to me. So,
It does feel NBA-ish. Yeah, it feels like and that's what makes these rivalries so good. It's why why that Commanders game or the Cowboys game and the Giants game mean more because we know how much it leads to.
And let's face it, it's just the Lions crying because they didn't feel like it was fair that they had to play the Commanders at home with the 1 seed and they got housed. So play better and you get to host the NFC Championship game.
Yep.
So look on Alvarado. I mean. So, are we expected to believe that the Phillies as an organization just thought that they got so lucky that that after 2 years of declining velocity, Jose Alvarado shows up to spring training in the best shape of his life, and he's gained 2 miles an hour on his fastball, and that's just luck at 30 years old. Like nobody looked at that and said, "Hey, wait a minute, what's going on?"
Kid,
I mean,
like I always say, read the room. Like it doesn't just. This just didn't happen all willy nilly.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, when I heard it yesterday, it all clicked into place for me immediately, and I was like, wait a minute. Now, in retrospect, just hearing this, it seems obvious to me that this is what was going on. And in the steroid era, we would have assumed that this was going on. If it was Roger Clemens or somebody like, we would have just assumed that that's what it was. So it's not an accident. And Jose Alvarado, he seems like a nice guy, but for him to just dip out like that and not even talk to his teammates about it, that's pathetic. But now that it is what it is, I actually think if you're going to keep Mick Abel up, I think you've got to keep Taijuan Walker in the bullpen. Because he's Rob Thompson said something a couple of weeks ago when he first brought him in and he pitched. He struck out 7 guys.
Yeah, 7 in 3 innings.
3 innings, and Rob Thompson kind of mentioned being intrigued about the possibility of him being like a really elite power late inning high leverage guy. I just Ranger and Ranger started out in the bullpen. He's a starting pitcher now, but when Ranger first came up, Ranger Suarez was in the bullpen, and they kind of moved him back and forth. When you're a wrong-handed pitcher in Major League Baseball who can be really, really good, and we've seen that Ranger Suarez can be really, really good, he's worth a heck of a lot more than he is as a reliever. It's not even close. So, I think if you're going to bring Abel up, that you've got to leave Taijuan in the bullpen and leave Ranger in rotation because he seems to have settled in and, he looks more like the Ranger of, April and May last year.
He does.
So,
2 good starts in a row. I mean, Saturday he hung that 1 pitch, but he pitched well. And Ken, we appreciate it. Yeah, Rangers pitched well. It's not, to me, it's not performance. I'm not moving him because he's not performing in the rotation. I need help in the bullpen. The Alvarado thing is a killer. All right, 215-592-9494. We'll check in with you people coming up, reacting to Jose Alvarado's suspension and what the Phillies should do. We've talked some internal options today. How about external? Who could they trade for whenever these teams are ready to make some trades here? 215-592-9494. It is the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Yes, as I look around like I ain't got nothing to read right now. It's that time of year again. It's time for me to take a break about talking about bacon, folks, and give you some grilling wisdom. It's grilling season, everybody, so you can elevate your grilling game with Hatfield marinated pork tenderloins. They're flavorful and so easy to cook. Hatfield's marinated pork tenderloins are truly a game changer. They have Tuscan herb. They have honey garlic teriyaki. They got lemon garlic. There are so many different flavors to choose from. Head to simplyhatfield.com for a retail location near you and put some Hatfield pork on your fork.
The Phillies fly west for 4 games against the Rockies. Tonight, leading off starts at 7:40. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 8:40. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
I don't care what you say. I am not wearing makeup later.
You don't have to. It's radio.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm Michael Jenkins here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Tonight we're going to San Francisco and taking the Giants on the money line against the Royals. It is good pitcher versus great pitcher. Chris Bubich is on the mound for Kansas City. For the Giants, it'll be Robbie Ray, who's become a walking win through the first 2 months of the season. He's 6-0 with a 3.04 ERA, and the Giants are 9-0 in games he pitches, so it's free money. Giants on the money line tonight. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we could be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get a Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI. Plus, your plan price is guaranteed for 5 years. Save today, guaranteed for tomorrow. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Guarantees monthly price of talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com. Receive Netflix and with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Swing for the fences with the Fence Authority, with 4 stores throughout the region and one of the largest inventories of wood, vinyl, and aluminum fencing with the best workmanship warranties in the country. Your new fence is waiting at fenceauthority.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Breaking news coming in from Bet3. Never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Breaking news! Newsflash! Just announced! TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating massive savings all month long with their Employee Pricing for All event. Take advantage of true employee pricing this month only on a huge selection of Jeep Grand Cherokees, Jeep Wranglers, Ram 1500 trucks, Dodge Durangos, and more. Don't miss your opportunity to save thousands this month at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Just minutes from all bridges. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed mold, mildew, bowing walls, or water in your basement? I hope not, but if you have, your basement is losing the war against groundwater. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has greenlighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. Call the hotline at TaxPro USA to see if you qualify by dialing 800-880-5155. If you or your business owe at least $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Call TaxPro USA to get your free tax assessment to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-880-5155. 800-880-5155. That's 800-880-5155.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
We don't believe that. Nick Sirianni gets a contract extension from the Eagles. And what should the Phillies do now that Alvarado's gone for 80 games in this bullpen?
Cry.
Well, they could cry, but they got to figure out something here. And at some point, it's probably going to be in the form of a trade. All right, so I was starting to look through the standings today to pick out some teams that might have relievers for sale at some point. And you were right. You said earlier that's not going to happen today, right?
No, it's not.
We are still too early in the season. Very few teams, maybe 5 already, know their season is over.
One of them is Colorado.
Yeah, but do you want anything from Colorado?
Nah.
I don't either, so that we can eliminate them. But there's going to be relievers the Phillies could trade for between now and the deadline. I'm going to give you 2 names. One is a guy that was here last week with the Cardinals, Ryan Helsley. Now, I thought the Cardinals were going to be bad, and they've actually been good lately. So if they're in it, they're not going to trade him most likely. But he's a guy that's been connected to the Phillies before. He's a free agent after the season. He's got 9 saves already. I think Ryan Helsley's a name to keep an eye on if the Cardinals fall out of it. Let me give you one more name, a guy we're going to see this weekend. We talked about him last year, Hugh. Mason Miller from the
okay.
The then Oakland Athletics, now Sacramento, because they're playing now while they wait for their stadium in Las Vegas. Mason Miller from the A's. He's great. I mean, he's a great pitcher.
He's a youngin'.
Youngin. He's got, I believe, 4 years still left of team control after this.
That makes sense.
Would you trade one of their top prospects to get him? Because
who are we talking about?
Well, I mean, I don't know, Aiden Miller? Aiden Miller, their top prospect, the shortstop.
No, because it wasn't Aiden Miller a name that we were talking about potentially coming up here?
Mm-hmm.
And the Wolves. See, this is the thing.
But you're not getting them without giving something special.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But this is the thing. We sit here complaining about Trey Turner's play, and in order to get another pitcher, we're talking about giving up one of our biggest assets.
Sure. Well, I'm just saying if you want him, that's the price.
I don't want him at that price.
Okay.
I like I said, the easiest fix right now, just give Ranger $36 million.
Yeah, but even if you move Ranger, you probably still need something
No,
else.
you still need something, but right now that'll get you. That'll buy you some time. That'll buy you 2 months. Then you see with the trade deadline what that look like. You know, because we're trying to trade. We're trying to put ourselves in the best possible situation right now, without giving up a whole lot, and that is see what we are in 2 months when the trade deadline, right? And try to be as good a baseball team as we can.
The problem is that this, like, I don't know how much the Phillies are willing to trade at the deadline, but now they're going to have to use all of whatever they were going to use on the bullpen. But like, we might have another need. Has anyone seen how Max Kepler's hit the last few weeks? I can still use another outfield bat. They roll Kepler and March and Rojas out there every day. It's a troublesome spot they're in right now. I think there's going to be relievers available if the Phillies are willing to pay the price. Listen, no one wants to trade away top prospects, but do we want to fill the hole, or do we want to just screw around and just pay Ranger because Hugh Douglas says so? I don't want to do that. I don't want to be on the Hugh Douglas plan here of paying Ranger Suarez for the hell of it.
I'm just saying that's the easiest fix. When you look at it, that's the easiest fix.
Expensive.
It's expensive.
Well, it's not the easiest. Like, he can just
what's the
do
easiest?
He just does it without overcomplicating it, needing more money that is unnecessary to pay.
But that's
because he's already under contract.
That's unrealistic expectations.
It's not. It's really not at all. I mean, people do it all the time.
He is under contract to the Phillies.
You're asking him to hurt his trade. You're asking him, not about to say trade value. You're asking him to hurt his value in the open market by being a relief pitcher. Right?
That's his problem.
So I know how we can fix this. Just give me some more money, and I'll go to the relief. I'll go to the pen and help you out as much as I can right now.
Nope.
But if you pay me, but only if you pay me, like I was going to get paid in free agency to be a starter, which at the end of the year, I'm going to come back and become a starter once again. Yeah, easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Hey, what do you think the reaction of this town would be if this story comes out that Ranger says he will only go to the bullpen if he gets money? Screw that guy. It'll be like that on this show.
Why do you think? Okay, I hear what you're saying, but why do you think Ranger's not an option to put in the bullpen now?
I think he is.
He is.
He's not.
I think he is.
If he was an option, they would have broached that earlier.
So I think they are trying to buy their time until they figure out what the right option is. But he's got to be on the list of options.
If you pay him, the unfortunate thing about all this is the one thing.
You are such a problem.
No, because I don't think y'all when I say they're paying him, he's in a contract year. I think I need to preface it by saying that because y'all like, well, he already get paid. He's in a contract.
He's in a contract.
And he wants to get paid.
Hold on a
don't
second.
care.
Let's say Nola comes back in 2 weeks from the injured list.
You are the worst GM on the planet. I don't care if you're trying to get paid.
But I have a question. If Aaron Nola comes back in 2 weeks from the injured list, okay, and Andrew Painter gets here in a month, where's Ranger going? There's no spot for him in the rotation.
Not to the bullpen.
Where's he going to go, Mars? I don't. We only have 5 rotation spots.
Is that an option?
You know,
I feel like right now, the only options that you have, Taiwan is probably he's the easiest to go. Rangers not going because of the contract situation.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills this entire season. We talk about the rotation versus the bullpen. You know what this reminds me of? When NBA fans talk about how many top 5 players there are and they count 9. There's 5 top 5 players. There's 5 rotation spots. Everyone's got to have to man up, and someone's got to go to the bullpen at some point. The only guy that's manned up so far is Taiwan. Taiwan's become one of my favorite guys in the team. Bullpen starter, team guy.
Come on now,
name
y'all.
on the front, not the name on the back. You.
Mr. Philly, Taiwan Walker. Now you're anti-Taiwan.
No, I'm not. I just like how y'all just try to change the story and paint it the way so it fit the narrative.
Well, that's today's Monday. This is today's story.
He was not happy going in the bullpen, and you know it. We both know. We all know it. He was not happy.
But he did it.
He did
and
it begrudgingly, and then had a hell of a night too.
Yeah, so Ranger could do the same thing. Ranger will do the same thing.
Had a hell of a night, but Ranger, that's too much. Money is involved. Money, it is.
Again, I don't care about his money. I'm trying to win baseball games. Cashmere's in the poker house. Hey, Cashmere.
What's going on, Joe? What's going on, Hugh?
What's going on, man?
I got to say, I mean, this is a very perplexed situation, but honestly, Joe, I mean, with what I honestly don't even know what the Phillies are going to do because I don't think there's really any. Honestly, I don't think there's any fix that they could do because at least not one that's going to work out. At least either the short term or the long term. Because in the short term, you want to talk about putting Ranger Suarez in the bullpen, which I agree with you. It ain't going to happen. Like, that dog is not going to hunt. You're not going to put Ranger Suarez in the bullpen when and especially and you guys can make fun of Hugh Douglas and say he's company man Hugh and he's Boris Corp Douglas. But guess what?
Well,
you guys haven't said. Well, guess what you guys haven't said? That Hugh Douglas is right because he is. Because I'm sorry, but I mean, Joe, are you just going to go if someone else got popped for, if someone else and he had to get suspended and they said, Joe, we need you overnight now. We need you overnight for the next 6 months. And then next year we can talk about bringing it back in the midday show. Are you doing that? I don't think so. Not without throwing a fit, right?
No, I would do it. There's someone else brought this
what
up.
Are we doing?
Someone else brought this up to me before, Cashmere. I am an employee of WIP. I go on their air when my name is on the schedule. I don't just pop in here when I want to and put the mic on. It's got to be when I'm allowed to.
Team guy Joe. I mean, this was evidenced by his performance Friday during the great midday show flood of 2025.
I sat there as the skookle went up to my niece. Okay, I'm a team guy, and if they said you have to go to overnight, I would. Now what
and Hugh skedaddled.
Hugh ran away. I mean, this actually all fits. Douglas ran away. Let me to drown.
No, see. You see how the story's changed. I said, away. Joe. The water's rising. Joe and Kyle, this is how this changed.
We were very dismissive.
Joe and Kyle were like, oh, Hugh, plant-based Hugh, whatever. You don't know what you're talking about. And I kept saying, Joe, the water's rising. So Joe just sat there.
Yes.
I got up and I'm like, Joe, do you see the water rushing to the electrical cords? And then this is when Kyle gets alarmed. And Kyle's looking at Joe like, okay, Joe, what are you doing?
I was talking to Scott Franzke.
Somebody had to think about the equipment.
Yes.
And someone had to talk to Scott. I mean,
I would have told, and that's why I said that God put you in the right position. Because I told Scott, hey, Scott, we'll talk to you next week.
You thought of nobody but himself at that moment.
No, because we are about to get electrocuted. And here's the thing, Cashmere.
We're fine.
Joe's completely oblivious to all the people trying to lift the cords around him so he won't get electrocuted.
No, I saw them lifting the cords.
Yeah, you didn't move. Well, that's the thing that got me. You didn't move.
We were doing an interview with Scott.
And I'm like, damn, Scott, he'll be okay the next week.
Someone has to think about the interview.
I understand. So I understand, Joe. I get where you're coming from. And I agree with, I mean, you've done a lot for WIP, and I love listening to you. But the thing is, it's like, so I do got to ask you as this, because this doesn't just hurt. And what Rhea said before, too, was 100% correct. Joe, do you want to just try to put a Band-Aid and try to fix this thing this year? Or do you want to try and win down the road as well? Because what people seem to forget, this team's last chance, this team's last stand is now. They're not coming back next year if they don't win the World Series. I don't even think they're coming back next year regardless. This is their last dance to win. And here's the thing: I don't think they're good enough to win even with Jose Alvarado. Now, if they're without him, they're definitely not good enough to win the World Series. So what I'm saying is, I'm standing pat. I'm not doing anything. I'm going to go get another middle reliever for some regular middle of the road prospect, because I'm sorry, if I have to give up Aiden Miller, Andrew Painter, Arun Escobar, Eduardo Taillé, Justin Crawford, I'm not doing it, because I don't want to relive the 2012 to 2018 Phillies again. You remember those days, Joe?
Yeah,
you remember those days?
Well, of course. Of course, they stunk.
You guys want to relive them?
No,
I don't want to relive that again.
Cashmere don't want to relive
I'm not reliving those days again. I can't do it. I can't relive watching 6-7 years of slop again. I can't do it. No, I need this team to get younger. I need this team to get cheaper and more talented and more athletic. This team's not good enough regardless. They're not winning the World Series. When they get to the postseason, it looks like probably they will, but they're not going anywhere beyond that. So, no.
Cashmere, I hear you, and I think it's a very fair perspective. Cashmere, we appreciate the call. Well, they have to do something. Then, if the Phillies feel, or a lot of people feel like Cashmere does, then they have to move someone to the bullpen and try to make this work.
Yeah, and that's the easiest fix. I know it's not financially. I don't get me wrong. I understand. That's not the move that anybody wants to make. But you don't have too many more moves to make that's gonna be as comfortable as that one. You know, and I gave you the analogy when I called the dealership and I told him, hey, something's wrong. And he was like, you don't want to take chances. You do not, because you don't know what's going to happen. I probably could have made it home. Probably could have drove home, turned, the old school way, because you remember, everybody remembers this back in the day when your car's overheating and you got somewhere to go turn the AC on.
Yeah.
Turn the AC on. It help cool the engine off. The air intake, the flow of the air is going to help cool. I probably could have did that and made it home, but how much would that have cost me?
So you're comparing calling for a tow truck to paying Ranger Suarez $30 million?
Basically, yeah, because it's the easy, it's in the long run, that was the cheapest outcome. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. When in the long run, Joe, the cheapest outcome, if I want Ranger, I know I have somebody that has the capability of going to the bullpen, but he doesn't want to go because of his financial situation. Okay, so the easiest fix is to give him some more money. And like I said, I don't know how much that entails. We've been throwing cash dollar amounts, but I also understand that we're in a situation where we don't know if we're gonna have to blow this thing up at the end of the year or not if they don't get where we need them to get, because they stood pat. But right now, that's the easiest fix. That's the easiest fix.
Or you can just do it
for 2 months.
We see the same without the money involved.
But see, the thing is that you guys don't realize is this. I don't know anywhere where you go in office and say, hey, you're going to the bullpen and you're gonna like it. Because if I'm Ranger, that's what I'm hearing.
No, but I think I'm being animated because of you talking about the money.
Yeah, because guess what you think is gonna happen when I go in office? They look at you when you say, hey, Ranger. Or my interpreter in this case, Ranger, we want you to go to the bullpen.
Yeah.
No bueno. No bueno. That's the only Spanish I knew that kind of fit.
Good job. Yeah, good job.
the story I was trying to tell. That's it.
I don't want to be. No, listen. I don't want to be heavy-handed. But if he fights back and says no bueno, then you're going.
Joe, see, this is the problem. You said you don't want to be heavy-handed and fight back. You're not in a position of power.
It's my team. I don't really like it.
But it's my future.
Wonderful. Does Ranger Suarez work for the Phillies or does he work for them?
Is Ranger Suarez? Is he in a contract year?
I don't care.
Don't
care.
I know you don't care, but he
does.
I hear what you're saying, but it's not going to work like that.
Can we check in with you people? Because I'm done with you.
It's time to hear from you people. What do you mean, you people?
Got bad news, guys. There is not a pill in existence that will make you guys better radio hosts.
I didn't think so, but I thought it was an
This
analogy.
is according to somebody who I see on our YouTube stream every day.
What happened?
So
we were talking about like the steroid thing. Would you take something to be a better radio host?
Mm-hmm.
He said that pill doesn't exist.
Now, Hugh does need PEDs, according to another you people. I'm trying to figure out the word for a people.
A you person.
A you person.
The person. Yeah.
Nailed it. You do need PEDs for your terrible clues.
See, they don't get it. At this point, I just like giving out terrible clues.
Yeah, I gave it away after 2.
Yeah. I love giving out terrible. But that wasn't a bad clue. That was some good clues because they got it out too.
Yeah. I like the Jerry Springer one. Yeah, good job.
Next Hugh is going to tell us closers are a luxury in baseball.
See,
you should sit on that.
No,
one. That's good.
Rent free, living rent free. That take is like
it is. It's your famous take.
Yeah,
it made you to AI. Yeah, you did.
The poppy seed bagels from Will, straight from the Hugh Douglas School of excuse making.
I mean, it was unbelievable.
It's not an excuse. Poppy seed
from the best.
First of all, you can test positive for poppy seed bagels.
Well, I know, but
the opium in the poppy seed bagel.
You can.
I don't think you test positive
I know.
for poppy
They did it
seed
on
bagels.
But no, you can test positive for the if you eat a lot of them. No, but so that person,
but it's still
in
an
that
excuse.
person's face. It's not an excuse.
Well,
it's not.
Guys, this Jose Alvarado thing had nothing to do with bagels. Let's just move on.
No, it's not. It's straight testosterone, baby.
Hugh should take a lesson and also cut down on the beans.
Beans? See, I didn't fart.
Well, we heard it.
I hate you people.
You made this guy pretty mad. Hugh should stop being disrespectful to Sirianni. You could not hold his jock.
Don't want to hold his jock. What are you talking about?
Well, you call him a bubblehead again.
You know what's funny about people when they say stuff like that?
Yep.
I would, if you had a radio show, I would love to hear what you had to say about Coach Sirianni when he had that tough stretch. Because I've been in Philadelphia long enough to know that there were a lot of people that weren't happy with him, and I'm pretty sure you were one of them. I just happen to have receipts on me, so you want to act like you were holier than thou and always roll with
just
Nick
like when
Sirianni.
you were jealous of Jalen Hurts' success winning the Super Bowl.
That was it. Yeah, I remember that.
Oh, it's the same
And
guy.
AJ.
I believe that.
Yeah,
I believe that.
Well, you bash Jalen Hurts every day.
Every
on this
day
show.
I bash
Unbelievable.
Jalen.
Give the
Let
guy a
them
break.
tell it.
Somebody
give
did
him a
add,
break.
while Hugh might not be able to hold his jock, he could fart inside of it.
Never gonna lay that one down.
84% believe you did fart on the air today.
I believe it. I had people calling me talking about you need to stop farting on the air. I didn't fart.
It's twice in less than a year. I mean, it's a problem.
The evidence is piling up. Last one here. Time for the Phillies general manager, Bryce Harper, to sit down with Ranger Suarez and his agent, Hugh Douglas, about moving to the bullpen.
I'm just trying to tell y'all how these things work, man. Y'all just don't want to listen to what I'm saying. Y'all want to go out there and try to strong arm people and make them do certain things. I got an easy way to do it. Throw money at them.
How come the best teams just move their players everywhere without races?
Because it's the culture.
So we're
going to
change the culture.
See, this is the thing, and I've used this analogy before. You want Ranger to go to the bullpen, right?
Yes.
Okay, well, tell Trey Turner to go to the outfield.
I will.
And we still wait for that conversation to be had.
Well, obviously, I don't run the team. Things
No,
will be
I'm
different.
just saying. But that's the comparison because you're asking Ranger to change what he's doing, and Trey is better suited for the outfield.
Well, there is a little bit of a different thing there.
What
They committed $300 million to Trey.
well, it's the money.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying.
They committed to him for years, and
that's why
Ranger. There's no commitment. Like you just employee.
That's the problem. Commit to me.
No.
Give me some money. I go to the outfield. Hey, listen, while we're here, I'll go pitch in the bullpen if you need me to.
Well, they might need some bullpen arms tonight because they're in Colorado.
We don't want that.
It'd be straight.
We saw you out there.
Hey, Kyle, it'd be straight batting practice.
Oh,
for real.
You'd walk the ballpark. You put a divot in the ground in Clearwater. They still haven't got it out.
Hey, shout
Ridiculous.
out to the pitch.
Some say that might have hurt Aaron Nola's ankle.
I think you did.
Is that what it was?
Did you hurt Nola?
No, it wasn't me.
All right, that's enough for us today. I think we're supposed
That's
to.
it?
Yeah, well, I think we have to hand it off now.
Oh, yeah, we do.
All right, here's the question. Phillies open a series tonight in Colorado. They have 8 wins on the season. Hugh, will you guarantee a sweep of the Rockies
I guarantee a sweep of the Rockies. You better get a sweep.
It's on you if they don't, by the way. If the Phillies don't sweep the Rockies, take all your complaints to Hugh Douglas. All right, we're back tomorrow. You guys have a great day. Phillies, figure it out. Get Ranger to the bullpen, and don't pay him a dime more.
Got to pay that man.
Don't pay him a dime more to pitch. Ridiculous. All right, we're back tomorrow with some debates. Jolly's going to join us. Afternoon show next, right here on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Go Birds Radio. Listen Saturdays 1 to 3 only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Sponsored by BetParks online sportsbook and casino app. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParks.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook, as always, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently? Or maybe that they've been flirting with a potential triple-double? Well, get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, well, that's when things get really interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for your chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, well, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So visit FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer and make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA and official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with Xfi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
And Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Picture mom. She's not just mom. She's that mom. Her playlists are way better than yours. And so's her 5K time. Mom didn't just raise you. She raised the bar. Okay? So give her a bottle that matches her legacy, like Luke Belaire Rare Rosé or Rombauer Chardonnay Carneros. Both $5 off this month at Fine Wine and Good Spirits. Because mom's not average, and her wine shouldn't be either. Shop more wines in-store or online at FWGS.com. Offers end June 1st, 2025. Please enjoy responsibly.
With Caesars Palace Online Casino, Iconic Play is just the beginning. Download today and register with code RADIOLAUNCH. New users get a $10 sign-up bonus, a 100% deposit match up to $1,000, and 2,500 reward credits after wagering $25. Must be 21 and physically present in New Jersey or Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harris Philadelphia. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has greenlighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. Call the hotline at TaxPro USA to see if you qualify by dialing 800-880-5155. If you or your business owe at least $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Call TaxPro USA to get your free tax assessment to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-880-5155. 800-880-5155. That's 800-880-5155.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's.
Participating U.S. Wendy's. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? Now that the 49ers have quarterback Brock Purdy under contract, the real work begins. Last season, several teams gave their young QBs monster contracts, and for the most part, none of it really worked out. San Francisco fans can celebrate today, but they better hope the 49ers nail their draft, because every quarterback from Purdy on down needs a good team around them. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Oh, we're back again. The WIP afternoon show. With Ike and Spike and Fritz, with no Ike today. Is he a team guy or is he a team guy? We'll find out today. Fritz, how you doing, buddy?
Now, usually when one of us is out, it's, oh, thank God. No Jack on the show. Oh, thank God.
No Spike.
No Spike on the show. Are we going to get a similar reaction that Ike's not here?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't see that.
Yeah.
That's not on my bingo card.
No,
not on my bingo card.
No,
so,
not me either.
First off, happy birthday to Jill Fritz.
Oh,
it's your
there you
birthday
go.
today.
Are we leading with
She
your
made
wife's
it another
birthday?
year,
Yes.
another trip around the sun. So.
Happy birthday, Jill.
Yes. So, big stuff, Spike. That's all I got.
Oh, you gonna ask Buzz how he's doing?
No, I don't care. I mean,
Okay.
Buzz, how are you doing in there?
I'm doing great. How about you, Jill?
Wow, what a professional.
Yeah, holler at your boy.
See,
So
I can't
Ike-
do that. I sound like a loser.
Yeah, no, we're not going to do it. I just did it, I guess. So Ike returns tomorrow. Ike is out today. We have a big show nonetheless, as this is the first day of the debate days we're having this week.
I'll try to figure out who's the master.
Yeah, the master debater. So we will have some debates throughout the show. I think we're going to focus mostly, though we will debate sports here, we will focus our debates today on the non-sports debates. I have a few
The
of
most
those.
important debates.
Yeah, well, they are. People get pretty fired up about most of them, especially the first one that we'll do at 2:30. Sure. We'll have Elliot join us at 3 o'clock today to talk about the Nick Sirianni extension and the hiring of Joe Douglas. Big news in Eagles world. But we were hit with big news in Phillies world yesterday. Now, we could have just had a day where we celebrate one of the best debuts in Phillies pitching history, rookie debuts in pitching history with Mick Abel's debut. But we got the word beforehand that Jose Alvarado is suspended 80 games and the playoffs for a PED violation. Here's what Dave Dombrowski said about the suspension.
It's not something he did knowingly.
I believe that, the way he talked to me. We had our support. It's basically the system is a very stringent system. Because in the sense that you're responsible for what goes into your body. That's what it really comes down to. And so I know what he was doing. He was trying to take a weight loss reduction. That's what he's always been self-conscious of his weight and working hard on it. And something he took gave a positive result. So, but ultimately it's a situation where if that happens, you're still responsible for it.
So, come on, Spike, you can relate to that.
Oh, yes. Very simply, he simply took something that unknowingly put artificial testosterone in his body.
Oh, it's just testosterone.
Yes, no big deal. So, first of all, I think it's like only sports or maybe it's probably not only sports, but it's funny to me in sports, these guys their entire career and livelihood is their body. They are tested constantly for substances they can't take. Yet, almost all of them, when they test positive, be like, oh, I had no idea that it was in that. As if you could have just like eaten cereal one day or taken a protein shake and it had testosterone in it. So what, while I do not believe, I guess I don't have any information on it. I do not believe he didn't know what was putting into it. He didn't know what he was putting into his body. Maybe he didn't investigate as to whether that would show up as an illegal substance. Maybe he didn't know it was illegal. But I do believe that he knew what he was putting in his body at least.
All of a sudden his sinker was back up 2 miles an hour.
Well, that's
his
the
cutter
thing.
was at 95 again. It looked like prime Alvarado.
Yeah, I mean, you can't. We don't know that one is causes the other, but the fact that he took these things and then all of a sudden he looked like good again this season after being missing for 2 years, basically.
He's good in 23, but yeah. Last year was certainly a massive step back.
So that thing aside, I think the bigger question is how big a deal is this for the Phillies? Because he has been their most reliable reliever this year, I think, all things considered. So how big a deal do you think it is?
So I really don't think it's that big of a deal. I mean, obviously you want to have Jose Alvarado in your bullpen, but I was surprised that a lot of the doom kind of feel yesterday, at least online, especially, Elliott wanted them to sell the deadline. They're on pace for 97 wins. But
99 wins, I think.
Are they now? Yes. 97 before yesterday, now on pace for 99. Thank you for clearing that up.
Yeah,
as the only person that believed in the Phillies on this show.
Well,
let the
true.
record show.
Yeah.
Let the record show. I still feel really good. Like I have faith it's gonna work out. And I think a lot about Dombrowski's old teams, and I think about his last team that he built to win a title, and that was the 18 Red Sox. And I think that when the postseason rolls around, the Phillies have such a plethora of starters that they're going to be able to put one of those or even two of those guys into the bullpen in October, and it's most likely going to work out. Whether you want to do Ranger, whether you want to do Chris Sanchez because he's already under contract, and they can just say, I know this is dependent upon Nola obviously getting back to being Nola, but let's say they're all healthy, they have a plethora of starters, and they have Chris Sanchez under contract. You're telling me I get 98 with that changeup coming out of the bullpen? That's a problem. So, as it stands right now, they're going to have to tread water pretty much until the trade deadline. They're on they have a nice cushion. They're 10 games on over 500. They are only a game back in the NL East, game and a half back in the NL East. And the reality is, we can scream until we're blue in the face, Dombrowski, make a trade, make a trade, make a trade. Well, teams know the Phillies need a bullpen arm right now. It's going to cost you more than you would most likely want to give up. So, I think that when the trade deadline rolls around, they'll have to obviously go get another bullpen piece and probably a high-end bullpen piece. But on the overall feeling heading into the middle part of the season and eventually into the postseason, I still feel really good. I don't think it's that big of a deal, and I think it's something that they'll actually be able to I think they're going to be able to turn it into a positive by having one of those starters go into the bullpen.
And you're really warmed up about this, aren't you?
I feel great. Maybe because Mick Abel just went 6 shutty and struck out 9, a little fired up.
It was great. Let the league get a little tape on Mick Abel. 215-592-9494. How big a deal do you think the Alvarado thing is? I think you're short selling it some, actually. I'm generally positive about the Phils and how they've played this year and the fact that they got through that tough spot. But you saying that this will mean that at the deadline deadline, they'll need to go get a plus bullpen arm. They already needed to go get a plus bullpen arm at the deadline. Like 2 weeks ago, if you had asked people what their biggest concern was, and we did, most people said it was the bullpen. And Alvarado has been their best bullpen piece and was pitching well at the time. So for you to say that this means they'll need to go get a bullpen piece, I think this means they need 2 bullpen pieces. And to be honest, and I know you're talking about the playoffs, I think you got to get to the playoffs first. And their offense has settled in nicely. Their starting pitching has been really good. But at the end of the year, when you're looking back between making the playoffs and not making the playoffs, that could be 2 or 3 games. And that could be 2 or 3 games that happen in the next month and a half before the trade deadline. So, and if you look back at the last, what are the Phils, 29-17? If you look back at the last month and a half of baseball and say, okay, take Jose Alvarado off the Phillies, what's their record? They probably lose 3 more games or 4 more games. So my concern is getting to the trade deadline. And I actually think, I'm not saying make a trade now, but the idea about putting Ranger in the bullpen now and leaving Mick Abel up, I think is something they should consider.
Yesterday in watching Mick Abel, my first thought was bullpen, especially because on top of the Alvarado thing, like, can this work out of the bullpen? And like I saw 99 with that curveball, with that slider that I think if he threw more, it could be a really effective pitch. And instead of just sending him back down, if you want to put Taiwan back in the rotation, sure, like knock yourself out. I saw maybe that like Mick Abel could be a weapon for this team out of the bullpen that could help stabilize it. I mean, if you tell him go get 5 outs and leave it all out there 2 times a week, I mean that's a bullpen raiser.
Then that would be something though that I think they should do now.
And I think all options have to be on the table now with Alvarado being down. Right. I think that's why not that I'm excited Alvarado's down. Of course, I want Alvarado, but I'm curious to see how they navigate their way through this. And I know the original plan was bring up Mick Abel and send him back down, but I don't know how you didn't watch him yesterday and try to find some kind of role for him on this team.
And they did. I know they would likely wait until tomorrow anyway before they officially do it, but they didn't officially send Mick Abel down, did they?
I think it's going to happen today.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
215-592-9494. Do you think the loss of Alvarado is a big deal? I guess a sort of deal or no deal at all. Jack isn't worried. I'm a little worried about the Alvarado thing. We do have a next question today, Jack.
Yes, we do.
As we start debate days. So this is a different one. It's sort of like we're going to ask a question so you can ask a question. So the best one today is going to get tickets to your choice of Thomas Rhett, July 11th at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion.
Are you a Rhettsman?
I am not a Rhettsman. Is that country music?
Yes.
Okay. Creed, July 12th at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion.
Come hang out with the show?
Or The Offspring, July 29th at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion, as we celebrate Live Nation's $30 ticket to summer special offers on select shows from May 21st while supplies last. You can go to livenation.com/ticket. So for next question today, being that there is no Ike and it is debate days.
Right.
If you have a specific bone to pick with me or Jack.
Or even Buzz.
What
would someone have a problem with you, Buzz?
I'm going to call him. Because I got
Spike's got plenty of problems.
I know. I know. A lot of gripes with Buzz.
Well, a lot of people wouldn't mind having me out of the way.
Yeah. Well, oh, wow. You think Fran's going to call up?
Yeah. Where's Fran? Where's Deep Voice Luke? Buzz's list of people.
Yeah.
If you have a bone to pick with Buzz, we'd love to hear that.
Yeah, absolutely. But if you have a bone to pick with me or Jack on next question day, we will ask you, do you have a specific bone to pick? The best one will get your choice of tickets to Thomas Rhett, Creed, or The Offspring. And we are limiting the bones to 1 Jalen bone per hour.
Yeah.
So if
it better be a big bone
Yes.
if you're going to call in and try to debate us on Jalen.
Yeah, if it's Jalen related, that is fine, but it is 1 an hour. All right, on to Alvarado, 215-592-9494. What is your concern level with the Phils now that Jose Alvarado out for 80 games and the playoffs? Putting this guy in this situation is dangerous.
Yep.
Okay, Andrew, you're on WIP.
What it do, fellas?
What it do, Andrew? What it do?
Hey, I'm missing Ike today. But,
Always.
I mean, you guys started off with a great intro. Like, I love it. I love where the show's going right now. I just want to talk about if I was Dave Dombrowski, what decisions I'd make.
Well, by the way, I mean, you totally nailed the scouting report on Mick Abel. I mean, just came up and shoved yesterday, buddy.
Hey, I mean, stats don't lie. The numbers don't lie.
It's true.
If you see his production coming up, you would understand that he's not a bad pitcher. He struggled recently, like last year, but he turned around this year.
Good.
So what would you do if you were Dombrowski? Okay.
So it's going to have to come at flexibility of players. What they want to do, what they don't want to do. The big thing is Ranger. Ranger's on a contract year. You know he wants to get paid, and you know he wants to get paid as a starter. But will he make a sacrifice for later in the season to go into the bullpen? Will Mick Abel
It's Abel.
come out of the bullpen?
It's Abel. It's Abel.
Abel.
Yeah, you go.
Yeah.
We're not going to let you continue.
No, not
to do
today.
that.
Not when he goes 6 shutouts, striking out 9. You can't say Abel.
Yeah, we got to get the name right. Only Ike can get names wrong for weeks on
That's
end.
right.
Yeah.
That's right. You call him out on that.
Yeah. No.
Will Mick Abel be able to be in the bullpen for the postseason? So I like for our future is maybe going in getting a guy at the deadline if it doesn't cost too much. Like a guy in our system, like a Rincon in the minor leagues or someone of that caliber, to go get a contract year reliever, and Helsley may be off the table now because the Cardinals are winning a lot. They're 2 games behind the Cubs. I like Fairbanks again from the Rays.
Mm-hmm.
And I think for the rest of the year, especially for the postseason, I like Wheeler, I like Luzardo, and I like Ranger in the starting rotation. I think Sanchez and Ranger are going to go flip-flop for who's in the bullpen and who's not.
Well, and thank you for the call. Okay. What the Nola thing is a big piece of all of this.
Totally.
You know,
you can't move Sanchez or he needs to figure it out before you're thinking about moving any of those guys to the bullpen.
Absolutely, and especially because both of them have been starters for so. Are you just talking about the playoffs, or are you talking about before the playoffs? Moving either of those guys to the bullpen.
Well, so Sanchez would be more playoffs, and again, that is totally dependent upon health and guys pitching well, because Sanchez is our second or third best starter.
Yeah.
So it'd be bold. Ranger, I guess, could theoretically be earlier. Yeah, I think Sanchez more in October, and then there's the whole Painter factor. I mean, like I wouldn't put Painter in the bullpen. They've said again yesterday they're not doing it, and I think the difference between like Abel and Painter from the standpoint of like, oh, you're putting a prospect in the bullpen, is like Mick Abel's thrown the most innings in minor league baseball the last couple of years. He's durable, like he's healthy. Painter's coming back from Tommy John, and that's where I come down on. Heading into the stretch run here, if they don't trade Mick Abel, I know that it seemed like that was a showcase kind of start. By the way, not a bad showcase. That's a good thing to put on tape for opposing teams. But if he can help this team, and you don't have to maybe trade him for some kind of reliever, I would rather do that. But I don't know. They have, as long as everyone's healthy, there are some really decent options to where they can they can handle this blow.
Yeah, I just think they need to figure it out now. I guess,
but you also can't take Ranger out of the rotation right now. I don't think.
Why not?
I don't think.
Why not?
Because he's still he is trying to get a new contract.
And Who cares?
But it's how you handle a player. Like I don't think you can just say. I don't know if that's the great relationship to have with Boris, is making a guy go to the bullpen against his will in a contract year.
Oh, yeah, I guess. I understand the big picture thought of it, but also I can also imagine other teams looking at this and understanding the situation.
Sure.
Like if he goes in and he's really good in the bullpen, I think he actually raises his value in the offseason.
Yeah. So it's a conversation. Like,
yeah.
Scott, like I know it's the best thing we have to do for our team.
Yeah.
And you can say that to other teams when you're marketing this offseason that we had to do it for where we were circumstantially.
And if he looks good, I think it if you're looking at Ranger to sign him, it makes him look like an option either way.
Sure.
And it's not like he's going to go into the bullpen and be mop-up guy. No. Like when we put Taijuan Walker in the bullpen, the thought was, okay, when there's a game that's 9-1 in the fourth, we're going to put Taijuan in. But I think Ranger goes in there and you put him in as if Romano right now is your number one high leverage reliever, like
Strom's
probably two, but then Ranger's right after that, right?
Yeah. I mean, Ranger was the closer in 21 for a little bit of a stretch there. Ranger, the funniest part about Ranger in the bullpen is that it's not like his stuff would go up by a ton. Like he'd kind of just be a starter version. But like you look at it right now, Strom and Banks like Banks to me is not a high. I don't care what his ERA is. Like we've seen these guys have lowish kind of ERAs and it's fluky, and then they get into a high lever spot, they get blown up. It's just Strom. So yeah, I mean, if Painter's close, he's going to be coming up probably in 2 weeks. Yeah, then maybe we have a little bit of Ranger discussion.
215-592-9494. How big a deal is the Alvarado suspension? Sean in Florida, you're on WIP. What's up, Sean?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Yes,
What's
sir.
up, Sean?
I have a little bit of a different perspective on this. So I think it goes without saying it's every player's responsibility to know what drugs are on that list. This is their career, it's their professional career, so it's on him. The one thing the other thing I would add to this is if what he was doing, if he was feeling lethargic, he got some blood work, the blood work came back and said his testosterone levels were low, taking some form of a PRT, which is just testosterone replacement therapy, is literally just designed to bring somebody's testosterone levels up to normal, healthy levels. We're not talking about some sort of performance-enhancing drug like a steroid. That's not what we're talking about. And so the reason I say all this is because as much as he's at fault, perhaps Major League Baseball needs to take a look at, what is on that listing of banned substances.
Well, so I understand what you're saying, Sean, but I sort of disagree conceptually in you saying that, look, all it's doing is bringing your body back up to normal. Like, you could say that really about any PED. I mean, you could say it about it. You could. Look. No. Hold on, Sean. If I have a degenerative issue in my knee and I'm taking HGH to help the degenerative issue in my knee, which it has been shown to do, I could say, hey, look, I'm just taking the drugs to get myself to normal. A lot of the players that took steroids, we look back and we see players that take steroids and we think of Barry Bonds and we think of, but like the players that were Iron Men, and I'm not saying Cal Ripken took steroids, but there are a lot of players that took steroids to come back from injury and to battle back from injury. So there is a very thin line between taking a banned substance to get quote unquote back to normal. But if your body isn't at that point, and who is to say that a player whose testosterone is naturally lower couldn't just take it to make it average, which you're saying is fine. It's true. That's why they have to have hard lines on this. And
I guess we're going to have to agree to disagree because, again, you're going back to the steroid claim, which I totally am on the same page with you. No one should be taking steroids. It's detrimental to your health. It gives you superhuman powers, okay? I'm not in that camp. What I'm trying to say to you is, and you're correct, everyone's blood marker symbols, it's a sliding scale, but you have to rely on the patient to tell you if he or she feels good, if he or she feels normal, and the blood results will show if you're within that healthy range. We're going to have to agree to disagree here because there's a huge difference between getting your testosterone levels up to a healthy level versus taking some sort of steroid.
No, well, how about this? Last question, and we can agree to disagree. Let's say I have a degenerative issue in my knee. Should I be able to take HGH to fight that degenerative issue in my knee?
I don't know enough about human growth hormones, honestly, to answer that question.
Okay.
I don't know enough about it.
I just think there's a point at which here's where I agree with you. I think science in general is more complicated than these rules are. These rules are difficult to apply given where science is with a lot of these things.
Agreed.
But to go all back to, and this is the first point that you made, Alvarado, like he can't do this. Like this is on him. You can say this should be legal, which is fine, but it isn't. And to say that all he did was he did it to take weight loss and he had no idea. Like either he's lying that he had no idea, or he had no idea and he is guilty for having no idea. Which is, ignorance can't be your defense for doing these things. So,
well, I use it all the time.
Well, yes.
Agreed. And so, can I give you a bone?
Please. Yeah.
So for next question today, if you have a bone to pick with me or Jack, we'll pick the best one, and the best one gets a pair of tickets to either Thomas Rhett, Creed, or The Offspring. All right, go ahead.
One of these times, I'm waiting for you guys to actually reply back to me on Twitter. No one ever replies back to me. But anyway,
sorry.
A bone to pick with you would be
with me.
If you're gonna. Yeah.
Okay.
If you're going to talk the talk, you better walk the walk and have accountability.
That's right.
This show's about accountability.
Uh-huh.
I am finding it difficult to believe, and I think many of the listeners are, how many push-ups do you think you can do? I want to see full repetition, good form. What do you say? 200 push-ups.
250. First of all, number one, I'd never said I can do them consecutively. I think, Jack, you would at least agree.
Sure, yeah.
I said 5 sets of 50 within 90 minutes. That's what I normally do. The second thing I would say is, and Jack can attest to this, I was accosted by a listener at Citizens Bank Park who said I couldn't do it.
Yep.
And I pointed at him in the middle of Citizens Bank Park. And I was like, all right, you and me, let's go. And he backed right off.
He got chickened out because I pulled out my phone. Because
Yes.
obviously I was going to record it.
He was going to videotape
And then he said he had too much Ike juice that day, which he clearly did.
I am happy.
I'm in extremely good shape, and to do 5 sets of 50 push-ups is pretty damn good.
In 90 minutes? If you're in extremely good shape, you should be able to do that.
Well, I mean, 90 minutes shouldn't even count, quite frankly. You should be taking a minute and a half to 2
No.
minutes.
Why
don't you take some testosterone?
All I'm saying, Sean, I did not say this as a thing to brag. I casually mentioned it.
Yeah,
I'm
and then
not,
we all looked at you and said, that's ridiculous.
You're going to relax. I'm not. If I had said at one point I did 250 in 20 minutes or 10 minutes, that would be one thing. All I'm going to prove that I can do is do what I said I can do.
Yeah. Well,
So
and you've been chickened out by.
How do you ultimately express accountability for being able to do it in 90 minutes? I mean, how can you actually prove that?
I can do it here. I mean, thanks for the call, Sean. And Sean is on the list to win the tickets. I can do it right here. The issue is if I do it and everybody knows that I did it, nobody can make fun of me for it anymore.
Right.
So at one point, I asked Ike one day, do you want me to do it right here? And he said no. So set up the day. Put the day on. You know what we should do? When you and DeCamera do your challenge, one of those days should have the push-up challenge.
The push-up challenge? All right. I'm down. Whatever settles this, because you are very passionate about it, but you've been bullied by the neighborhood kids to not do it on your walk.
I started doing them on my walks in Mullica Hill.
Wow, that's huge.
Yeah.
And for those in Mullica Hill, start driving around.
No.
Yep, start driving around Fine Spike.
There's a little park near me that has a trail around these Little League fields.
Yeah.
So I sort of look around by the trees, and I do it when nobody's looking.
That's good.
All right.
We need people in those trees.
215-593-9494. How big a deal is the Alvarado, what are we calling it, suspension?
Yes.
Coming up next for Debate Day, we're going to do some non-sports debates today. And we learned something about Hugh Douglas that I think should be on the table for a debate today. We will talk to Hugh about it next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Don't miss your chance to witness history as the iconic Wanamaker Trophy makes its way to the city of brotherly love for the 2026 PGA Championship at Arana Mink Golf Club. Ticket registration is happening right now, so be there for every moment as the world's best golfers go head-to-head. Yesterday, Scotty Scheffler took home the PGA. Maybe he goes for 2 straight. There's 2 straight next year at Arana Mink. Either way, a lot of great golfers. Going to be a great event as always. To register for tickets, go to PGAchampionship.com/register. That's PGAchampionship.com/register. The earlier you register, the better chance you have at securing the most popular tickets.
Last year, WIP unveiled Debate Day.
Winner right here.
Now, Sports Radio 94 WIP presents Debate Days. Listen as WIP hosts and special guests debate the most important Philly sports topics and each other.
Hated it.
Can the Birds repeat? Do the Phillies extend Schwarbs, Daryl Morey?
Hey, John. Hey, Mark. How you doing?
WIP goes head to head.
Oh, hell no.
Debate Days. All this week, only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Cool.
Some days, it's the little things that get us through. An early start, a quick stop, a familiar face. There's enough on your mind. Let Wawa be the simple part. Get any size hot coffee for $1, any size iced coffee for $2, and all 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for $1. Every day just for being a Wawa Rewards member. Gotta have your back. Gotta have a Wawa.
The wait is over. The CJ's Tire and Auto semi-annual sale is here. From now until May 31st, enjoy instant savings on thousands of tires, including Falcon tires. The very best prices of the season during the CJ's Tire and Auto semi-annual sale. At CJ's, we're driven to keep you and your car moving. Only at CJ's Tire. Save up to $80 off a set of tires, including Falcon tires. And at CJ's, we're more than just tires. We've got your car covered, from routine maintenance to major repairs under the hood. Now through May 31st, save big on any service needed, including a $49.99 state inspection, and make sure your car is ready for summer. With 18 locations and over 100,000 tires, including Falcon tires at cjtire.com, CJ's makes tire shopping easy and your ride smoother than ever. Instant savings during the CJ's Tire and Auto semi-annual sale. Roll into your local CJ's Tire and Auto today and save. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
Hey, baseball fans, go yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or somebody knows a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
It's the Robin from Robin Ford, back on the air. Looking for something hot to drive this summer? I'm cooking up some spectacular offers. Marie from Middletown, what's flapping?
Hey, Robin. My car's on its last leg, and I need something that can fit my family comfortably, especially on our summer road trips.
Migrate to Robin Ford. The brand new Ford Explorer is perfect for your needs. Buy now and save big with Ford employee pricing. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now, 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Dan from Clifton Heights. You're on the air.
How exactly does the Ford employee pricing work?
Well, here at Robin, we're all part of the same flock. So you pay what we pay and save 5% under factory invoice on a brand new Ford, including the F-150. No matter where you are, you're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold cheap, cheap. Offers valid on select models, exclude taxes, title, license, and dealer fees. Offers end 6/2/25. See dealer for more details.
Sweeter, bolder flavors are hitting the menu at Wawa. Get ready for a burst of tropical and tangy goodness with new pineapple and watermelon recipes, plus sour cherry popping bubbles. Whether you're in the mood for something fruity, fizzy, or fun, Wawa has your cravings covered. Enjoy these new varieties in smoothies, refreshers, and more. We're ready for you when you're ready for something new. Cravings made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Hey, it's Ike Reese here. Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 per month when you switch and bring in your phone. Now, that's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees, guaranteed for 3 years. Because at Verizon, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome and times of congestion. Unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Stream the screams. Catch Phillies baseball with the Odyssey app on 94 WIP.
The WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Ike out today.
What an early 2000s hype song by Buzz back there. His Heart of a Champion by Nelly.
Yeah, getting fired up for these debates.
Oh, man!
I'm gonna kick your ass.
There it is. Ike's out today. Just me and Jack. We are kicking off debate days. Yeah, I know. How does anyone deal with this?
Yeah.
We're kicking off debate days today with some non-sports debates. And we are bringing on one of our own to talk about this because I heard through the rumor mill that this guy does it. Buzz, hit it.
Debate days.
Okay. So here's the debate. Debate is, in a parking lot, let's say the grocery store, should you be backing into the parking lot like you need to do a getaway or something? And Hugh backs into spots, which just inconveniences everybody else. Hugh, defend yourself.
First of all, first time caller, long time listener. Love the show. Love the show. So my thing is, how is it offensive to other people or making it bad for other people that I back into a parking space?
Because everyone has to sit around and wait for you to back in like you're in the mafia or something, and you're going to need to make a getaway.
Yeah, but it's way cooler.
It's not cool.
It's way cooler.
First of all, I drive a big ass pickup truck.
Okay.
And it's easier to park it straight when you back it in. Because a lot of times, the turn radius in the truck is a little bit different than a car, and it's a lot bigger. So it's just easier for me just to back it in. And that's the only reason why I back it in, because, I can use the backup camera, and I can just back it in instead of, pulling into a spot, then having to pull out and straighten up the truck and do things like that. So that's why I do it.
I maybe want to give you a little bit of a...
It is a big
pass
truck. It's a
for the
really big truck.
It is a big truck?
Yeah. Oh, it's huge. Yeah.
I just don't understand. If you have the turning radius to turn out, why don't you have the turning radius to turn in?
Well, it's because it's a wider turn, because you have the back end of the truck that's
Okay.
a little longer. So it's almost like driving a mini school bus. You know how when you drive a school bus?
No, I don't. No, actually.
Well, I've never driven one either, but I mean that's the comparison, because it's a longer wheel. It's a longer wheelbase between the wheels. But I will be honest with you, because my truck is in the shop and I have a rental, and I'm not gonna lie, I backed the rental in this morning.
Yeah, see, no, because
But
it makes
that's not a habit.
everyone wait. Just pull in.
But when you back out, they're waiting the same amount of time.
They're not.
Yes, they are.
They're not.
Yes, they are.
They are not.
Listen,
Because when
listen.
they're
Backing
not
into
waiting.
parking spaces is what men do. No. Especially with bigger trucks. And
You don't have a bigger truck.
I
I've
have an
seen
SUV.
it.
I'm a new SUV.
It's a small SUV.
It's pretty decent size.
It's like a
I was told size didn't matter, but it's way cooler to back into a parking space.
It's not cooler to make everybody who is trying to get through or park wait
But they're
while
trying to
you
get
back
through when
in.
you back out, idiot.
My thing is this,
Like you're in the mafia.
Why are you in such a hurry that you can't wait a couple of seconds till somebody parks?
Because I'm in a hurry to get everywhere.
Why don't you slow down and enjoy life a little bit?
Hugh, you spend too much time in Atlanta where you think everybody can take their time getting everywhere. I got places to be.
Southern hospitality.
Yes.
Man. That is the truth, though, because it just seems like everybody's in a hurry up here. I'm in traffic now, and a guy, getting on the Schuylkill, sometimes there's traffic. Somebody didn't want to wait, so they just ride on the berm just so they could get to where they're going just a couple seconds faster. Makes no sense.
Oh, I hate those people,
Well,
Hugh.
that's an Ike. That's an Ike thing.
Well, no, so what Ike and I do, and I only do this when Ike's around me in case a guy gets out and wants to fight me, is I just park in the middle. and don't let
so they can't get through.
Yeah. Those people are bad people. Only when Ike's around, though. I don't do it by myself.
That is ridiculous. That is just ridiculous.
All right, Hugh. Well, I'll give you a slight pass when you're driving your big truck, but when you're driving your rental, you should be pulling in straight.
No, it's a habit at this point because I'm used to doing it. But that's the reason why I do it. It's like driving a big truck, man. You just want to make sure you're not bleeding into somebody else's lane. So it's just easy to back up and park it straight because sometimes you see trucks when they just pull in. They're a little bit over the line, and the parking spaces in our garage are they're not the biggest parking space. They're kind of tight.
So what?
You just want to make sure you give everybody get their parking space.
So to me, the people that back in end up hitting the cars more when they're backing in because they're parking in between two cars while they're backing in.
Bro, it's
and
not
the other
1999.
Well, that's the point. The second thing is everyone tells me it's more dangerous to back out of a spot because you can't see. The backup cameras that are in these cars, I think, give me a better field of vision than my eyes even do. I see everything. I get a beep if somebody's walking by. I don't know. You shouldn't be backing into spots. Maybe if you're in your big truck, but not when you're in your rental.
No, I got to back in, man. It's just a habit.
You don't need it
because you're a guy. Here.
Yeah. All right.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, you're a man.
Hey, hey, Jack. I know you don't need the Bluetooth, man. Still waiting on the Bluetooth. Somebody got to give me some Bluetooth.
All right.
Yep. We'll get them right to you in a discreet package.
Yeah. Promo code 94, Hugh. First month for free.
Shameless plug.
All right. There you go.
So,
the great Hugh Douglas.
Is that Hugh's bone he has to pick?
Yeah, I think that is.
Hey-o.
He's very concerned about the Bluetooth. Now, so speaking of the backup camera, and you are someone who romanticizes the 90s and, pre-technology being where technology is today.
Yeah.
I don't know how anyone parallel parked before the backup camera. It seems impossible.
Here's what you do. Did you never park without a backup camera?
Well, so I never had to parallel park with my old car.
Okay.
But now I live in town, so I have to parallel park all the time.
So okay. So what you would do, and maybe you're too young to have did. Well, did you do this when you learned? You put your hand over the passenger seat as if you're putting your arm around somebody, and you turn your head back and you swing your head back and forth as you're parking.
It's a lot of angles, though.
To be honest, I do not use the backup camera when I parallel park because I'm better doing it with just my eyes, with the feel.
The things that I don't get how you people existed before technology, like GPS. I don't know how you guys got anywhere. It was basically just go in the gas station and trust me, bro.
Well, they're maps.
Yeah, maps they're hard to read if we're going to be completely honest. And and then
someone tells you go north, you don't even know which way that is.
I don't.
He has no idea.
I'm still confused as to when they say the winds are in the south at Citizens Bank Park. Is that blowing in or blowing out?
Center City is north at Citizens Bank Park because it's in South Philly.
So you think that when the winds are blowing south, it means the wind's blowing in?
Yeah, but it depends which way home plate is facing. Is home plate facing north or
home plate is south,
facing center city,
and center city is in center field.
Oh, okay, yeah. So if it's blowing south, then it's blowing in. Yeah,
we got there.
Not that hard to figure out.
Took me a little while, and then I don't know how you guys parallel park before backup cameras. Like it's all just like trust me.
It's not trust me. You look.
Yeah, but you don't really know how much space you have. Like you're kind of just guessing. That's where you get the little little love taps of the cars around you.
Well, sometimes you need a little love tap to figure out where you are, especially when I lived in South Philly. You got to love tap a little bit.
Those spaces are tight.
Yeah, well, that's what the bumpers are for.
Nice.
Just a little here and there, just to figure out where you are.
Yeah.
But I think you could still bump even with because when you're using the backup camera and it's beeping, sometimes it beeps a little too early.
Well, yeah. My new car, love it, but like it's going a little overboard some of the beeps.
With the beeping.
Yeah, I'm not going to hit that. I'm fine. But safety precautions.
And just once again, with the backing in, this is what happens every time I'm in a parking lot when I see somebody backing in. And I realized that I went to the grocery store yesterday in Woolwich Township, and I saw somebody backing in. And I do this exact same thing, even if I'm in the car by myself. I go, "Ooh, big man needs to make a getaway." Every time.
You just have to be offended by everything.
Are you robbing the place?
You just have to be offended.
You gotta get away quick.
It's so nice just being able to just pull out and just go. I don't look at me with that face. How else?
You like pulling out?
How
Yeah.
else did you want me to explain that?
Yeah.
How else did you want me to
It's
explain?
not that efficient to do.
No, it's just so much easier.
Yeah.
You can just bang, you're out of there.
All right.
Rather than you gotta slowly back it up. That also slows everyone else down around you. You're 100% wrong on this.
215-592-9494. We'll take your calls on the debates, by the way. But talking about Jose Alvarado, if the Alvarado suspension is a big deal for the Phillies, 215-592-9494. Get to your calls right after I tell you about a big deal for you. That is your windows and your doors. And when I show people our house, which we've done a lot of work in, we're very proud of, but every time they come in, I say, hey, we are going to have a brand new front door from Gaida. We are going to have brand new windows. And we're in that time of the year, in the spring, where you've put away all these little projects that you didn't want to do all winter, but now it's time. It's going to be summer before you know it. It's going to be hot outside. Your energy bills are going to go through the roof. You should replace the windows you haven't replaced. You should replace the doors you want to replace, whether it's an insulated front door, sliding patio door, garage door, whatever it is. You got to get in touch with Gaida. 20% off everything. Every highly efficient, expertly installed window, 20% off. Every door, 20% off. Start your project with no money down, interest-free financing for up to 36 months. Just call them. 877-GO-GAIDA. They can tell you about the restrictions, and this is a limited time offer, so they'll tell you how long you have, and you can schedule your free, no-obligation in-home estimate, or go to GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com. Joe and Ben Salem, you're on WIP. What's up, Joe?
What up, y'all? Thank you for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
What's up, Joe?
So first I wanted to say with Alvarado, look, he got busted. He was supposed to know what was in his body. It is what it is. Even Lane Johnson's got busted for PEDs at some point. What really pisses me off about him is apparently what's being reported is he's left in the middle of the night, never talked to his teammates, never said anything. It's just kind of weasel for me and makes me wonder what his future is with this team.
Well, I think he was probably embarrassed. And I don't know him. Yeah, and I understand the concern on that part of it. My guess is that is my gut tells me is that's a shame thing and not a I don't care about my teammates thing. Now, being able to stand up for it is important, but I guess I don't know enough about that part of it to make the
because
judgment.
everything you hear about Alvarado is he's a great teammate and everyone loves him in there.
Yeah.
So
I don't know about that part.
I get that. And so the now is they need to go out and make a move. You got a team down south as O's who need starting pitching. We got a bunch of starting pitching. Jack, what would you say Mick Abel, Seth Johnson, and Gene Cabrera for Felix Bautista?
We're sending Seth Johnson back to the Orioles.
Yeah.
So
is he part of the Ruiz or not?
He was the
Soto
Gregory
trade.
Soto deal.
Soto trade.
So
yeah.
I would love Felix Bautista. I mean, your trade back is just a lot of starters. Abel, I think, could be a part of it. They would probably want to bat. I love Felix Bautista. Unfortunately, I think that's gonna he's my number one guy. I think him and Duran. But I just think it's so early, and the Orioles just fired their manager. They're probably going to try to get back into this thing.
It's so early. Yeah, it's so early for them.
Yeah,
there's no way they're giving up on the season.
They're going to think we get close to the deadline. We're going to create a bidding war. Now, I guess theoretically can just severely overpay, but do you really want to do that as well? It's a tough spot. But I love Felix Bautista, the pitcher, Joe.
Yeah, no, I hear you. And I just think they're desperate. We're desperate. They got two desperate teams going back and forth.
Well, maybe it could be a smaller deal. I think they would view Felix Bautista as someone that they can get a haul for if they really do fall out of it. But maybe one of the other, Sir Anthony, want to bring Sir Anthony back? Maybe a little the smaller deal. Gregory Soto, want to bring him back? Another lefty out of the bullpen? Maybe a smaller deal, but I don't think a big deal right now.
Did you guys see this? New York Times wrote that Bohm was in consideration for being traded for a couple of relievers off the Yankees. I don't know if they're just talking out their butts, but I was wondering if that's something, if they got any arms in their pen that we could use.
Yeah, I hear you. I find it hard to believe that right now they would trade their starting third baseman for a reliever. I know in the offseason that was maybe the idea, but he has picked it up. Unless we want to go with Sosa every day.
That was in the article. You know, I'd go with Sosa over Bohm.
Well, I don't think... The thing about Sosa over Bohm is that even if Sosa isn't quite as productive, I just don't think the difference is that much. If you're talking about over 5 years, there's probably a big difference. If you're talking about over 100 games, the difference between Sosa and Bohm at the plate, I don't think is that big. For next question today, Joe, did you have a bone to pick with either me or Jack?
I have one with you,
Oh,
Spike.
boy. Okay.
Love it.
Yeah.
So, all right. I feel it's a little wormish with you and Daryl Morey.
Yep. Everyone
You
sees
know,
it.
he can never do no wrong. He's this great GM.
Hall of Famer, yeah.
All that combined.
Yeah.
But yet it's being reported that he wants to trade the 3rd overall pick in Paul George for Kevin Durant.
So
If he
first of
makes
all,
that
just to
trade-
be clear, that's not what's being reported. And this is what happens is like, well, it's true. Jonathan Gavoni, who is a draft guy, wrote, teams expect the Sixers to try to use the number 3 pick and Paul George to try to trade for a star like Kevin Durant. So it's not been reported anywhere. And I guess I would ask you this. Do you think Kevin Durant is much better than Paul George, right? I would assume.
I would say it's about equal.
Well, yeah, the conversation is going to end there. I mean, he's much better, and he's only got 1 year left on his deal. So in that trade, I wouldn't do that trade either. I don't think Daryl would do that trade, but you're getting a much better player, and you're shaving 3 years off the contract. So
I mean, if it saves 3 years off the contract, but you got a 38-year-old player coming in to play with an injury-prone center.
yeah, I understand it. They're not in a great position. But then the other point is, what do you think that 3 pick is doing for you for the next 4 years?
Honestly, I mean, it's stuck between a rock and a hard place.
They are.
Keep the pick and draft, or they could, trade it and try to grit in another free agent. But it's stuck in a rock and a hard place. My issue with the bone to pick with you is that he's this Hall of Famer, great GM.
He is.
He hasn't really done much since his Rocket days.
Well, I mean, he's had 1 losing season in his entire career as a GM, and that was this year. So I'm not saying he's infallible, but he's had 1 losing season. 1. Like I want you to look at other basketball GMs who have been in sports as long as he has and find a record. Now, has he won a title? No, but he can't play for them. I don't think he's infallible, but I think he's been very good. Thank you for the call, Joe.
And I bet he doesn't back into parking spaces.
I bet you he doesn't.
I bet he's a forward parker.
If
he backed in, he'd probably have a title by now.
Yes. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Do you back into parking spaces, yes or no? Have you looked at the results of this yet?
No.
What do you want to guess?
I would say 55 yes.
62.8 yes.
Bunch of guys out there.
So the Eagles said yes today to Nick Sirianni. Mm-hmm. The team announced, so Eagles get Insider of the Year credit for that.
That's true.
They have re-signed Nick Sirianni to a multi-year extension on the heels of Jeff McClain reporting that the Eagles have re-employed Joe Douglas to a senior scouting position for the team.
Interesting. And the newspaper reporter had that?
Newspaper reporter had it. Did Elliot have it?
He did not have it. But did I see more tweets about Ace Bailey this weekend?
Yeah, maybe he's concentrating on the wrong thing.
Yeah, maybe. Our Eagles reporter, Eagles Insider of the Year champion. Less basketball.
Less Ace Bailey Photoshops.
No one cares.
Yeah.
No one cares.
More reporting on Joe Douglas.
I don't tweet about basketball.
No.
I don't tweet about football.
Hardly
because I
ever.
don't want to deal with the people.
Yeah, you tweet about baseball.
I tweet
that's
about
what people want.
You know what I do? I stay in my lane.
Stay in your lane, Ellie.
That's the only reason we're bringing him on.
Well, we had him on Friday, and I brought Joe Douglas up to him, not as a potential thing, but maybe something goes off in his head. Hey, what if the Eagles signed Joe Douglas was here at one of the playoff games, or was it? No, regular season game. I think the regular season finale.
And I think he scoffed. I think I don't know if there's video of him, but I think he's like, idiot.
Joe Douglas.
Yeah, why would you ever suggest that? So, just disappointing stuff from him. But I guess adding a former GM back into the building. I mean, I always wonder, if you're Joe Douglas, you were here, you got a GM job elsewhere off of your success here, and you got to come back.
I don't know. I have found coming back from New York for less responsibility to be a joy.
Sure.
Yeah, so...
Certainly has that.
Yeah, so we got another one from New York. Got me, Saquon.
Sure.
Now Joe Douglas.
That's all we do.
I understand what you're saying. I think probably eventually Joe Douglas wants one of those jobs again.
Yeah.
But there is probably some... there's so much else that comes with being a GM than just player evaluation. Mm-hmm. And for him to go to what he is specifically great at, which is player evaluation for a little while, and just concentrate on that, I bet to a certain extent, and not have to deal with Aaron Rodgers going on Pat McAfee every week and talking about your team. Mm-hmm. I'm sure he's relieved about it. And the Sirianni thing.
Yes.
First of all, very happy he got the extension.
You don't think they should have made him a lame duck this year, make him earn it?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Didn't we have one call that said they should do that? I think we did.
We 100% did.
Sirianni prove it year?
Yeah, Sirianni prove it year.
Sirianni.
Now he's proven.
Yes.
There's no prove it year for Sirianni.
I can't think of a guy that I've turned as like 180 on as I did with Sirianni. I was sure they should have fired him into the season last year. If for no other reason than it set up a bad situation for him. You know, they had taken away, publicly at least, some of his power. Then after then there was the I guess they weren't playing well at the bye, but then we had the fighting with fans after the Cleveland game. And I just thought it was going to fall apart. And then every time last year that they faced a fork in the road and a tough situation, they overcame it. And every time they overcame it, the players gave him credit for it. And I thought last year he did. It's very easy to say when a coach wins a Super Bowl that he did an exceptional job. But even before the playoffs, I think he had done an exceptional job. And he has, I think, not only been a really, really good coach, but he has grown into it. And I think he's become a better coach since he's been here because he has been not just made aware of what his deficiencies are, but I think actually specifically like attacking those deficiencies and getting better.
And I've loved what he's done this offseason. I think this has been. I just want him to be calm. I appreciate the passion. We're passion people. We got passions for things, but he can't be detrimental. And I think this year this offseason has been really impressive from that standpoint. And he is another title, maybe not even another title, another run to the Super Bowl. A title would be a cherry on top. But he could go down as the greatest coach in Philadelphia sports history. I mean, he's on that track because a lot of these guys have won. I mean, right. Doug has one. Charlie has one. Obviously, Fred Shiro has two.
Yeah.
You know, Billy Cunningham has one. There's not many two-time champions in the city.
Well, the difficult part for
besides college coaches, I know Jay Wright.
Yeah,
I'm talking like
professional coaches. The difficult thing for him is just going to be keeping the job. And that's not because I don't think he'll do a good job. It's just like the number of coaches in the NFL who can withstand a bad season or two and not get fired is small, you know? Now, he has great infrastructure around him. I also think having Howie and the front office infrastructure here is good for him in that he is not guaranteed good personnel, but, you know, likely he's going to have good personnel all the time. So the key with him, I think, is just time. If he keeps the job long enough, it would be hard to believe. Like if he keeps it, I'm trying to think how many more years he needs. 7? Yeah. 6, 7, something like that. Maybe 1 or 2 more runs. Even if he doesn't win another one, just 1 or 2 more runs, it could put him in position to do that. All right. We will bring on Elliott Shore-Parks next, essentially just to shame him for not getting this.
Come on, man. Big Sirianni stuff. He's Captain Sirianni.
We will talk to him about Captain Sirianni and the return of Joe Douglas. Also talking about Jose Alvarado and his suspension. Big deal or not such a big deal? 215-592-9494. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Ike out, just me and Fritz. Speaking of big deals, Colonial Hyundai going to give you a big deal this Memorial Day weekend. Could you go to the shore? Yes, I suppose you could. Could you hang out in your backyard? Yes, I suppose you could have a cookout or whatever. But you could also hit up Colonial because this Memorial Day weekend, giving you a choice of 2 great deals. 1, 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. Any new Hyundai. Could be a Palisade, could be a Tucson, could be an Elantra. 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. And that's up to $10,000, by the way. Up to $10,000 off. Or you can get $6,500 for your trade, no matter what condition it's in. Guaranteed. So you could be saying cars are. That thing's a piece of junk, but you guaranteed me $6,500. You have your choice just this weekend. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, then Memorial Day Monday. You get your choice. 20% off any new Hyundai in stock or get $6,500 for your trade no matter what condition it's in. Financing as low as 0% this weekend. A great time to stop by Colonial. 24/7, colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai. See dealer for full details.
Hit the links and grab a drink with Weapon X. Yeah, baby! Join Brian Dawkins and Birds Legends for the Hawaiian-themed Islands Field Party. Then listen as Sports Radio 94 WIP broadcast live from the Brian Dawkins Impact Foundation Celebrity Golf Tournament. Monday, June 2nd. Go Philadelphia! Get your Brian Dawkins Island Field Party tickets now at 94WIP.com.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available if at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
The coolest summer starts at Target with up to 50% off select Sun Squad pool and outdoor toys and 20% off select favorite day treats with Target Circle. Discover inflatable pools and outdoor toys that'll surely make a big splash this season, while you keep it cool and sweet with the most shareable cookies and frozen snacks.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. What has happened to the Baltimore Orioles after back-to-back playoff appearances stocked with young talent? They are 15-30 and had to fire manager Brandon Hyde over the weekend. The front office took heat for not paying for pitching this offseason, and now the team has the worst ERA in the AL. They are the biggest disappointment in the game, and there's limited optimism about a turnaround. I'm Andrew Bogish.
All right, Jack. So we're talking about a pitcher who took something that he wasn't supposed to take so he could be at his best, right?
That's right.
Here's the good news. In the bedroom, no one's testing you for what you're taking. You're allowed to take whatever you want just so you can perform better, Jack.
And that's all everyone wants involved in that situation.
Absolutely. Nobody's
You're not
complaining.
getting suspended.
No. Your wife, your girlfriend, not suspending. In fact, she might give you a raise.
That's right.
Yeah. Blue Chew. is how you got to do it. And I know what you're sitting there thinking. You're thinking, well, I thought about Blue Chew, but I don't want one of those weird doctor visits.
In that voice, too?
Yes. Well, this is the voice in their head.
Right.
It's the Blue Chew worm.
Wow.
Yeah.
Take it. She said she wants it.
No doctor visits.
At all.
Just do it at BlueChew.com. You don't have to wait in line at the pharmacy. It's the same stuff, the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxin, Jack. But it's in chewable form. It's made and shipped right here in the USA, so it's cheaper.
No tariffs.
No tariffs whatsoever. What we're going to do, Jack and I and Ike, even though he's not here today.
But he promised.
We're paying for your first month. Your first month is free. Just go to BlueChew.com. Use code 94. Your first month is going to be free. All you're going to do is pay for the shipping. Again, BlueChew.com, code 94. First month for free on us. And then you can
chew it and do it.
Chew it, do it. Chew it, do it. Chew it, do it. Chew it, do it. Chew it, do it. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. ESP. On the phone from his home.
Wow, you held that note.
Yeah. I do pretty good.
Yeah. I don't know how Battle hit those notes, but
wow, he used
PEDs.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Wow.
he used computer PEDs for his voice.
Wow.
It's a WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Ike out tonight. Your worst nightmare. Spike, Fritz, and Elliot Shore Parks all together for you, and Buzz. What up, Elliot?
Man, we just got to get Joe Gilio on here, and it'll be the Pearson foursome everybody loves.
Man.
Get us all on at once.
That sound you hear is cars driving off local bridges.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, turning radios off in the Twitter. Man.
But Elliot, just think about all the clicks if we were all here together.
Oh, man.
Exactly.
Oh, man, just sitting in a room making up opinions for clicks.
That's what you guys do.
Yep.
No one does it better.
All right. Elliot of the Go Birds podcast. I imagine there's maybe two Go Birds emergency pods today, one for Joe Douglas, one for Nick Sirianni.
Did Seltzer make it to the emergency pods?
So it's a solo emergency pod. James hosted this morning. So,
wow.
He's been a busy man this
Oh,
morning.
okay. I'll go give him a pass today.
Solo emergency pod. But it is out in all your podcast platforms.
Great. There you go. So the let's do the Sirianni thing first. We all expected a extension for Nick Sirianni. I think the thing that I wanted to ask you is just the context of it. I think looking back over the last 4 years, 5 years, since he's been hired, I think to say that in 2025, Nick Sirianni would be getting an extension as a Super Bowl winning coach is just like mind blowing if you would think a few years ago. So that's all. I think, could you give some context to the Sirianni extension?
Yeah, I mean, I think even in week 5 of this past year, that would have been crazy. I think Nick is obviously a great head coach, but even I thought at that point in week 5, like maybe it's just better if these two sides break up, right? Like his relationship with the city, how it was going, like maybe it was just too toxic. And to turn that around and to become what, I think arguably the best head coach in franchise history, I think Andy still deserves a ton of credit because he kind of built the foundation of the Eagles. But resume-wise, I mean, it's hard to compete with Sirianni at this point. So, it's someone that's gotten to see, I cover the team like I'm there, to see like the back end of it. I do think that like to get to this point, it was not easy for Nick. Like Nick is an emotional guy. I think he like wears his emotions on his sleeves. I don't think he's someone that's completely immune to what people are saying about him. I think you hear that in some of his answers on the podium. So I think that like for Nick to, when he was hired, to be essentially ridiculed nationally for his introductory press conference, then he says the thing about the roots growing, and he's ridiculed locally. Like it's not been an easy path for him. And I think that's something him and Jalen have in common. But to be here, you're right. Like it is certainly a great story.
Well, and to be clear, I think he deserved all the criticism he got all the way up until it was probably overboard at some point. But it's very easy to look back at his original press conference, his first interview with Angelo, and say to yourself, there is no way.
Oh, yeah.
And I think, some of his press conferences were sort of like confusing. I think his relationship with Jalen was clearly, at least what Jalen thought of him, was a question, at least. And then to your point, this year, it looked like they put him in a weird situation this year, and I think a difficult situation. And I think his ability to handle it, he eventually did, but it looked like maybe he wasn't going to be able to. So I think he's grown a lot. And I think maybe some of the criticism, again, not the overboard stuff, but I think his ability to listen to criticism and evolve has been part of him being a great coach.
Yeah, definitely. And I really think at the podium, he has gotten way better. Like, I don't ever think he was bad. I think Nick's issue was maybe initially he was like not great at coach speak, so it just didn't come out authentic. But I think he's gotten better at that. But I also think, like, in a big picture thought about this contract and just what it means to be happening today, like, I think sometimes Nick doesn't get enough credit for the fact that he was like the turning point for this franchise turning it around. Like, when he got hired, Jalen was either on the trading block or a backup quarterback. Howie Roseman was coming off a disastrous season, and there was reporting that head coaches didn't want to work with him. In the Eagles NovaCare complex, while not as bad as it was under Chip, there was plenty of reporting about how the front office and the coaching staff did not get along. So, like, Howie is great at his job. Obviously, Jalen's great at his job. Lurie does a lot. But I think Nick, while maybe not the most important piece of the puzzle, I don't think the puzzle fits without him in it. Like, his ability to get along with Howie and to get the best version of Howie. The fact that he has, basically taken Jalen from a Wildcat quarterback to one of the best quarterbacks in the league. Like, he deserves credit for that too. And I just think the NovaCare in general is in a way better place because of Nick. So, I think it's perceived that he's along for the ride. I don't think there is a ride if Nick's not hired.
Well, so what I'm curious is, obviously, you're down there all the time. You're Eagles Insider of the Year. And, the last head coach that won a Super Bowl, I don't think he handled that well. I think he changed. Do you have any fear of that with Nick Sirianni?
It's a great question, because I think that we view Doug, having seen him already have to get over winning the Super Bowl, right? And we view that team because we saw the end of that team. We have not seen this team handle success that well. The one example of them handling success is coming off of 2022, the 2023 season. Now, I do think a lot of that was just, it's hard to lose a Super Bowl and come back, but Jalen had a down year that year. Nick has admitted he did not do a good job that year, and the team collapsed. So while we can sit here and say, well, yeah, I definitely think Nick can handle it. I think Nick is obsessed with coaching in a way Doug Peterson was not. I think Jalen is obsessed with like practice and being great in a way, probably Carson couldn't be anymore because of his injuries. We've only seen them have to deal with success one time, and that was coming off of losing the Super Bowl in 2022. So we'll see. I think they are better set up to do it than the 2017 team was, but I certainly can't say confidently because the one time they've had to do it, they had one of the more disastrous seasons in franchise history.
And the one guy that you don't bring up, and I feel like we don't bring up when talking about the culture of the team and where they got to last year, I think Vic Fangio plays a big part in that as well. I mean, him being here, he seems like he's never happy. I mean, he looked like he was happier after they got Jahad Campbell than he was when they won the Super Bowl. So when we talk about like keeping an even keel, I feel like Fangio is a good example of that as well.
Well, I think what Fangio did is he just allows Nick to do the other things that Nick is good at. I think in 2023, when they hired inexperienced coordinators, Nick had to step away a little bit from what he does day to day and be a little more hands-on both sides of the ball. And obviously we saw how that worked out. So I think Fangio is being essentially like a head coach of the defense, really allows Nick to be Nick. In terms of the culture, I agree. I think that on the defensive side of the ball, because Nick is such an offensive guy, they probably do need more of a culture setter coordinator than Sean Desai was. Sean Desai was inexperienced. I just don't know if he was ready for that magnitude of a job. I think Fangio, from a culture perspective, obviously he's an outstanding X's and O's guy, but I think he just settled that side of the ball after really kind of a tumultuous season.
So they also hire Joe Douglas. They lost, I forget the name of the guy. I wish I wrote it down. Brandon. Who is the guy who went to the Raiders?
Brandon Hunt and Anthony Patch.
Brandon Hunt and Anthony Patch. But they bring back Joe Douglas, who is certainly well thought of while he was here, walked into a disaster in the Jets. Who knows how much of that is him? How much, by the way, is being a general manager and being a personnel guy? Those are different jobs. So
yeah.
It would be hard to look at the hiring of Joe Douglas and say it's anything but a good hire.
Yeah, I mean, you were closer to it during your time in New York in terms of the minutia of like the job he did, but from just following it here, I just don't think he was a great general manager in terms of the job that like trades, value, contracts, like it's just a different job. I think Joe Douglas, even in New York, like his drafts were pretty good. If you look at the roster on the defensive side of the ball and some of the offensive players he drafted, he did a good job putting talent on the roster. I think they struggled in New York because he continually missed on the quarterback position, which obviously is a big deal. And it just wasn't, I just don't think a well-run team in terms of the contracts and stuff. So with the Eagles, where he won't have to do that and he can just get back to scouting, I think he'll do well. But also similar to Fangio in a way, they've lost a lot of people this offseason. Joe Douglas has a ton of experience doing the job he'll do. Not only does he have a ton of experience doing it, he's done it with the Eagles. So I think that this will definitely help kind of all the turnover, bringing in somebody that is overqualified for the job and also has been here before.
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, you look at some of his, like when he was a part of the front office. I mean, they drafted Dillard in the first round. They had a great draft in 18 when they had Goddard, Maddox, Sweat, and Mailata. But Mailata was, that's a shot in the dark. And then 17 was, well, I mean, like it was Jeff Stoutland saying, "Give me this piece of
but it worked.
Sure, but I think that was a Stoutland like in the 7th round of a Super Bowl. Like I don't think that was
a great draft pick. It's obviously a great.
It's a great draft pick. I just don't know how much credit I'm giving Joe Douglas. Is more my thought on that. And then you go back to 17. Barnett and Sidney Jones are the first two picks. So like they've been great the last couple of years in the draft. And he had some. I don't know how I think he's fine. I'm fine having him in the building. I think we overrate a little bit what Joe Douglas did here.
So I think he's better than fine. If you look at as the GM of the Jets, I mean, he got Garrett Wilson, who I don't think was like the slam dunk.
He's a top 10 pick.
No, but he hit on that pick in a major way. Sauce Gardner was a major hit. The defensive end out of Florida State, whose name's escaping me right now, I think
Jermaine Johnson.
He's been a good player for them. Like they have talent on that on that team. Now he's not been good at evaluating the offensive line, ironically, because I believe he used to play that position. But you're right, and he missed on Dillard. But I think he has done a good job drafting there. But the other thing, too, and we talked about this on Friday before we yelled about Ace Bailey for a while, like I do think that, the drafting guys into a building, like the front office can draft them in and they can be talented, but then it is up to the coaching staff to help them become great players. And I just don't think the coaching staff in New York was that great. I think he's walking into a better coaching staff situation here.
Well, the entire thing in New York with the Jets is toxic. It's just bad.
Yeah.
The owner
the ownership is bad.
Well, the owner's involved in being an involved owner it's a very thin line because you don't want somebody who's completely disconnected, but you also don't want somebody whose son is telling the general manager who to take in the draft, which there were whispers that happened with the Jets. So I think it's with Joe Douglas, it's very hard to parse. I'm not giving him credit or taking away credit for any of the picks because it's hard to parse what exactly everybody around here has gotten better. Howie's gotten better too. So who knows what his specific recommendation was at any pick.
And it's a good spot for him to land. I mean, if he wants to get another GM job, he's going to be here. They're probably going to win.
He'll get credit again.
Sure.
He'll build himself up. And I think it's a good step back from him to reassess, do what he's good at, and then see what the next step is. Elliot, any comment on the newspaper reporter having the Joe Douglas scoop?
Yeah, it's a great scoop.
Okay.
Good job by him.
All right.
Good job.
Wow, way to go. Now, did you tweet over the weekend that the Phillies should sell the deadline after the Jose Alvarado news?
Yeah.
That's a great point. They're only paid for 99 wins.
Well, look, unless you think the bullpen is good enough to win in the postseason, then let's say make a move at the deadline, I don't get why you would keep assets you're going to lose in the offseason on a very small chance you make a postseason run. So unless you believe this team is actually capable of making a deep run, why would you not trade pieces away for value now?
Well, they're going to trade for a reliever at the trade deadline.
Well, you say that, but Dombrowski's never really added anybody of substance at the deadline. So you can say
Well, he's
they're
made
gonna do that,
trades
but-
every deadline. You can say have substance or not, but he's made moves at the trade
but
deadline.
I don't think they just need a body. I think they need an actual good arm to replace Alvarado. So and this was the other part of my tweet, which you're conveniently not saying.
Always.
But what I said was, if they're not going to make a big time move at the deadline and reinvest in this team, then it's time to move on because you're just going to lose these guys for nothing this offseason.
I would agree with Elliot. It's one or the other. That's what I would say.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm fine reinvesting in the team, but do it. Don't like make some minor move and then just give it a go.
Well, we're not trading one of the top 5 prospects.
Well, they might.
No.
They could.
Nope.
Yeah. They could.
No, I won't let them.
Well,
Prospect
let me ask you this,
huggers.
if you don't want to trade any of the prospects,
I
right,
want to trade certain prospects. I'm not trading.
He wants to trade the bad ones.
No, that's
Right,
not
exactly,
the bad ones. Interesting ones, but not Painter, Arun Escobar, Miller, Crawford, or Taillon.
Right. So if you don't want to trade their top 5 prospects, who are then going to have to find places to play on this team,
Yeah.
and you don't want to sell guys at the deadline to get value for free agents that are going to leave, like how is that running a good organization?
Well,
Like,
because
do you
they're
believe in this
because
team
they're
this
still
much?
they're still a really good baseball team that has a shot to win a title.
Do you? But
You
do
can't
they?
just give up on a team that's playing as well as they are right now, but you also can't give up the future at the same time. That's why they're in a tough predicament.
Do you think the bullpen is currently constructed is good enough for them to?
I think they're good enough to make the playoffs. They'll make a trade at the trade deadline. They might put one of the starters in the bullpen. I don't know if you heard the open of the show. Not too worried about it, Elliot.
Well, I'm not surprised you're not worried. But you keep saying they're going to make a trade. If they do, then yes, I agree. If you go out and reinvest in this team, then you don't have to sell. But if they're not going to do that and they're going to hold on to youth, which is looking towards the future, why would you let Schwarber and JT just have their contracts expire when you could get true
Because
value
you're
for
not going to
Schwarber?
pull the plug halfway through the year.
But if they're
That's
not
what you're
good enough,
doing.
Why
That's your
is that not the case? But if they're not good enough, why wouldn't you pull the plug?
because they are good enough. They're good enough to get close.
No, I'm not saying to get close. I'm saying that
But
good
no
enough-
move they make and be like they're there. They're going to win the World Series. Like that's not how this works.
I don't know if that's not how this works. If they trade for the best reliever at the deadline and they give up one of their prospects and they make the bullpen better, like they could piece together a better bullpen. So what you said too, you could put Ranger in there. I've heard some people say Painter. You would know more about that and that. Yeah, okay. I'm not a fan of that either. But like they could piece together a good bullpen. But the biggest piece has to be a trade of meaning. And if that doesn't happen, then I don't get the emotions of holding on to guys that are going to go.
Elliot, real quick on debate day, are you pro or con backing into parking spots in malls and grocery stores?
So I would say I'm con because A, I can't do it, and B,
What do you mean you can't do it? What do you mean you can't do it?
It's not more convenient.
No.
It's definitely
What do you
not
mean
more
you can't
convenient.
do it? Like you don't know how to do it?
I am not great at it.
Okay.
Like it would take me a long time to do it. I could do it, but I don't think it's not something I would do out of choice. It would
There
be
you
out
go.
of necessity.
I'm with Elliot on that one. You can get the
But
Go Birds.
I do have a bone to pick with Spike.
Oh,
nice.
No one say you're not getting the Thomas Rhett or Creed or Offspring
That's
tickets.
fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
What is your bone?
All right. Here's what I would say.
No.
You got to decide on one version of a LOL text response. And Jack, I don't know if you can speak on that.
So I agree.
Nobody I know sends more variations of LOL. Sometimes it's low LOL. Sometimes it's ha ha ha. Sometimes it's a laugh emoji. Sometimes it's a ha ha like when you click it. Just pick one. Just pick one.
No.
Well, but hold on. No, but does the capital LOL mean you're really laughing? That's ha ha.
That's what I'm
LOL
saying.
is just like a throwaway. The lowercase LOL is a throwaway LOL.
There's a few. Okay. If I use all caps LOL, it's usually just on its own, and it means I'm actually laughing.
Correct.
Or I think that's funny, whatever.
And then when you get to the 6 ha-has,
hold on.
Is that when it's also real?
That's when I'm really laughing.
All right.
So 6 ha-has means I actually think it's funny. LOL is more like, you're right. And then the lowercase LOL, which is usually in a sentence, it is sarcastic. Like LOL, you think that guy's going to do that? So there's a bunch of different ones.
Sure.
And then laugh emoji is just a response for a caps LOL.
Now, are you in on the LOL?
No, I've never done that.
No, me and Elliot are big LOLs guys.
Yeah.
See, and your answer was kind of my worst fear because you're basically saying when I get a lowercase LOL from you, I might as well just never text you again or attempt to be funny.
No, it might
That's
mean
basically the vibe you're giving with
No.
the lowercase LOL.
it might mean
It
that
is a throwaway LOL.
Look, if I'm all lowercase LOLs, it means I'm not laughing quite as hard. I guess
That's
I
what
would
I'm
say.
saying.
Yeah.
Right. Like,
Well, I'm
not
sorry.
here to be judged. I'm here to get a pity laugh and just make you can just pick one. That's all I'm saying. Just pick one, okay?
But they all mean different things.
That's the worst part. That's the point I'm making.
You got to
don't have
decipher, brother. You got to decipher.
You don't have to judge the joke.
Now, what if you like it, or what if you put a haha on the message?
That is pity. That's a pity laugh. Or honestly, the worst, the number one worst is ha.
Oh yeah.
Or just or ha ha. No. You gotta add the third.
I've
ha.
started getting into the ha ha's just to move on.
Yes.
Yeah. Not to people I don't really want to be talking to anymore.
I'll just say this. Always a bunch of laughing emojis makes you feel good about the response.
Yes.
Just what a great texter Ike is.
He is an emojis man.
Yeah.
He is. Yeah. As am I.
If you ever see Ike's Twitter, the text messages are like that. They're
exact same.
Very emotive. Yes.
Very true.
But he's a fun-loving guy. I am not a fun-loving guy.
Exactly right. That's why I wanted to pick the bone with you.
There you go. Bone picked. Consider bone picked. You can subscribe to the Go Birds podcast wherever you get your podcasts. Go Birds Daily, emergency podcasts from Elliot mostly, James sometimes. Sometimes. And probably this segment, right?
Yeah, that might be in there. We'll see.
There you go. All right. Thank you, Elliot.
All the clicks.
There he is.
All right.
LOL.
Haha.
I didn't know what bone he had to pick with me.
Yeah, that's good.
That's a good one. I haven't really thought about it.
Because you do have different variations of your laughing back.
Yeah. I don't know when I became an LOL guy, but I did over the last few years.
So the LOL is big in, I would say, my generation because we don't like confrontation. So we put we want to say an at an LOL at the end.
Oh, just
to diffuse it a little bit.
Yes.
Yep.
Well,
I hate you, LOL. That saves it. Yeah.
Yep.
Do you have a certain way? So I have a certain way that I text with my wife, and if I don't include certain things, then it is an indication that one of us is annoyed or pissed off. Like we use a lot of exclamation points in our texts.
Oh, really?
And if you say
that feels like sarcasm.
No, it's
like
not
sarcastic exclamation.
But
points.
if you pull it away, it's like, all right, what's
the deal?
What's wrong?
Yeah.
Yes,
I got a pretty good read when people are annoyed.
Yeah.
Jill doesn't really have her. I feel like she's never has her phone, so we don't really text that often.
God bless her.
Yeah.
God bless her.
But you won't let her have a cell phone.
She has a cell phone.
Do you guys share one cell phone?
We're both on our individual parents' cell phone plans.
I think Val's still on her mom's plan.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yep.
No, but no car yet. Maybe next birthday.
Okay. All right. 215-592-9494. Is the Jose Alvarado suspension a big deal for the Phillies? It's definitely a big deal for Jose Alvarado. Is it a big deal for the Phillies? 215-592-9494. Coming up next, we will have another member of the WIP air staff joining us with another non-sports debate.
Yeah.
Should I say what this one is?
Yeah.
Is it considered reading a book if you listen to the audio version?
Correct.
So can you say, they say, hey, you read any books lately? And he's like, oh, I read, Ring the Bell. And they were like, oh, but he actually listened to it.
Doesn't count.
We will bring on a mystery member of the WIP air staff to debate that. This is the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. No debate on your windows. Honestly, they're a disgrace. I say that I kid, but they're probably 3 or 4 years past their expiration date, and you haven't felt like dealing with it. You look like, there's a window there. But the truth is, when you let your old drafty windows stay in there, your energy bills go up because when it's hot outside, you got to pay more to cool your house. When it's cold outside, you got to pay more to heat it. And when you replace those old drafty windows and maybe your front door and maybe your sliding patio door, the value of your home goes up as well, and you'll feel comfortable. You won't have it nagging in your brain anymore. Call Guida. Do what I did. Replace the old drafty windows in your home. Replace your insulated entry door or put an insulated entry door in there. They're going to hook you up right now with 20% off everything. Every expertly installed energy-efficient window is 20% off. Every door, sliding patio door, garage door, insulated front entry door, 20% off. And these projects are big, no doubt, but they'll let you start it with no money down, and you can get financing as low as 0% for up to 3 years. Here's your mission. Call them, 877-GO-GUIDA. They can tell you about all the details on this, when it ends, when this offer ends, what the restrictions are. And at the end of it, you set up a free no-obligation in-home estimate or go to GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
The Phillies fly west for 4 games against the Rockies. Tonight, leading off starts at 7:40. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 8:40. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
I don't care what you say. I am not wearing makeup later.
You don't have to. It's radio. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Craving authentic Italian flavors? Sapore. The new Italian kitchen at Rivers Casino is now open. Whether you're looking for a casual dinner or a special night out, we have you covered. Our menu showcases a perfect balance of classic comfort and modern twists, featuring hearty dishes like lasagna and rigatoni bolognese to something unique like our chicken parm pizza. Visit riverscasino.com for a full menu and stop in to discover a taste of Italy in every bite.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Summer adventure awaits at Dick's House of Sport. Visit us all season to score the hottest outdoor essentials. Join our summer camps, climb the rock wall, host a birthday party, and more. Plus, test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage while fine-tuning your equipment with repairs, re-gripping, customization, and more expert services. And while you're here, shop trending styles from top brands you love, like Chubbies, Kalia, New Balance, Birkenstock, and FP Movement. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills, maybe.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
The Final Four of the Pro Hockey Playoffs are set. In the East, it's Florida against Carolina, Carolina with home ice. And in the West, Edmonton and Dallas, Dallas with home ice in that one. But despite that, Edmonton and Florida are the two favorites. Edmonton plus 240, Florida plus 250. And those two teams met in last year's final round with Florida winning in 7. This year, I think both teams will play again, but I think Edmonton gets past Florida in the final round, and you can play that exact matchup at BetMGM. Edmonton over Florida in the final at plus 500 at BetMGM.
That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and take your game to the next level with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast, What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
The team at Mark's Jewelers are consumer advocates. I'm talking to my guy, Jim from Mark's, and he's a proud member of the American Gem Society. Now, for over 90 years, the American Gem Society has been fighting fraud and false advertising in the jewelry trade. Now, when you give a diamond from Mark's, you can be certain that you're getting exactly what you're paying for. Before buying anywhere else, ask if they are a member. And if not, go to Mark's Jewelers in Montgomeryville, PA, or Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Mark's Jewelers for diamonds that will make you proud. And tell them Ike Reese sent you.
Phillies baseball on the radio. It's just better. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Yeah. He'll be back.
He's just got to play a little round of golf.
A little golf. Golf. Little golf.
Yeah, who says golf?
The camera.
My mom.
Oh, your mom? That's right. Your mom says golf.
It's a tough scene.
Once, before we get to Seltzer, who is joining us for debate days, is Tim Fender, who works in our sales department. Known Tim for a long time. We've worked here both for a really long time.
A nice-looking bald man.
Yep. I remember Tim. Wasn't always bald guy. I knew Tim before he was bald.
Yep. Also drug Drew on us.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Like, they're very, very different guys. Drew Fender looks like he is stunned every time you're talking to him.
Envision a lab.
Yes.
Like a dog.
Yes. But Tim once said to me, this is years ago, he goes, hey, was thinking about doing an event at Top Golf. And I'm like, what? And he goes, Top Golf. And I'm like, I don't know what you're saying. And he's like, it's a golf place. And I'm like, it's a golf place? What are you talking about? And he's like, golf. And he did and I was like, golf? And he's like, yes.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't talk that way.
But the camera does.
So, yes, he is. And speaking of the camera, it is debate days here on WIP. Hit it, Buzz.
Debate days.
So we bring on from the WIP morning show, James Seltzer. What up, buddy?
Yeah, that was traumatizing here. You guys did the golf thing.
Yeah.
Too many times.
Yes.
Jared Goff, that joke's been made a million times.
Yep.
Yeah. I see what you guys are doing, by the way. No, Ike. Then you bring Elliot on. You can only patronize the audience that much. You got to raise the level, make everyone happy.
Oh, is that what we're doing?
That's exactly what we're doing.
Is that?
How you doing?
Maybe we'll be. Maybe we're doing that.
Now, James, Mazel Tov. Max Lazar got the call back up to the big leagues.
Buddy. Big news for us Jews, and
yep.
very, very, very small amount of us Jews, period, and the small amount of Jews in Major League Baseball.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
Somewhere Sandy Koufax is smiling.
And Gabe Kapler.
Yeah. Stick together, man.
Yeah. So, James, we bring you on. I didn't know this was a hot button issue for you.
Yes.
As that is debate days here on WIP, and we're soft launching it today on the WIP afternoon show with some non-sport debates. And I brought up to Jack earlier, I was like, is it considered reading a book if you listen to the audiobook? And he said no.
Not even close.
So, James Seltzer, I ask you, if you listen to an audiobook, can you say you read the book?
Of course not. I mean, this is a nonsensical thing. I appreciate being, had on the show. You guys are awesome. I love talking to you. I love helping you guys out. But it's just such a nonsensical thing. Reading, the act of reading, I even looked it up just cause. And the act of reading is literally the act of reading the written word, spoken aloud or silently.
Right. Spoken aloud by somebody else. So let me ask you something, James. Can blind people read books?
It's saying you can speak it aloud when you're reading it, not listening to it is reading.
So, okay. So you listen to an audiobook.
So here's the thing. You could say, I know that book.
No.
You could say, I know what happens in that book. You could say, I listened to that book. You can't say I read that book.
Exactly. So you didn't read it. You listened to it.
You listen to somebody else read it, which is essentially you reading the book.
When I listen to a podcast.
We don't, no one's going to say, we are not in a point in our culture or language where any of us is going to say, yeah, I listened to the book. You sound like a psychopath.
You
Just say
listened to the
read
audio
book.
version of the book. You didn't read the book.
No.
Reading requires your eyes.
Really? So blind people can't read books?
Well, let's not bring the blind into this.
I honestly, I feel like I'm talking to camera. Like, this is crazy. It's nonsensical. It's like when the camera says things where he doesn't agree with science. Like, what are we doing here? It's reading.
No,
Again,
but what we actually mean when we say we read a book, we mean we consumed the contents of the book. Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
No, it means I read the book to consume the content. We have words that describe what you're doing. I listen to someone read the book. I listen to the book. I know what happens in the book. I am familiar with the content of the book, but at no point did you actually read the book.
Correct.
Like, read is a very specific word.
No, and language, you would agree, language evolves. Words mean something different today than they meant when 100. And
what if you're illiterate, though? What if you're illiterate? Well, what if you're illiterate, then you listen to the book? Does that make you literate?
No, but it still means you read the book.
Rest my case, Buzz. Hit the buzzer.
No.
Cooked his ace.
There's no buzzer. You guys are idiots. Anyone who listens to a book can say that they read the book.
That's nonsense.
But honestly, here's why it's not nonsense. Because James,
wouldn't make a point this silly. Like, what are we touching?
And she's 6.
No, here's the point. If you ask me if
she can't read yet, she gets really frustrated.
If you
I can't read yet, and you know what? Hold on. You know what she says? I have to read her books. I read her books, and I have been reading her Dr. Seuss. Let me tell you that Fox and the Sock's the worst book ever written by anyone. It's the most annoying thing you've ever read in your life. But you know what she always says? She says, I wish I could read the book, because she knows the book. I've read it to her, but you know what? She doesn't consider that reading because she hasn't read it herself. She's a 6-year-old.
This is a radio show for adults, not 6-year-olds. And adults, when an adult asks you if you read a book, the reason they did that is because they want to know if you know what is in the book so they can discuss it with you. The fact that we're parsing whether you listen to somebody read it or read it yourself, read the book means consume the book. That's what it means. And I guarantee you, in 20 years or whatever, when we're looking at Webster's dictionary, it will include this phrase, read the book, to include listening to the book.
I vehemently disagree with this. Again, it's not like you have to say some crazy roundabout sentence to tell people what you did. You just say, yeah, I listened to it.
Yeah.
Oh, I know what's in it.
I listened to the audio version.
You read it. You just don't have to, if someone says, did you read the book? By saying yes, you're lying. Even if you know what's in the book, you're lying.
No, you're an elitist. No, honestly, it's not surprising at all. It's not surprising at all that you'd be some coastal elite about listening to a book.
I'm a coastal elite about reading?
You are. You're a coastal elite. You're a coastal elite about reading. You are.
What are we talking about here? I'm sorry, I promote reading. I think
reading is great. Reading is great.
But listening's not reading.
But I can't read a book while I'm in the car, or I can't read a book. And honestly, the fact that people would get more information, but you're trying to shame them because they listen to the information.
No, buddy. You are conflating things here. I have no problem if people listen to audiobooks. I think they're awesome. Like, good for people. I think it's a great thing if people listen to them. But that doesn't mean that I think they should say they read the book.
So you're saying that
you can contribute to conversations when people read them. I don't care if I have a conversation.
Well, you obviously care, because if you ask me,
if they tell me they read the book.
If you ask me,
if they said I listened to it, I'd be like, oh, cool, let's talk about it.
Okay.
If they said I read it and then you found out they listened,
okay,
that was weird.
So
why don't you just tell me you listened?
So then, how about this? You ask me if I read a book or something. I say yes, and we talk about the book. And the next day, you found out I listened to it. Am I a liar?
Yeah.
Okay, then you're a lunatic. You're a lunatic.
You're weird for not telling me the truth
Yes.
about what actually happened.
You're weird for caring how I consume the book.
Just tell the truth. Now, here's a question.
That's a lie. Another thing. Why do the lessons of my 6-year-old have to keep coming up? I'm like, I don't care if you broke something or if whatever. I only care if you lie to me about it.
Again, you're too concerned with 6-year-olds, and I don't even know why Jack's participating, who has never read a book beginning to end.
I read half of a book and then I quit.
You've never read a book
in a long time.
You don't even read articles, much less books.
280 characters at a time. I wrote a book, half of it.
Who's more qualified to contribute to this conversation than someone who actually wrote a book and contributed to society in that way?
Yeah. So here's my question for both of you. should I do the audio version of Ring the Bell? Would that enhance your experience with the book or not?
I don't want to listen to you any more than I have to. I'll read the book.
Honestly, I think I just because I don't think you realize what an ordeal it would be for you to record it.
That's what I told him.
Time with you doing it. Yeah. Oh my God, he would be one day into recording and be like, "This is the worst."
Yeah, I quit. Now you will both.
It's much easier to read a book than it is to read it out loud into a microphone the right way.
And I don't know if you know me at all. Not exactly the strongest reader.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes
talker.
when the words are on the paper,
Yep.
doesn't always come out of the mouth in the most,
You ever read a Walker? You're a busy guy.
Oh, yeah, kind of.
You're a busy guy. Pay me to read the book.
Well, I might pay Buzz to read the book.
Buzz?
Yeah.
Really?
Definitely won't pay Seltzer to read the book. You kidding me? That voice for
definitely decrease sales
for 350 pages. But you are in the acknowledgments, buddy. I said I put you in my acknowledgments.
See, that's all I did.
Well, just so you know, he did it because Ike and I bullied him into putting us into.
I kind of forgot, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that I'm not surprised about.
All right, James. Even though you're wrong, we appreciate you joining us.
Oh, by the way, real quick,
Yeah.
you didn't ask me about the freaking parking spot. You asked everyone.
Oh yeah.
else.
Okay. Well, this is the next thing. This is. Are you? What do you feel about backing into parking spots?
So I have an interesting perspective on this. At least I think.
We'll be the judge of that.
Yeah. Why don't you stop tooting your own
Or
horn?
at least interesting to the show today, because I haven't heard anyone else bring this up. Maybe they have, but I don't do it. So preface it with that. Like, I don't have the patience for it. You guys know me. I just pull right into the spot when I can. But for 2 years, I worked for a safety company as a salesperson, an energy safety company. We'd go into refineries and petrochemical plants and sell breathing air and gas section, all that. And it was company policy that if you worked for the company, whenever you parked anywhere in public, where it was a company event, whatever, you had to back into spots because basically all the accidents that happen in parking lots happen because of people backing out. So I don't do it myself. That's on me. But I don't hate on people who do it is kind of where I'm at. 'Cause it is technically probably the right thing.
Let me ask you this, James. How much of that, and you had this job a long time ago, was when there were far more cars without backup cameras?
Good point. Yeah, I had this job 17 years ago.
Yes.
Whatever.
So what?
Oh, good point. All right, you swung me.
Yeah. What I would posit is that if I'm thinking about two different things. Option one, there's cars on both sides of me. I'm parked in a spot. There's cars on both sides of me. I can either look out with my eyes frontwards or can look in my backup camera backwards. I have a better view.
Interesting, Spike. That's a good call. The backup camera is a game changer that I hadn't thought about.
Thank you, James.
This is great.
You, James.
See, we found common ground.
Now, what was James Seltzer, the sales guy, like? I envisioned a ravenous pit bull.
No, see, the thing was that I didn't really care enough about, not that I cared about the stuff I was selling in the sense of it was a good thing, but if I didn't think someone really needed what I was selling, I couldn't really, me, I wasn't you got to buy it. Let me tell you, I just couldn't. I sold mortgages too, and I couldn't think about the long-term ramifications of what people were doing if it was a bad decision for them and still try and push it on them. So, despite being a friendly guy, I did not end up being a great salesman.
Oh, James is simply too honest a person.
That's right.
I'm too nice a guy.
Are you saying our salespeople here lie? Interesting.
No.
Just kidding. I'm just kidding.
All right. Thank you, James.
All right, guys. Good time.
All right. There it is. 215-592-9494. Speaking of great salespeople.
Are you kidding me?
At the National Appliance Warehouse, the best.
The best. And listen, there's so many things that set National Appliance Warehouse apart. I mean, one, if you're in the business of appliances, you're trying to make your kitchen look nicer, you got to make sure that the place you go to has the right appliance. Now,
they've got all of them there.
They have all of them. Over 100 brands from Sub-Zero to budget. Now, in your case, you were very specific. You only wanted 2, but don't worry.
Yeah.
Don't worry. That was a Spike-specific thing. If you go to National Appliance Warehouse, over 100 brands, 15,000 square foot showroom, they have the right appliances for you.
Yeah, and it wasn't that I was specific about 2 brands. It was here's my price range, right? Here's the kind of quality we're looking for, and there's a big breadth of it. You could get a fridge from cost X to 10X or whatever. I was like, we will get too confused if you show us too many different options.
Yes,
so
but they had the options.
They had all of them. Yeah. But I asked Jerome before I went in there, I need you to whittle it down, and because I'm the customer, and I matter, they whittled it down.
And
for me.
I like that you threw that you mattered in there. That's
Yeah,
interesting.
I matter.
What a big wig.
Yeah.
But, you speaking of how your own took care of you,
Yep.
that's also what sets National Appliance Warehouse apart is their culture. We talk about culture with our sports teams. It also matters where you buy appliances. And trust me, when you go down there, first off, incredibly knowledgeable, but also they treat you like family. So that's what sets them apart. And on top of all of that, you are going to get the best price possible that is guaranteed by Price Assure, which is a piece of technology specific for National Appliance Warehouse that instantly updates price tags all throughout the store. Tax-free Delaware helps, and great savings events like they always have going on. So they have all that, also installation, delivery, whole lot more. Visit nationalappliancewarehouse.com or their showroom in tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware today. And as always, tell them Fred sent you.
By the way, Jack, that tax-free Wilmington thing, not a small thing.
No.
You're getting a bunch of appliances. That adds up.
It's a pretty penny.
It adds up. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection in diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Does listening to the audio version of a book count as reading the book? What do you think the poll is at, Jack?
I would say 65% say no.
51% say no.
Wow.
Very close to 50-50.
Wow, love that.
Really disappointed in Seltzer's elitist take that it doesn't count. Chris in Middletown, you're on WIP. What's up, Chris?
Happy Ike free zone today, man.
Yeah, it is an Ike free zone.
No one's saying that.
Yeah.
Not one person.
No.
Listen, hey, Spike, talking about Twitter questions. In answer to your Twitter question about which generation is the worst, it's clearly millennials. I mean, Jack is a perfect example.
Yes.
Mom changes flat tires.
My dad did. My mom was there. They both came.
And then on top of it, he's got to take 2 weeks off to watch his wife take care of the kids for paternity.
First off, it was a week and then another week down the road. It was not 2 weeks at the same time.
Look, millennials are the worst generation. I don't blame them for it. They're the first generation to have the internet the entire time, so they've never had to do anything. It's the reason why that when you compare the amount, like just take music, you compare the amount of legendary, trend-setting musicians in Gen X to that of millennials, it's like they've got two and we've got hundreds. And it's just because they've just been sitting on their ass scrolling on the internet their whole lives. Not their fault. I didn't grow up, sitting around watching Instagram or whatever, but they have. And I feel bad for them. It's made them lazy, uncreative, annoying, really just a scourge. That's why I like Gen Z better, because Gen Z has evolved a little bit past millennials.
Well, definitely, but in their defense, Spike, at least they can read. And you're giving Generation X a bad rap. You're dead wrong with this whole reading thing. So.
Well.
Wait, were you arguing Gen X versus millennials or millennials versus Gen Z?
No, I was. Well, I mean, the question I put up is what is the worst generation, and I put Boomer, Gen X, Millennial, and Gen Z.
Okay.
And Boomer got the most votes for being the worst, though.
Nah, they're fine.
Yeah,
I'm in on the Boomer.
Yeah, Boomers are
and
better
like I
than
tried to explain to you, Walker is Generation Alpha.
I'm not doing this.
And Sutton is Generation Beta.
Chris on Alvarado, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, please. So here's what's going on with Alvarado. I do share the same sentiment as Jack. I think Abel clearly showed us something, that he is ready for this level. Now, temper to that outing yesterday with the fact that it was the Pittsburgh Pirates, which is like playing a minor league baseball team. But I do like it. Bring him up, put him out in the bullpen, utilize him, utilize what you have already in Taiwan. Romano looks like he's back. So I think obviously in the postseason we lose Ranger is going to be the one to replace Alvarado there, because he's certainly not going to be a starter unless there's some sort of injury. I know Nola continues to stink, but why is he so untouchable? We can't move in the pen. Like, baseball is full of pitchers that got old and went there. You had Pedro even went there at one point in time. Mark Burley, John Smoltz. Like, it is.
Well, John Smoltz went there because he was coming off Tommy John surgery and they didn't think he could take down 200 innings. But what is Nola doing in the bullpen?
Anything in the bullpen.
But see,
you're going to use Romano as your closer. You're going to use Kirkling potentially as your closer, and Strahm as your closer. So they're going to do a closing by rotation. So you just need somebody to set up innings prior to that. I think they need two arms, and I think one of them is currently on the roster, is my feeling with this Alvarado injury.
See, my thing on Nola is if he's not right, I don't want him in the bullpen either. Like the whole point is that if he gets right again, he's too valuable as a starter to put in the in the bullpen. Like, do you really want in some important seventh inning Nola to come in there and have one of those Nola innings where he gives up 2 bombs or something? The other thing is Nola gives up so many home runs, he's going to have to come in with a guy on second and third at some point,
which he's never done his entire life.
Yeah, I don't buy the Nola thing. At least Ranger has I think, by the way, pitches out of trouble, I think, better than Nola does generally, and has been a relief pitcher previously.
Well, I think he's just more malleable. Like, I think he would have. I think
starting pitchers, one of them has.
But
to
Nola,
go
dude, they're not putting Nola in the bullpen. I mean, they're just not. I mean, unless it goes horribly for the next 2 months, maybe if it gets like so dire they feel like they have to just to get him out of there, like Taiwan last year. But like, first off, he's not raising the floor of the bullpen. He's not. His stuff doesn't look like would pop out of the bullpen. They got 5 years left in the contract. They're not doing that.
So for next question today, you get to say whether you have a bone to pick with me, Jack, or Buzz. This is for tickets from Live Nation. You get your choice of Thomas Rhett, Creed, or The Offspring. $30 tickets to special summer shows starting at May 21st while the tickets last. LiveNation.com/ticket. Ticket to summer, rather. So, Chris, bone to pick with any of us? What do you got?
I got a bone to pick, Spike.
With?
It's your producer, Buzz.
Uh-oh. All right, what's the bone?
So here's the bone to pick.
Yeah.
You call in, the phone rings forever. Half of the time he doesn't pick up.
Yep.
That's actually true.
Check in to give you a heads up that he's coming to you, except today he did, but I think that was because he knew I was going to debate him. He also tried to weasel out what I was going to say so he'd be prepared, which, good effort. But here's the other thing, guys. He's a bit sharp-tongued. I guess the weekend hours are making him puff out his chest a bit.
Ooh.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but,
So your bone is that you think he's getting a little too big time?
Minors a little bit longer.
All right.
Well, you're preaching to me right now. Buzz, do you have a response?
So the complaint is my ego's too big?
Well,
sharp tongue there, Buzz.
Yeah, kind of checks out.
No, your priorities.
A little big for his britches back there.
Yeah,
It was just good to see all the phones today. You know, they light up.
Yeah, when you're staring at them.
Usually not like that when we're at Chickies.
I mean, Luke does a good job when he fills in.
He does.
Well, sometimes.
Yeah, Luke started off strong. Here, my current rankings are. What should I do?
This
or
is
not
gonna
do
go well.
This?
Buzz, turn your mic off and close your eyes.
Should I do this or not?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, number 1 is Morgenstein.
Even though doesn't do it often,
but he's nearly flawless when he does it.
Stone cold killer. Yeah.
Justin's always locked in.
I do have Buzz too.
That's good.
Deep voice Luke is. See, I would have him 3. Oh, and then we just had Justin the other day.
which was a
that was a disaster. Yeah.
So yeah. Buzz is in the top 2.
Yeah, it's really Morgenstein and Buzz who I trust.
Sure.
And everybody else I don't trust yet. At least I trust Buzz. All right, Chris, thank you for the call. All right, coming up next, it could be D-Day for the Tush Push.
Yes.
Tomorrow. They're going to have the vote. There is, we did have one of our enemies go off on the Tush Push. We'll think about that. Also, what are the Eagles doing to keep the Tush Push? Diana Rossini had some info on that. We will talk about that. Also talking about Jose Alvarado. Is it that big a deal they're losing Alvarado for 80 games in the playoffs? 215-592-9494. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. And speaking of bones to pick, no, you're not going anywhere. We're going to talk about
Showtime?
Picking bones.
Wow. Yeah. And then picking your bone back up.
Yep. I don't
know if we can. I mean,
too late now.
Hey, it was down, but now it's up.
All right, Blue Chew. We are happy to talk to you about Blue Chew. Sometimes this sort of thing would have been something that you whisper to somebody.
Whisper down the lane.
Yeah. No. We are proud to help you with an issue that you maybe deep down it's an issue. She knows it's an issue. You know what we're talking about, Blue Chew. Same active ingredients as Viagra and Levitra and Stax and Cialis, but it's a chewable. Jack, we love chewables as opposed to taking a pill.
Yeah, we don't want that.
I'm a big baby taking a pill. Don't like taking a pill.
You seem like the type.
Yeah. What's that supposed to mean?
Well, I just look like you would complain. See, you complain about everything.
Yes.
So of course you complain about how you take your pills. That's what makes it chewable so great.
Yes.
It's easy. It's done.
That's why Blue Chew did it. And if you go to BlueChew.com, you use code 94. Your first month is absolutely free. Just pay for the shipping. It's like $5.
Yep.
And there's so many things that are better about it. I'm just trying to think of the things that would prevent you from doing it. All right, the pill thing. Second thing, doctor's office. Don't want to do that. Takes forever to get an appointment. Then you got to talk to the doctor about it. Nope. Not at BlueChew.com. You also, they will send you the product in a discreet and
hard
package.
Yep.
So you don't have to worry about the pharmacy or anything like that. No waiting in line at the pharmacy. And your first month is free.
That sounds like too good to be true.
It's not. It's all true.
That's great.
It's too good and it's true. Go to BlueChew.com, use code 94 for your first month free, and then you can
chew it and do it.
It's time to chew it and do it.
Ring, make it, ring, girl, make it. Hey, Prime members, Grubhub and Amazon have just the thing to help you save. You can get $0 delivery fees on eligible Grubhub orders. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to start saving. Terms and additional fees apply.
Metallica in the round. The M72 World Tour continues live from the 50-yard line at Lincoln Financial Field. Metallica, 2 nights, 2 different sets. On No Repeat Weekend. This Friday night, Rollin' with Limp Bizkit and Ice Nine Kills. Sunday night, those Cowboys from Hell, Pantera, and Suicidal Tendencies. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. The M72 World Tour continues, presented by In Kind.
When it comes to restoring cars, Diego's got skills. And with Total Wireless in his corner, the whole world sees them. With the dual camera system on his new iPhone 13, he can take amazing car photos and post them on the fly with super fast 5G, and even turn this hobby into a full-time gig. His claim to fame? Claiming iPhone 13 with 5G on us. Get iPhone 13 with 5G on us when you switch to the Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan. Total Wireless, in your corner. For limited time while supplies last. Valid in store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires port in and ID verification. Restrictions apply.
Hey, baseball fans, go yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets. Fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Stars and Stripes Harley's dedicated team of finance experts are ready to get you approved. Credit so bad your mama won't lend you money?
I love you, dear, but hell to the no.
And let the credit rebuilders of Pennsylvania get you approved at Stars and Stripes Harley. 100% of all credit applications considered. See starsandstripesharley.com.
On approved credit.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK. Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's.
Participating U.S. Wendy's. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
So, your small business is outgrowing your garage. You could go online, find a space, and get catfished. Or you could work with an agent who's a realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99 at O'Reilly Auto Parts. In-store only, limited supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Fisher Investments. Caitlin Clark might be the most fascinating athlete in all of sports. In her opener against Angel Reese, and it was a feisty one, Clark had 20 points, 10 rebounds, and 10 assists. She had 2 steals and 4 blocks, just reinforcing the fact she is must-watch entertainment. She's one of the great athletes, not just in her sport, but in the country, and she's worth your time. I'm Bill Ryder.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Jack and I with you as Ike is off today.
Yeah.
Don't worry. He'll be back tomorrow.
Yeah, everyone calm down.
Relax.
Yeah.
How does he even work with those two guys?
2 idiots.
Why can't it just be Ike?
Wow, why can't it be Ike and Hugh in the afternoon?
Yeah, maybe Richie occasionally.
Yeah,
that mentioned as well.
Yeah.
All right.
The whole day of shows we got to put together.
Yeah.
Not just 4 hours.
Yeah. So Jose Alvarado suspended for 80 games and the postseason for, essentially artificial testosterone.
Mm-hmm.
The reason given by Dave Dombrowski was that he was trying to lose weight and he didn't know what he was taking.
Right.
Now, to credit Dombrowski, he did say Alvarado is responsible, regardless. It's not like he was. I don't think he was taking away Alvarado's responsibility. I think more than anything, he was trying to soften the blow on him a little.
Well,
bit.
and I think that is shown by their statement and how they've talked about it. They're not fighting it. They didn't protest it. They said they're disappointed in Jose. So, it's not like they've been like, this is ridiculous. This is an outrage. It's just testosterone.
Yeah, it's one of two things. Either he was completely irresponsible in what he was taking and didn't find out enough. Again, these guys are tested constantly for these things. So if you're a professional athlete and you're doing anything but drinking coffee, eating food, whatever it is, whatever you're putting into your body, you have to go to the team or go to the union and say, is this okay? So either he didn't do that, or that he knew what he was doing and was hoping he would get away with it. And to just say, I was just trying to lose weight, that's a ridiculous excuse. And there are a million ways to lose weight that don't have you test positive for testosterone replacement. So that's the first thing. But the thing that we're talking about is how big a deal the missing Alvarado is.
Mm-hmm.
Jack doesn't think it's that huge a deal. You want to give your sort of reason why?
Well, yeah, I think that they're pretty well equipped to handle it in the postseason, and I think he's a really good pitcher. Obviously, was having a great year, and how much of that was aided by what he was taking, who knows? It's hard to quantify that, but I think that they are well positioned here to be able to assume the blow. And at the trade deadline, whether it's making a big trade, hopefully not trading one of their top 5 prospects. If Alvarado getting hurt or getting suspended costs them one of those top 5, I'm going to be furious because they might not have had to do it. But I think as they head into the postseason, they have all these starting pitchers. We're not even talking about Painter yet. I mean, they could realistically have 7 starters. And when you get into a postseason series, he did this in 2018 with the Red Sox. They had Chris Sale, they had Nathan Eovaldi, and now Chris Sale was obviously the starter, but sometimes they used him out of the bullpen. He closed out the World Series. I just think that they have such a plethora of arms that when they get into those games, they have options to where they can even start some of these guys. They can make them long men. They can get through these games, and I don't think it's a death blow to this season.
215-592-9494. I don't think it's a death blow. I do think it's a bigger deal than you're saying. I think if I look back at the last month and a half of Phillies baseball, I could easily say, first of all, you could very, very easily say the bullpen was the weakest part of their team.
Yeah, even though the last 3 weeks they've been righted the ship out there.
They've been better for sure, but I still think it's probably the weakest point of their team. So you already needed a bullpen arm at the deadline. That's the first thing. And the second thing is I look back at the last 6 weeks of Phillies baseball and I say if there's no Jose Alvarado, how many wins does it cost them? And I think it probably costs them 3 or 4 wins. I think it's fair to say that. And that's an enormous difference. 3 or 4 games in a quarter of a season is an enormous difference. Even if you say it's 2 games, that's 8 games. That's a difference between winning 96 games and 88 games. It's the difference between being in the playoffs and not being in the playoffs. And I agree with you that if they took this, if we were 2 weeks away from the postseason, I could say, we're just going to take one of these guys, we're going to put them in the bullpen, and we'll be fine. But we're not. We're 115 games away from the postseason that they're going to have to make before they. And I'm optimistic generally about the Phillies. I think they are a good team. I think they're a better team than they've been being given credit for. And being a half game behind the Mets and the Dodgers for the best record in the National League and on pace for 99 wins, I'm just worried that on pace for 99 wins was with Jose Alvarado, not without Jose Alvarado.
And I just think that it's the easiest trade to also make at the trade deadline. There's always relievers available.
Well, we said that last year.
Yeah, and they got Carlos Estevez.
And he was a disaster.
He wasn't a disaster. He was fine.
He was not as good as what they needed. There were better relievers that got traded at the deadline than Carlos Estevez.
Sure.
And we overpaid for Carlos Estevez.
My point more is about there's always relievers available at the deadline. Like it's a pretty easy trade to make. And I know they sent him down. I know that Max Lazar is up. Everyone get excited about Max Lazar. But watching Mick Abel yesterday, starting rotation, sure, if you want, but like I saw someone that I think could be a real force multiplier in that bullpen.
But we had Tyler Phillips threw a complete game shutout.
Tyler Phillips threw 89 miles an hour.
Yeah, but I guess what I'm saying is this happens all the time with young pitchers. Not that Mick Abel can't be good, but when guys get up to the majors and nobody's seen them pitch before and they have a good first few starts, and then when they get on tape and people can study them a little bit, I'm not saying, okay, Mick Abel, he's going to solve our problem.
Well, I don't think he's going to. I'm not going to expect him to go out there and do what he did, but you saw stuff that popped. Like Tyler Phillips stuff never popped, and Mick Abel was a former first-round pick and is still a top 10 prospect. Phillips was a guy they claimed off waivers.
Will you just admit you hated Tyler Phillips the entire time?
I didn't hate. People got ahead of themselves.
215.
Like you and actually Dave Dombrowski, who said that he factored into them not trading for a start of the trade.
Well, that's insane. 215-592-9494. Vincent Broomall, you're on WIP. What's up, Vince?
Oh, my God. You guys have so many topics on the table. I don't know which rabbit hole to go down, but I'm going to stick to what I know. So the guy, Sean, who called back and got into the whole TRT thing.
Yes.
So 99% of I grew up in gyms since I was 12 years old, college sports, all that stuff. I'm not going to go down that, but I know what I'm talking about. Everyone says they know what they're talking about, but I'm going to lay out how it's
You're different, yes.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody's different to their own perspective, of course. But Spike, your answer to him, without even probably knowing anything about pharmacological drugs or enhancements or any of the kind of stuff that's actually going on in sports that they don't talk about, was exactly the right example of like if Embiid hurts his knee. So these guys, so Harvard just did a study, and they came out with, I think they did about 1,500 men. And they went around gyms all across the country. And this is just average Joe Blows working at Home Depot. And the study came out that 47% of men over the age of 40 are injecting either testosterone cypionate or testosterone anthenate, which is typical TRT or HRT, into their ass 2 to 3 times a week. And there's just regular guys doing nothing. And so in sports, it doesn't get – so many people are ignorant to the fact that these guys are doing all sorts of stuff, not all year round necessarily. They know the test schedules. They know – by the way, there's so many masking agents to beat these tests.
Sure, right.
So what people love to play – they get into this ignorant standpoint of, oh, he didn't know what he was doing. These guys know exactly what they're doing to it. We're talking about algorithms now and sports and analytics. These guys know down to a T, down to the milliliter, to the microgram of what they're putting in their body. And this guy who called in, Sean, who's like, oh yeah, TRT, it's steroids regardless. If you're holding a syringe of artificial testosterone, whether you claim to need it or not because your baseline's lower, by the way, everyone's baseline is different. That's what makes you an athlete or a non-athlete. It's your genetics. So like Embiid's joint baseline is terrible. So if he takes HGH to help his joint, his knees, his hips, his feet, whatever, that's still technically breaking the rules.
Yes.
So, by the way, I think steroids should be legal in all sports because it's their bodies. They can do what they want. 1997 to 2003 was the best era of baseball ever. So I'm not necessarily against it. I've never put a drug in my body my entire life, but all these guys taking TRT, it's still steroids. When you're injecting artificial testosterone into your body, whether it's 1 milligram or 1,000 milligrams, it's still steroids. If you're a diabetic and you put insulin in your body, you need it. It's still insulin if someone else is putting it in their body. Because, by the way, that's also a performance enhancer.
Right. I think my point to him overall is that, like, once you start blurring the line about, well, he needs it or doesn't need it, well, all these, I think too many times people think about performance-enhancing drugs to take you, they think about Barry Bonds. Okay, it made him from a 45 home run hitter into a 70 home run hitter. But the big thing is if it is helping you even to recover from injury faster.
So many factors. And by the way, they take Barry Bonds, who's the hyper example of one of the greatest athletes of all time. Not everybody's a responder to steroids like he is. All those mid-level guys who never got out of Double-A. And by the way, to this day, still, I have like 5 friends that are in the minors. They tell me the stories of what actually goes on in those locker rooms because they're all fighting for hundreds of millions of dollars. I mean, billions if you factor in the whole sport. And so the propensity to do it, they have such a thing at stake to set up their entire family. You're not going to think of, like Jose Alvarado, for example. It's not a question of, oh, well, should he do it or not? In his head, if he doesn't do it, he might lose his job. And that's what these people don't get.
And he was on the downtrend in his career. Yeah.
He's getting older. He's an endomorph genetically anyway, so it's hard for him to keep weight off. He's just
that's what I am.
And so if you take 2 twins, for example, and say one has like an 800 testosterone and one has a low testosterone, like 200, and the low they have everything else is the same about these 2 twins. If the one twin with a 200 testosterone injects TRT in his steroids, testosterone cypionate, into his body just to get up to the baseline that the other twin has, he's still going to perform better because artificial testosterone is different than natural testosterone that's produced by our testes.
Well, and
it's a performance enhancer.
Yeah, and the last thing he said, you remember David Segui, the baseball player. So David Segui got in trouble for
the station a bunch of times.
Yeah, and when he got caught taking HGH, but then afterwards he sort of went on not a speaking tour, but he talked a lot about, hey, look, my arthritis in my knee was so bad that I took HGH and it made it better, and players should be able to take it to heal injury. That's an argument you can make if you want to. But the problem is that like again, the thing that you said, you have to figure out everyone needs the same baseline or everyone needs the same rules.
Which no one will ever have because genetics changes your baseline.
Right.
So my testosterone, I actually literally just got blood work about a week and a half ago. And my testosterone came back 800, which is relatively high I'm 43, relatively high for a healthy male who's never taken a drug his entire life. I've never even taken a freaking bong hit. And so the most men in my age typically start to go around the 500, 600, and then they get into the 200s, 300s. The doctors tell them, oh, you can go on, quote unquote, TRT. It's just replacing what you should have been otherwise. Well, 200 years ago when this stuff didn't, well, 300 years ago, 200 years ago, it actually did exist. They weren't doing that. They weren't injecting into their body. You didn't have that advantage. It's still an advantage because here's the bottom line. Your baseline is your baseline. So if you're taking something to increase your baseline, it doesn't matter if it's getting up to someone else's baseline. I mean, how many drugs would we need to get to Michael Jordan's baseline? His baseline is just better. So it's still a performance enhancer for you specifically.
Yes, I agree. I think the people defending him and saying, well, he just used it for weight loss, it's crazy. I understand.
I don't know what they're talking about, and I get it. No one knows the ins and outs of this kind of stuff, but performance enhancers are performance enhancers, and that's it. Like, everyone's baseline is different. I wouldn't call it cheating. That's like Barry Bonds to me is one of my favorite athletes. He's a terrible scumbag, but he's one of the great. I mean, what he did between 2000 and 2004, people don't understand that 5-year span. He had 7 pitches a month to hit, and he deposited them in the cove every single time. The dude, what he did on paper will never be done again, and everyone else in the league was also doing it. So by definition, he wasn't cheating because everyone else was doing it. He only did it because he saw all these other guys coming up to his level that he knew he had more physical ability at. So even the playing field.
All right, Vince. We appreciate the call, man. Very passionate and informed.
I hate this argument. It's just because no one knows what they're talking about. Everyone cheats, so it's not even cheating. They're all doing it.
Yeah, somebody. Thank you for the call, Vince. Somebody tweeted at me like, he was taking the GRP1, like Ozempic or something, but that's not what he tested positive for. No. Like he that can make, if you lose weight, your testosterone can go up a little bit naturally, but he didn't test positive for naturally elevated testosterone. That's not what he tested positively for. And by the way, I don't doubt that one of the benefits of him doing this was that he's in better shape. But when you're taking drugs to get in better shape, that's against the rules. And whether you think it should be against the rules or not is not the point. The point is, it is against the rules. I'm sorry.
I got you.
Yeah. Like, it drives me crazy.
You want to talk about the tush push?
Oh, yeah, tush push. So Frankie Louvu, you might remember him for jumping over the Eagles defensive line.
So it was so funny because that's one of the most memorable ref moments of my life.
Yes.
It reminded me so much. I think the first time I ever saw it was Andy's first game back here in 2013, where the ref got on the mic and said, offsides, everyone on the offensive line.
Yeah.
It was so weird. I'd never seen that in football before. The Frankie Louvu thing was amazing.
Well, yeah, because the ref was like, if you do it again, everybody's getting grounded.
It sounded like he was basically doing 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So Frankie Louvu was on with Kyle Brent. We think this was on Good Morning,
Football, correct.
Talking about the tush push. Here's what he had to say.
On the tush push, whether to keep it or to ban it. As a guy who has been out there in a playoff game trying to defend it, is it unfair, and should the league ban it?
Yeah, I think they should ban it. You know what I mean? But I know the argument is going to be about like, hey, you guys have to stop it. Don't get us in short yardage and whatnot. But I mean, it's kind of like a Chico play, man. You got Jordan Mailata on the right. You got, it's pretty much a scrum in rugby. That's how I kind of look at it. And we got to have a scrum too on the other side. And the scrum is, we have a cadence where we all go at once. It's not like you hard count and this and that where, now you getting us or myself jumping over the pile thinking that they're about to snap the ball. And that's just my own personal opinion, and I'm going to leave it at that.
It's rugby. And he's basically complaining that they're too good at it.
Well, also, Mailata's not on the other side of the formation.
Yeah.
Come on, Frankie.
Yeah, come on.
He sounds like a complainer.
But everybody's a baby. Diana Rossini reported the Eagles are calling other teams and trying. This is very political almost. It's like trying to get the votes. They got to get the votes. They got to get the votes. They're voting tomorrow or Wednesday. It's tomorrow now. On whether my prediction, I'm actually going to go slightly against the grain. I think the Eagles are going to get the votes. And I think we're going to get the tush push one more year. And I think when we get the tush push one more year, we are celebrating the tush. But it's like, how Kobe had his farewell tour as a player?
Yep.
We're going to get the farewell tour as a tush push. We're going to get it this year. Goodell will make sure he gets rid of it next year. But this year, we are tush pushing over the entire NFL. I want Nick Sirianni to shove it in everybody's faces this one last year that we're going to have it. I think we're going to get it one final year.
If they play the Packers in Lambeau this year, just do it the entire
time.
Entire first time. So, listen, I just want the Eagles to stop. I'm a little annoyed by we got to lobby for the play.
Yes.
No.
You should lobby for every play that helps you.
Just move on. Like
Why?
It seems so soft. Like it's probably gonna get outlawed. I'm not a fan of it. Like I think it should just be a regular quarterback sneak. I don't think that you should be able to push from behind. I think that's ridiculous.
We all know why you're not a fan of it.
No, it's actually I've been I guess I've been anti Jalen for a longer time, but like
you don't like it because Jalen gets touchdowns out of it.
Well, of course it's ridiculous, but that's not my main reason.
But it helps the Eagles.
I'm a fan of football.
It helps the Eagles.
But I don't think it's legal. So
Mr. Rulebook in there.
Yeah, it is illegal
right now, but they're trying to get rid of it. The Eagles need to stop calling teams lobbying for this because you look weak. You're fine. It's a quarterback
They don't
sneak.
look weak.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't. They
should be proud. No. They should be proud that they created a play so unstoppable that had to get outlawed from the league.
And they should do everything in their power to not have it be outlawed.
They're going to be fine. Just run the normal quarterback sneak. He still squats 600 pounds, and it's going to be fine. You're really fighting this hard.
It's not even fighting hard. It's doing.
They're calling other teams to try to get the play to stay
and they
in.
should. They should do everything in their power to keep the tush push. No, this is sour grapes from you about Jalen Hurts.
It's nothing to do with
this.
Jalen.
It has everything to do with Jalen, and it is the slight line of demarcation between me and you on Jalen is that I do not let my Jalen stuff corrupt. They should be doing everything they can. This team and coaching staff came up with a play that is so good that the other teams are trying to outlaw it. So they should not only should they be proud that they came up with it, they should do everything in their power to keep it. And Nick Sirianni, I'll tell you what, Howie Roseman and Jeffrey Lurie owe it to Nick Sirianni and owe it to the players and owe it to us to do everything in their power to keep the play. They need the windows close.
We're doing all this for a quarterback sneak.
Yes, if windows close so quickly, and the difference we saw it against the Rams. The difference between winning and losing in the NFL can be one play. It can be 1 4th and 1. It could be 1 3rd and 1. It could be one play that is the difference between us winning a Super Bowl and not winning a Super Bowl. And if we are in that position, I guarantee you, Jack, if we are in the playoffs next year and the tush push is outlawed and there is some 4th and 1 that we don't get on a sneak that we could have gotten with the tush push, people are like you are going to be insane.
Well, first off, no one is like me on this.
Plenty of people are like you on that.
What, the tush push?
Yes.
Everyone loves the tush push.
Oh, I don't get that sense.
Really?
Well, maybe it's because I do the show with you and Ike Ike doesn't like the tush push.
Yeah, because
either.
we're football men. It's as simple as that. We respect the game.
Ike is looking at it as a defensive player and wouldn't want to have to stop it and thinks it's unfair.
Because
and you don't like Jalen. You are both like your opinions on this are slanted in a way that is not normal. A normal Eagles fan looks at this and says, we have an unstoppable play. We should keep our unstoppable play. That's it.
I just think I just can't believe they're calling around the league to complain about whether or not a freaking quarterback sneak.
What else should they be doing now?
Just put on your bootstraps a little bit. Like pull them up a little bit. You'll be all right. You're the Super Bowl champs. This is so. I'm not like you guys are big dogs, and for me, this is some little dog stuff.
It is not. You should fight to keep every single advantage you have. This is something that it was one of the reasons that Bill Belichick and Tom Brady were so successful in New England.
What?
And everybody looks at it as cheating.
You want to know what they ran? A quarterback sneak.
No, but here is my point. My point is that I believe Deflategate happened. I believe they lowered the ball because they saw a very, very slim advantage in keeping those balls deflated a very, very tiny amount.
Pause.
And what they did was they made sure that every tiny little advantage went in their favor. I agree with you. This is not a huge thing, but
they're acting like it's a huge thing.
But the little things matter. The little things matter, and plays like this matter. And I will throw it right back in your and Ike's face if we lose a playoff game.
They're going to be fine. They're going to be fine. They're still going to be great at running a quarterback sneak. We need to lobby the league and lobby these teams to keep this.
Yes. And in fact, if Jeffrey, Howie, if you need me to call teams, I'll call teams and lobby.
I don't know if that's going to help their case.
Question their manhood.
Yeah.
215.
You're the Super Bowl champs.
215-592-9494. I can't believe anyone would agree with you on this.
Of course they don't agree with me.
This is one of your worst positions.
Yeah. I know. No one agrees with me. That's fine. I've never liked the tush push.
Debate days continue. We have a new non-sports debate coming up next. Actually, Chris from Middletown touched on it a little bit. And your thoughts on Jose Alvarado. How big a deal is the loss of Alvarado? 215-592-9494. Ike out today. Just me and Jack. It's the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Don't miss your chance to witness history as the iconic Wanamaker Trophy makes its way to the city of brotherly love for the 2026 PGA Championship at Arana Mink Golf Club. You know I'm a Minks man. Cannot wait to be there next year. Scotty Scheffler looking to make it 2 straight. He dominated yesterday. Ticket registration is happening now. Be there for every moment as the best golfers in the world go head-to-head. To register for tickets, go to pgachampionship.com/register. That's pgachampionship.com/register. The earlier you register, the better chance you have at securing the most popular tickets.
Last year, WIP unveiled Debate Day.
Winner right here.
Now, Sports Radio 94 WIP presents Debate Days. Listen as WIP hosts and special guests debate the most important Philly sports topics and each other.
Hated it. Why?
Can the Birds repeat? Do the Phillies extend Schwarbs? Daryl Morey?
Hey, John. Hey, Mark. How you doing?
WIP goes head to head to head.
Oh, hell no.
Debate Days. All this week, only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Cool.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
The final four of the pro hockey playoffs are set. In the East, it's Florida against Carolina with home ice. And in the West, Edmonton and Dallas with home ice in that one. But despite that, Edmonton and Florida are the two favorites. Edmonton plus 240, Florida plus 250. And those two teams met in last year's final round with Florida winning in 7. This year, I think both teams will play again, but I think Edmonton gets past Florida in the final round, and you can play that exact matchup at BetMGM. Edmonton over Florida in the final at plus 500 at BetMGM.
That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and take your game to the next level with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Forget the pool, forget the beach, forget the barbecue. Get to Colonial Hyundai this Memorial Day weekend to save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. Hi, it's John Asher. The Cars Are from Colonial Hyundai. This Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Memorial Day Monday, take advantage of not one, but two of our most popular offers. Save up to 20% off a brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000. Or I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition, only at Colonial Hyundai. Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of additional vehicles, and for a limited time, you can save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Memorial Day Monday, save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. Or I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition, only at Colonial Hyundai. Plus, we want to make your new vehicle even more affordable. Don't miss out on the best financing in the business with rates as low as 0%. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires May 31st, 2025.
Navy Federal Credit Union celebrates Military Appreciation Month in May. Whether you're active duty, a veteran, or a military family, we are all united this month to celebrate those who go above and beyond. Since 1999, May has been designated as National Military Appreciation Month with its 5 military observances. It's a time to show appreciation for our troops and everything they do. Navy Federal has proudly served the military community for more than 90 years, and our employees are part of the community we serve. Many are military family members, reservists, or veterans themselves. Navy Federal takes special care to ensure that our members feel celebrated and honored every day and every May. So from all of us at Navy Federal, happy Military Appreciation Month. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
This spring, Christian Home Services is standing with our nation's heroes. Now, schedule a $29 cooling system tune-up, and we'll donate every dollar to the Wounded Warrior Project, up to $5,000. With Christian Home Services, it's more than a tune-up. It's a way to honor those who've sacrificed for our freedom. Stay cool, save energy, and give back to the brave men and women who served our country. Call 267-957-1989 and ask about our no breakdown guarantee, or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's.
Participating U.S. Wendy's. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Hey, it's Ike Reese here. Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 per month when you switch and bring in your phone. Now that's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees, guaranteed for 3 years. Because at Verizon, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome in times of congestion. Unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is the afternoon show. Brought to you by Guida Door and Window. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Ike out today, back tomorrow. You are stuck with me, Jack, and Buzz.
Yes.
Sorry.
How's that make everyone feel?
Probably not great.
No, especially after that last segment.
Oh, with you saying that tush push, they should just grow up about it? Loser.
Oh,
YouTube comments are on fire.
Oh,
no,
are they?
no. Your team. I didn't know that they hated the Phillies. That's what they do.
It's actually pretty rich of you to talk about how the Eagles should stop trying to keep things within the rules when your best reliever broke the rules and potentially ruined the season.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm just like, I didn't know that, we can't be fans of all the teams. Congratulations on hating the Eagles, YouTube chat.
Well, they hate the Phillies.
They hate
hate
the
you
Phillies.
hate the Eagles.
Yeah, with every fiber of my being. Yeah. Never rooted for them once.
The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. The loss of Jose Alvarado is ultimately a big deal or not a big deal. 87.5% say big deal.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
That's good.
You're on the wrong side of history
well,
there,
listen,
Fritz.
someone's got to man up around here.
Oh, actually, before we get back to Alvarado, it is debate days on WIP.
Debate days.
All week, big debates on WIP. I'm going to have to argue with Richie later this week about whether Jalen's elite. That went well with Ike last time.
I think he is elite.
Oh, are you doing your Richie there?
And no, Spike,
Joe.
he is elite.
Why do you not think he is
All
elite?
right. Enough.
I love Richie.
I love Richie, too. So we're doing some non-sports debates today.
Yeah. Well, because, listen, sports debates, boring.
We do the same ones a lot. So we've done, is it okay to back your car into a spot in the parking lot?
You've on the wrong end of that one.
We did, can you say you read the book if you listened to the audiobook?
People got very passionate about that one.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, I got a couple text messages about it.
I got a text from Jolly.
Really?
Said, who the hell cares?
Oh, well, there you go.
Why don't you tell Jolly?
Yeah, I got to take Jolly down tomorrow.
Yeah, why don't you shove it?
On the Daryl Morey thing.
Did you and Jolly have a nice crossover last
night? We had
night?
a great crossover. It started at 10:15.
Wow, that's good stuff. That's good stuff. Sounds like Jolly's listening to the show in preparation for tomorrow.
It is. I shouldn't drop any more hints on the info I have.
Dude, I can't wait for you versus Jolly on Morey tomorrow.
I am going to obliterate him.
Nah, I'm Team Jolly on this.
By the way, the people who were texting you, were they in support of me or in support of
No, they're
Seltzer?
mad that they're in support of you. They're mad at me and Seltzer.
Yeah. Yeah, this big reader over here trying to decide who gets to say they read a book.
Didn't know you wrote a book like I did.
On this one, superior generation, Gen X or millennial. It's a shame because you have no chance on this one, Jack. Generation X, I believe, is the best generation. So is
Generation X your generation?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So it goes greatest generation, then baby boomers, then Gen X, then millennial, then Gen Z, then Gen Alpha.
And Gen Beta, which
and
is
Gen
Sutton.
Beta.
Yeah.
Right. You're two different Gen. See, I think the biggest here are the biggest two things you could say as a difference between generation. I believe that millennials are the worst generation.
Yeah, see, this is
though I don't think it's your fault.
This is where so I don't care about. I like Gen X, right?
Oh, okay.
It's not about Gen X versus. I just to stick up for millennials.
Yeah.
So I think we get a really bad rep. And I think that we have actually been arguably the most important generation from the standpoint of workers' rights, which is really important.
Who is texting you this stuff?
I just wanted to see how you're gonna react.
That
to that
is the least Jack Fritz thing I've ever heard in my life.
But think about the advancements we've had since the millennials have become we actually get respect.
But see, here's the thing.
I know because you used to try to keep down the man.
No, here's just actually the truth. Millennials don't know anything about workers' rights. They learned about workers' rights through sports, and they tweet about them all day long because nobody goes to work anymore because millennials are lazy. So here are the biggest problems with millennials. They are lazy. None of them grind. None of them work very hard. And the other thing is, since they've spent their entire lives looking at social media, none of them have created any great art. I want you to think about
this. Is your biggest stupid bone of contention?
It's not. Think about all of the huge music things that were done by Gen X.
All you're thinking about is music. Congratulations,
movies,
you had better music.
Movies but it's massive, and it's a bad thing for society. What you guys have done is essentially take 30 years and not create anything.
I think that
you didn't create anything.
I don't. Whatever. We created a happier society. I think that first off, I think millennial dads are the best versions of dads. We're way more involved.
Because
care
none
a
of
lot.
you go to work.
I go to work every single day. Now I'm on the bottom end of the millennials.
Yeah, yes.
So whatever. But I think millennials started off poorly. I agree with you. I think we had a bad 10 years. I think the next 10 years, millennials are heating up. I think we're going to be the best sports parents because we went through what your psychos people did with the old yelling at coaches.
No,
and
you're
trying
thinking
to
of boomers. You're thinking of boomers.
Whatever.
Yeah.
I'm lumping you all together.
We didn't yell at coaches.
Yeah, but listen, the generation of parents that have to complain to the coaches all the time, I think the millennials are going to change that narrative.
By not caring. By staring at their phones while their kids are I
see,
bet,
that's where you go unfair.
I bet if you go to a Little League game where most of the parents are millennials, they're all sitting in the bleachers looking at their phones. I guarantee it. And by the way, they're not looking at their phones for work. They're looking at their Instagram
page,
feeds and Twitter feeds. It's actually, I'm sad about it. I'm sad about it.
Is that why they need the pitch clock in Little
humanity.
League? Just so they can speed up the game a little bit?
Yeah, so everybody can get home to their Netflix or whatever the hell you guys do all day.
I think the millennials are going to age very, very well. We've advanced this country in way more ways than your generation had.
Really?
Yeah.
Workers' rights.
Like the workers' rights thing that Jack's very passionate about.
Yeah. Workers' rights.
Yeah.
Treating people fairly.
Okay. So,
being nice.
Okay. So what is the thing that they've done for workers' rights?
Got us some time off.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Like paternity leave?
Like paternity leave.
All right. There it is.
Yep. You can't just fire people unjustly.
215-592-9494.
There's Ike.
Why is he on TV and not here on the radio show?
Wow.
Unbelievable.
This guy, you can't keep him off the television.
He's giving takes about Alvarado on TV.
Yeah. He doesn't get paid for that.
Yeah, where's his takes here? Ken and Cinnaminson, you're on WIP. Ken?
Oh, I bet.
Ken's probably on mute.
I bet. Well,
Ken, are
speaking
you on
of
mute?
a boomer.
Ken, are you on mute? No.
Ken, I can tell, would not like the
millennials.
Yeah.
Yes. Cowboy Jim, you're on WIP. What's up, Cowboy Jim?
Millennial, Gen X. What I see on the airplane just scares the hell out of me. These parents and their kids. Oh my God, my child is the second coming. Oh my God, this and that. It's just the victim all the time. I can't take it anymore. I'm just.
Now, let me
That's
ask you
where the
this.
millennials are going to help, though.
Let me ask you this, Cowboy Jim. I read an article, I think it was in the BBC, about the generation or the people who watch their tablets and their phones on the planes without headphones. Would you say that is mostly millennial age or Gen X age?
No, that's the older crowd. The ones who are listening and it's out loud so everyone can hear it.
Yes.
Yes, that's the older. That's an older. That's like the baby boomer
Ah.
generation.
Yeah, come on, Spike.
Because they don't know how to use it. They're just like sitting there and it's blaring out, and I tap them on the shoulder. I'm like, why do we all have to listen to this? You know? And they're like, what? What are you talking about? You know, so yeah, it's usually the older crowd.
So are you calling about Alvarado?
Oh, me?
Yeah. What are you calling about?
Winners never cheat, cheaters never win. But anyway, I want to talk about Wegovy and Ozempic. My wife works for that. Now, that like these two weight loss drugs, they don't have testosterone.
No,
now,
they
if
don't.
you lose weight, your body will produce
Correct.
testosterone.
Yeah.
Okay, but I'm just saying, like, where is he what is he taking?
He
help
took
me with this.
he did TRT. That's what he did. He did testosterone replacement. Look, I don't know this for a fact, but that's likely what he did. So now one of the advantages to having a higher level testosterone is you can burn calories early. Like your weight could go down, but that is not the primary function of taking TRT.
Yep.
So yes.
Well,
He was not like just the people are just assuming this means like he was on Ozempic or something. He was not on Ozempic. That's not what would do this. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Because she's confused about it. She works in safety.
Yeah.
And she just was wondering how does this all happen. But anyway, as for the tush push, get rid of it. What are we going to do next? Take the pads off, take the helmets off, throw the ball backwards, and then advance it by kicking it? What's next? Come on, losers.
Well, that's a horrible example. Thank you for being on my side, Cowboy Jim. And he's hung up.
Yeah, that's what he did.
Man, I want to hear what his bone to pick with everyone was.
Look, his entire life is a bone to pick with us.
I guess so.
Yeah, he's always got a bone to pick.
I know, but he didn't get to it.
Yeah.
He probably could have won.
215-592-9494. You don't have a bone to pick with National Appliance Warehouse.
Would never. Because as we've determined here, there's a lot of things that set National Appliance Warehouse apart. And I think the main ones and the ones that truly make it a difference-making experience down at National Appliance Warehouse are, one, getting the best price. I think we all care the most about getting the best price.
That's what Price Assure does. You're guaranteed to get the best price.
Yeah, so it has software that checks prices in competing stores. If it finds a lower price, guess what? Instantly updates the price tag, so you don't have to worry. You are guaranteed to get the lowest price possible. They always have great savings events going on, and of course, being in tax-free Delaware helps. But on top of that, like let's say you're a contractor out there and you're trying to get the right appliances for your client. Well, take them to the National Appliance Warehouse, because guess what? They have all of your appliance needs. Over 100 brands, from Sub-Zero to budget, 15,000 square foot showroom, and like. It just sounds like they would have every single appliance you possibly need.
And they're gonna deliver it to you exactly on time. You need installation? They're like, do you need it installed? I was like, come on. What else could you possibly need?
And the great part is that you have all this, but you also don't want to have a bad experience. You don't want to have a bad buying experience. I mean, that's what makes National Appliance Warehouse different. It's transparency. They're real people. They care about you. Great culture. We talk about culture with all of our sports teams. Well, it matters where you buy things as well. And National Appliance Warehouse, a difference-making culture, smart, knowledgeable, and treat you like family. So all of that sounds great. You got to check it out for yourself. Go to nationalappliancewarehouse.com or their showrooms in tax-free Delaware, Wilmington, Middletown. And as always, tell them Fritz sent you. Now, Spike, what did I say wrong?
No, you didn't say anything wrong. I was laughing. Every time you say treat you like family, I think actually the line is treat you like you would want your family to treat you. Because not every family is the most functional relationship. Like, would you want to say, hey, do you want the person at the store to treat you like your family treats you?
Sure.
Like,
well, if they're
depends on your family.
If they're millennial, yeah. Because you want to know what's great about millennials?
What?
Friendly.
You wouldn't even go to the store.
Well, yeah, we would. That's
treat you like your parents who scroll Instagram during your Little League games.
Exactly. Because millennials are much more friendly, and we don't do confrontation.
215-592-9494. Ken and Cinnaminson, you're on WIP. What's up, Ken?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you today?
Ken, do you hate millennials?
I don't hate anybody, man. I'm an open-hearted, guy.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Jack, you mentioned about getting respect. Nobody respects millennials. What world do you live in?
I know.
They're basically blamed for everything.
I know.
So I used to point out to people, when people were ragging on millennials back when, basically the entire United States Armed Forces was mostly millennials, and they were off, doing the nation's bidding. So every generation has their highs and their lows, but thankfully they all have a percentage of them that raise their right hand.
Well, of course. And
Step up to step up.
yeah, I
Spike,
mean,
what do you got to say about
well,
that?
no, to be clear, I want to say the men and women who serve in our military are
Yes.
above and beyond all of us in every generation.
There you go.
But as you get the most of the people in the military are going to be of a certain age and of a certain generation at any time. So we also had people in the military who were Gen X, and we'll have Gen Z. However, I'm saying the non-military, the more Jack side of the millennials, who I'm talking about.
Well, it's funny because Jack is, basically saying that millennials have gotten better as they've gotten older. Basically, everybody gets more bearable as they grow up. And
That's
they're no
true.
longer
Exactly right, Ken.
not anymore. So,
It's a fantastic point you just brought up.
Yeah.
Sometimes, Jack. So first of all, it's a great day to be a founding father of Sirianni Island. So,
Oh, there it is. Yep.
congratulations to the best coach in the NFL and clearly the most accomplished coach in the history of the Philadelphia Eagles. He deserves every flower he gets today for the job that he's done coaching the Eagles.
Well, he's getting a lot of money instead of flowers, which is even
Well, he
better.
can buy a lot of flowers.
Yeah.
I wonder when it comes. Like, I wonder if he's going to be a top 5 paid coach in the NFL.
Ooh, I don't know.
Because
Could be.
he could be.
Well, I would imagine, by the way, I would imagine they're spending a lot of money on their defensive coordinator, and I would bet their offensive coordinator is probably not particularly expensive.
Patullo's probably not. I think Kellen Moore costs a lot to get here. I would say
Yes.
that they're saving money by going to Patullo.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Patullo, I think, is lower cost, but I think
Millennials.
Fangio is high.
Not listening.
Yeah, there
Well,
you
he
go.
better at least make more money than Sean McVay because Sean McVay can't beat him. We've established that.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Yeah. Well, he does too, but Sean McVay does 2 jobs. So
well, Nick Sirianni does one job. He wins almost every game.
So does Sean McVay.
Yeah.
That's not true. Look at their records. They're not
Well,
even-
the one
Yeah.
year a
Not
staffer got hurt. I mean, let's
It's not even.
yeah, Sean
on
McVay's
Alvarado,
not good.
so-
we don't have to compare Sean McVay.
Yeah.
On Alvarado, are we supposed to believe like the Phillies just kind of didn't notice that Alvarado after 2 years of declining velocity just shows up to spring training and all of a sudden he's got 2 miles an hour back and he's in the best shape of his life, and the Phillies just kind of look at this and say, "Oh wow, that's really great. We're so lucky. Thank goodness for come on." That's
Well,
one of those-
I would imagine there's some don't ask, don't tell on all of this stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's like, your girlfriend, goes on like a month-long trip, supposedly that you don't see her, and then she comes back and, she's just like got this whole new body. And you're like, well, I'm not going to notice that she was gone for a month and now she looks completely different. I'm just going to act like this is great. So, look, I don't think it's as big a deal because I just think if the Phillies are going to get derailed, they're going to get derailed by the same things that have derailed them previously. They're going to get derailed because they can't hit quality pitching. So I don't think when it ultimately comes to an end at some point in October, and they're not planning a parade route down Broad Street, I don't think it's going to be because Jose Alvarado's not here. It's going to be because of the same thing that has been the reason all along every year for the last 3 years.
Well, don't sound so giddy, Ken. I mean, geez, are you smiling through the phone when you said that?
Hey, I'm a season ticket holder, so I want the Phillies to win. But I mean, I was at that game Friday night with the ghost rain delay because we had an hour and a half rain delay. We didn't have any rain, and the only reason they won that game Friday night is because they were playing the Pittsburgh Pirates. I mean, they're bringing one reliever after another, who just walks in runs. And if you didn't watch the game and you woke up Saturday morning and looked at the box score, you'd be like, "Wow, 8-4."
Hold on. Sure, they play but Ken, like they've been good against. They haven't beat up tomato cans this year, Ken.
They can hit quality pitchers. It's a problem that has been consistent with this roster, and I'm not saying it's a good thing that Jose Alvarado is not available to us. But if it doesn't go the way they want it to go, it's not going to be because of Jose Alvarado. It's going to be because
What kind of dog you got, Ken? What kind of dog you got back there?
That I've got 2. That's probably my 9-month-old golden doodle here.
Ah, you seem like a golden doodlesman.
She's actually my wife's dog.
There you go.
There it is.
There it is. Yeah. You know what I respect most about Ken is that he would rather be right than the teams be good. So like Ken look, I largely agree with a lot what you say about Dombrowski, but your Dombrowski thing is going to be in trouble if the Phillies win the World Series. So you would rather be right about Dombrowski than the Phillies win the World Series.
If the Phillies win the World Series, I will be the first one to come on these airwaves and say I was wrong, which comes out of my mouth like
Never. Yeah.
I
don't think you've ever been wrong, Ken.
Once or twice. But, no, I make up for it with all the other times I'm right.
Right.
There it is.
One thing I am right about, it is the bone that I have consistently had to pick with Spike, because I was asked, do I have a bone to pick?
Oh, what is your bone to pick?
That Brian
You know
Daboll.
what it is.
What
You
is
know
it?
what it is.
Say it out loud.
On Sirianni Day, where we still can't get Spike to acknowledge that, Nick Sirianni is a better coach than the guy up there in his old WFAN land where he still needs to keep his friendships, which is why.
That has
exactly
nothing
right, Ken.
to do with anything.
That's
Hold
what
on.
Gen X does.
Hold on. Shut up, Jack.
Up in the Mecca.
Wait a minute.
He said that. He said
Hold
the
on.
Mecca.
Hold on, Ken.
His own words.
With all of the negative things I've said about Met fans and Nick fans and fought with them constantly, you can't possibly think that my opinion about Brian Daboll has anything to do with any real. I haven't talked to anybody from the Giants since the day I left there. So that has nothing to do with anything. My point, to you is if Brian Daboll had the roster that Nick Sirianni has, he'd probably have a better record than he has.
And my point to you is that there might be something about coaching where coaches are actually expected to, coach their players to get better.
Well, and maybe one day Nick will be able to coach as much as Brian Daboll does, but until then, they've taken away a lot of that responsibility from him.
He's just too busy putting Super Bowl contending teams on the field.
Is that what he does? He puts
Howie
the Super
Roseman
yeah.
does that.
Come on.
He wins almost every week. He wins so frequently that when the Eagles lose 2 games in a row, which doesn't happen very often, all of the talk on WIP is about when we're going to fire Nick Sirianni.
But see, you never give me any credit for being as pro Sirianni as I was for largely the entire second half of the year. I said they should give him an extension within season. I said it was the best coaching job I had ever seen. All I'm doing is being rightly objective and fair about what kind of coach Brian Daboll is. The answer is we don't know.
I think we do know. So that is my bone to pick with Spike, is that I don't know what you want to base it on. If you don't want to base it on results, then you and I just view life differently, Spike. So and that's why I'm 60 years old and retired.
Yeah. Well, all right. So if we were, just real quick, Ken, if we were going to race cars, me versus you, and they gave me a Porsche and they gave you a 1985 Ford Taurus, would me beating you with my Porsche mean that I was a better race car driver than you, or would it mean that I had a better car than you?
Well, maybe I could turn my 19 whatever car around in the other direction and ram you head on and prevent you from finishing. So,
well, that
this
is a truly psychotic answer.
Very boomer thing to do.
Yeah, thank you for the call.
So millennials have better design.
I don't want anybody more texting you.
Well, I'm going.
What does that even mean?
Well, I think like our internal, the way our places look, are very nice.
Really?
Yeah, I think we got rid of carpets. We're out on, we got more hardwood floors.
I have hardwood floors.
Yeah, we're floorsmen.
Okay.
And it's so like I work hard. I mean, like the idea of
you couldn't even say it with a straight face.
But just because I make this whole thing look easy
doesn't mean that what you do.
I wrote a book.
Right.
Father of 2.
Kevin wrote a book. Kevin
did a great job. Kevin Reevey, great job.
Are you going to read his half of the book, by the way?
Nah. See, I have the PDF, and I could do it, but I don't want to.
By the way, how old is Kevin?
Almost. I think he's like 39, 38.
Okay, so he's millennial as well.
Older millennial. Yeah.
Older millennial.
Yeah.
Closer to Gen X.
Yeah.
A little closer.
Yeah.
All right.
But again, I think millennials over the next 10 years are going to be great for this country.
He carried you over the finish line with the book.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
You did a great job.
Ringthebellbook.com.
Yeah.
215-592-9494. The loss of Jose Alvarado, big deal or not? Speaking of big deals, the top 5 at 5 is next. Now, since Jack is in that chair, that means the top 5 at 5 is in that chair. And I guessed a little bit about.
A little bit, you did.
Yeah,
you sniffed it out.
So what do we have to go? What do we have to listen for in the top 5 at 5?
I get ripped for a lot on the show.
Yeah,
mostly by you.
Yeah,
it's about time we rank them.
Oh, rank the rippings?
Rank the things I get ripped for.
Oh, okay.
And let me guess, none of them are actually your fault.
That's correct. That's
Classic millennial.
Yep.
I'm Gen Z.
Yeah.
You are Gen Z.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see, I could sniff that out.
Yeah.
You want to talk about not working hard? That's Gen Z.
I kind of like Gen Zers.
Yeah, which is annoying. I don't know why you haven't been around them enough.
You know what? Because millennial is like the politically correct whine about how you say everything generation. Gen Z doesn't really care in the same way. Like, you guys are all like, man, call me this. Man, call me that. The Gen Z doesn't care.
All right.
All right.
You hate millennials so much that the generation that followed was going to be in your good graces no matter what.
It didn't even matter what
Didn't
they
matter
did.
what we did. Yeah.
This is the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Now, Jack, though he is a millennial, Jack does love dogs. Jack is a dogsman. And my dogs, I love as well. And your dog, your cat, whatever it is, you love as well. Your mission, your only job, because your dog and cat can't shop for their own food, they can't shop for their own, treats, and they can't shop for their own toys, is to do that stuff so your pet has the best life possible. Dogs and Cats Rule can help get you there. Don't push that chair into the back of my knee, you idiot. Dogs and Cats Rule can get you there. That's what the lead dog, George Perenni, has done with Dogs and Cats Rule, all 7 locations. So you have a question about what you should feed your dog or what you should feed your cat. You have those questions. They have the best staff anywhere. They can answer those questions. And they have all of the best quality stuff there. So best quality stuff, whether it's kibble, whether it's the fresh diets, raw, gently cooked, whatever it is. And now that it's spring and summer and your pets will be outside more, maybe you need to learn about natural flea and tick prevention. Maybe you need to get your dog like a new toy for outside. Maybe you need a new leash, a new collar for those long walks. Dogs and Cats Rule can be your source for all of those things with a staff that can answer all of your questions at all 7 locations. There's 2 in Jersey, Pennington and Princeton, 5 in PA. Newtown, Doylestown, Maple Glen, New Hope, and Bluebell. Dogsandcatsrule.pet is the website. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Fly with fans of Philly to Green Bay to remind the Lambeau losers the tush push is back. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
The temperatures are rising, and the last thing you want is a faulty HVAC system that can't keep you and your family comfortable all summer long. So contact Horizon Services now, and you can get up to $1,300 off a new HVAC system replacement, plus a free home comfort upgrade. Horizon offers same-day emergency repairs, money-saving warranties, and flexible payment options, so your home can be comfortable and worry-free no matter the season. Schedule a visit today at horizonservices.com. With Horizon Services, help is on the way.
Others came and went. But Jack Della's stayed in it. And he and the team at Del Toyota have the stamina to keep going another 50 years. From cassette players to CarPlay, window cranks to climate control, stick shift to adaptive cruise control. A lot may have changed, but one thing has remained the same. Jack Dell and the team at Del Toyota continue to sell them for less. It's the 50th anniversary sales event at Del Toyota. We're rolling back to 1970s pricing all month long. Drive home a new 2025 Toyota Camry LE for only $149 per month, only at Del Toyota. Plus at Del Toyota, you can buy with no money down and 0% financing every day at Del Toyota. Del Toyota is close. Only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale. Online at deltoyota.com. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get a Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI. Plus, your plan price is guaranteed for 5 years. Save today, guaranteed for tomorrow. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Guarantees monthly price of talk, tax, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com. Receive Netflix and with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Here's Comedians and Sketchers Getting Comfortable, presented by Hands-Free Skechers Slip-Ins.
Hey, I'm Bobby Slayton, and I'm here with my pal, comedian, and Skechers ambassador, Mr. Howie Mandel.
Why did it take so long to invent something as amazing as slip-ins? I know it seems simple, but it took Skechers to invent a better pair of shoes.
Yep, with Skechers Slip-ins, you just step in and go. You don't have to touch your shoes. And by the way, Slip-ins are for the whole family. Men, women, and kids. In all your favorite Skechers styles, find Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
We can be twinsies.
to
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Many people seem to find certain words more pleasing when spoken with a British accent, like squirrel, schedule, and strawberry. But some phrases sound more pleasing in any accent. For example, switch to T-Mobile's new experience plans and the price of your rate plan won't change for 5 years, guaranteed. Here's another pleasing phrase. With T-Mobile, families of 3 can save 20% versus comparable plans plus streaming from AT&T and Verizon. Saving more with T-Mobile sounds very pleasing, don't you agree? Now let's hear it from the man who does the American voiceovers. Mr. T-Mobile voice.
T-Mobile's new experience plans. Families can save 20% today, and your price won't change tomorrow.
Nothing sounds more pleasing than T-Mobile's 5-year price guarantee. We hope you've enjoyed this advertisement. Advertisement.
Guarantees monthly price of on-network talk, text, and 5G data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Savings with 3 lines. 3rd line free via monthly bill credits. Plan features and taxes and fees vary. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com/switch.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Napa, the pros and OAC parts inside and out. On Friday, Brock Purdy and the 49ers finally agreed to a massive 5-year, $265 million contract extension. And now, as we enter the 2025 season, it's clear that there's no QB under more pressure than Brock. The 49ers lost quite a few pieces this offseason in order to pay Purdy, and now Brock must not only take his game to the next level, but he has to lead the 49ers, who missed the playoffs a year ago, back to being a Super Bowl contender this season. I'm Zach Gelb.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Pause. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Ike out, returns tomorrow. Be full of takes.
Was still able to find the TV camera.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
Yep. He had to get some takes off.
I know.
About Alvarado.
Couldn't hit the phone line, though.
Nobody loves IP like Ike loves IP.
Yeah.
Like when we're on vacation, Ike still listens to WIP all day long.
Gotta hear what Julio has to say about this.
Yeah.
You know? Like, no, I don't. Absolutely don't.
He loves it.
He still listens on it. He goes on little walks when we get somewhere.
He has to listen to WIP. That's
Yeah.
a team guy right there.
Yeah, listens a lot.
So Jack's in that seat, which means Buzz is in that seat, which means that Buzz has the top 5 at 5.
Each the 5. Number 5 at 5.
With Buzz.
Did you hear that, Spike?
With Buzz.
With Buzz.
With
Yeah.
Buzz.
Yeah.
Very
How many
excited.
takes did I take?
One take.
That feels like a multiple take.
That was not a multiple take. I said with Buzz. It's 2 words.
That's what Gen Z does?
They lie about how many takes.
Just lie.
Just lie in general. I'm ripped for a lot on this show.
Yeah.
And mostly by Spike.
Yes.
Now,
Would
trying
you
to keep
say-
you honest.
Would you say it's fair or unfair?
I think some of it is fair, some of it is unfair.
Okay.
And we're going to discuss that in today's Top 5 at 5. The things I am ripped for on this show, again, like 90% by Spike.
He's really learning from you in that the Top 5 at 5 today is about Buzz.
Yeah. That's all the Top 5 is. That's creating content about ourselves.
Exactly right.
All right.
Let the producer cut.
Okay.
Number 5, and this was one of the earlier ones, haven't heard this criticism in a while, maybe I'll hear it today, is the general length of the Top 5. Now, Jack in there, he'll take the segment 12, 15 minutes sometimes. Yep. I take it 7, 8 minutes, and I'm getting like immediately, like, hey, just cut it shorter. Cut it shorter.
You're not as funny as me.
Yeah.
And
his name's on the show.
People are saying that.
Yeah. So, well, see, Buzz, here's your issue.
All right.
We were discussing in the break. Sometimes you don't know when to get out.
That's fair.
You know what I mean? And sometimes you're in there for a while, and then you don't know when it's your time to exit either the room or the Top 5. And then
why? Because I lingered for a minute there just watching the TV.
It was a long minute.
I didn't bring it up. Jack brought it up. So
we were trying to like eavesdrop. I was just watching.
It wasn't eavesdrop. The conversation was over, and you're still standing over there like an idiot with your head flopping around.
Yeah, like
I thought I had something else to say and realized I didn't.
We were talking about something. The conversation ended, and I was like, "Does Buzz want me to say more stuff?"
No, I didn't need you to say more.
And then he left, and Jack said, that's one of the things about Buzz. He doesn't know when to leave. Yeah. I was like, he doesn't.
Both on the air or in a room, Buzz doesn't know when to get out.
Doesn't know the out. By the way, it's one of the first things I noticed about you on the air, Buzz, which I think you're good. I think you're good on the air.
I appreciate that.
Is when Jack would do Fritz at 6 and he would put you on, I'd be like, yo, tell Buzz, like,
to shut the hell up.
Yeah. Shut up for 5 seconds.
Yeah.
And then what's funny about that is that Buzz, when he started hosting more,
came
to me and he was like, these producers don't know when to shut up. I said, I know, Buzz.
So unironically, I think I've actually gotten better knowing when to shut up as the producer.
Yes.
Since I've begun hosting. Because I've sat in the other chair.
It's probably the best part about hosting is you get better ears for things.
Yep. Well, and producing can help too. Both of them, given both perspectives.
They play
you haven't
into each other.
You haven't had a problem with length in a while. It was really when you first started.
You haven't had a problem with length in a while?
Yes.
I used to tell Pete is the producer of midday show producer of BT and Sal in New York. And he had the same issue as you. And I used to tell him, I was like, Pete, when BT asks you a question, the first thing out of your mouth is the answer. And
you actually gave me that exact same advice months ago.
And I said, if BT wants you to keep talking, then he'll let you talk. But you cannot take 2 minutes to give him the friggin' answer.
Yeah.
First thing out of the mouth, answer.
Yeah, so Buzz got better at that. A part-time producer has not gotten better at that is Fran. Whenever you ask Fran a question, it's always, it's never just an answer. It's always, that's the Fran answer to every single thing.
And sometimes as a host, you just need the producer to give you the answer that you don't have, right? Are the Phillies good? Are they not good? I think they're good. If you're the producer, just say they're not good. Say they're not good so we can move forward.
# do your job.
Do your job. All right. What's number 4?
Number 4, and this criticism, totally fair, but my heart sinks every time it happens, is every time I either miss an Ike Juice or a Blue Chew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It happened the other day. You guys are at Chickies, and with 5 seconds to go, I said in my head, oh bleep, I haven't produced the show in a few weeks, and I forgot to have it, and I raced to find it, and I missed it by just a few seconds. Yep. The worst feeling.
Yeah. Well, nothing I can say about that. You do miss them. And you have gotten better at least about knowing my tone of when
that's coming up in number 3, by the way.
I'm not going to introduce the thing a lot of times.
Sure.
I'm just going to sort of, because I don't want to say, this was a note I was given to by our fearless leader, Rod Lakin. He was like, if you're going to do a segment, don't say the name of the segment right before the produce thing that says what the
same
segment
thing,
is.
yeah.
So I try to indicate it with tone, but you have gotten better at that. But yes, when you miss one of our things.
Yeah, but there's no worse feeling. Although I do think, because I obviously miss them too. Sometimes you gotta laugh it off.
Well,
and then it turns into a little bit of a bit, and then it turns
and
into a
that's how
top
I'm working
5.
it in here.
I know. So actually, there's some upside to missing things.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't say that. All right.
At number 3, it is when I fire an intro, quote unquote, late on a remote.
Don't say quote unquote late.
No, because there's delay. There's delay. And I have gone back and proven it. It happened a couple weeks ago. It was a High Hopes Jackie baseball report Morgenstein comes in and is like, I actually thought you were a little early on it. But you guys all heard it 2 or 3 seconds, and none of you believe me when I go to defend myself.
Well, here's the thing. If the air product is perfect, then that is a defense. If the air product still has the delay, then what you need to do is, as like an audio marksman.
Yes.
Right? Let's say you were shooting something through a scope and the person was running. You would shoot slightly in front of where the person's going to be, right?
No. Do you have experience with that?
So no. I watched the movie the other day. So if you know there's a little bit of delay and you know what I'm about to do, you almost got to hit it a little early.
I know, I agree with you. The air product in this case was fine. You all reacted as if it was not fine.
Wow, because it was late.
No,
because there was some dead air.
I can get the audio to prove it if you would like.
Oh, well, what about when we're here? What about when you're here and there's still a little delay?
Yeah.
When did that happen?
I think that's happened.
Yeah.
Recently?
Sure maybe even today.
Yeah, maybe you got to get a little itchier of a trigger finger.
What I was going to say about the tone is that I find it significantly easier in person when I can see you.
Got it.
On remote with the tone is tough.
Yeah, and he's gotten better at the tone. Like on remotes, sometimes it's like, I don't know what you're talking about, Spike.
Well, because you're not listening.
Well, why would I do that?
Because Buzz is too busy tweeting about his show on Saturday.
Well, that gets to number 2. You keep teasing the next one.
There it is.
Number 2. Every host here promotes their weekend shows. I don't know why I take more crap for it than anybody else. I've never done it during the afternoon show. It's not derailing my focus.
Yeah, Spike, just let him live a little bit.
Here's what's funny.
Okay.
Is promoting the weekend show on Wednesday on Twitter.
I've never done it on Wednesday.
Well,
Find
Jolly
me
usually
one
does
time.
that.
I can't speak for Jolly.
Yeah.
You cannot find me one time where I've done it on Wednesday.
All right. Then maybe that's not fair, but I'm still going to use it as
I know
a
you
point
will.
against.
Because
Yes.
it does make him tighten there. Like
I know.
he doesn't get too worked up about things. He's like, I don't even tweet about it during the show. Like, what's the problem?
Well, there's nothing that makes me more mad when I'm like, it's just wrong.
I know.
It's just
I know.
incorrect.
No, I know. No, Jolly's a big 3 days before teasing.
3 days. Try 6.
I know.
It'll be on Monday. It'll be like
on Saturday.
we gotta react next Sunday to the Alvarado news.
Jolly Sports Chat.
Give my guy Jolly a break.
No.
I'm going to obliterate him tomorrow.
I can't wait for tomorrow.
I'm going to obliterate him.
But it's at number 1. There is absolutely nothing I get ripped for on this show more, which is sometimes my fault, but more often than not, is the Friday phone lines. There is something with the callers on this particular show on Fridays about not being ready. I have produced the midday show, the morning show, other shows across the station. I have problems with none of them to the same extent that I have with the Friday. And I've begun asking them, are they there in the breaks, like you've said? And I still run into these issues. And it's gotten to the point where Jack felt so bad he called me the other week and was like, I never check on the callers during the week and I never have these issues. I don't know why it happens to you.
That didn't need to be brought up. But I do think you've gotten screwed, and I do think that the callers are now out to get you. I think that
feels like they're in on the bit.
They like making fun of, or they like setting you up for failure on Fridays.
Here's what I don't want to hear. This never.
There's no way for me to prove it either.
This never happens in the morning show. This never happens in the midday show. Can you imagine if you went to a mechanic and you had the mechanic fix the brakes on your car and the brakes didn't work every time? And he's like, I do them for all these other cars and they're all fine. I don't care about the midday show. I don't care about the morning show. I only care about the afternoon show.
I know you do.
Yeah.
I know you don't care about the other shows. My point is,
I don't.
There seems to be an isolated issue between the Friday hours of 2 to 6, and I haven't cracked the code as to why yet. But I don't think it's me.
Well, I want to do the producer Olympics here, and I want to get all these guys here.
I'm still mad about being ranked 2 in your rankings also, if you couldn't tell.
Look, here's the thing about Morgenstein. He doesn't have a very big sample size.
No.
But while his sample, and I know this is putting even Justin in a bad situation.
It is.
I know he doesn't want me saying this.
Right.
Because I don't want to create any animosity between you and Justin.
No, you would never do that.
We're pals. Yeah.
Justin's a good guy, video guy. In his limited exposure, I just feel like he's on the ball.
Well,
when he's producing.
Morgenstein kind of reminds me of, just that point guard that comes in and knows how to run the offense.
Yes.
Like, a Jameer Nelson, DJ Augustine, Andre Miller, those kind of guys.
TJ McConnell.
TJ plays the game the right way.
Yeah.
Buzz is kind of like a 6-man.
he's going in there trying to light it up.
Yeah.
A six-man when one of the starters is out.
Sure.
And trying to make an impact.
Yeah. Trying to make it about them.
Yeah.
Trying to make it about them.
Make it about me.
Sometimes you got to just run the system.
Yeah.
Run the system. Be a boring, non-athletic little point guard. That's what Justin Morgenstein is.
Yeah. He comes in, he runs the system. So, look.
Like Brock Purdy.
Yeah. Look, could you get back to number one? I think you could. But currently you're number two. But you're number two very solidly. There really is
a long. I
three.
noticed Fran didn't even make the ranking.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
well, that's not even. He's got years.
I love Fran, but
banned from the show.
Yeah, there's.
Do you love Fran?
I do. I like Fran a lot. I like Fran loves going to concerts and music, and I think he loves being here. He loves sports. He loves sports radio.
Sure,
I love Fran.
Yes,
a lot of. Fran does not perform well under pressure. Look, the thing about me hosting is that I put pressure on whoever is working in there. So the person in there needs to respond well to the pressure, and Fran does not respond well to the pressure.
He shuts down.
I will also say, regarding my sample size, you definitely dial that pressure up on remote.
Oh, yeah.
Which is when I'm usually here.
I know.
And
yes.
Well, and Fran also has been engineering our broadcasts. And again, this station could be on fire.
Yeah, it doesn't care.
Doesn't move fast.
Nah.
Fran,
I'll take another order of crab fries.
He's got to get fed first.
An absolute freeloader.
Oh yeah, and takes the big plate of food and puts it right in front of the board that he's running or whatever. Doesn't care.
That's good. Yeah, we're the same age, by the way.
Yeah, this hour is sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Get 20% off all windows and doors. Good job in there, Buzz. With no money down and up to 3 years to pay it off interest-free. Call Guided Door and Window today at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. I'll say this to you, Buzz. I think you do a good job. I like when you produce the show. You can hold this in your head, but I'm also going to obliterate you every time something goes wrong.
And I actually had family members be like, "He's too mean to you." I'm like, "No, I defend you."
Thank you.
I do.
Tell Rosemary to calm down.
That's not my mom. That's
somebody else's mom.
Someone else's mom.
Girlfriend's mom?
No,
my
mom.
roommate's mom, who's in a group chat with Jack.
Very worked up all the time when we rip Buzz.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Really?
We're having fun. We love Buzz.
Yeah.
I've kind of played this role my entire life, on and off the air.
See, and that's why I think I respect Buzz, because we Buzz and I have both been the butt of jokes for a majority of our lives. You know,
the 10-year anniversary of Six Flags is coming up in 8 days.
Oh, we should have a celebration.
I think we need to get the bus driver on.
Yeah,
we need to get
I
Six
have no
Flags
idea
on.
who it is, but I would love to make the trip up to Six Flags. I haven't been back since.
I'm sure. Are you allowed in Six Flags?
No, I'm on a list there probably.
That'd be great. Next summer, we don't have time to get it ready for this summer, but next summer maybe we have the trip up.
The 10-year anniversary really is a moment.
Well, we just lie and we say next year's the 10-year anniversary.
Now, for those of you that don't know the Buzz Six Flags story, should we retell the story?
In a second, after Big V. Big V, you're on WIP. What's up, Big V?
Oh, man. Okay.
Oh, goodness.
All right, so let's take it. The caller already basically made my points about, do with the performance enhancements. Come on, you now, and then Topper gets up there and goes,
Big V, Big V, Big V, Big V, Big V. Are you on speakerphone? Yes. The answer is
every time. Every time.
There it is.
Yeah.
So, the Six Flags thing is that. Well, what am I supposed to do? The guy's on speakerphone.
Yeah, I know.
The Six Flags thing is Buzz was in high school.
Yes. Senior year.
11th grade. 11th grade.
11th grade.
Like it matters, but yeah.
This is not we're not talking about an elementary school kid here.
I'm 17.
A pretty much grown adult.
I could operate a vehicle at this point.
And there was a school trip to Six Flags.
Correct.
And wait, you had an accident?
I made it 90% of the way there.
Okay.
Yep.
Buzz had an accident in his pants, in the bus.
Yep.
And went into one of the bathrooms at Six Flags, and somehow I still am not clear how you cleaned up.
It took a while.
I'm sure it did.
And there was a guy with on Six Flags' behalf who came in with like a hazmat suit to do further cleanup.
Dude. That is.
I mean, they brought in the SWAT team on this.
They definitely remember this. I mean,
they wanted to murder you. Well, because I just logistically, there's not a shower in the Six Flags bathroom.
No, which means you walked around the whole day like that.
Well, you went over to we have to do this cleanly. In the sink,
No, not in the sink.
Well, did you pull your pants down and then splash water up, or did you use towel? Or
I went in the bathroom and used basically the entire roll of toilet paper they had. And then had to get my friend to get me shorts in the gift shop.
Wait a minute, time out. So you just did it dry? You cleaned yourself off dry? Like there was no water?
There was no water.
Oh!
Nice.
Oh, that is a new revelation.
Meatballs are just sticky all day.
This is a new detail I learned actually a couple of weeks ago. So there was a kid, Gabe, who's a current senior at Lower Merion High School.
But no, hold on. If you didn't use any like liquid or anything, then when you got sweaty, which I'm sure you did.
Yep.
Oh, it was disgusting.
Oh.
I know.
What am I supposed to do? Squat over the sink?
I don't know, man.
Yeah, you might have to walk home.
The bus ride home, did they at least give you a seat by yourself?
I went back on a different bus than I rode there.
You did. I'm sure you did.
They called another bus. We don't care what it costs.
Per sources on the bus I took there, people were tripling up in seats to avoid the one I was in.
I'm sure they do. Again, not an elementary school kid. This is a 17-year-old.
So I had not. I could have sworn before you told us that you had used a sink or sink water to make in your pants in a bus and clean up only with toilet paper.
That sounds horrible.
And then go back and ride rides for several hours where you get sweaty. That is a disaster, Buzz. Buzz, that is a hazard. That's like a health hazard. That's like E. coli. People go and they get like handheld food after riding those rides.
It wasn't the most sanitary thing. I was trapped on an island. It couldn't have happened on the way home, or at least I'd be going home at that point. I was there for another 6 or 7 hours, whatever it was.
That's such a butt story, dude.
So the recent story I learned a couple weeks ago is I had this kid, Gabe, who's a current senior at Lower Merion High School, who was shadowing me for a senior project, actually.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. His chem teacher, his physics teacher, rather, who I had, didn't remember my name when he told the story. He goes, oh, yeah, I remember him. Remember the whole thing.
I'm sure they do.
It's still told about in the halls of Lower Merion today.
Dude, I think it's you and Kobe.
Yeah.
It really is.
Two most memorable Lower Merion students, and Kylie Kelsey, right?
Yeah.
Of course.
Okay.
Kobe and Poopy Pants Buzz. Big V. Are you off
I
the
made my
speakerphone?
impact now.
Yeah, Big V.
Yeah, I'm on.
There
we go.
Well, you were on speakerphone before.
Of course, because I've been holding for 2 hours and 12 minutes.
Wow. That's
sad violin.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, that's right.
All
but
right.
Anyway.
On Alvarado.
Yeah, Alvarado, look, he knew it, he deserved it, and yeah, it's a problem because we've got problems with relief pitchers. I mean, Ranger may have to take get some additional pay to, come in and play relief pitcher for him this year, or they're going to have to make a serious acquisition. But at this point in time, we still got some more games where Topper can work it out. What I didn't like is Topper getting up there talking about, oh yeah, well I'm sure he didn't know that it was. Cut it out. He's got trainers. He's got other people. He can simply come up to him and say, hey, is this going to be on the ban list? All right. So, I don't buy all that crap. Look, you cheated. You got caught. Suck it up.
Yeah, well, he's going to have to suck it up now by losing half his salary. So yeah. For next question today, do you have a bone to pick with one of us? And the winner, by the way, with the best bone.
Yep.
Gets tickets to either Thomas Rhett, July 11th at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion, Creed, July 12th at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion, or The Offspring, July 29th at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Live Nation has $30 ticket to summer special offer on selected shows from May 21st while tickets last. You can go to livenation.com/ticket to summer for more details. All right. Do you have a bone to pick?
Actually, the only really bone I got to pick is waiting so long to get on the air.
Oh, well, that's a bone for babies.
That's a bone to pick. But here's the thing. I mean, Spike, look, I mean, there's some parts of you that, I could really stab you in the neck with a fork. But, the other thing is that you could put away your hate for Jalen Hurts to look at some actual facts of it. I love the fact that you are a Sixer die hard, to a fault. Jack, sometimes I don't know who's been telling you this stuff, but you need to get better sources, brother.
What does that mean?
Wow.
Oh, well, let's look at the hypocrisy of you talking about, the guy with
2
performance
hours
enhancement.
12 minutes.
Yeah. And the craziness of us bringing in another 30-plus NBA player. I mean, come on. That
Well,
just doesn't work.
all great points, Big V. You nailed it that time. He hung on 2 hours and 12 minutes for that.
I don't know why he does.
Yeah, he does it, though.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
we usually bury him.
It is debate days on WIP. Coming up next.
Just a bad caller.
Coming up next, we have our final non-sports debate of the day.
Ooh.
As well, there are going to be a lot of Sixers rumors from this point until the draft on June 25th. And they have started to bubble up about potential trades. And I also have another one I'm going to bring up because I believe the Sixers will be mentioned in trade rumors with this player.
Nice.
That is all coming up next on the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Speaking of trades, look, Colonial Hyundai, they're going to be able to take care of you on a trade like nobody else can. Because on Memorial Day weekend, the Carzar John Ashdale and Colonial Hyundai are going to offer you one of two great things all weekend. So this is Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Monday on Memorial Day. You could have one of two offers. One, 20% off any new Hyundai in stock, which is up to $10,000. Any new Hyundai, 20% off. That is offer one. Two is the trade thing I was talking about. They can give you $6,500 for your trade no matter what condition it's in. And I challenge you to go up and bring to the Carzar your worst possible trade and say, hey, they said $6,500 no matter what condition it's in. So it's 20% off any new Hyundai in stock or $6,500 for your trade. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Memorial Day, Monday, whatever the new Hyundai is that you want, they probably have it. Brand new Elantra, maybe a Tucson, maybe an Ioniq, maybe a Palisade, and financing as low as 0%. Doesn't get any lower than that. Online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai. See dealer for full details.
The Phillies fly west for 4 games against the Rockies. Tonight, leading off starts at 7:40. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 8:40. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
I don't care what you say. I am not wearing makeup later.
You don't have to. It's radio.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Some days, it's the little things that get us through. An early start, a quick stop, a familiar face. There's enough on your mind. Let Wawa be the simple part. Get any size hot coffee for $1, any size iced coffee for $2, and all 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for $1. Every day just for being a Wawa Rewards member. Gotta have your back. Gotta have a Wawa.
Others came and went. But Jack Dellis stayed in it, and he and the team at Dell Chevrolet had the stamina to keep going for another 50 years. From cassette players to CarPlay, crank windows to climate control, stick shift to adaptive cruise control. A lot may have changed, but one thing has remained the same. Jack Dell and the team at Dell Chevrolet continue to sell them for less. It's the 50th anniversary sales event at Dell Chevrolet. We're rolling back to 70s pricing all month long. Drive home a new 2025 Chevrolet Silverado for only $289 per month. Plus, at Dell Chevrolet, you can buy with no money down and 0% financing every day. Get to Dell Chevy located on Route 30 in Paoli. If you're worried you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Online at DellChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive. Se habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
The Final Four of the Pro Hockey Playoffs are set. In the East, it's Florida against Carolina, Carolina with home ice. And in the West, Edmonton and Dallas, Dallas with home ice in that one. But despite that, Edmonton and Florida are the two favorites. Edmonton plus 240, Florida plus 250. And those two teams met in last year's final round with Florida winning in 7. This year, I think both teams will play again, but I think Edmonton gets past Florida in the final round, and you can play that exact matchup at BetMGM. Edmonton over Florida in the final at plus 500 at BetMGM. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and take your game to the next level with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sweeter, bolder flavors are hitting the menu at Wawa. Get ready for a burst of tropical and tangy goodness with new pineapple and watermelon recipes, plus sour cherry popping bubbles. Whether you're in the mood for something fruity, fizzy, or fun, Wawa has your cravings covered. Enjoy these new varieties in smoothies, refreshers, and more. We're ready for you when you're ready for something new. Cravings made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Get ready to kick off the summer with Memorial Day specials all month long from my friends at Elite Acura. There's always more to explore and many miles ahead in a 2025 Acura RDX now available to lease for just $459 a month, or cruise into special pricing on a new 2025 Acura MDX leased for only $559 a month. There's no time like now to lock in your Memorial Day specials. Elite Acura has over 150 new and certified pre-owned Acura vehicles in stock and priced to move. Their large selection means you'll find the perfect Acura for your summer adventures. No waiting, no delays. Now's the time to check out their Memorial Day specials. Don't wait. Kick off your summer today only at Elite Acura. Visit them in Maple Shade or check them out online at EliteAcura.com and tell them Mike sent you. Nobody can compete with Elite.
36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year. Not all will qualify. See dealer for full details. Offers end 6/2/25.
Baseball on the radio. It's just better.
It is Bedlam at the bank!
Your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Trying to keep TK down.
Yep.
TK, do you agree with our assessment of Buzz not knowing when to exit conversations or rooms?
Yeah, absolutely. And also, I was just saying to Buzz during the break, I find it weird how eager he is to talk about that story.
Oh, I can't wait.
Yeah.
This is very proud of it.
Yeah, it's very bizarre.
Yeah. Yeah, he's right. He's like, guess what I did?
And not something you should be talking about.
In the 11th grade.
Yeah. Pooping in my pants.
I dookied myself.
Didn't even clean it up all that good.
It's like a modern day Billy Madison.
I know.
Yes.
Back to school.
It's the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Ike back tomorrow.
Oh, thank
today.
God. Everyone is exhaled in their cars.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Does listening to the audio version of a book count as reading the book? 55.5% say no.
Good.
So for the final non-sports debate of the day, it is debate days here at WIP all week long. Final non-sports one. We've been doing non-sports ones all day. If you are getting gas at a Wawa, is it okay to go into the Wawa and leave the pump in the car and continue to pump gas?
Yes.
You say yes.
Yeah.
Buzz?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Why?
Well, I say no as well.
Why? I don't get why.
Well, it's dangerous and it's inconsiderate.
So I don't care about inconsiderate.
Well, that's where
that's
where
the
you and
bigger
everyone else
issue.
differs.
Yeah. Now,
again, it's much more efficient. If I have to go in and get something, I will leave it in there and then go in and get.
Well, it's more efficient for you.
Correct.
But for somebody who maybe wants to go and get gas at that pump, it is less efficient for that person.
There's other pumps.
But
What if there aren't other pumps?
Yeah. What if it's busy?
There may or may not. That could happen.
And it is
tough
dangerous.
bleed.
If you showed up and had to wait longer for a pump and saw someone come out of Wawa and then get into their car and held you up, how would you feel about it?
Yeah, I don't care. First off, what's so dangerous about it?
Well, let's say, all right, so they have the little things that click off automatically.
Okay.
Let's say for some reason it doesn't click off automatically and the gas just starts pouring all over the place.
Okay.
It's gasoline. Could, you know,
When was the last time that happened?
Could happen.
It's not the 90s.
Could happen. It says right on the pump, do not leave the pump unattended.
Is gas different now than in the 90s?
Yeah.
It's not technology.
Yeah, I think technology's gotten better.
Is it less flammable now?
Yeah, well, you don't know that. Well, why would you bring it up if it's so dangerous?
What's that?
Why would you bring up the argument if it's so dangerous?
Because I see it all the time. Because okay, so the Wawa's near me now. There was only one
first
Wawa
off,
near me.
They pump the gas for you
In New Jersey.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're fine.
Yeah, that's a good point. No, which one was that? Oh, no. I was at one in Delaware because I was down in Rehoboth on Saturday, and I saw it in Delaware. Some guy, I'm waiting because you can only put gas in on one side of the car. I'm waiting. There's nobody at the car, and the guy comes out of the Wawa there. It's just like, I don't know. Seems inconsiderate. Seems like people do it all the time. Inconsiderate and also dangerous.
How much longer is it to just pull into a spot?
Yeah, get
10
the gas,
seconds?
pull into a spot.
Yeah, but it's easier to get it all done in one fell swoop. And that's what I'm in the business of. Now, I'm an EV boy now, so I don't have to worry about this.
Oh, right. You just have to wait for 20 minutes somewhere.
Would you leave your car in the charger and then go in?
Well, so that's not really how it works. I mean, it's not like I haven't done that yet. I leave leave it charged here. I don't know the politics for the correct way to charge versus not charge. I'm still new to the game. It's like blackjack. I play blackjack for me. I don't know how to play for the table.
You can't do that. I've done that. You can't do it.
Well, listen, I slowly but surely figuring out how to be a more considerate human being.
Because one thing I like to do with blackjack is if I got 10s and the dealer's showing a 6, I like splitting the 10s. Well, let me tell you something. The people at the table don't like when you split the 10s.
No, I know.
Yeah.
The last time I played blackjack, I just remember I got a lot of groans from everyone around me.
Yeah, because you screw them by hitting at the wrong time.
Which fueled me to be worse.
Oh, no.
Like, I don't.
Well, did they just get up and leave? I've had people just get up and leave when I didn't know what I was doing.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
I liked it. I liked how offended they got.
Millennial. Inconsiderate.
I think it's funny.
You like seeing people roll their eyes at you when you come out of Wawa and people are like, this.
Yeah, but then if
ass,
they do it to me, then it's an issue.
Then it's an issue.
Yeah. It's like the people that go down the right lane when you're merging. And won't wait in traffic like everyone else.
Wait, do you know who does that?
Yeah, Elliot.
It was one of the first arguments I ever had with Elliot on the air before Elliot even worked here. It was when I was on the air with Josh. On a merge, what Elliot does is drives, when everybody's supposed to be merging, drives all the way up to the front, like won't merge until the end. Drives me crazy.
Hate those people.
Yeah. And there are some people tell me, that's what a zipper merge. That's what you're supposed to do. It's like, no, that's not what he's doing.
You're being a me guy.
Yeah. And Elliot is a me guy.
Yeah. Well, again, like I said, I stay in the middle and block them from getting around only when Ike's around. So that if they turn.
Has anyone ever actually tried to fight you and Ike needed to come out and be backup?
No. Thankfully not. The closest I think we ever got was in Houston. But that was Ike. It wasn't his fault. The guys were being jerks.
Okay.
But Ike did that thing where he takes his phone out and is trying to take photos and like videos of Game 1 of the World Series.
Oh, yeah.
And these people behind him were not happy.
Oh, because what does he do with all those photos and videos? Yeah. He loves those photos and videos.
I think he uploads them to his Facebook page.
Oh, does he?
No, I don't. But that's what the older generation
Sounds
does.
like a millennial move.
No, it's a boomer
I guess
move.
a Facebook is become boomer.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's no young people on Facebook.
215. Well, everybody's on Facebook. You have a Facebook page.
I have Facebook. I don't post.
Right.
It transitioned at some point.
Yeah.
215-592-9494. Jeff in Allentown. You're on WIP. What's up, Jeff?
Yeah, guys. I just want to say, first off, I think that was That top 5 at 5 was one of the most bizarrely entertaining segments I've ever heard you guys do.
And that's a good way. Yeah, that's a good way to describe the top 5 at 5.
Yeah,
on most days.
And don't what's the word I'm looking for? Don't make Buzz do more of what he does. This will encourage him. Don't encourage Buzz.
As a former radio guy, to hear your discussion about tone, I think you guys all have your unique tones, and I think if you could do a blind tone test, I bet you could pick out the tone that everybody has.
Yeah, for sure. The thing that we were talking about is, I like, without telling Buzz to play something, I try to do something with my voice that indicates to him that it's what I want. So he's learning it slowly but surely.
The old no look pass.
Yes, that is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to an audio no look pass for sure.
Well, Buzz needs to get with it because, you guys are no offense to him, but you guys are the stars of the show.
That's
the
right.
The show is the name of the Buzz Show.
Well, that's what I've tried to explain to him. Yeah,
he doesn't seem to get that.
Yeah, all he wants to do is tweet about his Sunday morning weekend show.
Yep, in the middle of our show.
Yep, he always does that.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Listen, I wanted to ask you guys about the, Karl Anthony Towns getting into the finals here, East Conference Finals before Embiid.
Ugh.
What does he have that Embiid doesn't have?
A great team, infrastructure, players.
Yeah, I mean, Embiid is way better than Karl Towns. Now Karl Towns not hurt nearly as much.
Are you
as
calling
Embiid.
him Karl Towns on purpose?
What? Karl Anthony Towns?
Yeah.
All right. He was lucky enough to play with Anthony Edwards last year, which got him into the Western Conference Finals, and then Jalen Brunson this year, which got him into the Eastern Conference Finals. So I think one of the advantages for Karl Anthony Towns, and this isn't, look, Embiid is way better than Karl Anthony Towns. So Embiid should be the guy that does it. But the difference here is that Karl Anthony Towns is the second best player on both of these teams. You could argue he's the third best player on the Timberwolves. So there is less for him to do. When he disappears, it's less of an issue. Now, that said, no one's talking about Karl Anthony Towns as one of the 5 best players in the league, and they do talk about Joel Embiid as one of the 5 best players in the league. So the thing is Joel Embiid should be the reason that they're in the conference finals, and I shouldn't be complaining that somebody didn't drag him there. But the truth is that Karl Anthony Towns was drugged to the conference finals by 2 great players, whereas Embiid has not had that. But again, Joel Embiid should be the reason that they're in there.
Yeah. So going forward, I hope that what they don't do is trade away the 3rd pick for somebody else out there. They just need to get into the draft and get the best player available is what they need to do.
Yeah, well, thank you for the call, Jeff. We will actually talk about that in a second, right after I talk to you about Gaida.
Oh, man.
Because I don't think they're going to do that with the 3rd pick. But I'll talk to you about Gaida. They're not going to waste your draft pick. They're not going to waste your time. They're not going to waste your money. They're going to help you get from point A to point B. Point A being old drafty windows, old drafty doors, high energy bills, lower home value. Point B, new energy efficient windows, new energy efficient insulated front door, higher home value, lower energy bills. How do you do it? How's Gaida going to do it? By replacing those windows, replacing those doors, and make it easier for you to do so by giving you 20% off everything. So every door you could possibly buy, every energy efficient window you could possibly buy, 20% off, 20% off, 20% off. Deals everywhere, Jack.
Nice.
Deals everywhere. And these are big projects, right? Generally, but they'll let you start that project with no money down and no interest for up to 3 years. Interest-free financing for up to 36 months. So this project that you've been thinking about forever, maybe you put it off for one reason or another, don't put it off any longer. Call Gaida at 877-GO-GAIDA. They will tell you about the restrictions. They will tell you about it being a limited time, when your deadline is, and they'll also schedule your free, no-obligation in-home estimate. Or go to GoGaida.com. That's GoGuida.com. Okay, on to the Sixers.
Yes.
Couple of things.
Finally.
First, Jonathan Givony, who is a draft guy for Draft Express and ESPN.
Had Bronny as a top 10 player last year.
He did have Bronny as a top 10 player. But, generally well-informed, just easily bought off. He wrote in his column, his mock draft, that the rest of the league expects the Sixers to use the number 3 pick along with Paul George's salary, to obtain a star-level player. And he mentioned Kevin Durant and mentioned, what's his name on Utah?
Larry Markkinen.
Larry Markkinen. So I do expect the Sixers to trade that pick.
Okay.
And I am now actually on board with trading that pick. I think you cannot do, it's very difficult to do both things at once. Build for the future and play for the now. And the truth is that whoever they take at 3 is not going to help them win a championship in the next year or two. He's just not. Especially, even if you like Ace Bailey. Ace Bailey's not ready to help. It could happen. Very unlikely that it'll happen. So what they will try to do, I think, is get one of those star-level players, hopefully not super old like Kevin Durant, and build that way. And maybe they get another lower first-round pick in exchange for that. And I just think I'm on board with it. I know the desire is to get off of Embiid and get off of Paul George.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately for me, here's what I just keep thinking, and this is where the Giannis thing comes into play, is that let's say you get neutral value for Joel Embiid. Let's say you just get expirings, no draft picks, whatever. Somebody takes them off your hands. And let's say somebody takes Paul George off your hands. If I told you you were going to try to win a championship in the next 5 years with Tyrese Maxey, Jared McCain, and the number 3 pick in this year's draft, like, what are the odds that that is happening? Like, you would need the number 3 player to be a legit superstar.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody you're taking at 3 has a very good chance of being a legit superstar.
Sure.
So, truthfully, what I would tell you is, if what you really want to do is rebuild, you would trade Maxey too. And just really rebuild, get a bunch of first-round picks, and start from the bottom. But
I think I'm more interested. Like, I'm ready to. I want to start over. And I know you're still, because I think you're still trying to maximize the championship window.
Yes,
which is fine. I think that's a fair way to look at it. I'm ready for fresh blood all over the place.
So I think, but are you ready for 19 wins?
Yeah, like, whatever.
You trade Maxey too.
I
he would have to be the Drew Holiday.
Sure.
You know, he would have to be the player that, because he's the only thing they have currently
that would get a lot of value.
Gets a lot of value back.
Well, theoretically they could put McCain out there, but
I think he gets less value probably than Maxey.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
And if you want to rebuild, McCain is at least on a rookie deal.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yeah. So I would almost rather get the books completely done, get a bunch of draft picks, and restart. Whereas you're still trying to maximize this championship window, which again is fine.
Because I'm sort of I understand how unlikely it is, but I'm sort of in the thing where we've come this far. I can restart whenever I want. Like, I could restart next year, and it's fine. I'll probably get the same thing for Maxey next year that I get for this year. Like, the trade that no one is mentioning, and it's going to be more painful than anyone wants to admit in terms of what they have to trade, is Giannis. And I cannot imagine a world where Giannis is available for trade and Daryl Morey doesn't try to get Giannis.
Mm-hmm.
I think he will try to get Giannis. And they could be beat by OKC in terms of a trade package. They could probably get beat by Houston, and they could probably